In an alternate reality, the protagonist Lin Jiao Jiao finds herself transported to the year 1981. She awakens on her wedding night, greeted by a ruggedly handsome husband eager for her company. However, she is oblivious to the fact that she is transformed into a plump young woman, her once alluring appearance replaced by a robust figure and darkened skin. This realization ignites a determination within her to embark on a journey of self-improvement, shedding the excess weight and reclaiming her beauty. Yet, this world is different. She is no longer an orphan, but rather surrounded by a caring family who shower her with love and affection, a warmth she had never experienced before. She extends her chubby hands, vowing to protect her newfound family. And when her husband, who looks at her with a mix of longing and mischief, reassures her of his devotion, she nods earnestly, knowing he is the first person she has promised to safeguard in this world. As Lin Jiao Jiao grapples with her weight loss journey, her husband playfully urges her to return to her previous state as she discovers she is expecting. The irony of her hard-won progress seems to elude her, leaving her in a comical predicament. On a cool June night, under the luminous moonlight, a young woman, weighing over 260 pounds, lies on a traditional bed, her dark skin and vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. Beside her sits a wary young man, his deep-set eyes filled with vigilance. The walls around them, adorned with a red double happiness character, flutter eerily in the breeze. As she gazes vacantly at the ceiling, her thoughts are interrupted by the strikingly handsome face of her husband, his features sharp and sculpted, as if chiseled just for her. His thin lips exude an air of restraint, beckoning her in a way that sends shivers down her spine. In a moment of astonishment, she realizes that she has crossed over into a new life, having perished alongside a zombie king. The memories of Chard remains linger in her mind, yet the warmth of her new reality stirs her into action. Her heart races with excitement upon encountering the auspicious decorations and the prospect of her handsome husband. With a playful smile, she embraces him, her heart brimming with affection and promises of protection. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch, having eavesdropped on their intimate exchange, chuckles to herself, amused by the effectiveness of the elixir she had concocted. Her husband, roused from slumber, is met with her beaming countenance, perplexed by her sudden joy. The following day, Lin Jiao Jiao awakens to find her husband gone, yet the remnants of their previous night linger in her mind, igniting a fiery blush on her cheeks. As she surveys her surroundings, she is met with the startling realization of her transformed physique, a stark contrast to her former self. Her spirits lift at the prospect of her powers and the magical space she has access to, a space that seems to defy the boundaries of her new life. As she explores this familiar yet foreign realm, she discovers the potential for rejuvenation and transformation. The allure of the clear spring water, coupled with the promise of beauty and vitality, enchants her. With an eager heart, she begins to embrace the possibilities that lie ahead, laughing joyously at the prospect of her new life, free from the horrors of her past. Upon entering, Gu Changhe beheld Lin Jiao Jiao with her disheveled hair, draped in a bedsheet, laughing uncontrollably like a madwoman. In this state, he previously found her charming indeed. His good friend was right growing older, without marrying, made even a sow appear alluring. Chapter 3. The transformation of the handsome man into a roughneck. Gu Changhe nearly forgot that yesterday, on the night of their wedding, his bride had unexpectedly transformed. And in his bewilderment, he had completely taken advantage of her. What should have been a matter of straightforwardness now became a source of embarrassment. He wandered about aimlessly, unable to muster the courage to confront her next door, as if he had committed some grave transgression. Now that he was awake, perhaps it was time to speak up. Seeing her so joyous, could it be that this plump girl had always harbored feelings for him? Was her declaration of marrying into the Gu family merely a ploy to ensnare him? Lin Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Where was her dashing prince? The one perfectly tailored to her aesthetic sensibilities? How had he overnight morphed into a rough man, unkempt and scruffy? Although his features were reasonably symmetrical, they were far from handsome. A sudden realization struck her. She was not the one to ruin the flower. Did he no longer recognize her? Gu Changhe sensed a flicker of disdain upon her face. Just yesterday, she had lavished him with praises, treating him as if he were the epitome of perfection. They had engaged in their passionate escapades multiple times on the bed, and he had cherished her beyond measure. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a tinge of disappointment, yet having already partaken in the fruits of their union, she had to shoulder the responsibility. She hastily explained, "No, I just remembered. Yesterday, I consumed the sweet soup and boiled egg that my mother-in-law prepared, which must have caused such a transformation." Gu Changhe inquired, "Egg?" Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, "Yes. The egg was infused with something special, to facilitate intimacy. Otherwise, how could I have?" She cast a glance at the man before her. He still hadn't reached the level of handsomeness that would render her utterly defenseless. Gu Changhe slowly clenched his fists. The pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. No wonder he had perceived her in such a peculiar light. It was all due to the concoction. He had thought there was an issue with his vision. Recalling the changes in his own body, he immediately thought of the bowl of detox soup, his teeth gritting in anger. That was served to him by his own father. Who could have anticipated that on such a joyous occasion, his father would scheme against him? But why? If he disapproved of the match, he could simply have declined. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? But why had she appeared in his chamber? Was it conceivable for someone to forcibly carry her in from another courtyard? Gu Changhe felt fortunate that after his grandmother's passing, he had chosen not to heed his father's advice and move in with him. He had grown up under his grandmother's care alongside his uncle, who later perished in duty, leaving no heirs. His grandmother had bequeathed him in his uncle's name. Lin Jiao Jiao then realized that this man was Gu Changhe, the eldest son of the Gu family. While she was meant to marry Gu Changqing, the second son, she strained to recollect, "I consumed that bowl of egg, and I felt a surge of heat throughout my body. My mother-in-law guided me outside for some fresh air, and I ventured into the backyard, veiled, but after that, my memory becomes hazy." Gu Changhe nodded, acknowledging that indeed, a wall had collapsed in the backyard, making it plausible for her to have navigated that way. It seemed Lin Jiao Jiao's suspicions were not unfounded. "I shall settle the accounts on that front later. As of now, you are mine, my wife, and we shall endeavor to live harmoniously henceforth." Live harmoniously? Could he truly accept such a fate? In the blink of an eye, the lovely young wife transformed into Lin Jiao Jiao, glanced down and lamented, becoming a plump wife. Ahem. Gu Changhe was taken aback by the sudden proximity of a large, round face, causing him to cough unexpectedly. "What nonsense are you speaking? I am not well acquainted with that girl. Have you considered that everything over there is quite serene, without a single tear or tantrum? Perhaps the two of them have already found a mutual affection." He had no interest in a girl who did not wish to marry him. This remark also served as a reminder to Lin Jiao Jiao, urging her to maintain clarity of thought and refrain from approaching his younger brother. Chapter 4. The effects of the medicine still linger. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. However, she quickly transformed into a playful demeanor, assuring him, "Rest assured, I only treat the man in my bed with kindness." She then winked, casting what she believed to be an enticing glance. You. Gu Changhe's face flushed crimson. How could such words be uttered? He stammered for a moment, at a loss for words, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. "Did you take a shower?" Lin Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She realized she needed to be more cautious in the future. She hurriedly clarified, "I merely wiped myself down with some water before swiftly changing the subject. You should go out. I need to change my clothes." Gu Changhe's gaze, however, betrayed him as it involuntarily drifted downward. What he beheld was something he had never seen before, and she insisted on hiding it from him. Despite these thoughts, he promptly turned and exited. As Gu Changhe stepped outside, the effects of the medicine seemed to linger. Otherwise, why would he still feel so warm? He intended to wash himself with cold water in the backyard when he spotted the old man pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing his second son alongside his wife, the old man immediately sensed trouble. The rumors had reached him. Gu Changhe had reconsidered. Lin Jiao Jiao claimed she would not marry the second son, and the two had become entangled, forcing him to acquiesce to their desires, leaving the second son wronged. He rushed over to confirm his wife's words. However, upon reaching the entrance, he hesitated to enter. Changhe, are you intent on marrying the plump girl? Or? The old man's thoughts were in disarray. Logically, his younger son was not one to suffer in silence. Could it truly be that, as his wife suggested, they were willingly entangled? Could it be? He truly could turn black into white. "Isn't it the medicine you personally served me?" Gu Changhe's expression darkened. The old man was taken aback. "Medicine? What medicine?" Aphrodisiac. The detoxifying soup I drank contained aphrodisiac, and the sweet egg soup Lin Jiao Jiao consumed also contained it. Were you unaware? Or are you pretending to be oblivious? Gu Changhe's heart felt somewhat lighter. Any culprit was preferable to his biological father. The old man's lips quivered in indignation. This old hag truly dares to administer such base medicine. If anything were to go awry, what would we do? Is everything all right here? Gu Changhe noticed his father's outstretched hand and hastily swatted it away. What are you doing? Why can't you wish me well? He glanced around, exhaling in relief that there was no one else present. If word got out, how could he ever hold his head high again? The old man forced a smile. You must understand, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation. An explanation? What kind of explanation can you give me? Can you even expel her? Hearing this familiar phrase, Gu Changhe was instantly jolted into clarity. His elder sister's life had nearly been destroyed by that malevolent old woman, and it was always a matter of lifting her high only to let her fall gently. My child, regardless of the circumstances, she is still your mother. We are family. The old man expressed his utter helplessness. In the beginning, he hastily brought someone into his life, not merely for companionship, but to ensure that the young lad would have sustenance. Yet, the boy remained ungrateful. What was his intention? My mother? She has long since departed. Gu Changhe slammed the door shut, securing it firmly, while his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Are you all right? Lin Jiao Jiao emerged to find Gu Changhe, resembling a helpless little rabbit, her eyes red and full of grievance. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out to gently stroke his head. You woman, is it permissible to touch a man's head so casually? Chapter 5. The daughter-in-law strikes the mother-in-law with a playful smile at the corner of her lips. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a mischievous impulse. What do you mean by casually? Are you not my husband? Am I not allowed to touch? Lin Jiao Jiao remained oblivious. Yet Gu Changhe he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Then, as if he had committed a transgression, he glanced furtively around, covering Lin Jiao Jiao's mouth, fearing that more audacious words might escape her lips. Lin Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in shock. What had she said? Why such a dramatic reaction? She emitted a muffled sound of protest. Gu Changhe he quickly shushed her, reminiscent of the previous night, where her cries had echoed like the sweet notes of a songbird, igniting a flame within him once more. It dawned upon Lin Jiao Jiao that the courtyard was far from soundproof. Yet, the man before her transformed with astonishing rapidity. His demeanor shifted from casual to bashful in mere moments, an occurrence far removed from any folklore. Unable to contain herself, she cupped his face, playfully tilting it from side to side, opting for tangible expressions of affection in lieu of words. Gu Changhe's mind was in turmoil. This bold daughter-in-law dared to kiss him. He felt an urge to chastise her for her audacity. However, the words that slipped out were, "Behave, no matter how you feel. We must wait until evening." Startled by his own utterance, he nearly bit his tongue in shock. Overwhelmed, he turned and fled without a backward glance, nearly losing his footing as he rounded the corner, his stumble eliciting a melodic peal of laughter from her. He dared not look back. Women were undoubtedly dangerous, and heavier women even more so. Lin Jiao Jiao laughed heartily, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Had he really reacted so dramatically over just a couple of kisses? As she listened to the sound of water emanating from the backyard, before she could indulge in fanciful thoughts, a knock resounded at the door. Lin Jiao Jiao, it was you who insisted on marrying Gu Changhe, and now you are casting blame upon me. Your mother-in-law? Do you not have any shame? The elder Mrs. Gu was nearly beside herself with rage. After much effort to placate her husband, she was blindsided by Gu Changhe's complaint. This insolent boy, inexperienced in worldly matters. How could he possibly comprehend the subtleties of manipulation? It seemed he was not as innocent as he appeared, and the rumors had merit after all. But the immediate concern was to deflect this predicament, ensuring the old Lin family did not gain the upper hand. Otherwise, they would surely take a bite out her flesh. A sly smile crept across Lin Jiao Jiao's face, a clever counterattack indeed. A small flame of determination ignited within her as she swiftly approached the door, flinging it open only to swiftly retreat. Mrs. Goose stumbled in, nearly falling flat on her face. Seizing the moment, she sat on the ground and began to wail. "This is outrageous. My daughter-in-law has struck her mother-in-law." Her voice rose in a crescendo, soon attracting attention. With a calculating gleam in her eyes, Mrs. Goose thought, "So you wish to challenge me, do you? You have much to learn. Today, I shall teach you how to navigate these waters." Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated brash retort was absent. Instead, a voice chimed in, "Mother-in-law, how could I possibly strike you? You are so formidable. If you can dose me in Guchong he with aphrodisiacs today, what is to prevent you from administering poison tomorrow if I were to offend you? Our lives will be forfeit." When the crowd beheld Lin Jiao Jiao's appearance in the courtyard, their minds were engulfed with questions. Upon hearing her words, the commotion escalated to a fever pitch. Oh my heavens! Truly, one lives long enough to witness the most astonishing events. Aphrodisiacs? The mother-in-law administered an aphrodisiac to her daughter-in-law? What a monumental scandal. Such a performance would be deemed too audacious even for the stage. Who among them was unaware that Lin Fat Girl had a fondness for Gu's second son, only to turn around and become the wife of Gu's eldest? Such a revelation, even if one were to pry, must surely be grounded in some semblance of truth. Chapter 6. A stepmother is still a mother-in-law. Everyone was engaged in a lively discussion, and there were even well-meaning individuals rushing to the Lin family. Oh dear, uncles and aunts, I truly did not wish to interject. After all, I have become part of the Day family and must live harmoniously with them. Even if she is not my biological mother-in-law, a stepmother is still a mother-in-law. She administers poison to us, and we dare not utter a word. Yet she tarnishes our reputation, which could cost us our lives. Lin Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes vigorously, and they quickly turned a bright red. She was determined to feign vulnerability. Such cruelty! All it would take is for a doctor to check the pulse, and the truth would be laid bare. When Gu Changhe emerged, he saw his plump wife reduced to tears, her eyes swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. Infuriated, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront that old hag. It was one thing for them to bully him, but now they were tormenting his wife as well. Unacceptable. You accuse us unjustly and resort to poisoning. Even if it is poison, you have only inflicted it upon yourselves. Old Lady Gu panicked. She had not anticipated that a doctor could reveal such truths. Have you lost your mind, Gu? Who would poison themselves? Indeed, it would be more accurate to say that you, as a stepmother, are harming your stepson. The onlookers nodded in agreement. How dare you speak such nonsense? Regardless of the circumstances, I am still Gu Changhe's mother. He has been nourished by my milk. Their actions are a blatant violation of filial piety, and you would support them, attempting to corrupt the morals of our village? As soon as old Lady Gu finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted. Old Gu, are you jesting? Who in the neighborhood does not know the truth? You nearly starved Day. If it were not for his grandmother taking him in and feeding him goat's milk, he would have perished long ago. Yang Posi had long held a disdain for this woman, questioning whether old Gu was blind to the malice of this old witch. You know nothing. It was not that I refused to feed him. He simply would not drink. How can you blame me? Old Lady Gu felt a pang of guilt. Why did they have to bring up this matter? In her attempt to starve that wretched boy, she had smeared bitter herbs on her nipples during feeding. And though it seemed to be working, the old hag had ruined everything. You are simply deceiving the foolish old man. Have you ever seen someone on the brink of death from thirst refuse water? Or a starving child who does not open their mouth, especially a nursing infant? Old Mister. Gu's face burned with embarrassment, feeling utterly exposed. Ahem. Enough. Everyone, please return home. Upon seeing his wife approach him with the intention of playing the victim, he glared at her, and she immediately quieted down. Over the years, she had learned his temperament. As long as she flattered him, everything would be manageable. Changhe, daughter-in-law, let us discuss matters at home. Old Mr. Gu wished to pull his son and daughter-in-law aside for a proper conversation, not wishing to be the subject of ridicule here. Noticing that Gu Changhe remained unmoved, he stepped forward to urge him, "Come on, let us go home and talk." Gu Changhe remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Old Master Gu could only whisper, "Rest assured, this time I shall surely satisfy you. If all else fails, I can always leave and join you." Gu Changhe's eyes momentarily sparkled, only to dim again. He had long surpassed the age when one typically relies on their father. Yet, even if he desired such a thing, was it truly feasible? Moreover, this person was so yearning for home and prosperity in all endeavors. He gazed up at the sky, wondering how he could be daydreaming in broad daylight. Chapter 7. The wedding night becomes a nightmare. Madame Gu observed them whispering to each other, her heart heavy with discontent. After years of diligent care and nurturing, she found herself cast aside. Her gaze towards Lin Jiao Jiao grew increasingly hostile. Truly, this was a vixen, overweight and unattractive, yet incessantly audacious. It was a blessing she had not been allowed to marry her precious son, for had he wed this ugly girl, he might have been bewitched and turned against her, jeopardizing her very existence. Concealed within the crowd, Gu Changqing cast a meaningful glance at Lin Jiao Jiao. Was this truly the same person who relentlessly pursued him? The form was unchanged, yet the eyes. Could it be she was trying to attract his attention? Quite possibly. How she adored him, that was undeniable. She offered him the finest delicacies and drinks. Yet, marrying her was an impossible feat for him, even in darkness. He could not bring himself to do it. Thus, he had never contemplated marrying this foolish pig. Unbeknownst to him, his mother had inexplicably consented to this match. Fortunately, it was later swapped, or their wedding night would have been a veritable nightmare. Wang Xiaohong tugged at Gu Changqing's sleeve, sensing a peculiar look in her husband's eyes. Could it be he was reluctant to part with this unattractive woman? If so, why had he encouraged her to switch partners? Just as old Master Gu was about to pull his eldest son into the courtyard, a thunderous voice erupted. "Old witch, how dare you bully my daughter? Do you think the Lin family is without power?" Turning to look, they saw it was Lin Jiao Jiao's mother, Wang Dahua. Before Madame Gu could respond, Wang Dahua shoved her to the ground, mounting her and delivering slaps with fervor. The onlookers, either too stunned to intervene or harboring ill will towards Madame Gu, stood frozen in place. Gu Changqing was the first to react, rushing forward to rescue Madame Gu. Yet, he was obstructed by the Lin brothers, who then pinned him to the ground, raining blows upon him. "Jiao Jiao, save me! Jiao Jiao!" Gu Changqing cried out, but Lin's eldest brother intensified his attack. Retorting, "Is my sister's name one you should be calling?" Wang Xiaohong was distraught, tears streaming down her face. She yearned to aid Gu Changqing, but was shoved aside by several of the Lin family's sisters-in-law. Desperate, she rushed to Wang Dahua for help, as they shared a familial bond. Though separated by a room, it was not far. This aunt had always treated her kindly. "Aunt, please stop. Let me explain," she pleaded, panic-stricken, fearing for her husband's safety. Wang Dahua turned, glaring fiercely, and without hesitation, delivered a slap. "You all are worthless. Quickly subdue this girl for me. How dare she scheme against my daughter and still have the audacity to call me aunt?" Previously, the Lin family daughters-in-law had been cautious of Wang Xiaohong's relationship with her mother-in-law, but with the matriarch's command, they immediately pressed her to the ground, mercilessly pinning her down. "Eldest aunt," Wang Xiaohong cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Seeing her chance, Madame Gu seized Wang Dahua by the collar, attempting to force her down. Yet, Wang Dahua would not succumb easily. Her strength was not to be underestimated. With a swift bend of her leg, her knees struck fiercely, causing old Lady Gu to immediately clutch her abdomen and curl up on the ground, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Wang Dahua, still unsatisfied, thought, "You don't even reflect on your actions after being beaten and dare to launch a sneak attack." She pressed down on her, straddling her and targeting her soft flesh to squeeze. Old Lady Gu felt as if her eyes were about to pop out from the agony. Where on earth had that wretched Lin Jiao Jiao gone? Wasn't she coveting her son? Chapter 8. The savior arrives. Old Master Gu was utterly flabbergasted by the chaotic scene before him. His voice trembled as he implored, "Eldest son, daughter-in-law, quickly separate them. If this continues, there will be dire consequences." Old Master Lin approached with a calm demeanor, stating gently, "Why the haste, old Gu? A lack of discipline at home can lead to misfortune. Look at these troublesome ones. If you're unwilling to discipline them, allow us to assist. Gulme, let us move over there and discuss this further." Old Master Lin exuded a camaraderie that seemed amiable, yet Old Master Gu noticed the tension in his clenched fists, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. He cast a pleading glance towards Gu Changhe. Gu Changhe, with utmost seriousness, replied, "You two elders converse. I, as a younger generation, shall remain silent." He then guided Lin Jiao Jiao a few steps away, settling upon a stone stump beside the entrance. They were there to observe. Lin Jiao Jiao's mind was in a whirl, rendered almost immobile, resembling a wooden puppet. Gu Changhe assumed she was merely frightened. Yet, Lin Jiao Jiao alone understood that this tumultuous scene was one she had long yearned for. In her school days, witnessing classmates bullied while their mothers and brothers came to their aid filled her with envy as an orphan. To avoid being victimized herself, she had trained her fists to be more resilient. Old Master Gu, frantic that his eldest son was ignoring him, grew increasingly anxious. Was he not aware that unity was paramount at such a moment? However, upon seeing old Master Lin, who was nearly large enough to engulf him, panic set in, and his legs felt weak. What had become of these villagers? Why did they not come forward to assist? In-laws, let us speak civilly. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Old Master Lin, pleased with Gu Changhe's demeanor, softened his tone towards old Master Gu. Our Lin family is comprised of simple folk. We are no gentlemen. He waved his fist, though he had no intention of striking seriously. After all, this was Gu Changhe's biological father, a matter of distinction. With his daughter now wed into the Gu family, and having shared a bed with Gu Changhe, they were bound to continue their lives together. At that moment, the trembling old Master Gu caught sight of a familiar figure approaching, and his spirits lifted. A savior has arrived. Are you all so idle that you wish to starve? Captain Lin strode in with the group, and upon his arrival, the crowd came to a halt. Captain, you must take a stand for us. Look how the Lin family is truly overstepping their bounds. Madame Gu, her face smeared with dirt, tears streaming down, grasped her elder son and daughter-in-law, urging them to witness their injuries. The Wang family soon arrived as well. Who has reduced my eldest daughter to this state? Madame Wang gazed at her daughter's bruised visage. Nearly unrecognizable, she had intended to arrive later, having anticipated a disturbance, but never imagined it would escalate to such violence. What had her daughter done to deserve this? The Lin family was utterly unreasonable. Wang accountant shot a fierce glare at his wife, blaming her for supporting the idea of the two families exchanging brides, insisting Gu Changhe was unambitious and would gain nothing under his stepmother's influence. Thus it was better for their daughter to marry Gu Changqing. Now it has come to a point where he feels utterly ashamed to face this lady. Observing their demeanor, Wang Dahua can discern everything. It turns out these two have been aware of the situation all along, leaving only her Lin family in the dark. Clearly, the punishment was rather lenient. She lifted her head and declared, "I disciplined her. What of it? Is there anything wrong with an aunt correcting her niece?" Accountant Wang and Wang's mother, fully aware of their own shortcomings, wished to defend themselves, but found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 9. The fierce mother transforms into a gentle rabbit. Wang Dahua let out a snort, acknowledging their compliance, but vowed to settle the score later. She then turned to the captain, imploring, "You must stand up for us. The Wang and Gu families conspire to drug my daughter and Changhe. If you had arrived even a moment later, who knows what might have happened?" "Woo-woo. One mustn't speak carelessly," Wang's mother interjected, attempting to defend herself. "Silence," Wang Dahua bellowed, rendering her mother mute. This was nothing but the behavior of an old shrew. Had it not been for her influence, her daughter might not have grown into such a tempestuous young woman, even if she were a bit plump or less than fair. Surely someone would have been willing to marry her. Wang Dahua ceased her act of weeping. Fists were far more effective. Drugs? Captain Lin, upon hearing of the poisoning, which involved a life-threatening situation, quickly glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe, relieved to see them standing steadily. Old Master Lin approached, providing a thorough explanation, while onlookers occasionally chimed in, adding flavor to the narrative. With each detail, Wang Dahua felt an increasing sense of injustice for her daughter. "My dear daughter, oh how you have suffered." Lin Jiao Jiao stiffened at her mother's embrace, cautiously calling out, "Mom." Seeing her daughter in such a state, tears streamed down Wang Dahua's face. "What have you done to her? Look at how they've bullied my poor child." When had her daughter ever appeared with red-rimmed eyes? Normally, if she were unhappy, She would shout or throw a punch, sparing any superfluous words. Yet now she seemed so pitiful. Sis, come back with us. Once I earn money, I will take care of you, and you won't have to endure this humiliation at the Gu household. Lin Xiao, who had always been bullied by Lin Jiao Jiao, could hardly bear to see her in distress. How could a fierce mother transform into a meek rabbit? What had her sister endured? He glared at Gu Changhe, wishing he had delivered a few punches to that brat earlier. Yes, let's return home, Wang Dahua said, patting Lin Jiao Jiao with affection. Her beloved daughter, whom she had spoiled since childhood, must not be subjected to such indignities. Mom, Changhe treats me well, Lin Jiao Jiao stammered, bewildered by her family's sudden hostility. Why were they insisting on taking her back? I will take good care of Jiao Jiao, Gu Changhe interjected, growing anxious at their abrupt change in demeanor, feeling as though they sought to whisk away his beloved wife. Wang Dahua shot Gu Changhe a glare, regretting ever having thought favorably of him. Who would have imagined that overnight her daughter's spirit had been broken? If it weren't for the grave injustice she had suffered, she might have wished to strike him down. Fear not, Jiao Jiao. Once we return home, if your brothers and sisters dare to say anything, your father and I will ensure you live apart from them. You shall not suffer in silence. Mom, we would never. Mom, we have no objections. We will all care for our little sister. Indeed, if there is food for me, I will make sure our little sister does not go hungry. Mom, I am the youngest. I will take care of my sister. The brothers, unwilling to back down, made their promises. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a throbbing headache. At just 19, she was being offered a caretaker. Enough. No more chaos. Old Master Lin felt a pang of sorrow for his daughter. However, she had grown up and could no longer remain in her parental home. No matter how well her brothers treated her, it could never compare to the warmth and understanding of a devoted man and children of her own. Just look at how much his daughter had changed. Wang Dahua felt wronged. Why was this old man so stubborn? Was he truly blind to the situation? Upon witnessing a potential altercation, Lin Jiao Jiao became anxious. What change could possibly occur after just one night? Was she to expose her true self? Chapter 10, The Foolish One Mom, I. Lin Jiao Jiao's words were abruptly interrupted. Look, Jiao Jiao is so frightened she can't even speak. Is this still our little girl? Wang Dahua embraced Lin Jiao Jiao's arm, genuinely heartbroken, her tears soaking the sleeve. Lin Jiao Jiao seemed to comprehend and pulled Wang Dahua aside. Mom, I was just a bit embarrassed. Last night and seeing you today, before Lin Jiao Jiao could finish. Wang Dahua slapped her thigh in understanding. I see, Mama's been through this too. I remember when I first got married, I pretended to be gentle and virtuous. But that fade didn't last even 3 days, did it? Lin Jiao Jiao blinked, indulging in her imagination, and displayed a shy demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. I might grow a bit. Any changes that followed would become the norm. Wang Dahua shook her head with a smile. It seems my Jiao Jiao quite likes Gu Changhe. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, finding Gu Changhe's appearance increasingly pleasing to the eye, and his physique was beyond reproach. As for myself, I could always resolve matters with my fists. Darling, you truly have moved on from Gu Changqing. Wang Dahua asked seriously, her smile fading as she sensed something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Lin Jiao Jiao replied, Yes, I used to hear others praise him, and given his distinct demeanor, always so refined and polite, I found him quite special. Who would have thought he harbored such malice, daring to plot against me? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't believe the drugging incident. Wang Dahua paused. Jiao Jiao, you were as clever as you were in your youth. Lin Jiao Geist at Wang Dahua pursued. I merely fell down a slope at 10 and have no recollection of the past. It doesn't mean I become foolish. She was aware of the doubt cast upon her, yet her body remained unchanged and her memories intact. She felt no fear. It seemed prudent to maintain some distance. In time, everyone would naturally accept the altered version of herself. She would address it later. Wang Dahua noticed Lin Jiao Jiao's change in expression and felt a sense of relief. This was still her plump darling. What had happened to her? A girl so robust couldn't simply transform. Don't be upset. My Jiao Jiao has always been quite intelligent. Wang Dahua took Lin Jiao Jiao back, refraining from further inquiries, fearing her daughter might sulk. Old Master Lin observed the group bickering. Stubborn as a dead duck, refusing to admit anything. His temper flared. The drug didn't just fall from the sky. He turned to Accountant Wang. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at me for? I truly have no knowledge of this drugging matter. Everyone's gaze shifted to Accountant Wang. Captain Lin also caught on, right? What about the medicine you lost a few days ago? Accountant Wang's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him. No way. That was meant for livestock. He clenched his fists and shouted, Wang Xiaohong, come here this instant. Wang Xiaohong sensed trouble brewing and was about to flee, only to be seized and pulled back. Accountant Wang delivered a resounding slap, sending her tumbling to the ground. Where's the medicine? Hurry and bring it to me. This was the medication he procured for the village, specifically intended to stimulate estrus in cattle. Strangely, it had gone missing while in his possession. With so many eyes upon him, how could he continue in his role as accountant? Countless individuals were vying for this position, and instead of offering assistance, this young woman was only exacerbating his troubles. The medicine, it was given to my grandmother, Wang Xiaohong. Her head, ringing from the blows, inadvertently divulged everything. Old Lady Gu sat despondently on the ground, realizing that this dim-witted individual could simply deny everything, leading to an inconclusive end. Chapter 11. Aftermath Stubbornness. How your obstinacy has led to this predicament. Let us see if you remain unyielding now. Old Master Gu advanced with a kick, yearning for a tranquil life, yet finding it so elusive. Is your heart solely occupied with that little wretch, leaving no room for Chongqing? Once you have departed from this world, who will you blame but Chongqing, while he is left with naught but misfortune? If you had merely considered his future and altered this engagement in advance, today's calamity could have been averted. Madame Gu's frustration grew as she recounted her struggles. After enduring the trials of her mother-in-law's demise and raising her son, she finally saw him wed. Yet this old man offered her no dignity, resorting to violence in public, jeopardizing her standing as a mother-in-law. You are utterly unreasonable. Chang's marriage was arranged by my mother. If you disapprove of the Lin family, why bind Chongqing in such a manner? There are countless worthy families within 10 miles. You need not. Before old Master Gu could finish his retort, he was met with a sea of hostile gazes. Madame Gu scoffed. None could compare to Accountant Wang's family. She was determined to see Chongqing wed Wang Xiaohong, thereby securing her son's position. Captain Lin, too, was displeased. For Lin Jiao Jiao was his cousin. Enough of this senseless bickering. Quickly gather the remaining medicine and let the doctor take a look. We must not overlook any potential ailments. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin's face turned pale, prompting him to hastily summon a doctor. Old Master Gu shared his alarm, nearly wishing to kick the old woman to her end. Dehe was their family's eldest son, bearing the weight of 2 household responsibilities. Father, please calm down, urged Gu Chongqing, grasping his father's arm. He could not fathom how things had escalated to this point. Logically, Lin Jiao Jiao should have been sympathetic, ensuring that matters were resolved amicably, rather than allowing her family to create such chaos. He cast a mournful glance at Lin Jiao Jiao, his eyes brimming with accusation. Yet, she offered him not even a glance, inciting his frustration to the brink of gnashing his teeth. Old Master Gu observed Gu Chongqing with a heavy sigh. Were it not for the sake of his second son, he would have expelled the old woman without hesitation. However, this was not the time for such considerations. He promptly entered the house to search for the medicine. The household, modest in size, was soon turned upside down. Accountant Wang, witnessing the transition from a large bundle to a smaller one, dared not meet the eyes of those around him. He feigned, there remains a good quantity. It should be fine. He cast a furtive glance at Gu Dehe and Lin Jiao Jiao, noting their well-being, which further solidified his belief. Captain Lin seized the medicine, gritting his teeth. Accountant Wang, this does not align with the records. Is not a precious item. A little spillage should not matter. Besides, it was a hefty mass, heavier than an old ox. What was there to worry about? Madame Gu, in her desperation, resolved to not be cowed. With her son and daughter present, she doubted this old man could truly expel her. At that moment, the doctor arrived. Dr. Zheng frowned as he listened to the accounts. He proceeded to take the pulses of both individuals. I cannot say for certain. I am uncertain if there will be any lasting effects. Dr. Zheng, How could you be unaware? You are truly a remarkable individual, capable of healing both humans and livestock, having administered medication to animals. You should certainly be well versed in this field. Dr. Zheng was rendered speechless. Initially, he specialized in treating livestock, but after occasionally tending to minor ailments of the villagers, he was selected by the brigade and sent for 3 months of training, thus acquiring his versatile skills. One must be vigilant. Otherwise, should we not consider a visit to the county hospital? We must not allow any delays. Chapter 12. The small shoes it was over, even Dr. Zheng was unable to provide a remedy. Wang Dahua collapsed to the ground, wailing. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu was taken aback. Given the temperament of the Lin family, they would surely carve a significant piece out of her flesh. She hastily sought refuge outside, fervently hoping that Wang Dahua would dismiss her as inconsequential. Accountant Wang, noticing the old woman casting glances at him, felt a surge of frustration. Could he truly escape at this moment? After all, he was a cadre of the brigade. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, was not concerned about any lasting repercussions, for she had her spring water, which she would later share with Gu Changhe to ensure all would be well. Yet, witnessing Wang Dahua's profound sorrow moved her deeply. She approached, assisted her to her feet, and softly reassured, "Mother, I am perfectly fine, truly, not a single issue." Really? Wang Dahua remained skeptical. Lin Jiao Jiao blinked, determined that no one else should discern her true state. She had no intention of letting that old shrew or the Wang family escape unscathed. Instantly, Wang Dahua understood and reciprocated with a knowing wink, acknowledging her daughter's cleverness. This was indeed her daughter, adept at both deception and conflict, never one to suffer loss. "My dear daughter, how unfortunate your fate is. You entered this household only to have your health ruined by a wicked mother-in-law. How much will it cost to restore your well-being?" As Wang Dahua lamented, she caught sight of Wang Mu attempting to flee. With a sudden burst of energy, she lunged after her, yanking her back by the collar. "Where do you think you're running off to? Even if you escape, the monk cannot flee the temple. Sister, we are relatives. You cannot turn your elbow outward." Wang Mu squinted, insisting that if compensation were to be made, it should be directed toward the Gu family. Relatives? When you conspired with the Gu family to deceive us, did you consider us kin? Wang Dahua's anger only intensified as she delivered a kick. "Jiao Jiao is a precious treasure of our Lin family. Just look at her. It is no small feat to raise her to such a robust figure. After enduring this calamity, how many pounds of flesh do you think she will lose? You must compensate me." Lin Jiao Jiao examined her own form, realizing it had become a source of pride. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, compensation. I need funds to visit a major hospital and to consume nutritious food to restore my health. Isn't this just an obvious attempt at extortion? Giving birth, resting postpartum, there is no need for." Before Wang Mu could finish her sentence, Wang Dahua interrupted, her displeasure evident. "Giving birth? If my daughter is truly delayed in that regard." Wang Dahua halted, quickly spitting to ward off ill fortune. "All of you are hoping for my daughter's recovery, are you not? Otherwise, we shall visit both your families and consume your resources." Accountant Wang trembled at the thought. He quickly leaned toward Dr. Zheng and whispered, "Will the medication affect her ability to conceive?" "It's hard to say," Dr. Zheng replied, shaking his head, genuinely uncertain. Wang Mu's face paled in fear, and he forced a smile, saying, "Sister, we inadvertently misplaced the medication, but this truly is not our fault. Please, exercise your mercy and seek out the real culprit." "Spare you? Not a chance. That medication went missing thanks to your precious daughter," Wang Dahua declared, relentless in her pursuit of justice. Having been forewarned, it would have been prudent to at least inform the old Gu family, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch of the Gu family had her eyes darting with intrigue. This could prove advantageous, a substantial gain from the old Wang family indeed. As for them, Lin Jiao Jiao, being the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, not only could not demand compensation for herself, but she would also be obliged to present the spoils from the Wang family as a gesture of filial piety. Otherwise, she would find herself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Chapter 13. The lion's demands Madame Gu not only refrained from opposing, but also occasionally interjected with her encouragement. Compensation is warranted, after all. The two children have suffered greatly. This revelation left the onlookers utterly astonished. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, couldn't help but scoff. Mother, this person truly has a vivid imagination. Wang Dahua chuckled and shook her head, remarking that if this were the past, there might have been a sliver of possibility. After all, her daughter harbored feelings for that dandy, but now, such dreams were utterly unattainable. Upon witnessing Madame Gu's stance, Wang's mother finally comprehended the implications. Was this not a scheme to bring ruin upon their family? What were they to do? Why should that old hag reap the benefits while they bore the costs? Now you understand, she chided. It matters not whom our daughter marries. If changes are to be made, let them figure out themselves. Why are you meddling in this? Wang Kaiji truly wished he could pry open the head of this foolish woman. How could she be so naive as to engage in such absurdity? His eldest daughter was charming enough that even if she did not marry into the Gu family, there were plenty of suitors. Was it necessary to chase after this? This bitter loss was something he could not stomach. Glancing at the seemingly unconcerned Lin Jiao Jiao, a sudden idea struck him. While Wang Dahua was difficult to handle, this girl was easily swayed. Jiao Jiao, you seem to have lost weight. I shall prepare a chicken for you to bolster your health. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at her own form and smiled, but upon hearing about the chicken, she thought it a splendid idea. Though other meats might be hard to procure, every household raised chickens, and demanding this as compensation seemed reasonable. Seeing Lin Jiao Jiao smile eased Wang Kaiji's tension. Losing a chicken was far better than having a piece of flesh bitten off by Wang Dahua. Lin Jiao Jiao conferred with Gu Changhe, believing his silence indicated agreement, unaware that he was simply startled by her audacity. Then let each family compensate with 10 chickens, 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, and 100 yuan. Her proclamation left everyone astounded. Wang Dahua was rendered speechless by her audacious demands. You are blatantly extorting us. Even for a bride, such a sum is outrageous. Wang's mother disregarded the outburst. Whoever wished to pay could do so. She had no means to furnish such an amount. She could use that money to marry off her son. That's excessive, my dear daughter, Wang Dahua quietly cautioned. Lin Jiao Jiao finally grasped the stark reality of this era. It was indeed impoverished. Yet, she had already voiced her terms. There was no turning back now. After contemplating, she asserted, then we shall report this to the police. When the time comes, they and I will go to the hospital, and we shall abide by the police and doctors' assessments of compensation. This way, it cannot be claimed that we are extorting anyone. Madame Gu and Gu Chongqing were thrown into a panic. While they could negotiate terms within the family, if the matter escalated to the police, it would spell disaster. Wang Kaiji was even more alarmed. He could not afford to lose his position. He desperately sought assistance from team leader Lin. After much deliberation, the two families convened, and ultimately, the compensation was halved. Madame Gu had no objections. She was still contemplating her own gain. Wang Kaiji, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. The loss of a mere 25 yuan for food and drink is certainly preferable to losing one's accounting position. Although each household is required to send a representative to assist Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe for 10 days. Such a sacrifice pales in comparison to the value of money and possessions. Lin Jiao Jiao let out a long sigh. At last, a resolution had been reached, for this trivial matter had left her quite famished. Wang Mu was unwilling to accept this fate, lamenting that it seemed to be a trap for their family. Accountant Wang's heart ached profoundly. Gritting his teeth, he declared, no, the old Lin family is not so easily trifled with. Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to consider how to recover from the eldest daughter. Wang Mu's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, after incurring such significant losses, who was it all for? Chapter 14. Truly distasteful old Madame Gu stood at the entrance, assuming the role of a reluctant hostess. As the guests dispersed, the Lin family lingered on, their audacity astonishing. One might think they had not seen each other in ages. Wang Dahua was not oblivious to their antics. However, she could not leave yet. She had to wait for the Wang family to bring the belongings over and assist her daughter in moving into the house. Otherwise, how could her daughter defend herself against that old witch's bullying? She glanced towards the east wing and sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my daughter, your dowry is still in that house." Lin Jiao Jiao smacked her thigh in exasperation. She had been preoccupied with this matter since morning and had completely forgotten about it amidst the distractions. Wang Dahua quickly summoned people to help move the items. Old Madame Gu observed as the Lin family rushed towards her son's new home and instinctively blocked their path. Gu Changqing and Wang Xiaohong also stood at the doorway, preventing the Lin family from entering. Look at your shameless faces, both young and old, devoid of any shame. The engagement has changed, yet you still wish to claim my daughter's dowry. You all think you could take advantage of us during broad daylight. Wang Dahua's booming voice immediately drew out old Mr. Gu and old Mr. Lin from inside. Wang Xiaohong, feeling guilty, sidled away. Her mother-in-law had stated that the large wardrobe was for their use, and the 2 chests were to be moved to her room. The clothing had been divided. One set could destroy 2, especially the bedding. There were 2 exquisite quilts, soft and clearly made from new cotton. The quilt covers were as smooth as satin, one red and one blue, looking delightfully appealing. Old Mr. Gu surveyed the scene, his anger boiling over as he bellowed. What is all this commotion? Step aside. Whoever's dowry belongs to them. I'm not dead yet. Do you all think you can turn everything upside down? Seeing her husband enraged, old Madame Gu did not dare to press further. She quickly countered. I was merely thinking that since Changqing and the others have used them, we could replace them with new ones later. That is more like it. Finally, you speak some sense, old Mr. Gu replied, a smile breaking through his anger, salvaging a modicum of dignity in front of the in-laws. Gu Chang'a rolled his eyes dramatically, wishing he could turn them inside out. Some truly believe anything they say. Jiao Jiao, let us move everything we can back. Relying on them, we might never get it back. Right, Dad? I doubt my son will even need it for his wedding, he remarked, his frustration palpable. Old Mr. Gu nearly choked on his indignation. His eldest son was indeed a bane, always needing to trample on his pride. Ha! Wang Dahua chuckled nervously. They were not going to fall for that. If they delayed, everything would surely fall through. Move, move, move. These are quality materials, just one night, and they're not afraid of anything. Old Mr. Lin directed his 2 sons to assist. Lin Jiao Jiao, upon witnessing the disarray on the Kong, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, you must not be foolish. Wang Dahua blocked Gu De's gaze, ensuring he would not see her distress. A man's heart cannot bear even the slightest grain of sand. Mother, those quilts were meticulously stitched by your hands. The fabric and cotton required immense effort, yet they were carelessly squandered by them. Memories surged in Lin Jiao Jiao's mind. To create these 2 quilts, she had saved cotton for several years, and the efforts of the 3rd brother and sister-in-law in the city were substantial. She truly felt a pang of sorrow. These were not mere quilts, but vessels of affection. Although they were not her own, she could deeply sense the love they embodied. However, the quilt adorned with a splotch of red was indeed quite distasteful. Chapter 15. Boundaries and respect relatives. This is utterly unacceptable. How dare you use what is not yours? These 2 sets of bedding required 18 pounds of cotton, and the fabric was painstakingly procured from the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. Do tell, how do you intend to compensate us? Wang Dahua exclaimed, directing her ire at the elderly Gu patriarch, while the Gu matriarch barely registered her disdain. The old man, feeling a profound embarrassment, refrained from scrutinizing the situation closely. He contemplated generously offering to have replacements made, yet the thought of sacrificing 18 pounds of cotton was daunting beyond his means. Look at the heat. We hardly need the quilts. We've only used a mattress for one night. If necessary, we can simply wash it. We are family. What is there to complain about? Oh, how lovely. In that case, I shall have 2 new sets made for you, and these can remain here for Changqing and the others. Gu matriarch retorted with a dismissive curl of her lip, her tone lacking warmth. Indeed, Jiao Jiao, grant me a favor. You are never one to be so miserly. Why the sudden penny pinching? We are all family here. Gu Changqing winked at Lin Jiao Jiao, knowing that a few kind words usually swayed her to his side. You, Guer, what do you call me? Lin Jiao Jiao's seriousness took Gu Changqing aback. Jiao Jiao, what is wrong with that? Was I always calling you that? Before he could fully comprehend, a stinging slap landed upon his cheek, igniting a fiery pain. In a public setting, he had been struck by a woman, leaving him utterly humiliated. Lin Jiao Jiao declared firmly, "Who am I? I'm your sister-in-law. This slap serves as a lesson for your lack of respect. Should this happen again, it won't be resolved with a mere slap. How dare you, you insolent girl, to strike my son in my presence? Just wait until I deal with you." The Gu matriarch's hand swung toward Lin Jiao Jiao, but she deftly seized the older woman's wrist. Am I wrong? A sister-in-law is akin to a mother, and one does not refer to their sister-in-law in such a manner. Wang Dahua sighed in relief, grateful for her clever daughter. Otherwise, she might have endured that slap in vain. All right, Chongqing must cease this form of address. She is your sister-in-law. The old patriarch gritted his teeth, exasperated with his second son's incessant cleverness that proved futile in critical moments. Clenching his fists, Gu Chongqing felt the sting of the slap was in vain. Why had Lin Jiao Jiao become so unreasonable? Yet, facing the logic of the situation, he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, tarnishing his reputation could jeopardize his standing as a village leader. Wang Xiaohong hurriedly intervened. Sister-in-law, we were in the wrong. We did not realize this bedding belonged to you and used it without permission. Rest assured, we will not take advantage. Once we accumulate enough points, we shall return it. Lin Jiao Jiao observed the seemingly contrite demeanor of the girl and smiled. Ah, so you wish to play the game? Wang Xiaohong stood there, bewildered, feeling as though Lin Jiao Jiao had transformed into a stranger, her words incomprehensible. Lin Jiao Jiao chose not to expose her hidden thoughts. Instead, she remarked, "Since the quilts are of no use, I shall take them. After all, the 10 new ones you create cannot compare to the meticulous craftsmanship of my mother and 2 sisters-in-law." She added, "As for those 2 mattresses, please wash them and return them to me." Wang Xiaohong felt a profound sense of disappointment. She truly cherished those 2 quilts. Just yesterday, she had longed to use them, for they were so new and so soft, something she had never experienced in her life. Why was it that, despite all being part of the dowry, she was left without? Chapter 16. The separation of kitchens. The clamor of the bustling household had finally settled. Mrs. Gu's expression turned a deep shade of green. Mr. Gu glanced at the elderly lady and the younger man, letting out a resigned sigh. Longha, since you started a family and have a wife to cook for you, it is time for us to separate our kitchens. Why? Mrs. Gu shrieked, startling everyone present, causing them to instinctively cup their ears. What was this old man thinking? Even if we were to separate, it should wait until the items from the Wang family have been returned, and until the year-end distribution of grain is complete. Why make such a fuss? Longha came merely to help with the fire. We are, after all, 2 households. Mr. Gu was exasperated. If only this old hag had a more agreeable demeanor, he would not have brought up the matter today. I do not agree. Mrs. Gu began to wail, her voice rising. If you continue to cause a ruckus, I will send Chongqing away, and you can follow him. Just get lost. Mr. Gu cast a glance at Gu Ling, who was hiding nearby. The girl was already 17. It was high time she found a suitable husband and got married, rather than dreaming of living a life of luxury in the city. How can you be so cruel? Mrs. Gu's voice diminished instantly, and she dared not utter another word. She slumped to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gu Chongqing lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly within his sleeves. He vowed that once he became a leader in the brigade, he would move out with dignity, and the notion of providing for his parents would be utterly out of the question. Old Mr. Lin began to feel restless and exchanged glances with Wang Dahua, signaling that they could no longer linger. However, Wang Dahua remained steadfast, as if oblivious to the situation. She refused to leave. Her daughter had just married into the family, and she was too vulnerable to face any hardships. Mr. Gu forced a smile and addressed his in-laws. You need not leave just yet. It will be beneficial for you to witness this. I have always been fair. Rest assured, I will ensure that the couple does not suffer any loss. Very well. Old Mr. Lin nodded vigorously. He too had no desire to depart. Fine, if it means thickening my skin a little, so be it. It's not the first time. Mr. Gu led Longha and Chongqing in sorting their belongings, merely gathering the grain together. The old woman and the girl counted as 1.5, and he felt quite just in this arrangement. After all, their labor points had been scant, and considering Longha's hefty wife, they needed to allocate more grain. Otherwise, they would truly be left to starve. There were a total of 10 chickens in the household. They kept 5 and additionally allocated 25 pounds of rice and 25 pounds of flour, as had been previously promised to the 2 children. I cannot bear this. While dividing the grain per head is acceptable, those chickens were raised by my daughter and me. Why should they receive any? And the rice and flour. Once they take their share, there will hardly be any left. Mrs. Gu, disregarding Mr. Gu's displeased expression, sat on the ground and began to wail, intent on summoning the neighbors. Gu Changqing could no longer bear it. Father, you cannot continue like this. Cannot continue? Mr. Gu's temper flared as he retrieved his purse, which contained over 140 yuan. Longhe, our family has only about 100 yuan left. I will give you 50. Having some money is essential for starting a family. Longhe quickly accepted the money without hesitation. Old Master Gu's hand trembled slightly, yet he refrained from holding it against him. He handed over 25 yuan, the agreed compensation, insisting that they should not suffer a loss. Buy some nutritional supplements. Take good care of yourself, and be sure not to leave any lingering ailments. All right, father. I shall heed your advice. Gu Changhe replied obediently. It seemed to old Master Gu that it was the first time he had witnessed his eldest son being so compliant. Chapter 17. Can you still provide for me in my old age? Father, your eyes are solely on eldest brother. This is exceedingly unjust to me. Gu Changqing felt utterly frustrated. The family possessed merely over 100 yuan, yet half of it was given to Gu Changhe. Even if he is the eldest son, such favoritism is unwarranted. I have always been fair. This little over 100 yuan, I initially intended to divide equally between you and your brother, retaining over 40 for my own old age. Do you still deem me unfair? The old Master Gu shrugged his shoulders, believing his calculations to be sound. Gu Changqing was taken aback. If one were to receive such compensation for merely one more dose of medicine, he too wished to be in that position. Madame Gu, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You biased one! You dare to justify your favoritism just because he received a trivial amount of medicine. You've allowed him to take away so much of our provisions. With such support for him, how could he possibly provide for you in your old age?" Regret washed over her as she recalled the dowry she had taken away. Her son's room now stood vacant. What is wrong with a slightly plumper daughter-in-law? A bit more flesh would withstand hunger better and might even save on provisions. She cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xiaohong, who arrived with nothing but a small bundle. Who could endure such a comparison? Father, rest assured, that little wretch will not care for you in the future. I will certainly ensure your well-being. My grandmother has long maintained that those with unclean hearts bear sons of no merit. Gu Changhe's words darkened the faces of Gu Changqing and Madame Gu. Very well. I knew my eldest son was filial. The old Master Gu chuckled, though the sentiment sounded somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, it was commendable that his often caustic eldest son could utter such words. You dare to demean Changqing and me, yet you still find amusement in it. Madame Gu was incredulous, realizing that this old fool incessantly indoctrinated the young lad. No wonder he seemed so out of touch with reality. Enough with your foolishness. You're making a spectacle for our in-laws. Changqing, do not emulate your mother, for with a mind as narrow as a needle's eye, what can you hope to achieve? The old Master Gu turned his attention away from them, his gaze growing increasingly fond of his eldest son, who was busily moving provisions. Wang Dahua was all smiles, each hand clutching a chicken as she excitedly headed outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Accountant Wang and others arriving with grains and chickens. Do not enter. Take them directly to my daughter's house to avoid further commotion. Oh, this Wang's mother peeked inside, noticing Madame Gu's face ashen, her eyes vacant and fixated on the entrance. They had divided their resources. They were indeed 2 households, and upon marriage, they had separated their provisions. Wang Dahua felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why had her words not been believed? The old Master Gu nodded with a smile. Yes, move everything over there. The 2 children have endured much hardship. Later, let them take the money and seek proper treatment at a major hospital. This may not even suffice. He was aware that ever since Lin Jiao Jiao had requested these provisions, gossip had spread that they were extorting others. Wang's mother's expression froze, resembling a wooden figure, as she followed into the adjacent courtyard. Wang Dahua was something else, The daughter had only been married for a day, and already they were embroiled in division. Indeed, the head of the household was correct. With such a formidable matriarch, it would be challenging for Lin Jiao Jiao to face adversity, especially since that fellow was not to be underestimated. After finally sending everyone away, Lin Jiao Jiao gazed longingly at the clucking chickens, her mouth watering in anticipation. "What is the matter, my dear?" Gu Changhe inquired, puzzled by her sudden despondency, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. "I am starving, absolutely ravenous," Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed, clutching her stomach. In the past, she could go several meals without feeling the pangs of hunger, but now her belly was truly protesting. Chapter 18, The Celestial Daughter-in-Law. Gu Changhe glanced at the sky. It was nearly noon, time to eat. He hurried to the kitchen. After an exhausting night, he hadn't even had breakfast today and was now ravenous. Lin Jiao Jiao watched Gu Changhe's departing figure. Just moments ago, she thought quite highly of him, but now he had turned into a callous overseer. She reluctantly made her way to the kitchen. At the entrance lay the recently moved rice and flour, and aside from these, there was nothing else, only salt as a seasoning. The pot was covered in a thick layer of dust. Did this man not even boil water? Truly a sloth. After much effort, Lin Jiao Jiao managed to scrub the pot clean, wishing to boil some water. Yet, she couldn't even ignite the fire. The stove pit was uncooperative. Gu Changhe, busy organizing things inside, was startled by her loud voice, his scalp tingling. That booming voice could probably be heard by half the village. "What happened? What happened? Gu Changhe, you bully me." Lin Jiao Jiao, unfamiliar with the clay stove, was completely at a loss, having never set foot in a kitchen before. "Me?" Gu Changhe was perplexed. What had he done to her? Why was she crying? The more she rubbed her eyes, the more tears streamed down her face. It was not tears of sorrow, but smoke irritating her. She quickly fetched a basin of water to wash her face, feeling somewhat better afterward. Gu Changhe, witnessing the black smoke, exclaimed, You don't even know how to start a fire, let alone cook." His eyes widened in disbelief. Even a child could start a fire. What kind of celestial daughter-in-law had he married? Lin Jiao Jiao quickly put on a smile. "Not knowing is quite normal, but I am clever. I'll learn in no time. However, this household belongs to both of us, so we should share the responsibilities. In truth, I can cook delicious meals. I just don't know how to start a fire." Gu Changhe wore a skeptical expression. If she couldn't even start a fire, how could she cook? Was she trying to fool him? Yet, eager to eat, he decided not to dwell on her shortcomings. He tidied up a bit and then boiled half a pot of water, only to be shocked when this wasteful wife tossed the utensils into the pot. "What are you doing? This pot hasn't been used in ages. Can the food be edible?" Lin Jiao Jiao paid no mind, scooping another pot of water for Gu Changhe to continue boiling. She then grabbed a large basin to prepare the dough for dumplings. Had she known to get some eggs, the dumpling soup would have only been water and salt. Nevertheless, even so, she couldn't help but swallow in anticipation at the sight of the dumplings. You're making so much. Aren't you just causing trouble?" Gu Changhe could hardly bear to watch. A large pot of dumpling soup for just the two of them. How many days would they have to eat it? In this hot weather, it would surely spoil. "I am hungry." Lin Jiao Jiao stirred the mixture while swallowing hard. It had been so long since she had a proper meal. Had she not been so famished, she would have certainly cooked a few chickens. When it was time to eat, Gu Changhe looked at his large bowl. He had never thought it small, but now, seeing Lin Jiao Jiao holding a large basin to eat from. "What are you looking at? There is still a bowl in the pot. Remember, you said you would only eat 2 bowls. After Lin Jiao Jiao finished speaking, she hurriedly lowered her head to eat, fearing that if she delayed, this fellow might have second thoughts and come to contest with her. Gu Changhe shook his head in resignation and also began to eat, deciding to wait until his plump wife had finished before imparting some lessons. However, when he finished the 2 bowls of dumplings, he was astonished to find that not a single morsel remained in the large basin. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could he truly afford to support such a robust wife? Lin Jiao Jiao savored her last bite. Although the dumplings were merely seasoned with salt, they were quite delightful. Feeling full, her spirits lifted. Yet, as she looked up, she was met with a face that resembled a bitter melon. Chapter 19. The indolent wife. Gu Changhe pondered, "My dear wife, You have already gained so much weight. Perhaps it would be wise to eat less. Yet, the words remained stuck in his throat. Since she had thrived in the Lao Lin family, becoming plump and prosperous, why should she endure any hardship now that she was married to him? It seemed he must strive harder. After all, even if he toiled endlessly, the harvest at year's end would hardly suffice to satisfy his wife's appetite. He needed to contemplate a solution. What's the matter? Are you still hungry? I'll make more next time, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, noticing his yearning gaze. Indeed, 2 large bowls for a grown man seemed rather insufficient. No, no, no. It is more than enough. Gu Changhe feared that if he hesitated, Lin Jiao Jiao might prepare even more food. He swiftly changed the subject. Jiao Jiao, with so much food left over, we ought to tidy up. All right, I've just finished eating. Let us digest a bit before dinner, she replied, about to rise, only to be gently pushed back down. You should rest. I can handle this little task, Gu Changhe said with a glimmer in his eyes, realizing that if he did less, he would be less hungry. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, staying put was just as well. Lin Jiao Jiao, perplexed by his sudden industriousness after the meal, found his caring demeanor rather endearing. She occasionally offered her assistance, only to be playfully rebuffed, which filled her heart with delight. Wang Xiaohong, eavesdropping, seized her opportunity. She perched on a small stool against the wall, observing Lin Jiao Jiao comfortably seated in a large chair, akin to a grand lady, sipping water while Gu Changhe toiled, drenched in sweat. Cousin, she began but was swiftly interrupted. Address me as sister-in-law, Lin Jiao Jiao replied without lifting her eyes. Wang Xiaohong felt a twinge of irritation but quickly refocused on her purpose. Sister-in-law, are you taking a break? Your husband is quite capable. He handles all the household chores, she declared loudly, ensuring the neighbors heard just how indolent her cousin was. Unlike herself, who was tirelessly cooking, cleaning the kitchen, feeding the chickens and pigs, and maintaining the yard without a moment's respite. Yes, I'm resting. It's sweltering today, and I'm sweating profusely. My husband is considerate and doesn't want me to exert myself. He has taken on all the work, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, casting a glance at Wang Xiaohong, who seemed oblivious to the underlying message. But she was unperturbed and continued, what about you? Why are you so busy alone? Where is your husband? Doesn't he care for you? If he behaves like this right from the start, what will happen in the future? Wang Xiaohong glanced towards the east wing, where her husband had retreated to sleep after his meal. Looking back at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was also a newlywed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of discontent. However, she was determined not to lose face. Sister-in-law, household chores are the responsibility of women. How can we let men do them? I only meant well. If you do not appreciate my advice, then you may manage on your own. But let me tell you, once married, a man's attitude becomes set in stone. You may toil your entire life without ever hearing a word of appreciation. Lin Jiao Jiao no longer paid her any attention, continuing to lift the large jar to drink water, wishing there were some tea leaves to accompany it. Wang Xiaohong stepped down from the stool, her mind consumed by Lin Jiao Jiao's words. She contemplated returning to the house to summon Chong Qing to assist with chores. But as she reached the doorway, a sudden clarity struck her. In every household, it was the women who managed the domestic duties. If she were to cause a commotion over this, how would Chong Qing perceive her? He might very well think her a lazy woman. How could people's hearts be so unkind, intent on dragging her into gossip? The more Lin Jiao Jiao slacked off, the harder she felt compelled to work. Chapter 20. The aroma of meat draws them, and Lin Jiao Jiao observed the backyard, meticulously organized, with the chickens confined within the fence. Gu Changhe, undeterred by fatigue, continued to mend the damaged wall. Changhe, take a moment to drink some water. This task cannot be completed in a single day. Upon seeing his reflection in Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes, his heart felt as though it had been gently scratched, and all weariness vanished in an instant. I'm not tired. What is this little work? I will put forth extra effort to repair this wall to prevent any further disturbances from the other side. Lin Jiao Jiao suppressed her laughter and nodded, offering him a drink. Why did this man's face flush? She hadn't said much. He truly was innocent. The more she looked at him, the more adorable he became. Gu Changhe, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly repaired the wall. Once the autumn harvest concluded, He intended to raise the wall even higher to deter any intrusions. "What are you staring at?" he inquired, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao fixated on the chicken coop. "What is so interesting?" "The hens have laid eggs," Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed, excitement coursing through her as she entered to collect them. "What is so special about that?" Gu Chang'e chuckled, shaking his head at her delight. Others might not dare to say it, but his wife was certainly cherished in the Lin household. Daily consumption of eggs was hardly remarkable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gained so much weight. Holding the warm eggs, Lin Jiao Jiao could hardly contain her joy. "Chang'e, go catch a couple of roosters. Let us have chicken stew for dinner. Hens are better." Gu Chang'e immediately shook his head vigorously, as though his head were a rattle drum. "We've had enough to eat today. We'll save the chickens for the new year." Lin Jiao Jiao was relentless, insisting on celebrating their recent marriage with the sacrifice of a chicken. Gu Chang'e, meeting her pleading gaze, steeled himself. "All right, we can slaughter one. Look at that rooster. It's quite large. It would be a shame to kill the others." Lin Jiao Jiao didn't press further. One would suffice to satisfy her craving. As Gu Chang'e prepared the chicken, Lin Jiao Jiao scooped cornmeal, planning a dish of chicken stew with vermicelli and some corn cakes. Aside from the compensated rice and flour, they had received only a few pounds of fine grains, predominantly cornmeal and sorghum, which would be insufficient even by the autumn harvest. "Don't worry. I'll find a way when I go to the city. You won't go hungry," Gu Chang'e reassured Lin Jiao Jiao, noting her diminishing energy. It seemed she had overexerted herself this morning, prompting her to undertake so much without regard. However, seeing her now calculating their resources stirred something in his heart. "Yes, let us brainstorm together," Lin Jiao Jiao replied, no longer troubled. She would plant the space fully later. Yet, distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Hearing the word together ignited hope within Gu Chang'e. He was no longer alone. Lin Jiao Jiao intended to borrow some spices from the neighbors, but they had little to offer, providing only a small bowl of soy sauce. Cooking was best done as a duo. Gu Chang'e tended the fire while Lin Jiao Jiao wielded the ladle. The aroma wafting from the pot made her mouth water uncontrollably. Even so, she persevered and said, "Please bring a bowl to Dad in a moment." She constantly reminded herself not to be overly protective. It was not the time to risk a life over a package of expired food. "No need. My father will come when he catches a whiff of the meat." Gu Chang'e's words had barely left his lips when a sound emerged from the entrance. Chapter 21. The sun rising from the west, everyone is here. "I know there are no vegetables in your garden, so I picked some cucumbers and persimmons for you." Old Master Gu has already caught a whiff of the aroma and found some excuse to come over. That old woman is still dreaming. Just wait until these two invite her over for dinner. If that little rascal really does that, the sun will rise from the west. "Dad, come over. We killed a chicken and made a stew with noodles. I just told Chang'e that I would bring you a bowl." Lin Jiao Jiao took the basket, and soon after, she smashed the cucumbers and sautéed the persimmons with 2 eggs, perfectly preparing 2 dishes. "What do you need to bring anything for? We are not outsiders. Just call out, and I will come over." Old Master Gu, feeling at home, directly entered the kitchen and sat down to wait. Gu Chang'e rolled his eyes, fearing that if he carried it over, he wouldn't get to eat much. "Nothing is that exaggerated." Old Master Gu shot him a glance. His newly married daughter-in-law was present, and he didn't want to lose face. Lin Jiao Jiao looked at Gu Chang'e, her face full of curiosity. Gu Chang'e lifted his chin. "It's not like that over there. They take everything back to their family. If I hadn't planted potatoes all over the garden, we would have starved in winter. You wouldn't believe it. The porridge was so thin you could see your reflection in it." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Old Master Gu glared at Gu Chang'e. It was one thing to speak harshly, but with the new daughter-in-law here, there was no need for such rudeness. "Why are you complaining? My wife wouldn't be so unaware of the situation." Gu Chang'e wanted to retort directly, as if he were confronting a giant rat. How did the wall in the backyard collapse? If the door hadn't been locked, she would have stolen everything inside. Just say it like that. Old Master Gu shook his head helplessly. There were no white crows in this world, but that old woman was indeed a bit too much. "Cut it out. We are the original couple, right, dear wife?" Gu Chang'e grinned, having just spoken of we. "Well, even if I were to take something back to my family, I would ensure you're full first, and then I would do so openly. Lin Jiao Jiao would never disregard her family, nor would she make such promises lightly. Moreover, such relatives were what she had always yearned for. Thus, she was protective. Gu Changhe glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao's figure and her possessive demeanor. If both of them were well-fed, would there be anything left to take? Perhaps it would be the other way around, and he genuinely felt a bit worried for the Lin family. All right, I will certainly strive to ensure you have surplus provisions to take. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled. Oh, how wonderful this man was. She wouldn't mind having a dozen of him. Ahem. Old Master Gu could hardly bear to watch. It was too painfully obvious. This little rascal had often claimed to spoil that old woman and take things back to her family. Now that it was his turn, he openly supported it. He truly wanted to leave on the spot. However, with that large pot of chicken, he couldn't let them have it all. He had to eat more, or else he would feel an ache in his chest. Lin Jiao Jiao unabashedly expressed her joy. She lifted the lid of the big pot and said, Changhe, add more firewood. It still needs some time. All right. Gu Changhe skillfully added wood, relishing the wonderful feeling of being needed. It would be splendid if his plump wife never had to toil over a fire. Old Master Gu could hardly bear to witness it any longer. Perhaps a change of scenery at the door would do him good. Preparing a meal requires two individuals, one to tend the fire and the other to oversee the soup. Had it been himself in such a position, he would undoubtedly have dismissed anyone so presumptuous as to direct him. After all, marrying a wife is primarily for the purpose of cooking, washing, and, most importantly, bearing children. Chapter 22. The chef who cannot cook. Madame Gu perched at the base of the wall, her foot tapping restlessly as she inhaled the increasingly tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Mother, are we truly not going to cook? Wang Xiaohong's stomach grumbled in response to the delightful scent. Her mother-in-law had forbidden any cooking, claiming that guests would surely arrive from the other side. Yet she held a differing opinion. Her cousin was notorious for guarding her food. Even her own mother would struggle to snatch a morsel from her lips. Madame Gu cast a disdainful glance at her impoverished daughter-in-law, questioning the folly of her situation. Not only had she come here with nothing, but she was also expected to toil for 10 days without recompense. Just the thought of it pained her. The Wang family was infuriating. Had it not been for their occasional usefulness, she would never have acquiesced to this arrangement. With a huff, she remarked, that is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Everyone in the village knows that a newlywed bride who indulges in chicken without inviting her mother-in-law will surely face the scorn of the community. She settled into a chair in the yard, biding her time. Gu Changqing frequently peeked out the door, and Lin Jiao Jiao, despite her silence, was bound to call him. Mother, I never expected that plump girl had such culinary skills. Just inhale the aroma of that chicken stew. Madame Gu nodded in agreement, begrudgingly acknowledging some merit in the situation. Wang Xiaohong bit her lip, seething with frustration. Whoever cooks chicken would make it delicious, wouldn't they? How strange it is that I've never heard of Lin Jiao Jiao's cooking prowess before. Why didn't she ignite the kitchen and showcase her talent? If she can stew the meat to perfection, I might as well write my surname backward. Xiaohong, what's the matter? Gu Changqing observed Wang Xiaohong tugging at her clothes, her face contorted in agitation. Nothing at all. Wang Xiaohong stammered, flustered as she searched for an excuse. I'm merely concerned that you might go hungry. My cousin is utterly thoughtless for preparing dinner so late. Is she trying to starve me? Madame Gu's voice rose sharply, unbothered by the possibility of being overheard. After all, it was not her own reputation at stake. Shouldn't a daughter-in-law honor her mother-in-law as a matter of course? Lin Jiao Jiao emerged to refill the water, nonchalantly returning to serve fried eggs with persimmons and smashed cucumbers, all laid out on the table. The others seemed to have an unspoken agreement, pretending not to hear, their heads bent as they devoured the food with fervor, their appetites undeterred. In fact, each dish seemed to surpass the last. Lin Jiao Jiao felt relieved to have chopped the chicken legs and wings. She had feared she might not get her share. The meat was succulent, devoid of any foul taste, and although the seasoning was sparse, the spring water she used lent it an exquisite flavor. My dear, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Gu Changhe exclaimed after devouring 2 hearty bites of chicken, unable to contain his admiration. He had merely expected the meat to be cooked through, but the flavor was so delightful that it nearly caused him to swallow his tongue. He was witnessing, for the first time, a chef who could not cook. MMM. The elder Gu, with his mouth stuffed with meat, nodded vigorously in approval. The chicken was delectable, the noodles enjoyable, and even the pancakes were particularly chewy. Who would have thought this foolish lad possessed such good fortune? Surely, he as a father would face no issues at all. Changhe, do you believe I will? No, you cannot. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changhe interrupted, fully aware of what his father intended to say. Father, how can you be so heartless? The rations you have provided are sufficient for one person. Yet I have taken a wife. I am at a loss as to how we shall manage. If another mouth is added to the table, you might as well condemn me to starvation. He certainly would not conform to the notion that a reduction in the household would result in significant savings on provisions. Chapter 23. Not worthy of praise, old Master Gu was on the verge of unleashing a tirade, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For the young man had spoken with undeniable logic. The rations meant for one were being consumed by two, which was already insufficient, especially considering the prodigious appetite of the young man. Just look at that voracious stomach. It would be prudent to eat quickly. In this moment of distraction, the food was nearly depleted. The two fellows showed no inclination to yield. Yet why did he find such delight in this chaotic scene? In the past, every morsel of food had to be meticulously rationed. A single chicken could easily yield several meals. Yet, that was in the past. Once it was set aside, it was inevitably gone. After seizing the last piece of chicken and finishing his meal, he laid down his chopsticks and devised a plan. This matter could be easily resolved. The next time I come for dinner, I shall simply bring my own provisions. The fare here is decidedly more palatable, especially with this daughter-in-law, who is undoubtedly generous and will not skimp on the culinary delights. After finishing her meal, Lin Jiao Jiao wiped her mouth and declared, "Dad, all right? I shall heed your advice. Rest assured, bring your own rations and do not hesitate. We are all family." She noted that Gu Changhe remained silent, his expression stern as if displeased, yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. "Very well. We shall not stand on ceremony. Let us eat as we please. No need to slaughter chickens daily." Old Master Gu was elated to have received such affirming words, his smile wide and unabashed. Gu Changhe chuckled, "Dad, what are you thinking? Even if I wanted to provide for you, I would need the means to do so. You insolent rascal." Old Master Gu fumed as he stormed out, irritated that this young man displayed no understanding of social niceties, failing to recognize the implications of polite discourse. Lin Jiao Jiao stifled a laugh as she escorted old Master Gu out. Meanwhile, a cacophony erupted from the other room. "Come quickly and see. The newly arrived daughter-in-law is giving her mother-in-law the cold shoulder, feasting on chicken while denying her even a sip of broth." Before Gu old lady could finish her tirade, old Master Gu, enraged, rushed back to interrupt her. "You have only yourself to blame for this situation, and yet you have the audacity to complain. Who would dare invite you over for a meal? Even if invited, do you truly believe anyone would be as reckless as you, adding poison to the dishes?" Gu old lady felt utterly wronged. She simply wished to enjoy a hearty meal, expecting to return home with enough provisions to last her 3 days of gruel. "Father, please calm down. Mother did not mean it that way." Gu Changqing had not anticipated such a harsh reception. Even if appearances were to be maintained, surely the first meal on arrival should be shared. You're no better. Such a significant event as a marriage exchange, and you did not even think to inform me, simply sharing a bed without a care in the world." Old Master Gu looked at his son, his head throbbing, and before he could step inside, he encountered his daughter wearing a woeful expression, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. "Father, I have done nothing wrong. In the past, my sister-in-law was quite fond of me, yet now it feels as if she is transformed entirely." Gu Ling felt deeply aggrieved. Previously, Lin Jiao Jiao had gone to great lengths to win her favor, yet now, in the face of such a monumental event, she had been excluded from the festivities. Moreover, regardless of whom one married, they were still joining the Gu family. And her own status remained unchanged. She was still the youngest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. "You too, do not linger indoors all day, for no matter how you conceal yourself, darkness will inevitably prevail. Tomorrow, hasten to your work. If you do not dedicate yourself diligently, sustenance will be scarce. As our household does not harbor idlers, old Master Gu, in a fit of anger, stormed into the kitchen and gathered all the grain. Yet ultimately, unable to bear it, he retrieved a generous handful of cornmeal. Gu Ling wept as she fled back to her room. For whom is all this effort? Is she not marrying into the city to support this family? Chapter 24. The husband on the warm Kong, Gu Changhe, pulled Lin Jiao Jiao back home, lamenting about the incessant buzzing of flies that plagued their household. One day, I'll douse the place with pesticide to rid us of these bothersome insects. Just as Grandma Gu was about to raise her voice in protest, she restrained herself, muttering quietly, "Chongqing, surely this rascal wouldn't dare poison us, would he?" "No, it can't be true." Gu Chongqing interjected, "Mom, let's avoid dining over there in the future. Even if they invite us, we shall decline." Grandma Gu nodded in agreement. Yet the thought of that delicious chicken still tugged at her heartstrings. Wang Xiaohong glanced around, contemplating whether to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. However, with only a small bowl of cornmeal at her disposal, she pondered who would have enough to eat. To ensure she could enjoy a few more bites, she added extra water, reasoning that at least she could fill her stomach with a watery meal. As night fell, she nestled closer to Gu Chongqing, who was already feeling unsatisfied from his meal, compounded by the discomfort of his sore body. Frustrated by her presence, he pushed her away, exclaiming, "Go away. This hard mattress is uncomfortable enough without you bothering me." Wang Xiaohong, feeling the chill of the wall, was overwhelmed with tears, lamenting the stinginess of her cousin Lin Jiao Jiao, who could easily have shared the mattress, thus sparing her the embarrassment of lacking a dowry. Gu Chongqing, irritated, rolled over, reflecting on how, ever since marrying this girl, nothing had gone smoothly. While he was mired in frustration, on the other side, the air was filled with sweet anticipation. "Jiao Jiao, hurry up. We have important matters to attend to." Gu Changhe was taken aback by how industrious his plump wife was, tidying this and that. Since they would soon retire for the night, he did not intervene, but as darkness enveloped the sky, he went off to bathe. Lin Jiao Jiao's mind raced with excitement over the important matters. "Ah, my charm," she mused. "All right, I will wash thoroughly. Changhe, you should also bathe. It is essential to establish good habits, especially before significant events." She hummed a little tune, closed the door, and retreated to her space for a wash. A small basin of water would suffice. If it got muddied, she could easily make do. Gu Changhe scratched his head, bemused, yet obediently went to take a shower. In such sweltering heat, a cool rinse was quite refreshing. Emerging from her space, Lin Jiao Jiao donned a previously selected outfit, a white, loose-fitting top and knee-length blue pants. "Look at all this flesh. Why am I so fortunate?" she thought to herself. Having lathered with fragrant body wash several times, she felt delightful and fresh. If appearances couldn't be resolved, she would simply enhance her allure with a grand gesture. Returning to the room, she found Gu Changhe sitting cross-legged on the Kong, droplets of water still glistening in his hair. He was patiently waiting for her, embodying the essence of a devoted husband, ready for the cozy nights ahead. She flashed what she believed to be a captivating smile. "Changhe, were you waiting anxiously?" Gu Changhe nodded. "You certainly take your time. Come quickly and see what I've gathered. These are our savings, and some are compensation for the Wang family and my father." After 2 days, he found himself quite content with his plump wife. He believed that to lead a good life, it was essential for her to manage these matters. If she proved unreliable, he could easily reconsider his choice. "Is this what you refer to as a significant matter?" Lin Jiao Jiao's expression froze upon his nod. Her face seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 25. Emotion. What happened? Gu Changhe looked bewildered. Wasn't he, it said, that a wife loves to manage these matters the most? Yet, he saw no trace of joy on his wife's face. Could it be? Gu Changhe's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly leapt out of bed and slipped on his shoes. Lin Jiao Jiao was at a loss for words, contemplating how to deflect the situation, utterly taken aback by his sudden actions. Before she could even inquire, she noticed Gu Changhe's shoes were barely containing his toes. Glancing at the money on the table, coins of 1 cent, 2 cents, and even dimes, She realized how long it must have taken to accumulate such a meager sum. Others had compensated her without hesitation, yet he could not even afford a new pair of shoes. How fortunate she was to have encountered such a remarkable man. At this moment, her heart swelled with warmth, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Take off your shoes," she said. Gu Changhe instinctively recoiled, wishing he could flee. "Wife, let us discuss this calmly. Why are you so agitated?" Did her eyes possess an eagle's sharpness that she could discern everything instantly? "Changhe, let me see the size of your shoes, so I can make you a new pair," Lin Jiao Jiao proposed. Though she had never crafted shoes before, she had observed others doing so, particularly during winter when many would stitch shoe soles. It seemed a manageable task. Gu Changhe's eyes reddened. He felt utterly unworthy. Such a wonderful wife stood before him, yet his mind was clouded with convoluted thoughts. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Simply suggesting to make a pair of shoes had already brought tears to her eyes. She could hardly wait to envision how they would look once completed. However, when she saw Gu Changhe remove his shoes and pull out stack after stack of money from beneath the insoles, she was left speechless. He even attempted to press the money into her hands, causing her to instinctively recoil in fright. "This money is for you from now on. All our finances will be under your management," Gu Changhe insisted, grasping Lin Jiao Jiao as plump hand and stuffing the bills into her possession. Without a second thought, she quickly placed the money on the table, shaking her hand as an unpleasant odor wafted up. Then, observing Gu Changhe darting around the room, moving furniture and making several holes before finally settling down, she realized the amount of money must have exceeded 100. What he had just given her was merely a fraction of it. Seeing Lin Jiao Jiao's lack of joy, replaced instead by a darkened expression, Gu Changhe was puzzled. Why was this not unfolding as he had anticipated? Tentatively, he called out, "Wife." Lin Jiao Jiao was at a loss for words. Was he calculating too much? Or was it her who was being overly sensitive? At that moment, her little finger was gently grasped. "Wife, why do I feel so warm? Is the effect of the medicine still lingering?" Lin Jiao Jiao turned around, casting a doubtful glance in that direction. She wondered if this person might have ulterior motives, perhaps using this medicine as a pretext for something more. Indeed, look. Gu Changhe took Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and placed it against his chest. At that moment, everything intensified. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, confirming that the effects of the medicine were still evident. She had heard that taking a cold shower could be quite effective. "Oh!" Gu Changhe exclaimed in surprise, for it had not been resolved in such a manner the previous night. Chapter 26. The return gift. Gu Changhe took a considerable amount of time to comprehend the situation. After all, he was a man of stature and had to rise to the occasion. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned in, silencing the incessant chatter of Lin Jiao Jiao. Her words were drowned beneath the overwhelming tide of his actions. The man had grown increasingly adept at this. After their spirited engagement, she felt entirely at ease. Embracing Lin Jiao Jiao's plump arms, Gu Changhe felt a surge of joy and suddenly remembered to say, "Wife, could you spare me some money? I'm completely broke. I plan to visit the commune tomorrow. I haven't prepared the return gift yet. It's in the box. You can retrieve it yourself tomorrow," she replied. Gu Changhe, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, "Wife, you truly indulge me." "Indulge? Remember, don't spend recklessly, or next time, I'll divide a single penny into 8 pieces for you." "All right," Gu Changhe beamed, confident that he would spend the money wisely. However, thinking of the neighbors, he added, "You should find a place to hide the money. Otherwise, if it goes missing, we'll have no grounds to complain. Don't worry, I'll set aside a little change for tomorrow, and the rest will be securely hidden. No one will find it." Lin Jiao Jiao gained a deeper understanding of her mother-in-law, realizing that if she could concoct poison, there was little she couldn't do. "That's good. Now, let's hurry to bed. I need to rise early tomorrow." Gu Changhe felt reassured, having learned from past misfortunes. "Changhe, do you like me?" Lin Jiao Jiao hesitated for a moment before posing the question. Without a second thought, Gu Changhe replied, "Of course I do. You are my wife." "Wife? Is it the only reason you like me?" Lin Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Certainly. If I liked someone else's wife, that would be a grave error. Should Lin Jiao Jiao be pleased? Perhaps she should. Although slightly disappointed, it was within the realm of her expectations. However, it had not been long. Everything would unfold in due time. The next day, Lin Jiao Jiao awoke to the bright morning light. After a refreshing bath, she made her way to the kitchen. Gu Changhe had prepared a heartfelt breakfast for her, a cornmeal pancake, a leftover from the previous day, and a large bowl of porridge, which she found a tad too salty. The breakfast was rather simplistic, yet she consumed every last morsel. Hearing the clucking of chickens in the backyard, she hurried outside to discover 4 eggs, a rather fruitful yield. The chickens circled around her, likely hungry, but she had nothing to feed them. Ultimately, she scooped half a bowl of cornmeal, feeling somewhat like a thief in her own home, fearing discovery and reprimand for wastefulness. To ensure they could eat longer, she mixed in some water and, after a moment's contemplation, added a drop of spring water. Once prepared, she placed the mixture in the feeding trough, and the chickens joyfully devoured it. I must tell you, if any of you lag behind and fail to lay eggs, you will be of no use to me, and I shall have to eliminate you first. Lin Jiao Jiao swallowed hard, contemplating raising a few more chickens, as she was no longer as concerned about strict oversight. And then there were the pigs. She seized the opportunity to fill her space. Just then, a voice called out from the front gate, "Changhe, you bought pork. What a large piece." "Indeed, dear aunt, today fortune smiled upon me as I procured a pound of splendid pork belly." No sooner had Gu Changhe's words left his lips than a sarcastic voice echoed. "In this season, purchasing meat is quite unusual. I wonder if he has brought any for the elders. Truly a display of unfilial behavior." Old Madame Gu fixed her gaze upon the meat, pondering. For the sake of appearances, this lad ought to contribute a bit. Wouldn't half a pound suffice? After all, this is a gift for my daughter-in-law's return home. Gu Changhe proudly raised the meat higher, reveling in his showiness. Chapter 27. The Virtue of a Daughter-in-Law. Ah, Changhe, even if you choose to neglect me, you must not disregard your father. How can one forsake their own flesh and blood for the sake of their wife's maternal family? This not only spoils the daughter-in-law, but also invites ridicule from outsiders. Old Lady Gu, deviating from her usual demeanor, earnestly counseled, though her gaze remained fixed on the piece of meat. "Rest assured, mother-in-law, with your exemplary presence, I shall strive to learn diligently and surpass you," replied Lin Jiao Jiao, emerging to take the meat from Gu Changhe's hands, leading him back while shutting the courtyard gate to prevent any prying eyes. "You are a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since you entered the Gu family, there has not been a moment of peace. Now you sway Changhe to neglect his own father. Someone like you ought to be sent back to your maternal home at the earliest opportunity." Old Lady Gu pounded the door fiercely, determined to ensure that this couple would never hold their heads high in the village. "Mother-in-law, do take care not to exhaust yourself. Go refresh yourself with some water. Instead of meddling in our affairs, you should tend to your own courtyard, lest your own daughter-in-law outshine me, which would surely bring you distress," Lin Jiao Jiao shouted, pulling Gu Changhe back inside and shutting the windows. Although it grew warm, there was tranquility within. "Now this is quite liberating," Gu Changhe remarked as he removed the burden from his back. "Look who is talking. This is all you're doing. You could have placed the meat in the basket, but chose to flaunt it instead," Lin Jiao Jiao retorted, quickly understanding the situation upon seeing the large basket. Gu Changhe did not contest her words. Instead, he exclaimed, "Look here, I managed to procure a package of pastries, as it was necessary to have some crumbs to exchange for them." Lin Jiao Jiao watched as Gu Changhe proudly retrieved one item after another, narrating each with enthusiasm. The meat was purchased at a price of 1.2 yuan per pound, which, though negotiated, was still 4 dimes higher than usual. But the advantage was that no ticket was required. With his silver tongue, he had managed to secure the most succulent piece. Not only did he buy meat, but he also acquired a bottle of strong liquor for Lin Lealizi. Due to the wedding benefits, he was allowed to purchase 2 pounds of sugar. Hence, he also included a pound of fruit candies. The remainder was spent on white and brown sugar, reserved for their own consumption. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. This gift was indeed quite presentable. Of course, it is undoubtedly the finest in the village, Gu Changhe had declared proudly, raising his chin. "But why did you not purchase more meat? A little fat would suffice," Lin Jiao Jiao lamented, for she faced a dilemma when cooking, with not a drop of oil in sight. "We have just finished eating chicken. Furthermore, we are dining at your home today. It is too warm to preserve it, and I shall buy more when the craving strikes later. Gu Changhe fretted, fearing that his wife would deem him extravagant. Lin Jiao Jiao acquiesced very well. Once we finish these busy days, we shall go to the city together and purchase some seasonings. There are plenty of necessities we lack at home. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Gu Changhe smiled broadly as he opened the pastry bag. You may have the most broken piece. Peach crisp. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of food, eagerly nodding in agreement. Yes, yes, perfect. She took out the smallest fragment, wrapped the remaining 4 pieces once more, and then picked up a small morsel to feed Gu Changhe. Delicious. Gu Changhe smacked his lips and exclaimed, My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. What a silly thing to say. Lin Jiao Jiao retorted, popping a piece into her own mouth. Indeed, it is quite tasty. The two of them shared the treat, taking turns until the entire peach crisp was devoured, leaving them both savoring the lingering taste. Chapter 28. He chose wisely. Madame Gu was filled with indignation. If a person had no shame, there was nothing one could do. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Wang Xiaohong carrying a basket, and her anger flared up immediately. Look at you, reveling in your happiness. Just stepping through the door, and you are already eager to roll back all that belongs to your in-laws. If you possess such capabilities, why not reside with your parents instead of marrying anyone? Wang Xiaohong, overwhelmed by the scolding, could hardly lift her head, tears streaming down her face. Her gifts for the marriage were already meager. 2 large red dates, half a bottle of liquor, 6 eggs, and merely 2 tails of meat, which was just preserved pork. And for this, she still faced rebuke. What is all this crying about? How many times have you wept in such a short span? Gu Changqing emerged to the sound of weeping and scolding, feeling utterly vexed. Observing the courtyard, the constant clamor was enough to brighten one's mood, with laughter akin to that of larks. Even the conversation was perpetually cheerful. Alas, such misfortune! Ever since you entered this household, tell me, has anything proceeded smoothly? Witnessing her son's demeanor only fueled Madame Gu's fervor. Wang Xiaohong felt deeply aggrieved and attempted to flee indoors. Are you not returning? If you don't, I shall be busy. Gu Changqing genuinely contemplated leaving, but he hesitated, mindful of the old Wang family, especially since the accounting position had yet to be secured. Wang Xiaohong wiped her tears. If she did not return, the entire village would mock her. How could she hold her head high in the future? She hurriedly caught up with them, resolutely ignoring the ongoing tirade behind her. Yet, upon exiting the gate, she was met with Lin Jiao Jiao's beaming smile, which was painfully conspicuous. This person must be doing this on purpose, reveling in her misfortune. She called out in frustration, elder brother, sister-in-law. Gu Changhe nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Jiao Jiao, seeking conversation, remarked, Are you returning home? Yes. Wang Xiaohong gritted her teeth in response. She had been betrothed to Gu Changhe for several years. Witnessing her plight, he offered no words of comfort, nor did he even glance her way. Why aren't you hurrying? It will be dark soon. Gu Changqing had walked quite a distance, yet noticed no one following. Here they come. Wang Xiaohong awkwardly grinned and dashed over. You little rascal, unable even to greet your elder brother. What a troublesome child. Gu Changhe felt a familiar itch to reprimand him upon every encounter. Gu Changqing, his lips trembling in anger, dare not retort. After all, this person had often used his age to bully him. He could only curse inwardly, thinking if he is a little rascal, then this person is a great rascal. All these years, and never once has he called me mother. Wang Xiaohong, clutching her basket, chased after them. Why could they not wait for her? Being too far behind would invite gossip. Gu Changqing, suppressing his fury, paused, reminding himself to speak to your father upon returning, urging him to step down promptly. Change was imperative. He could no longer afford to wait. Oh, Wang Xiaohong felt uncertain, hoping her younger brother would pass the high school entrance exam this year. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Gu Changqing, seeing her expression, grew irritated. How had he never noticed her dullness before? He retorted sharply, Who are you making such a sour face for? Are you truly unhappy? Let's not forget what you said before the wedding. I understand, and I shall express myself appropriately. Wang Xiaohong felt a pang of discomfort. This was not how she had envisioned things. Indeed, it is true. You are now wed to me, and only my well-being can ensure yours. Gu Chongqing was genuinely concerned that this boisterous creature might be unable to distinguish between the inside and the outside. He turned his gaze in the opposite direction, observing that imposing silhouette. Yes, he had made the right choice. Chapter 29. Returning home, the old Lin family resides at the foot of the mountain, where only a handful of households can be found. Lin Jiao Jiao moved with remarkable speed. Despite her stout figure, she was surprisingly nimble. Jiao Jiao, you're doing great. You can keep up with my pace. Gu Chong, he remarked, glancing at her plump frame, astonished by her agility. Lin Jiao Jiao observed Gu Chong, he has long legs, which must be nearly 8 meters tall, a rarity in their village. Yet, she herself stood over 7 meters, if she were a tad taller. She could almost match his stature. Nodding in agreement, she exclaimed, "Indeed, we make quite the pair. If it were someone else, they would surely feel dwarfed next to him, standing beside me like a little chick." Jiao Jiao, keep your voice down. Gu Chong, he was somewhat accustomed to her candidness, but to praise him so openly in public felt a bit inappropriate. Is that not permissible? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. There's always something to say. Of course, we can say whatever we want when we're home behind closed doors. Noticing the playful pout on Lin Jiao Jiao's chubby face, Gu Chong, he quickly offered a smile. His wife was becoming increasingly endearing, and he had to admit her roundness was rather charming. Suddenly, a loud voice broke his thoughts, startling him mid-step. "Oh my, Jiao Jiao, my dear daughter, you have returned." Lin Jiao Jiao spotted Wang Dahua not far away, whose exuberance was perfectly aligned with her own. She quickly rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Oh dear, oh dear. Wang Dahua was swept off her feet. "My daughter, how is it that a single day apart has transformed you so?" In her excitement, Lin Jiao Jiao lost her composure and quickly set Wang Dahua back down, reverting to a more demure demeanor, her voice barely above a whisper as she called Mom. "Goodness, goodness. Wang Dahua exclaimed Trisi, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of her daughter's happiness. For this alone, she felt justified in allowing her daughter to walk in with an air of confidence. Gu Chong, he chuckled awkwardly, slightly overwhelmed by their exuberance. Yet, it was indeed evident that the two shared a striking resemblance. No wonder people remarked that one could gauge a daughter's character by observing her mother. "My little sister is home. Sister, aunt." Lin Jiao Jiao turned to see her 2 sisters-in-law and several little ones emerging. Eldest sister, second sister. She greeted them before pulling out some candies to share with the children. The little ones were taken aback, hesitant to accept the treats. Casting nervous glances at Wang Dahua, with a stern expression, she urged, "What are you staring at me for? Accept what your aunt has given you. Remember to appreciate your aunt for her kindness when the time comes." The children nodded vigorously, their faces lighting up with delight as they accepted the sweets. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao stood frozen in disbelief, pondering why at the tender age of 19, everyone seemed intent on discussing her future care. "Jiao, hurry inside. Don't just stand there looking foolish. Your father and the others have yet to return from work." Wang Dahua beckoned the 2 inside, her eyes widening in astonishment at the contents of the soon glistening with tears. "Indeed, my daughter has grown up. She truly understands a mother's heart." Lin Jiao Jiao was left utterly bewildered. Although the gifts presented this time appeared generous, they hardly warranted such an overwhelming reaction. Chapter 30. The beloved daughter, my dear daughter. "You are truly the apple of my eye," Wang Dahua exclaimed, one hand clutching a piece of meat while the other grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Although the groom had already received a portion of the bride's family meat prior to the wedding, it was customary to offer some on the day of the return visit. Yet her daughter, honest and sincere, had brought back such a substantial piece. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart fluttered. This was no ordinary meat. Whether out of loyalty to the original owner or a deep-seated affection for her family, she yearned to treat them well. However, in the end, she had only brought back a small morsel. "Mother, when the new year arrives, I shall gift you a pig," she declared. She was determined to raise pigs. She had to. "Oh." Wang Dahua glanced at the dazed Gudea beside her and promptly tapped Lin Jiao Jiao's forehead. "You mustn't speak such nonsense. That would be a pig weighing over 200 gene. Even if you are merely jesting, which family would be pleased with such a statement? Mother, I am not joking. I truly intend to raise pigs, not just one, but 4. One for you, one for us to slaughter, and the remaining 2 to trade for grain and money. How splendid that would be. She envisioned the bountiful meat, the endless supply of chicken, and the unceasing eggs from her space. She was exceedingly clever. Your aunt is daydreaming again. Xiao Taitu complained, covering his ears in distress. Linda, Lin Mu's wife, Yang Tsuaping, quickly grasped her youngest son's ear, silencing him. She smiled awkwardly. Do not pay attention to his nonsense, little sister. This rascal is always babbling absurdities. Lin Jiao Jiao pulled Xiao Taitu closer. In her elder brother's family, there were 3 sons and 1 daughter. Xiao Taitu was the youngest at 4 years of age. The eldest, Gang Dan, was 10. The second, Tonglua, was 9. And the third, Dia, was 7. Her second brother, Lin, was married to Zheng Wanjun and had 3 daughters. The eldest, Arya, was 6. The second, Sanya, was 5. And the youngest, Siyu, was 2. Her third brother, Lin's son, was married to Li Hongxia and had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest brother, Lin Xiao, was 16 and currently in middle school. Yang Tsuaping hurriedly positioned herself in front of Taitu. Little sister, please calm down. I will reprimand this rascal later to make amends for you. Xiao Taitu began to cry, frightened. Lin Jiao Jiao picked him up and waved a piece of candy in front of him. Only children who do not cry get this treat. The little one immediately sealed his lips, his tears barely contained, appearing rather adorable. She turned to Yang Tsuaping, who was smiling apologetically. Sister-in-law, am I truly that fearsome? I'm not a tiger, yet you seem so frightened. With the candy in his mouth, Taitu, now cheerful, exclaimed, and he is scarier than a tiger. Lin Jiao Jiao set down the little rascal, wishing she could snatch the candy from his mouth, but she dismissed the thought. How could she quibble with a child? Seeing Lin Jiao Jiao's smile return, Taitu sighed in relief. He had not been mistaken. Though he had never seen a tiger, his aunt frequently scolded him with chopsticks, which was quite painful. Yang Tsuaping cast a furtive glance at Wang Dahua, concerned her mother-in-law might think she had spoiled Taitu. She quickly changed the subject. Little sister, you must be tired. Come inside and rest. Mother has prepared sugar. I will brew you some tea. Lin Jiao Jiao observed the children's eyes shining brightly at the sight of the sweet syrup. She quickly said, prepare some for the children. I shall suffice with plain water. She sincerely believed that her own spring water was far superior. Soon, she would find an opportunity to add a bit of spring water to the large vat at home. How could that be? Young Tsuaping exclaimed, flustred. She had never instructed the children in such a manner. It was an injustice. Chapter 31. A family of indolent women, Wang Dahuai, cast a sharp glance at her eldest daughter-in-law, surveying them as if to imply that she had been remiss in her treatment of them. Very well, let us prepare a small bowl for the children. Each of them seemed to lack any sense of awareness. With the new son-in-law arriving, she must not allow him to misconstrue her as a wicked mother-in-law or a tyrannical grandmother. Yang Tsuaping, disregarding her mother-in-law's stern demeanor, eagerly made her way to the kitchen, with the children trailing behind her, including Zheng Wanjun, who carried the youngest child. The spacious courtyard was suddenly deserted. Wang Dahuai's expression darkened. The little ones were oblivious, and the 2 mothers were only adding to the ruckus. Mother, let us retreat indoors for a conversation, Lin Jiao Jiao suggested, pulling Wang Dahuai toward the house. All right, let's avoid their commotion. Wang Dahuai acquiesced, leading the 2 into the room. As they reached the doorway, she called out to the kitchen, do not touch that meat. Understood, Mother, you can rest easy. Zheng Wanjun promptly replied. Only then did Wang Dahuai feel reassured. The meat was not meant for her eldest daughter to take home. It was better to prepare it all, yet she was not inclined to leave it to those greedy creatures. She preferred to handle it herself. Jiao Jiao, you stay inside and relax. I will go to the kitchen to prepare the fatty dishes and your favorite braised pork. Mother, I will assist you, Lin Jiao Jiao insisted, unwilling to remain idle. Absolutely not. Today, you are a guest. You should not be doing such things, Wang Dahuai firmly stated, not allowing her daughter to enter the kitchen, knowing she would be of no help. Very well then. Lin Jiao Jiao acquiesced, realizing that change should not be too drastic. Mother, I will gather firewood instead. Gu Changhe volunteered, eager to prove himself for the first time. Wang Dahuai quickly waved him off. No, no, no. What business does a grown man have in the kitchen? We cannot allow outsiders to see us in such a light, a family of idle women. Besides, Dia and Arya are here to tend to the fire. Not long after Wang Dahuai exited, Dia and Arya entered, each carrying a bowl of sweet soup, which they placed on the table before dashing away. They seem quite frightened of you, Gu Changhe remarked as he picked up the bowl, genuinely parched. Indeed, I am a tiger, Lin Jiao Jiao quipped, causing Gu Changhe to cough in surprise. You almost spilled it into my bowl, he retorted, narrowly avoiding a mishap. If not for her swift reflexes, that bowl of water would have gone to waste. And yet you complain, forgetting how you once kissed me. Before Gu Changhe could finish his sentence, he found himself face to face with Lin Xiao at the doorway, leaving him feeling utterly awkward. Why are you standing there grinning like a fool? Come in. Lin Jiao Jiao beckoned. Lin Xiao seated herself at the edge of the Kong and softly uttered, brother-in-law, before lowering her gaze, too timid to look up. Gu Changhe sighed, wishing for a hole to hide in. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, seeking to make conversation. Lin Xiao, how have your studies been? You're about to enter high school. Aren't you? Well, you already know it's been quite good, but high school. Lin Xiao turned to face Lin Jiao Jiao. Sister, you've always wanted me to come down earlier to earn points and lessen the family burden. He couldn't comprehend what had suddenly come over his elder sister. In the past, she had repeatedly told him that attending school was futile, as he would never gain admission to a university, and that after graduation, he would merely return to farming. It would be better to come back early. Lin Jiao Jiao's expression instantly froze, as if there was some truth to her words. She forcefully retorted, Hey, you little rascal. That wasn't small. Why do you keep bringing it up? Chapter 32. Let facts speak, still a child? Weren't you just saying that before your marriage? Lin Xiao scrutinized Lin Jiao. It seemed that after tying the knot, her intellect had taken a turn for the worse. But you also said that once married, one becomes an adult. Little brat, what do you understand? Lin Jiao turned to ask, right, Changhe? Why is it so hot in here? I think I'll take a stroll, Gu Changhe exclaimed, dashing out. He preferred to stay uninvolved. His face was still flushed. As soon as Gu Changhe exited, Lin Xiao immediately gave a thumbs up. Sister, you are truly impressive. What nonsense is that little brat spouting? Focus on your studies during this final stretch. If you manage to get into high school, I have a reward for you. Lin Jiao recognized Lin Xiao's cleverness. Though he seldom applied himself, he consistently performed well academically. If he dedicated himself, perhaps he could indeed secure a spot in high school. What kind of reward? Lin Xiao asked, intrigued. His sister not only had a dowry, but had also outsmarted the Wang family. Currently, she was the wealthiest among them. After some contemplation, Lin Jiao proposed 5 yuan. If you get into high school, I will reward you with 5 yuan and give you an allowance of 5 yuan each month. If you finish the semester within the top 5 of your class, I'll give you an additional 5 yuan. If you rank in the top 20 of the entire grade, I'll give you 20 yuan, decreasing by 1 yuan for each subsequent rank, with the 20th place earning just 1 yuan. Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed this information. His eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, are you serious? This is a golden opportunity. 5 yuan plus 5 each month and an extra 20. By the end of the semester, he could amass quite a fortune. Goodness, getting into high school is incredibly worthwhile. Seeing her brother's enthusiastic reaction, Lin Jiao began to doubt whether she had offered too much. Sister, you can't backtrack on this. Lin Xiao glanced at his chubby hands, wondering if she had miscalculated and set the stakes too high. No, I stand by my word. I'm just worried you might not make the cut. Lin Jiao contemplated. A monthly allowance of 5 yuan wasn't excessive. Study hard. I am determined to succeed, Lin Xiao declared. However, he quickly felt a twinge of doubt. Sister, are you pulling my leg? Do you really have that much money? Even if you do now, with your spending habits, it won't last long. High school has changed. It lasts for 3 years. 3 years? Oh, that's nothing. If the money runs out, I will earn more. I'm embarking on a breeding venture. I'll raise pigs, chickens, ducks, anything I can. Lin Jiao suddenly recalled the loudspeaker announcing the promotion of livestock breeding to enrich the public's vegetable basket. The commune had previously initiated a rabbit-raising project. but no one in the village showed interest. Everyone feared it would ultimately be a wasted effort. As the old saying goes, wealth counts only if it has fur. Thus, families typically kept only a few chickens or a pig. Few dared to expand their livestock. Lin Xiao, hearing Lin Jiao's ambitious declarations, found her plans rather implausible. Given her usual disdain for the smell of chickens and pigs, it was hard to believe she could manage such endeavors. Eating them was one thing, but tending to them? That seemed unlikely. Lin Xiao shook her head with a smile. Sister, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Even if he were to be beaten to death, he would never believe that Lin Jiao Jiao could handle such unpleasant tasks. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I will raise them for the sake of enjoying meat. Lin Jiao Jiao was too lazy to explain further. She would let her actions speak for themselves in due time. Chapter 33. Addicted Lin Xiaoi gazed out of the window, observing her brother-in-law's presence, which brought an air of uncertainty. Moreover, she had herself to consider. Sister, you provide me with pocket money. Can my brother-in-law manage? Rest assured, your brother-in-law dotes on me immensely. He entrusts all the household finances to my care. You ought to focus on your own affairs. If you don't pass your exams, all this talk will be in vain. Seeing Lin Jiao's smug demeanor, Lin Xiao felt it was utterly genuine. Sister, you wouldn't resort to using your fists. He sensed he was uncovering a truth. Of course not. With your sister's charm, that wouldn't be necessary. However, if there's a need, I wouldn't mind. Lin Xiao could hardly believe it. Was it truly a matter of personal preference? Sister, please don't complain about the foul odor of chickens. If your husband can't manage, I can assist you on weekends after school, as long as you provide for me. Virtue. I enjoy meat. I can't possibly complain. Lin Jiao patted Lin Xiao and shifted the topic. But I must lay down some ground rules. Lin Xiao exclaimed, Are there conditions? Truly, earning his sister's money wouldn't be that simple. Of course, don't think that once you pass your exams, you can lounge about for a mere 5 yuan pocket money each month. I won't permit that. Lin Jiao aimed to motivate her younger brother to study diligently. Perhaps he would indeed excel, contributing to the family in some way. That won't happen. If I do pass now, when I pass, I'll aim for the top to earn a reward. Lin Xiao was confident. If learning could yield wealth, he would surely excel. Lin Jiao replied, Thus first, I want to see your effort. Even if you don't rank at the top, you cannot languish at the bottom. Second, this money is not a gift. When you start working, you must repay me double. Third, I haven't yet thought of one, so we'll stick with these 2 for now. Agreed. When I earn money, I won't let you suffer a loss. You are my only sister. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Those 2 stipulations were manageable. What nonsense are you promising now? Lin Laoi's voice echoed from afar, accompanied by Lin Mu and Lin Lin. It's a secret between my sister and me. Lin Xiao couldn't let them know. Otherwise, with their parents' favoritism, he would surely be in trouble. At that moment, a small head peeked through the door. Taitu, in a childish voice, said, I know. Uncle is talking about rewards. Lin Xiao swiftly delivered a playful smack to silence the little one. Any uncle is mean. Always hitting my head, Taitu whimpered, running to Lin Jiao, who had just promised a reward for crying. You little rascal, why do you always provoke him? Your crying is never-ending. Lin Laoi approached with a kick, but the little one nimbly evaded him. Lin Xiao dashed out to seek his brother-in-law. Understanding that to secure a steady flow of pocket money in the future, he must foster a good relationship with him. The incessant wailing faded away. Lin Jiao regarded the small figure, one hand covering her mouth, the other extending her tiny hand. Is that for candy? You become quite addicted. Lin Jiao Jiao took out a piece of candy, a vibrant fruit-flavored sweet, resplendent in color. Each piece was modest in size, and there were numerous pieces in a pound. She had wrapped half a pound as a gift for her guests, intending to share the remainder with the children. After all, it is customary to distribute wedding candies. She shook the candy gently, cautioning that it should not be consumed in excess, as too much could lead to toothaches. If you save this piece for tomorrow, your aunt will reward you with another next time. Taitu's eyes sparkled with delight at such a prospect. Eagerly nodding his head, he quickly accepted the candy, fearing Lin Jiao Jiao might change her mind, and swiftly scampered away on his little legs. Chapter 34. A bowl of grease. Wang Dahua shouted at the top of her lungs, yet behind her trailed a throng, all eagerly fixated on the bowl in her hands. Dear daughter, eat while it's hot. Wang Dahua presented a bowl of grease, placing it into Lin Jiao Jiao's hands under the envious gazes of the crowd. Lin Jiao Jiao gazed at the bowl, her eyes glistening with warmth. This scene was all too familiar, for this flesh had not been gained without effort. Every morsel of grease had found its way into her belly. She lifted a piece and placed it into Wang Dahua's eager mouth, then picked another piece to offer to the ever-watchful old Master Lin. Good. Old Master Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by the sight of his grown daughter, who now knew to feed him, truly deserving of being his little cotton-padded jacket. Wang Dahua opened her mouth, wishing to express that it was futile for her to eat. Yet the familiar gesture had been ingrained for so many years. At this thought, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Such a simple piece of grease had stirred such deep emotions within her. Perhaps the burden she carried was indeed quite heavy. Eat, silly girl. Have you become foolish since getting married? Wang Dahua suddenly felt a pang of worry. She had painstakingly raised her plump daughter, and now, in another's home, everything would be subject to someone else. She couldn't bear the thought. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, taking a piece into her mouth. The fragrant grease burst forth on her palate, and she found it utterly delightful, devoid of any greasiness. She glanced up, meeting the fervent gazes of the children. With only a pound of meat and plans for braised pork, how little would each person receive? Surely, a piece each would not suffice. Mom, please share with them, Lin Jiao Jiao said, her appetite fully awakened. The words difficult to utter. She had ambitions of raising pigs. Very well. Wang Dahua nodded, though her heart felt heavy. Should she reserve a few pieces for Day and the others? This child was capable, helping her elder brother and the second brother fetch water in the backyard. Fetching water? Lin Jiao Jiao extracted a piece of grease from the bowl. That was splendid. She could use the opportunity to add some spring water to the large vat. Upon hearing that the grease had just come off the stove, Lin Xiao immediately dashed over. Just as he reached the doorway, he saw Lin Jiao Jiao sprinting towards him with a piece of grease, and he opened his mouth wide. His elder sister was indeed the best. However, how could she run past him without noticing his presence? Unwilling to concede, he chased after her, only to witness Lin Jiao Jiao feeding that large piece of grease into Guchang's mouth. What an eyesore! The brother-in-law was grinning broadly, revealing a mouth full of teeth. Lin Jiao Jiao took the water bucket and poured it into the large vat, seizing the moment to add some spring water as well. Guchanghe was overwhelmed with the fragrant meat, his heart filled to the brim, bubbling with sweetness. This plump daughter-in-law, she seemed oblivious to the attention she commanded, relishing in his adoration. However, as he glanced at the vat, noticing the two buckets, he felt that this time it was filled to the brim. The water was almost spilling over. Feeling disheartened, Lin Xiao trudged back only to find an empty bowl. His elder brother and second brother had both indulged, leaving him with nothing. Mom, you are so biased. I didn't even get a scrap. After much effort, he finally had the chance to indulge in some delectable grease, only to be thwarted by the unfortunate circumstance of his elder sister undergoing a cerebral puncture. Such a fortuitous occasion was cruelly snatched away from him. Did you not partake? She questioned, having just spotted him moments ago. Have you lost your senses? Why did you not seize the opportunity when it presented itself? Whom can you blame? Wang Dahua shook her head in disdain as she retreated to the kitchen with her bowl. It was evident that this young man had become so engrossed in his studies that he had lost his wits. If he continued down this path, he would surely become a mere bookworm. It would be wise for him to return to the fields while there was still time. Chapter 35. The moon of the maternal home out of sight as mealtime approached, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, prompting both adults and children to circle eagerly in the courtyard. With a loud call of dinner is served. From Wang Dahua, everyone promptly gathered around the large round table. The feast included braised pork, red braised potatoes, scrambled eggs with persimmons, soy sauce stirred eggplant, stewed potatoes with fruit, and smoked meat with cucumbers, with all but the small dish of braised pork being served in particularly large portions. Curiously, instead of fixating on the pork, the guest's attention was drawn to the smoked meat atop the cucumbers. Wang Dahua, serve a piece of smoked meat to Gu Changhe, Lin Jiao Jiao, the elder Lin, and herself, before pouring a small cup of wine for several of the men, finally announcing that they could begin to eat. It seemed as if everyone had silently coordinated their actions, as they all reached for the smoked meat on the cucumbers, which had been portioned according to the number of diners. Consequently, once each person had taken their share, only cucumbers remained on the plate. Taidu lowered his head, occasionally stealing glances at the braised pork. Prior to the meal, their grandmother had sternly warned that anyone who displayed impoliteness at the table by snatching the pork would be denied food at the next meal, and would also be barred from meat at future gatherings. Observing the guests' behavior, Wang Dahua nodded in satisfaction, pleased that they were behaving appropriately. They had previously acted as if they were starved, as though she had been overly harsh with them. In high spirits, she served Gu Changhe a pair of chopsticks full of food, then offered Lin Jiao Jiao a piece as well. Jiao Jiao, do eat up. This braised pork was made especially for you. I know how much you enjoy it. Lin Jiao Jiao placed the meat in her mouth, savoring its tender, melt-in-the-mouth texture, with a rich flavor lingering on her palate. She wished she could devour more, but perhaps she should have requested a larger portion of meat. Pushing the braised pork towards Wang Dahua, she said, Mom, you all enjoy it. I've had enough. Wang Dahua chuckled and shook her head. There was no such thing as enough when it came to meat. Ah, now that you are married, you seem to have become more considerate, she mused, though this newfound thoughtfulness tugged at her heartstrings. Casting a glance at the plate, she realized there was hardly enough to go around. She served a piece to the elder and herself, then offered another to Lin Jiao Jiao, placing the remainder in the center for the children to take their share. All the children quickly extended their hands. Lin Xiao was particularly swift, grabbing a larger piece, eager to make up for the dripping sauce he had missed out on. Are you still a child? Wang Dahua exclaimed, her voice rising, as a pair of chopsticks flew out, striking Zheng Wanjuan's hand. Gu Changhe, startled by the commotion, dropped his chopsticks onto the table. Wang Dahua, unable to contain her excitement, recalled how she had previously emphasized the need for decorum among the children, yet their mother had made a spectacle of herself. Zheng Wanjuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With so many people present, including outsiders, she felt utterly humiliated. Is it really wrong for me to serve a piece to the fourth girl, as you said? Why are you so angry? She protested, feeling wronged. The elder Lin cast a disapproving glance at Lin Jiao Jiao, chastising his wife for her inability to manage the situation while indulging herself. Lin pinched Zheng Wanjun hard, saying, All right, could you refrain from speaking so much? You are embarrassing me. Zheng Wanjun, feeling wronged, retorted, What have I done wrong? Why is everyone directing their anger at me? Her eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. Wang Dahua, infuriated, trembled with rage at this audacious child daring to talk back. She scolded, You, Sia, how can you say such things? She is only 2 years old. How could she consume that? Can it even be substituted? You've already drunk most of the sweet soup meant for her. Isn't that enough? This meat is perfectly good, and now that she has taken it, the other children won't have any. How shameful for an adult to act so disgracefully over food. Zheng Wanjun, humiliated in front of everyone, felt overwhelmed. Yet she gazed longingly at the vast array of dishes, determined to endure. All right, let us eat quickly. The food will get cold, said old Master Lin, raising his cup. Changhe, let us drink together. Lin Mu and Lin also lifted their cups. Lin Jiao Jiao eyed the braised pork in her bowl, deciding to partake. After all, it was Wang Dahua's heartfelt gesture. Moreover, their playful banter was merely a part of family life, not worth fretting over. Following this minor altercation, the children became more subdued. Fortunately, they did not miss out on the meal, and all the plates were emptied. When the afternoon horns sounded, those who needed to work departed, yet Wang Dahua chose to take a day off. As old Master Lin left, he reminded Jiao Jiao, make sure to return promptly. Don't stay out too late. I know, I'll hurry, she replied, as if he were suggesting she might let his daughter witness the moon from her maternal home. Wang Dahua dismissed everyone and noticed Lin Xiao had not gone to school. She paid it no mind, observing how the boy was circling around Gu Changhe. Why had they become so close? She pulled Lin Jiao Jiao into the house, preparing to pack some items for her. Come, I've saved some eggs for you. "Mom, we have chickens at home. They laid 4 eggs today. We have enough to eat. Please don't pack any more," Lin Jiao Jiao replied, glancing at the 12 chickens in total, 2 roosters, and several young hens that could not lay eggs, realizing they barely had any to spare. "What is yours, and what I give is mine. What is wrong with you, child?" Wang Dahua, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's thoughtfulness, felt a pang of affection. Sensing her mother's displeasure, Lin Jiao Jiao quickly changed the topic. "What do the chickens eat?" "Ah, it's my fault for not teaching you earlier. Listen, if you find the chickens smell too strong, keep them in the back garden and don't confine them. They can forage for bugs and nibble on vegetable leaves, and occasionally, a bit of bran will suffice." As she spoke, Wang Dahua filled half a bag with bran, advising, "Make sure to save some for the autumn harvest. Otherwise, the chickens won't have enough to eat in winter." "All right." Lin Jiao Jiao placed the egg basket back and accepted the bran. Wang Dahua then took another basket, filling it with cornmeal and red beans, saying, "Jiao Jiao, take this with you. You must not refuse it, or I shall be heartbroken." "Okay, my mother is truly wonderful." Lin Jiao Jiao, filled with emotion, embraced Wang Dahua's arm, feeling a touch of guilt as if she had stolen something. Wang Dahua smiled contentedly. It could not help but begin to nag. "Your mother-in-law, truly, where family said they wanted coarse grain. She took the only bag we had at home. Now, when autumn harvest comes, and we could have relied on it, we find ourselves with nothing but emptiness. Not even a morsel remains." Lin Jiao Jiao sincerely responded, "Mother, what do you wish to eat? Whatever my family has, I will fetch it for you right away. If we lack it, I will find a way to procure it." In that moment, Wang Dahua's eyes glistened with tears. "Oh, my dear child, what can I possibly say to you?" She gazed at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was so closely attached to her, and marveled at how this girl had grown increasingly endearing. Chapter 36. The commotion. Wang Dahua felt that no matter how much she gathered, it was never enough. Reflecting on the fact that her daughter's family had nothing to eat, she hurried into the garden to pick vegetables, green beans, eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, and chili peppers, even bundling up some scallions and cilantro. Their garden was expansive, a distinct advantage of living at the foot of the mountain. If they resided at the village entrance, they would scarcely have such a large plot. With their numerous family members, they had cultivated every possible piece of land, even growing green beans along the edges of the garden. "Stay here for a moment. I will take these vegetables to the front yard. Otherwise, what shall we do if they are left behind?" Gu Changhe observed Wang Dahua's bustling figure and sighed, "Jiao Jiao, your mother is truly wonderful to us. She prepares such an abundance of food and shares so generously. I feel rather embarrassed." He suddenly recalled how Wang Dahua had served him meat, casting a gaze filled with envy toward Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my mother treats us so well. We must ensure we honor them properly in the future." "Absolutely," Gu Changhe replied earnestly, recognizing that having such a devoted mother was a true blessing. Unable to resist, Lin Jiao Jiao leaned in and playfully kissed his cheek. "Ouch!" Lin Xiao stumbled and fell, lamenting his misfortune. "Why am I so unlucky today? First, I overheard things I shouldn't have, and now I've seen things I shouldn't have. Will I develop a sty? What are you shouting about? There's no need for such grand gestures at an ordinary time. I have no red envelope for you." Lin Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes dramatically. "Was that really necessary?" "Wife, you mustn't tea." Gu Changhe sighed, shaking his head. "Perhaps it is best to return and teach properly." Lin Jiao Jiao playfully pinched Gu Changhe, feeling he was being coy after gaining an advantage, especially since he was the one who had initially approached her. Gu Changhe chuckled awkwardly, finding it challenging to navigate the affection of his wife. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "In a couple of years, when you marry, you will understand." If he had known that marriage could be so delightful, he would not have delayed it for so long. However, recalling that the previous years could have involved the Wang family, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that the timing was just right. "Uncle, Aunt, what are you doing?" There's excitement to see. "Come on." After calling out, Gangdan realized something was amiss. This commotion was about the Gu family. What excitement! Lin Xiao's interest peaked, momentarily forgetting everything else. Gangdan hesitated. "It's the Wang family and the Gu family that are at odds." Wang Dahua shouted, Don't get distracted by the chaos. If you go, at least take something with you. Otherwise, it will be dark soon. With bundles in hand, everyone hurried along, encountering many familiar faces, all intent on reaching the Wang household. From a distance, they could already hear the sounds of shouting and cursing. What sin have I committed? After all the effort to raise my daughter, she marries and brings debts along. Wang's mother sat on the ground, yelling in despair. Get up quickly, stop the shouting. If everyone speaks a little more kindly, this can all be resolved. Accountant Wang attempted to usher people inside. Wang Mu immediately retorted, and you dare to criticize me? If this continues, there will be no way out. The moment this girl entered the old Gu family's door, these heartless individuals set their sights on your livelihood. This bowl of rice is not meant for the old Gu family. Grandma Gu was instantly incensed. Did you not hear? Did you not hear? The Wang family is deceiving us into marriage. It was agreed that the accountant would work for my son. Otherwise, who would marry your daughter? Accountant Wang was equally displeased. Old Gu, do you think the same? My eldest daughter can marry anyone. These days, one hears of men unable to find brides, but never of daughters who cannot marry. According to his reasoning, after breaking off the engagement with the old Gu family, we could delay until the child enters high school, and when the time comes, we can spread the news. Even if the daughter is older then, there will be no worries. At that point, the bride price will surely double. However, right now, the bride price is merely 66 yuan, which, although more than the 26 given to the Lin family, cannot be compared under the same conditions. That girl is so hefty, she could collapse a Kong. Bah, Wang Xiaohong is a harbinger of misfortune. Her arrival has cost us dearly. Before old Gu could voice his opinion, Grandma Gu spat out a mouthful of saliva. It will be better to marry that plump girl, regardless of the circumstances. She comes with a substantial dowry, and even though the bride price is merely 26 yuan, she has brought back an additional 40. Unlike this ill-fated creature who enters empty-handed. You crossed the river and dismantled the bridge. Was it us who administered the drugs? Did we propose the exchange of brides? In the end, all the blame is cast upon our family. We have yet to settle the debts incurred by our family. Wang Mu seized Grandma Gu by the collar, demanding answers. Were it not for the fact that her daughter was already married, she would have beaten this old hag to a pulp. Grandma Gu, however, was unfazed. She pushed Wang Mu aside and retaliated with a punch, cursing as she did so. Your daughter is of no worth. She has nothing, and if it weren't for the rice bowl she carries, who would dare to marry her? I will make it clear today. If my son cannot hold this accounting position, we shall have no more to do with this harbinger of doom. Wang Xiaohong covered her head, weeping bitterly, utterly ashamed and unable to utter a word, even daring not to meet anyone's gaze, feeling as though all eyes were upon her. Wang Mu swiftly overpowered Grandma Gu, and the two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Why should it be so? Even if I bring my daughter back, I will not allow your son to be the accountant. The old Gu family is indeed unscrupulous. What did the daughter bring home? Those dates were riddled with worms, and the meat was so spoiled it reeked. With such a family, they expect to risk their son's job? Absolutely not. It is better to bring the daughter back and demand a bride price once more. As this thought crossed her mind, her actions grew more forceful. Lin Jiao Jiao could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Realizing everyone was staring at her, she pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend. Is the accountant of this brigade from the Wang family? Who appointed him? Was it not chosen by vote? When did it become a one-man show from the Wang family? Indeed, the crowd suddenly understood. While it was true that voting occurred each time, an accountant requires guidance. Who would teach an outsider? Unbeknownst to them, it had become an unspoken agreement. Accounting, is it a task only for the season? Indeed, I have heard it is rather intricate. A lively discussion ensued, with everyone contributing their thoughts. What is so difficult about it? Anyone who has attended a few years of schooling can manage bookkeeping. It would be even easier for a high school student. Lin Jiao Jiao, unfazed, began to elucidate the matter. Since Accountant Wang is unable to handle it, let us resort to voting. Yes, let us vote. Many eyes sparkled with anticipation as they considered the possibility of their own children stepping up to the challenge. Who dares to say, I am incapable? Accountant Wang felt a surge of anxiety. Today, he had specifically inquired about his son's confidence regarding high school entrance exams. And it was precisely this lack of assurance that had led him to refrain from committing. Little did he expect, Gu Changqing turned hostile, abandoning his meal and departing in haste. Chapter 37. One cannot turn their elbow outward. A keen-eyed individual spotted the captain in the distance and immediately shouted, "Captain, Captain! Accountant Wang is incapacitated. Let us vote for a re-election." Upon hearing this, the captain rushed over, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How could it have changed so abruptly? Accountant Wang, furious to the point of nearly spitting blood, pushed through the crowd, revealing his head. "I'm perfectly well. I can still perform my duties as accountant. No one shall usurp my position, not even the old Gu family." He was resolute. Even threats involving his eldest daughter would not sway him. He could not believe they would actually succeed in bringing her back, for that would render the bride price a waste of money. Given that he had already lost face, he had nothing left to lose. The individual scratched his head, recalling that it was Accountant Wang himself who had declared he could no longer fulfill his role and intended to pass it to his son or son-in-law. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Wang gritted his teeth, asserting, "Regardless, I am fine, and no one shall take my position as accountant for me." He then approached the elder Gu, remarking on the consequences of their actions. "Well, now it seems I must continue in this role." Despite Wang's attempts to reason, the situation escalated. With everything at stake, it would be difficult for his son to assume the role of accountant in the future. Elder Gu confronted Gu Changhe, exclaiming, "Are you truly sincere? Have you deliberately stirred up trouble with your wife? Now your son Changqing cannot become the accountant. Are you satisfied? What is it that brothers cannot reconcile? The position of accountant belongs to the old Gu family, and it does not necessarily have to fall into your hands. One must not be overly selfish. If not for the presence of relatives, particularly the eldest daughter-in-law, he would have had much to say about how one could not turn their elbow outward. Previously, he had seen promise in this situation, but now, it resembled the worst of tales, full of strife. Gu Changhe's expression hardened. Indeed, once a stepmother appears, a stepfather follows. If I lack the capability to be an accountant, I should not be blamed for it. However, I believe this is for the best. The accountant should be chosen openly and fairly. At the next election, I shall expose any underhanded dealings to the commune. You ungrateful wretch." Elder Gu pointed at his eldest son, incredulous that he was the eldest of the Gu family. Gu Changhe turned to Jiao Jiao, saying, "You know why we received a few extra coins during the distribution? It was to compensate for the shortfall in the bride price. That $66 was from my own pocket." Elder Gu's long-preserved dignity was now trampled beneath his son's words. Madame Gu, reveling in the drama, remarked, "See, I told you this boy would stray outside. How could he compare to the son raised at home?" Yet before she could finish her sentence, she received a resounding slap. Elder Gu, seething with rage, retorted, "You wasteful old woman. If it weren't for you, had you nurtured this child properly, we wouldn't be facing such disgrace. Are you ever going to stop? Why bring this up again? Is there an issue with my nurturing? After all you've consumed, do you not know?" The crowd murmured in sympathy. Madame Gu, realizing her misstep, regretted it, but it was far too late. Old Master Gu, feeling utterly embarrassed, turned and fled home without a backward glance. Truly, there is no end to the worry. Old Lady Gu, equally mortified, hurried after him. "As for you, dear-in-laws." Wang Dahua grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, her heart heavy with concern. Marrying her daughter into the Gu family seemed rather ill-considered. Chapter 38. Misunderstanding? Gu Changhe felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at Wang Dahua's expression, promptly taking Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and hurrying away. "Rest assured, I shall treat Jiao Jiao well," he declared, quickening his pace, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, the old Lin family might snatch away his plump bride. "Slow down. My legs are neither as long nor as slender as yours. How could I possibly keep up?" Lin Jiao Jiao retorted, prompting Gu Changhe to feel a wave of bashfulness as she continued to praise him in front of everyone. "All right, I shall slow down," he responded. "With such a wife, who could possibly whisk her away? Why should he worry? How can you still be laughing at a time like this, when such a significant event has transpired?" Gu Changqing remarked, his eyes stinging at their exuberance. Gu Changhe glanced at the items in his hands, lamenting how this fellow had managed to damage the belongings that his mother-in-law had painstakingly gathered. It truly was not worth it. What has happened? A joyous occasion, indeed. You may not become an accountant, but that is a cause for celebration. Each of Gu Changhe's words pierced Gu Changqing's heart. You are not in a better position either. Do not forget how this rotund fellow chased after me. The things I did not desire were precisely what you cherished. Gu Changqing, filled with ire, momentarily overlooked Gu Changhe's formidable fists and began to speak without thought. Gu Changhe promptly set down the items, seizing Gu Changqing before he could flee, and brought him down to the ground with a flurry of punches and kicks. Upon seeing Lin Jiao Jiao rushing towards them, Gu Changqing's spirits lifted. Jiao Jiao, hurry! Save me! This savage is tormenting me. You have suffered with him. Gu Changhe's heart tightened. Lin Jiao Jiao brandished her basket and delivered a swift kick. Why do you never learn? Is my name something you can casually utter? However, I must genuinely thank you and your mother. Without you, how could I have married Gu Changhe? If I had ended up with a coward like you, I might as well have thrown myself to my demise. You can shout until the heavens fall, but it won't deceive me. Gu Changqing began to laugh. You are frightened that this savage will discover your affection for me and abandon you. This rotund fellow's infatuation with him was not a fleeting moment. It was well established. Lin Jiao Jiao struck again, this kick silencing Gu Changqing and causing him to cough up blood. Gu Changhe stood up. Let us go. I did not wish to dirty my feet. Once they had walked a considerable distance, Lin Jiao Jiao could no longer contain her curiosity. Changhe, do you mind? Gu Changhe lowered his head, pondering briefly before replying, I trust you. Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head. Come on. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's demeanor, Gu Changhe felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He quickened his pace, grasping her hand. Jiao Jiao, I truly trust you, for whenever you look at me, your eyes reflect only me, that cannot be feigned. Listening to this peculiar explanation, Lin Jiao Jiao felt a bit dazed. She blinked. Is that so? Upon seeing his nod, she couldn't help but laugh. It was not merely a reflection in his eyes. Enough. Stop laughing. If you wish to laugh, do so at home. Otherwise, we shall attract unwanted attention. Gu Changhe noticed someone approaching in the distance. The area had been relatively sparse moments ago, likely drawing onlookers who were now gathering to gossip. All right. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile, then suddenly made a smacking sound, a mere gesture that nearly overwhelmed the man before her. Gu Changhe felt his legs weaken, leaving him to follow closely behind Lin Jiao Jiao. If this plump wife were to disregard him, he would willingly offer his head as a ball to be kicked. Merely contemplating this made his heart tighten. In just a few days, he sensed an undeniable attachment to her warm embrace. Chapter 39. Living here is quite troublesome. What has happened to you, Changqing? Wang Xiaohong rushed over anxiously, only to find Gu Changqing sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with blood, silent and looking utterly terrifying. Who else could it be? He was beaten up again by his brother, someone remarked, nodding towards the distant, rotund silhouette that was unmistakably unique in the village. Such bullying, to leave someone in this state during broad daylight and just walk away, is utterly inhumane. Gu Changqing stared blankly ahead, fully aware that no man could remain indifferent. The knife had been plunged deep into Gu Changhe's heart, and a life of peace was now unattainable. Yes, the novelty had yet to wear off. After all, at the age of 21, having finally married, even a pig would be cherished for a while. Had it not been for his own impending marriage at 19, Gu Changhe would likely still be waiting, for there was no one to arrange it for him. This damned situation. Instead of gratitude, he received, Changqing, let me help you to see a doctor. Wang Xiaohong exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She certainly did not wish to enter married life as a widow. If it weren't for her swift escape today, her mother would have insisted she remain, claiming it was unacceptable to let the Gu family off so easily. Yet, she understood the underlying motive. Her mother was attempting to barter her for another bride price. How could that be permissible? If it were to happen, the outcome would only worsen. Moreover, they were still newlyweds. She held a genuine fondness for Gu Changqing. However, the searing pain on her face left her utterly dazed. Gu Changqing lashed out. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since I married you, Has there been a single smooth day? You promised faithfully, yet your words changed in an instant. Otherwise, I would not be enduring this torment. He stumbled homeward, feeling unafraid. After all, his dignity was already in tatters. You know, perhaps this girl truly is a source of ill fortune. Both her natal and marital families have faced misfortune, all because of her. Indeed, she seemed to be a magnet for calamity. Otherwise, why would bad luck always circle around her? That's true. They concurred. In comparison, Lin Panya seemed fortunate. Since Gu Changhe married her, he had prospered, and his demeanor had brightened. Look at the numerous sons in the Lin family, each one more robust than the last, all growing up healthy and strong, with none perishing. The collective murmurs cut through the air like daggers, all aimed at Wang Xiaohong. She could not bear to lift her gaze, her head bowed in shame as she chased after Gu Changqing. Yet, upon reaching the doorstep, she found she cannot catch up to him. With great difficulty, she pushed open the door. Grandma Lin's fury erupted. Had it not been for this ill-fated girl, would the day have unfolded in such chaos? The old man had barred her from entering, thoroughly enraged. Seizing a broom by her side, she aimed it fiercely at the girl. "Changqing, help me. Mother is going to kill me." Gu Changqing did not even spare her a glance as he turned and entered the house. Wang Xiaohong felt utterly wronged. "Mother, it's truly not my fault. One can only blame Lin Jiao Jiao. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still her elder. It is one thing to lack filial piety, but to extort so much is simply intolerable. My maternal family is merely reacting to an impulse. This much is evident. The indignation of old lady Lin is palpable. She had assumed that the chubby girl would effortlessly secure her dowry upon entering the household. But who could have foreseen this? Mother, this predicament has arisen solely because Lin Jiao Jiao feigned ignorance, ensnaring us in her web. Now she even incites Gu Changhe to beat up Changqing to such an extent." Wang Xiaohong, witnessing old lady Lin's pause, glared furiously at the neighbor. A surge of joy filled her heart. If she had to endure hardship, then let it be shared. Lin Jiao Jiao closed the window, feeling slightly better, yet keeping it shut was not a viable option. It would be stifling. How vexing it is. The incessant clamor throughout the day is unbearable. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the laughter and joy during his time at the old Lin residence. Now, that was living. The sense of being valued by the family is indeed a profound experience. As this thought crossed his mind, a spark illuminated his eyes. "Jiao Jiao, if we pool all our funds together, it should suffice to construct a house at the foot of the mountain. We could start with just 2 rooms. Build a house." Lin Jiao Jiao glanced towards the neighbor, realizing that this notion might indeed hold merit, even without those troublesome individuals. Her burgeoning farming enterprise necessitated a move to a more spacious location. After all, how could she manage so many pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese in such a cramped courtyard? Lin Jiao Jiao retrieved a small bundle, which she had previously tucked away. The two of them settled on the Kong and began to tally their resources. The dowry amounted to 66 yuan. The compensation from both families totaled 50 yuan, plus an additional 50 yuan in betrothal gifts. Alongside Gu Changhe's savings of 117 yuan, bringing the total to 283 yuan. That should be sufficient, shouldn't it? Gu Changhe then produced an additional 38 yuan from his pocket, declaring that they would commence construction after the autumn harvest. They could borrow some earthen bricks and perhaps even cut a bit of timber in due time. Lin Jiao Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "Changhe, are you truly willing to leave this home? Although this ramshackle house is dilapidated, with the west room having collapsed, it is still the place where Gu Changhe grew up." Gu Changhe looked on, lost in memories. He considered himself fortunate to be a boy, sheltered by his grandmother, while his elder sister suffered under the tyranny of that wicked woman. His sister had once told him that this place was his sanctuary, urging him to stay safe within its confines and not venture out recklessly. In his childhood, he had been obedient, yet often bullied. Eventually, he realized that one could not remain hidden forever in a safe haven. Thus, he learned to speak with his fists. After a scuffle, he would return, knowing that the wicked woman and that troublemaker, Gu Changqing, were no match for him. Now, as he contemplated leaving, he felt a pang of reluctance. However, his grandmother had said that once he had spread his wings, he could go wherever he wished. Perhaps that time has finally come. Surely, my grandmother would not mind. Moreover, we cannot return this house to the commune, which is in dire need of housing plots and would be eager for us to vacate. Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly understood. Indeed, why is there such a squeeze for living space here, with everyone crammed together? It is rooted in a shared belief that siblings should not live too far apart, so they can support one another. Consequently, as the boys in the family grow up, they are allocated new housing plots. Yet they strive to remain close to the old homestead, ideally forming contiguous clusters. She longed to spend tranquil days at the foot of the mountain, close to the old Lin family, where she could raise more chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. When she looked up at this perceptive individual, she softly called out, "Changhe." Gu Changhe replied, puzzled. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cup his face and planted a kiss on him. This man was truly captivating. Gu Changhe blinked, feeling emboldened within the confines of the house. He promptly took hold of Lin Jiao Jiao's round face and playfully kissed her twice. Lin Jiao Jiao erupted into a fit of giggles, a sound that Gu Changhe found utterly irresistible, sending his heart racing. With his delightful wife in his embrace, how could he resist? Even though the daylight still lingered outside, Lin Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in astonishment, realizing how enticing the moment truly was. Chapter 40. A band of thick-skinned individuals after a bout of activity. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a rumble in her stomach, a reminder of her hunger. She sighed, reluctant to move. Gu Changhe, equally aware of his own hunger, sighed as well. This endeavor was truly exhausting. If this continued, how much food would be consumed at home? Having enjoyed a hearty lunch, he had hoped to save on dinner. But seeing Lin Jiao Jiao's hunger, he could hardly let his plump wife go hungry for the sake of conserving rations. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Jiao Jiao, you stay there, and I shall prepare dinner." The daylight still lingered outside, and since saving was an option, it was best to eat early. "What shall we have?" Lin Jiao Jiao's stomach rumbled at the mere mention of food. "Corn porridge. I shall prepare a large bowl for you to fill your belly," Gu Changhe promised, only to be met with Lin Jiao Jiao's disdainful head shake. With determination, he added, "Then I shall also fry you an egg." "You are quite generous." Lin Jiao Jiao struggled to find the words to express her astonishment. Gu Changhe proudly lifted his chin. "Of course, if I am not generous with my wife, to whom else should I be generous?" Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head at his endearing foolishness. "Let us stick to the usual arrangement. I will cook, and you will tend to the fire. We cannot skimp on our meals, but first, a bath is in order." Gu Changhe carried a large basin to the backyard, bemused by the need for a bath before dinner. "Add some hot water. We can't keep washing in cold water, or you might catch a cold," Lin Jiao Jiao insisted, pulling him back to add hot water before allowing him to leave. "I'm tough-skinned and resilient," Gu Changhe remarked, though inwardly he felt a warmth, knowing he was cherished by his wife. Lin Jiao Jiao, as was her custom, took a bath in the space she had created, her skin now much softer. Had it not been for the spring water from her space, the difference would have been even more pronounced, as time stood still in her space. She finished her bath while Gu Changhe remained in the backyard. She measured out cornmeal and added a sprinkle of flour, barely enough to make a difference, but still necessary. After incorporating an egg into the mixture, she chopped a couple of scallions and a tomato just as Gu Changhe emerged, freshly washed. "Just in time. Quickly heat the water," she urged. "Huh? You washed up so quickly. What are we making?" he inquired. "We're having noodle soup today." Lin Jiao Jiao, as hands moved swiftly, the dough was nearly ready. She rolled out a large sheet, and as the water approached a boil, she tore the dough into small pieces. With 3 eggs remaining, she cracked one into the broth for egg drop soup while preparing the other 2 as fried eggs. "Jiao Jiao, don't hoard those eggs," Gu Changhe observed, noting that all 4 eggs in the basket had been used. "Isn't this a bit indulgent? Just 4 eggs, and I still feel it's not enough. For more would not be too many. Besides, the hens will lay more tomorrow, so why save them?" Gu Changhe sighed. "Little by little, it adds up." Lin Jiao Jiao quickly interrupted. "I only want to ensure you're well fed because you seem so thin. These fried eggs are specially made for you. Why must we always find excuses for food? It's quite troubling," she mused. To everyone's surprise, Gu Changhe was deeply moved by these words, tears streaming down his face. "Jiao Jiao, Your thoughtfulness is more than enough. You can keep all the eggs. A rough man like me would only waste them. Gu Chang'e noticed that the soup already had egg flowers, which was quite satisfactory. Lin Jiao Jiao, not wishing to indulge herself, served him a small bowl of noodle soup and added a poached egg for him. She took a larger bowl for herself, filling it with the remaining soup, and opted to eat directly from the bowl without using any utensils. Despite her considerable size, she thought it best to enjoy her meal before worrying about dieting. Gu Chang'e could not refuse. As the egg melted in his mouth, he felt utterly enchanted. What fortune had granted him a wife so devoted and caring? After finishing his meal, he was eager to demonstrate his willingness to help, taking the initiative to wash the dishes and even going out to dispose of the dirty water. As he approached the entrance, he encountered an annoying figure blocking his path. He tried to sidestep, but to his dismay, the person moved to obstruct him again. "Brother, why do I always find you working?" he remarked. "You shouldn't spoil your wife too much. It could lead to trouble." Gu Chang'e splashed some water forward, soaking the other's trousers and shoes, leaving them speckled with mud. He suppressed his anger. Otherwise, he might have drenched the person from head to toe. You. Wang Xiaohong pointed at this fierce individual, having thought there was a change in his temperament, only to find he remained the same. "What do you mean, you? Can't you avoid me? From now on, steer clear of me, so my wife doesn't misunderstand." Gu Chang'e disdainfully circled around Wang Xiaohong, wondering what was wrong with her. Wang Xiaohong noticed someone in the distance, chuckling, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she hurried back inside, covering her face. Just as she entered the house, she bumped into Gu Changqing, softly calling out, "Changqing." Gu Changqing pushed her away, retreating several steps. "You sound like a duck. Why pretend to be a lark?" He then added, "Stop making a fuss. You're filthy, as if you just crawled out of a latrine." After sniffing the air, he grimaced, realizing there was indeed a foul odor. I was splashed by someone careless with their water." Wang Xiaohong dared not reveal the entire truth. "What bad luck. Only you could get splashed while others managed to avoid it. Stay away from me. I don't want to catch your misfortune." After scolding her, Gu Changqing stormed off, slamming the door behind him. The enticing aroma wafting from nearby only heightened his irritation. He glanced at others enjoying their lives, feasting on rich delicacies, utilizing new furniture and bedding, and possessing an abundance of money. How had he let such a golden opportunity slip away? He thought that perhaps engaging in activities under the cover of darkness, accompanied by the sounds of birds, might prove exhilarating. However, the mere thought of that stinky individual inside his home doused his fiery enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Lin Jiao Jiao, noticing Gu Chang'e's sullen demeanor upon his return, inquired, "What's wrong? Did you manage to get upset while merely pouring water?" "Indeed, just next door. It's a whole gang of thick-skinned individuals," Gu Chang'e lamented, recalling their shamelessness with a shudder. If that person were to cross his threshold, she would ruin 3 generations. Just then, a cacophony of rooster calls erupted from the backyard. Lin Jiao Jiao was puzzled. What was all the fuss about? She had just checked, and there were no eggs. Surely, they hadn't been fed, had they? Gu Chang'e's inquiry lingered in the air, but there was no need for an answer. He already knew they hadn't been tended since their return. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, realizing she had forgotten. Why were they hungry again? She had fed them in the morning. For eggs seemed rather excessive. It felt somewhat unfair. Eating meat would be far more worthwhile. Nevertheless, she proceeded to fetch some bran. And after that, she went to the large vat to draw some water, which had been mixed with spring water. She hoped it would encourage more egg-laying. Gu Chang'e quickly interjected, "Wait a moment. I'll go outside to the tree and gather some locust leaves. Mixing those and will significantly reduce the feed." Lin Jiao Jiao eagerly nodded. Yes, that sounds good. After all, they only lay 4 eggs. Chapter 41. The great disrespect. Lin Jiao Jiao followed closely and beheld Gu Chang'e swiftly scaling the tree. She truly ought to shed some weight to regain her former agility. Her current clumsiness was quite inconvenient. Upon hearing the commotion next door, old Madame Gu hurriedly emerged, bewildered by the late-night foraging for tree leaves. Indeed, I did hear the rooster crowing quite loudly earlier. It seems there's nothing left to feed. It would be far better to gather some wild vegetables from the mountain. One must not grow lazy, or it will become a habit. Yes, the stepmother is indeed correct. I shall venture to the mountains to dig for wild vegetables shortly. Lin Jiao Jiao wore an expression of earnestness. Old Madame Gu interjected, "You always add step before mother. This is a profound disrespect to one's elders." The old lady found it grating, more so than any words from a stepmother. "Alas, I must ascend the mountain tomorrow to tend to my mother-in-law's grave. If I were to address you in such a manner, it could lead to misunderstandings." Lin Jiao Jiao paused, glancing up at the sky. "What if I mistakenly pull you away instead?" Old Madame Gu felt an unsettling chill in the air. She ceased her demands, as if wishing to distance herself from this couple. She took a moment to compose herself and continued, "You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. With Chongqing injured and your husband being obstinate, you should have offered some counsel. Now, look where we are. The old man is so enraged he cannot leave his bed. Hurry and prepare some dumpling soup and fry a few eggs." Gu Ling peered in. "Sister-in-law, why not slaughter a chicken? Or bring it here, and I shall assist you. I will tell father that you did all the cooking." Her cleverness was evident. This was a brilliant plan, though it required some effort. It would allow her to enjoy a larger share of the meal. Lin Jiao Jiao replied, "Indeed, I am Gu Changha's wife. I follow his lead, for he is the head of our household." Old Madame Gu was taken aback by her words, rolling her eyes in disbelief. How quickly she passed the buck. When it came time for compensation, where was this obedience? Gu Chang had jumped down. "Speak plainly what you desire. Let us not dawdle." This old rascal surely harbored some mischievous intentions. Were it not for that, he might as well remove his head and kick it like a ball. You old Madame Gu exhaled deeply, no longer concealing her thoughts. "Just return double what we compensated you the other day. If your father is pleased, perhaps he will recover. Otherwise, with nothing but medicinal soup, you may well perish." Upon finishing, she could hardly suppress her laughter, for a dull knife could not slay them. Gu Changha scoffed derisively. "You think too highly of yourself." Old Madame Gu suddenly recalled that this young man never missed a chance to use the old man as a shield. "Have you forgotten, old lady?" Gu Changha reminded her. At his words, old Madame Gu's expression shifted dramatically. Before the old man passed, he had sought counsel from many elders in the village. If those words reached the ears of the younger generation, where would her dignity be? "Very well. Carry on as you wish," old Madame Gu said through gritted teeth. Her frustration was palpable. It seemed that a mere potion could extort so much, while her son bore the brunt of the suffering, unable to even pluck a hair. Fuming, she returned to the courtyard, cursing about how every stepmother must endure the ungratefulness of her stepson, and how, in turn, her daughter-in-law mirrored this disobedience, displaying even greater disrespect. Was there no end to this? "Just get out," bellowed old Master Gu, his irritation spilling over as he shouted out the window. The Gu family had become a spectacle, akin to a troop of monkeys for the entire village to observe. What had gone awry? He had longed for his son to marry, yet it seemed tranquility eluded them. Could it truly be, as his wife suggested, that the second daughter-in-law was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune? It was no wonder she bore a face like a bitter melon. One had to wonder if she could even bear a grandson. Madame Gu, stifling her frustration, clenched her jaw. The pent-up ire was unbearable. What could the second daughter-in-law possibly be doing, languishing indoors all day? Gu Ling, perplexed, could not fathom why her grandmother could not stand up to Gu Changha, while she seemed to dominate others effortlessly. Yet, she remained undeterred. "Eldest brother and sister-in-law, look, our parents are upset. Hurry and catch a chicken. I will help you smooth things over." Gu Changha nodded with a smile. "That sounds great." Gu Ling's spirits lifted momentarily, but when she noticed a fist Gu Changha raised, she halted in her tracks. The entrance loomed before her, yet she lacked the courage to step inside. "Sister-in-law," she called out plaintively. If anyone had a shred of common sense, they would have taken the initiative to catch a chicken. Lin Jiao Jiao stifled her laughter, thinking she could simply indulge Gu Ling's demands. "Gu Ling, you are grown now, soon to marry. With such a long life ahead, who will support you?" Gu Ling felt wronged. If they could not even spare a chicken, how could they back her? Yet she dared not voice this thought. What if? She quickly dismissed the notion, insisting she was a fortunate girl destined for a life of ease through marriage. Dejected, she returned home. "Mother, when will we eat?" "Eat, eat, eat. What of it? What harm comes from missing a meal?" The grain has been swindled by the neighbors. You have the audacity to go over there and eat. Her mother retorted. With no other recourse, Gu Ling sulked back to her room. Madame Gu shook her head, lamenting another unambitious child. She proceeded to the east wing, kicking the door open with force. Gu Changqing lay on the bed, while Wang Xiaohong stood on the floor, which alleviated some of her anger. What are you all doing inside? Second daughter-in-law, get out and work. The place is a mess both inside and out. How can you stand idly by at such a young age? Gu Er's voice echoed. Mother, when will we eat? We haven't had lunch yet. Are you trying to starve me? Madame Gu felt a pang of sympathy. Changqing, can you endure just a little longer? We simply cannot let your father's temper go unchecked, or life will become unbearable. Gu Changqing shook his head in resignation. Mother, this is hardly the time to be stubborn. Why does father always side with them? Is it merely because they hold seniority? That's obvious, Madame Gu replied, having understood the situation upon entering. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to prevent that child from nursing? Gu Changhe, still oblivious, attempted to clarify. Mother, consider this. If I marry over there and they conceive first, resulting in a grandson from their side, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for us? Madame Gu cast a sharp glare at her eldest son, asserting that the outcome depended entirely on the fortitude of his wife's pregnancy. Gu Changqing forced a smile, remarking that without a full stomach, he lacked the strength to endure. Madame Gu shook her head, exclaiming that it was indeed a burden on them. She then directed a stern look at Wang Xiaohong, commanding her to venture out and prepare some porridge, while also advising her to minimize the preparation of dry food, suggesting that she should refrain from eating altogether. Wang Xiaohong, feeling aggrieved, protested. Mother, I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten since noon. Madame Gu rolled her eyes, retorting, what good is it for you to eat? You merely lie there anyway. Wang Xiaohong, mortified, dared not raise her head, silenced by her shame. Chapter 42. Do you not like children? Wang Xiaohong, trembling from hunger, silently made her way to the kitchen, hoping that her diligent obedience and capability would compel her mother-in-law to generously grant her a bowl of porridge. Her expectations were modest. She merely desired a bowl of watery gruel. A proper meal was beyond her aspirations, especially given that only 3 flatbreads had been prepared, leaving her with no chance of receiving a share. To her dismay, when the food was ready, her mother-in-law pushed her aside. Old Lady Gu had kept a watchful eye, fearful that the greedy Wang Xiaohong might sneak a taste. Fortunately, she had not stepped out, for had she done so, she would have added so much water that the result would be fit only to feed pigs. She served a generous bowl of porridge to Gu Changqing, along with a flatbread, instructing Wang Xiaohong to deliver it. The same treatment was accorded to old Master Gu, as Wang Xiaohong carried the bowl over. She anticipated a smile in return. However, he merely gestured towards the Kong table, uttering not a word, and promptly shooed her away. Furious, she returned to the kitchen and scrubbed the pot furiously. After delivering the meal to Gu Changqing, Wang Xiaohong returned, only to be taken aback. Old Lady Gu and Gu Ling sat at the table, each with a bowl of corn porridge and half a flatbread in hand, leaving no portion for her. This was intolerable. Even if she could rinse the pot for a morsel, it had been scrubbed spotless, leaving her to starve. Tears welled in her eyes. Yet old Lady Gu and Gu Ling remained oblivious, not even glancing her way. Defeated, she slinked out of the kitchen, hoping that Gu Changqing might spare her a bit. Gu Changqing, having long been famished, found the flatbread insufficient. It vanished in a few bites, and even the bowl of corn porridge was soon consumed. Still feeling unsated, he added some water to rinse out the bowl, licking it clean with satisfaction. However, when he looked up, he was startled to find Wang Xiaohong staring at him with a ghostly expression. What do you want? Don't loom in front of me like some ill omen. He snapped. Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Xiaohong burst into tears. Damn it, Gu Changqing shouted, what bad luck. How did I end up marrying such a morose woman? Your incessant crying ruins every good fortune. Wang Xiaohong, head bowed, began to clear the dishes, retreating from the room as he continued to curse. The kitchen table was strewn with used bowls and utensils, which she resignedly cleaned. After washing her face and tidying herself up, she returned to the room, where Gu Changqing had already lain down. She hurried to the Kong and nestled close to him. Gu Changqing, already irritable, turned to her, annoyed. What do you want now? It's late. Why aren't you asleep? Are you up to some mischief? Wang Xiaohong felt a swell of indignation, yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts, knowing that she yearned to have a child. She hoped that the long-awaited grandson of the Gu family would soon emerge from her womb, bringing an end to their arduous days. Gu Changqing immediately grasped her intentions, pushing her away with disdain. Get away from me. How can you be so shameless? My body is racked with pain, and instead of caring for me, you're fixated on that. Wang Xiaohong, feeling utterly humiliated, could only shrink against the wall, trembling, her mind consumed with thoughts of when she might finally bear the Gu family's long-awaited grandson. The following day, as dawn barely broke, Lin Jiao Jiao rose from the ground, gazing at the man who held her arm, her heart instantly brimming with warmth. She gently pressed a kiss on his forehead before quietly getting to her feet. She was not merely jesting. From this day forth, she resolved to embark on a weight loss journey. She retrieved the seeds she had gathered over the past 2 days. Although potatoes were already planted in the yard, that would not deter her. She first turned over the soil along the walls and pathways, then used a hoe to dig small holes. Before long, fatigue set in, leaving her back and waist aching. Yet for the sake of sustenance and her goal to lose weight, she persevered. She planted an entire perimeter of the wall, sowing sunflower seeds, bok choy, lettuce, and even the green onions gifted by Wang Daohua. She even planted coriander near the well, ensuring not a single patch of land was left untouched. Sunflower seeds were her absolute favorite, especially during the long winter months when they served as a delightful pastime. She envisioned herself sitting on the warm Kong, munching on sunflower seeds, and the mere thought brought her joy. After completing her outdoor tasks, she retreated to her space where planting was a breeze. With a mere thought, everything was accomplished swiftly, in addition to sunflower seeds and greens. She also sowed wheat and potatoes. When harvest time arrived, she planned to blend the produce from her space with that of the outside world, thus avoiding any suspicion. Once her tasks were finished, she indulged in a bath, using spring water that washed away all her fatigue. After changing into fresh clothes, she stepped outside for a stroll, admiring her labor's fruits, her heart soaring with happiness. At that moment, she heard a rustling sound outside the gate. Upon opening the door, she found no one in sight and furrowed her brow, wondering if she had misheard. Just as she was about to close the door, a small head peeked out from behind a large tree. Ironhead slowly emerged, mumbling a greeting to his aunt. What brings you here so early, little one? Lin Jiao Jiao glanced around, realizing the child had come alone. Ironhead stuck out his tongue, and Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing a tiny piece of candy on his tongue. Suddenly, she remembered that he had come to ask for sweets. Ironhead extended his chubby little hand, exclaiming, "Annie is the best." Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow was quite determined for a treat, having forgotten that he could be more fearsome than a tiger. She took out a piece of candy and placed it in Ironhead's palm, saying, "Here you go." The little boy quickly grasped the candy, declaring, "Annie is a bit better than Uncle." Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head in amusement, finding it humorous that receiving candy made her seem only slightly better than that mischievous child. Gu Changhe woke up to find his plump wife missing. He hurriedly dressed and stepped out, only to see Lin Jiao Jiao smiling brightly at the entrance. His wife had such a joyful demeanor that all his worries vanished at the sight of her. "What is you so delighted?" "Little Ironhead," she replied. "That boy has been thinking about the candy I promised him. I bet he hardly slept a wink and rushed over this early, sticking out his little tongue to show me. If I had gotten up a bit later, he might have been on the verge of tears." Lin Jiao Jiao spoke animatedly, but Gu Changhe did not find it amusing. "Don't you think that little boy is adorable?" she asked. "It is quite typical for young children to be mischievous and playful." Gu Changhe did not find them particularly endearing, yet he felt compelled to agree since the child in question was Lin Jiao Jiao's nephew. "Changhe, do you not like children?" Lin Jiao Jiao inquired as she approached him. "Do you not think it would be wonderful to have a little Changhe or a little Jiao Jiao?" Gu Changhe paused momentarily before resolutely shaking his head and firmly stating, "No, it would not." Lin Jiao Jiao was taken aback by his response. She envisioned a future filled with farming, free from worries of sustenance, and the prospect of having several children. Such a serene and idyllic existence is the dream of countless individuals. Chapter 43. Reluctance to bear children. Jiao Jiao, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. What is so good about having children? It is akin to wandering through the gates of the underworld. Gu Changhe suddenly cast his gaze towards Lin Jiao Jiao's abdomen, wondering if it harbored a life within. He desired to cherish his wife daily, yet hesitated at the thought of fatherhood. What should he do? Lin Jiao Jiao noticed a moisture in Gu Changhe's eyes and recalled that his mother had passed away during childbirth. She grasped his hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not fear. I am robust. Look, no one in the village possesses a physique as strong as mine." Gu Changhe gazed at Lin Jiao Jiao, half believing her words. For the first time, he appreciated a bit of extra weight, resolving to ensure his wife was well-nourished and healthy. The couple held hands, gazing into each other's eyes, feeling as if the very air around them had turned pink. However, their moment was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome voice. How shameless, how utterly shameless, engaging in such public displays of affection in broad daylight. Wang Xiaohong, carrying a water bucket, clenched her fists in frustration. The sight was simply too intolerable. Why was it that a lazy, plump fool could bask in a man's affection while she, with her beauty and diligence, was subjected to disdain by her in-laws? Why did this foolish pig steal the happiness that rightfully belonged to her? Lin Jiao Jiao would not let Wang Xiaohong's taunt slide. She retorted sharply, "Isn't it you who lacks shame? Peering through cracks in others' doors at such an early hour. Are you planning to lurk by the window come evening? Just because you lack a man's affection doesn't mean you can't bear to witness our love." Wang Xiaohong was deeply wounded by these words. You bully," she exclaimed before fleeing in tears. In her haste, she forgot to pour out the water in her bucket, leading to a tumble that left her drenched in filthy water and mud, shattering the bucket in the process. None of the two heartless individuals spared her a glance. Feeling wronged, she picked herself up and gathered the remnants of the broken bucket. Just then, old Madame Gu emerged and was met with the sight of Wang Xiaohong's disheartened demeanor. Anger coursed through her veins, making her head spin. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? To have such an ill-fated daughter-in-law. Look at your pitiful state. You can't even manage a simple task without breaking things. What good are you for? Skip breakfast today. Wang Xiaohong's eyes widened in panic. "Mother, I am starving. My legs tremble from hunger, which is why I fell. Besides, I need to work today. How can I labor without food?" Old Madame Gu's fury only intensified. "Work? You dare mention work? For whom will you labor? What will you eat? For the next 10 days, do not expect a morsel from our household." Wang Xiaohong was left dumbfounded. She had promised her family to work for Lin Jiao Jiao for 10 days. Where could she find sustenance? Why was she subjected to such torment? Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao, overhearing the commotion, unconsciously furrowed her brows. "Do not worry. I shall speak with the team leader and secure a plot of land at the foot of the mountain." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, not out of annoyance at the noise, but rather feeling a mix of pity and resentment towards Wang Xiaohong. "By the way, do we not have our own plot of land?" Gu Changhe remarked, "Indeed. We have been cultivating alongside our neighbors these past few years. After the autumn harvest, we shall receive our share, akin to the grains, and we can tend to our own fields next year." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, relieved to know that she need not concern herself with the toil of farming, which was undeniably exhausting. Since they would only receive a portion, she felt no obligation to exert herself further. As Gu Changhe washed up in the backyard, he found himself utterly bewildered by the scene before him. "Oh my goodness, Jiao Jiao, how remarkably capable you are. The rumors truly cannot be trusted. In just a few days, this plump wife, from any angle one observed, appeared far from lazy." Lin Jiao Jiao, flattered by his praise, felt a tinge of embarrassment. The yard was modest, and although she was drenched in sweat, she had indeed accomplished an overwhelming amount. "Do hurry and wash up. We must enjoy a hearty breakfast," Lin Jiao Jiao urged, before heading to the chicken coop. To her astonishment, she discovered 6 eggs. With 4 hens capable of laying, could it be that one of them had laid 2? This thought sparked a fervent gaze as she watched the 4 hens. Such industrious creatures warranted a generous serving of feed. She intended to venture into the mountains today and could not allow them to go hungry. Recalling Wang Dahua's advice, she opened the chicken pen door. How to prepare 6 eggs. It turned out to be 2 more than she had anticipated. Should she boil, steam, or scramble them? Ultimately, she decided on 2 large bowls of steamed egg custard, combining it with greens and cornmeal to create delightful dumplings. She also steamed several fluffy white buns, reserved for ancestral offerings. Jiao Jiao, how do you make your meals so fragrant? This is even more delectable than what a chef would prepare. Gu Changhe was thoroughly enchanted by the flavors and found himself increasingly fond of his plump wife. It's simply because I enjoy cooking that I indulge myself. Otherwise, how could I have gained this weight? Lin Jiao Jiao offered nonchalantly as an excuse. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, realizing that if he continued to eat this way, he too would likely gain a fair amount of weight. After finishing her meal, Lin Jiao Jiao packed the leftover dumplings to take along. Changhe, today we have the rare opportunity to visit the mountains. Let us meander a bit before returning. Gu Changhe chuckled, shaking his head. The mountains were right before them. What was so difficult about that? While he would relish the idea of visiting daily, such a notion seemed impractical given the need to work. Both Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe carried large baskets on their backs. Hers was empty, yet she prepared for the return journey, intending to forage for wild vegetables, suitable for both hens and humans. If fortune favored them, catching a wild chicken would be even better. With this thought, she dashed back to grab some salt. As they set out, they encountered their neighbor, Aunt Yang. What you two up to? Aunt Yang inquired, well aware that this young couple planned to take a 10-day respite from work. Aunt, we are heading to the mountains to visit my grandmother and mother, to inform them of my marriage and put their minds at ease, Lin Jiao Jiao replied. Aunt Yang was taken aback, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's high time they were informed. You've truly made something of yourself, young man. Marrying a wife changes everything. She beamed at the couple, noting how delightful they appeared together. In the past, Gu Changhe had often been sullen, but now he wore a smile and engaged in cheerful conversation. In the courtyard, old Lady Gu, incensed by the remarks, began to express her frustration with a flurry of gestures. These living souls know not the essence of filial piety. They merely feign appearances. If they truly possessed such heartfelt devotion, why would they neglect to honor their own father, even hesitating to sacrifice a mere chicken? Gu Changhe turned to Jiao Yao and remarked, my grandmother has stated that my father is well taken care of, and we need not complicate matters further. Should there be no one to look after him, we shall consult the elders of the village to expel those who are of no use, and then we can genuinely express our filial respect towards him. Lin Jiao nodded in agreement, recalling her inquisitive inquiries from the previous day about what the old lady had done before her passing. However, Gu Changhe had refrained from disclosing any information, claiming it would tarnish her ears. Nevertheless, at this moment, old Lady Gu could no longer impose her notion of filial duty upon them, leaving Jiao Yao feeling invigorated and lighthearted. Chapter 44. Under surveillance after Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe paid their respects, she felt an unsettling sensation, as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon her. Yet, upon glancing back, she found herself utterly alone. Changhe, do you think it might be targeted by malevolent spirits? In the past, I would not have entertained such thoughts. But encountering the bizarre circumstances of time travel makes one ponder the impossible. Despite it being June, a chill wind rustled through the air, sending shivers down her spine. Upon hearing her words, Gu Changhe noticed the leaves rustling in an unusual manner and, summoning his courage, replied, do not speak such nonsense. We must not indulge in superstitions. Yet, despite his bravado, an unsettling doubt crept into his mind. Hand in hand, they attempted to bolster each other's courage, their steps unconsciously quickening. Yet they found themselves unable to escape the confines of the forest. I can hardly move any longer. Changhe, let us take a moment to rest, she suggested. All right, he replied, feeling both burdened and frightened, his legs trembling slightly. However, as a man, he felt compelled not to show weakness. Having grown up in the mountains, he had often come to pay respects, but this was the first time he encountered such an eerie experience. Lin Jiao Jiao sank down, her head heavy with drowsiness, as if transported back to her childhood, likely that of the original owner of this body. She recalled playing at the foot of the mountain, where she would sometimes meet an old man tending to his cattle. Their interactions had fostered a familiarity, and the elderly gentleman had playfully coaxed her into becoming his apprentice. The little girl, finding it amusing, had readily agreed. Years later, the old man passed away, and a tragic incident caused the girl to forget all about him, never returning to the mountain again. Suddenly, Lin Jiao Jiao opened her eyes, realizing she had been resting her head on Gu Changhe's shoulder. It had all been a dream. Yet, this dream, she abruptly sat up, parting the thick underbrush to reveal a small wooden board, the very grave of the old man. Gu Changhe quickly rose to pay his respects, murmuring, "Forgive us, esteemed elder, we did not mean to intrude." Noticing Lin Jiao Jiao standing in a daze, he urged her to join him in honoring the grave. As her emotions grew increasingly complex, she felt disoriented, but once she regained her composure, she began to clear the grass. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, mere words are insufficient. We must act to demonstrate our sincerity." In a short while, they had cleared the dense foliage, revealing a sight seemingly neglected for many years. Gu Changhe marveled at the state of disrepair, only to see Lin Jiao Jiao wielding a small shovel, digging. "Jiao Jiao, we should not be doing this. Such actions are detrimental to our moral standing." Lin Jiao Jiao, surprisingly adept with the gardening tool, found it effective, especially since the items buried were not too deep. "Changhe, this is what I buried," she announced, leaving Gu Changhe momentarily speechless. As she opened the small wooden box, a sense of wonder enveloped her. Its contents were intact and unblemished. These were gifts from the old man, who had proclaimed her his sole heir, expressing concerns for her safety should they be exposed. Thus he had concealed them here. Within the box were several books, some slightly damaged, inherited from the old man and his master. Lin Jiao Jiao knelt in reverence, presenting the vegetable dumplings and wild fruits she had gathered. "Master, please make do with this. Next time, I shall bring you meat and wine." Gu Changhe's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Is this your master? When did you take him as your mentor? This inscription is barely legible. We should carve anew." The master had instructed her to carve lightly so that no one would easily uncover his identity. Lin Jiao Jiao had inscribed a pseudonym, for the old gentleman had indeed used a false name. He had mentioned that this would ensure that those with ill intentions would be completely eradicated from his lineage. "Is he from our village?" Gu Changhe inquired, perplexed, having never heard of such a person. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, "Sort of. He is the old man who tends to the cattle." "Oh, so it's that peculiar old fellow," Gu Changhe remarked, recalling the man from his childhood. He had found the old man strange and somewhat intimidating, rumored to have fled from hardship. However, he was astonished at Lin Jiao Jiao's audacity in choosing him as a mentor. He promptly knelt down, declaring, "Master, I am your disciple's husband. Thus, I too am your disciple. Please forgive our impertinence. Rest assured, when I visit my family, I shall certainly pay my respects to you as well." Initially moved by his sincerity, Lin Jiao Jiao soon wished he would refrain from being so forthright. As she gazed at the books in the box, a wave of familiarity washed over her. Could it be that she had traversed this realm in her youth, only to depart later? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed. Shaking her head, she decided to accept it as destiny, just as her master had said. Gu Changhe, noticing that the books appeared to be medical texts, found it curious. "Jiao Jiao, is your master a physician? Surely you must have some healing skills as well." "I've never heard of this before." Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. "No, my master deals with poisons. But this must remain a secret. You must not tell anyone." Gu Changhe chuckled with delight. "We are kin. You needn't worry. I swear, I shall keep this to myself." Lin Jiao Jiao placed the small box into her backpack, intending to store it in her space at a more opportune moment. After completing their offerings, they successfully exited the grove, aware that some matters were difficult to elucidate. As she surveyed the familiar mountains, a profound sense of belonging enveloped her. "Jiao Jiao, do you wish to take a stroll? Although we cannot venture deep into the mountains, we can explore the vicinity. There is a small creek nearby. Let us rest there before descending." "All right," Lin Jiao Jiao replied with a smile. The mountaintop was devoid of people, and as they strolled hand in hand, laughter and conversation flowed freely until they reached the creek. The only regret was not encountering wild game. The thought of food made her stomach rumble. "Jiao Jiao, Rest here for a moment while I search the nearby trees for bird eggs, Gu Changha said, though he felt uncertain about the likelihood of success at this time of year. Lin Jiao Jiao, truly fatigued, seated herself on a large rock. Once Gu Changha had wandered off, she swiftly entered her space, refilling her water bottle with spring water. After taking several hearty gulps and replenishing the bottle, she searched for treasures, but alas, found only a few packets of desiccated spices. She tore off the packaging, wrapped a portion in oil paper, and placed it in her backpack. As she exited the space, her body had regained its composure. However, that unsettling sensation returned. Was it her imagination, or did she feel a pair of eyes fixated upon her? "Old man, could it be you?" "No, that is not right. Could it be you, master?" No sooner had she spoken than she noticed a pair of glistening little eyes peering curiously at her from atop a large stone. Indeed, she was astonished to discern inquisitiveness emanating from a green snake. She quickly receded a few steps, searching for a suitable weapon, her gaze already trained on the snake's vulnerable 3 inches. If it were venomous, she had to strike with lethal precision. Otherwise, her only recourse would be to retreat into the space immediately. Chapter 45. The body outpaces the mind. The green snake felt a chill run down its spine under the penetrating gaze of its master. "Master, I am a spirit derived from the space, having slumbered for many years. It is only with the recent upgrade of the space that I have awakened. Do you not remember me? You once held me in your arms." The green snake tilted its small head, recalling the moment it had previously awakened in its master's grasp. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her thoughts racing. Why was there a voice speaking to her when no one else was around? The snake was frantically flicking its tongue, and she thought, "Oh my goodness, could this snake be communicating with me? But why does it seem so familiar? Derived from space. Yes, only I possess a space. No wonder it feels familiar. Could you be that toy snake?" The green snake eagerly nodded. "Yes, master, it is indeed me." However, Lin Jiao Jiao pondered, wait, when did it become a toy snake? Skeptical, yet intrigued, she stepped forward, noting that the creature showed no signs of aggression. She advanced another step and asked, "Do you possess venom?" "Not at all," the green snake promptly replied. Lin Jiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured as she drew closer. "How did you manage to come out? You should return to the space. It is perilous out here." Had it retained its former agility, this little snake would have already met its demise. "I have finally emerged. Master, please allow me to stay by your side. I can protect you." "Protect me? You lack even venom. Without my protection, you would soon find yourself as a mere dish." The green snake felt disheartened by its master's disdain. After racking its brain, it declared, "But I can paralyze my foes and perceive everything around me. I am of great use." Lin Jiao Jiao observed the snake swaying cutely, and she couldn't help but poke it. Its subsequent words struck a chord in her heart. "Let me test you first. Seek out any wild chickens or hares nearby." The green snake responded affirmatively and promptly vanished into the underbrush. Shortly after, a voice called out, "Master, even if separated by great distances, we can still communicate." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly considered the little creature quite practical. This ability was indeed remarkable. Gu Changha returned empty-handed, having gathered a few sharpened sticks. "Jiao Jiao, I shall catch fish for you," he declared. "Since we cannot catch anything flying in the sky or running on the ground, we must resort to those swimming in the water." In the past, he could occasionally catch wild chickens and hares on a mountain, but now it had become difficult. Venturing deep into the mountains was risky. Who would take such a chance unless faced with starvation? Lin Jiao Jiao approached the water's edge and shook her head. The stream was crystal clear, devoid of any fish. The few finger-sized ones were easily overlooked, far too minuscule to be worth the effort. Gu Changha, feeling dejected, suggested, "Perhaps we should search for wild fruits. Though sour, they could suffice for a bite. Longha, take a break and conserve your strength. Soon, I will lead you to catch wild chickens and hares. Today, we shall feast extravagantly." Gu Changha, feeling fatigued, settled on a large stone to rest. Dismissing Lin Jiao Jiao's chatter as mere hunger-induced nonsense, reassured that they could descend the mountain for a meal. Lin Jiao Jiao reclined on Gu Changha's lap, playfully nibbling on a blade of grass, her spirits high. Before long, A familiar voice echoed in her mind, prompting her to rise. Changge, gulme. I shall lead you to catch some chickens. Gu Changhe, skeptical, glanced around, having seen not a single feather. Nevertheless, he followed Lin Jiao Jiao, though they ventured deeper into the mountains. Jiao Jiao, this feels perilously close to the depths of the forest. Fear not, we shall soon arrive, she reassured, knowing well the risks. Especially considering her current state, should danger arise, she would struggle to climb even a tree. The thicket had grown dense, making their path challenging. However, guided by the subtle indications from the little green snake, she swiftly located a covey of wild chickens. 3 had already succumbed, and not far off, 2 more remained. As Gu Changhe busied himself with the chickens, she darted towards their nest and swiftly transported the chicks into her spatial pocket. Jiao Jiao, these chickens won't be sick, right? Avian flu? Oh dear, that would be inedible. Gu Changhe, having caught one and feeling quite pleased, noted its half-injured state, flapping about erratically, while the other 2 displayed similar oddities. Rest assured, these chickens are perfectly fine. Lin Jiao Jiao hastily bound the chickens with a grass rope and tossed them into her backpack. We must not delay. They might escape. Gu Changhe looked at her in astonishment, his eyes filled with curiosity. After a moment, he remarked, Jiao Jiao, you cannot possibly be a celestial being descended to earth. Coughing slightly, Lin Jiao Jiao found amusement in his words. Stifling a laugh, she replied, have you ever seen a fairy as plump as I? Spare me the jest. Gu Changhe grasped her hand, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Celestial beings, after all, would eventually depart. If she weren't a fairy, how could she control the chickens? Some in the backpack were already recovering, particularly after the bizarre incident at the graveyard, which had never occurred before. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head and playfully poked Gu Changhe's forehead. What on earth do you think about all day? Worry not. The secret shall soon be revealed. Let us hurry, or the chickens will escape. Gu Changhe hastened to match her pace, refraining from further conversation, and upon counting, they discovered there were 10 wild chickens. Lin Jiao Jiao stealthily collected 2 more nests of chicks, when suddenly, the little green snake relayed news of a rabbit burrow. She promptly tugged Gu Changhe along, racing towards the location. After guiding him to one side, she gathered the little rabbits into her spatial pocket before calling him over. Gu Changhe held a rabbit in each hand, exclaiming, Jiao Jiao, look at these 6 plump bunnies. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Her intentions clear. Today would be a feast of meat from one meal to the next, until they were thoroughly satiated. Gu Changhe chuckled, shaking his head at the thought of consuming meat at every meal. He had already dismissed their earlier situation from his mind and went to gather some firewood. However, upon his return, he spotted a vivid green head peeking out from the grass. Such a striking shade could only signify a venomous creature. The serpent was fixated on his plump wife, and as he moved cautiously, he was taken aback when the snake darted forward. His body reacted quicker than his mind, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Jiao Jiao. However, the anticipated pain never came. Lin Jiao Jiao grimaced in agony. The fall had nearly shattered her lower back, and despite her ample flesh, she felt a sharp sting from the impact. Gu Changhe hurriedly rose from Lin Jiao Jiao's side, casting a vigilant gaze around. Jiao Jiao, be wary of the snake. Yet when he turned back, he was met with the sight of the serpent perched upon Lin Jiao Jiao's arm, fervently flicking its tongue. Chapter 46. Unreliable Gu Changhe's knife came to a halt, his gaze fixed intently upon the snake. Lin Jiao Jiao, regaining her composure, felt tears welling in her eyes. She had never imagined that someone would sacrifice their life to save her, having witnessed the fickle nature of human relationships in the past. She was taken aback by the genuine kindness she encountered in this strange world. Trembling with excitement, she extended her hand. Noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's fright, Gu Changhe gently clasped her hand, careful not to apply too much pressure lest he disturb the snake. However, the next scene left him wide-eyed in astonishment, as if his very eyeballs might pop out. Lin Jiao Jiao lifted the small green snake, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Gu Changhe. This little green one is non-venomous. It merely paralyzes its prey, and it poses no threat to us." The green snake cast a disdainful glance at Gu Changhe, thinking that if it intended to attack someone, it wouldn't simply wait around like this. Its intelligence seemed rather lacking. It felt the name given to it was far too casual, lacking the grandeur and majesty it deserved. After a considerable moment of contemplation, Gu Changhe finally processed the situation. "Oh my, indeed, you are worthy of being called my lovely wife. Jiao Jiao. This must be raised by your master, right?" He felt a sudden clarity, realizing only that eccentric old man could have done such a thing. And the chicken and rabbit were caught by it too, weren't they? Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, appreciating the cleverness of his deduction, which spared her from fabricating a tale. "Let's let my master carry them. It makes my visit worthwhile." "How could you be so clever?" Gu Changhe seized Lin Jiao Jiao's chubby hand, feeling somewhat bashful as he found himself praising her in such roundabout ways. The little green snake rolled its eyes in disbelief, promptly leaping away. Lin Jiao Jiao gazed into Gu Changhe's eyes, reflecting her own image, and finally understood his words. Indeed, he saw only her, unable to resist. She leaned in to kiss him, and they paused only when breathless. The exhilaration of the wild was undeniably refreshing. "Changhe, shall we spend the night on the mountain?" "Oh no, that won't do. The mountain is too perilous at night. While it may seem safe during the day, one cannot predict the presence of ferocious beasts after dark." Lin Jiao Jiao pouted, "But I want to experience the thrill of a wild rendezvous." Embarrassed, she lowered her head. "Is this really me? If only I had a mirror, it would surely be a sight to behold." Gu Changhe's eyes sparkled brighter. Who had led his lovely wife astray? Yet, curiously, he found himself increasingly fond of her. Attempting to maintain his composure, he replied, "Well, if you truly wish to, we can stay on the mountain tonight. However, we must head to the place we initially intended. There is a small cave near the creek that should be safe." Observing Gu Changhe's flushed face, Lin Jiao Jiao wondered if he might erupt in anger at any moment, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed his amusement. She smiled and playfully traced circles on his chest, unable to endure such teasing. Gu Changhe swiftly grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's wandering hand, realizing that if this continued, he might succumb to temptation right then and there. "Jiao Jiao, I will roast some rabbit for you." Lin Jiao Jiao was oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, and even if she were aware, she would not continue her drawing. For in the presence of food, everything else must take a back seat. She promptly inquired of Xiaoqing whether there was a water source nearby. "Changhe, let us search for a river in the vicinity," Lin Jiao Jiao suggested. Indeed, having water makes everything more convenient. Gu Changhe agreed as he prepared the chickens and rabbits, discarding the firewood he had just gathered, knowing they could easily find more by the riverbank. Xiaoqing was the first to head towards the small river, preferring solitude over the company of the two lovey-dovey individuals. Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe followed the route Xiaoqing had indicated, proceeding leisurely, taking in their surroundings, and unexpectedly discovering a nest of wild chicken eggs along the way. They soon arrived at the stream, finding a flat area to set down their belongings. Gu Changhe went off to collect firewood, quickly returning with a substantial bundle, then carried a rabbit to the riverbank to prepare it. Lin Jiao Jiao started a fire, proceeded to slaughter 2 chickens, saving their blood in a designated space. Once the fire was adequately stoked, she buried the chickens in the ashes. Gu Changhe returned with the bloodied rabbit, announcing that he was about to set up a rack to roast it, and then he would attend to the chickens, ensuring they would each have a satisfying meal. "This fire doesn't need more wood. It will soon die down, and I can create another fire to roast the rabbit." "Is that feasible?" Gu Changhe expressed doubt, concerned that without properly preparing the chickens, they would turn to charcoal. He looked mournfully at the fire, which, despite lacking large flames, glowed ominously. "Do you not trust my culinary skills? Rest assured, I have never ruined a meal." Lin Jiao Jiao was eager to showcase her prowess with the chickens, hoping to astonish him. "All right then." Gu Changhe reluctantly consented, realizing they had no other choice. He decided to focus on roasting the rabbit, hoping to avoid burning it beyond recognition, which would leave them with nothing to eat. Lin Jiao Jiao retrieved salt and a packet of seasoning, coating the rabbit thoroughly before allowing Gu Changhe to roast it, returning intermittently to add more seasoning. Gu Changhe did not object, After all, Lin Jiao Jiao was generous with the spices, yet he remained vigilant regarding the fire, shaking his head at the sight of it. However, when Lin Jiao Jiao pulled the chickens from the fire, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. The feathers were entirely singed away, leaving the chickens resembling pigskin, charred on the outside, yet tender within, prompting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Jiao Jiao, I must have accumulated immense fortune over 8 lifetimes to have you as my wife, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this and noticing Gu Changhe inhaling the aroma deeply, Lin Jiao Jiao could not help but tease, Changhe, do you cherish me? Or do you cherish the meal I have prepared? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changhe replied, during the day, I cherish the meals you prepare, and at night, I cherish holding you, chuckling softly. Lin Jiao Jiao paused, bemused by a silly grin, and couldn't suppress her laughter, conceding that he had barely passed the test. Gu Changhe scratched his head, puzzled as to why it was perceived as difficult. It was such an easy question to answer. Lin Jiao Jiao resumed her work on the chicken, applying the seasoning she had gathered before placing it on the fire to roast. As Gu Changhe inhaled the increasingly fragrant aroma, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. Jiao Jiao, we must hasten our meal and depart from this place. Such enticing scents might attract those wild beasts, he cautioned. What is the worry? Eating in haste diminishes the pleasure, Lin Jiao Jiao retorted, relishing the leisurely pace of the moment. Rest assured, with Shao Qing by our side, it is quite astute and will alert us to any unusual occurrences. The seemingly inconspicuous Shao Qing was finally mentioned, leaping 3 feet into the air, eager to showcase its abilities. Gu Changhe glanced at it, reminiscent of a playful monkey, and questioned its reliability. Were it not for the fact that this creature was harmless, he would have been quite apprehensive about keeping it close. Chapter 47. The culprit under the scrutinizing gaze of Gu Changhe, Shao Qing stood her ground. Whenever he glanced her way, she would respond with a defiant look, lifting her head high. However, Gu Changhe misconstrued her behavior as affection, regarding her with disdain, fearful of the slippery creature drawing near. After Lin Jiao Jiao had roasted the chicken, she seized the opportunity while the ash from the grass and wood was still warm, burying 4 eggs within. The 2 of them, each with a chicken and half a rabbit, indulged themselves, their mouths glistening with grease. Gu Changhe, feeling overly full, reclined on the grass, reluctant to move any further. Lin Jiao Jiao retrieved the eggs from the ash and upon inspection, discovered they were all covered in fluff, causing her heart to ache. If they were to hatch, they would become 4 wild chickens. Adhering to her principle of waste not, she strung them together, adding some seasoning before continuing to roast them. Gu Changhe shook his head, exclaiming, Jiao Jiao, you truly amaze me. How can you eat that? His eyes expressed distaste at the sight of the fluffy eggs. But they smelled delightful. The flavor should be quite similar to that of roasted sparrows. If Lin Jiao Jiao hadn't cooked them, their fluffiness would have deterred him from tasting them. Yet, despite his reservations, the aroma wafting from Lin Jiao Jiao's creation compelled him to pluck one and sample it. Surprisingly, it was indeed a notch above his roasted sparrows. Lin Jiao Jiao devoured 3 of them, as they hardly occupied any space, merely a fleeting indulgence. Once they had rested, they set off toward a small cave, gathering a bounty of wild vegetables along the way. Gu Changhe collected a large bundle of dry grass to lay inside the cave. And that evening, they feasted again on roasted chicken and rabbit. After 2 meals of meat, Lin Jiao Jiao finally quelled her cravings. Eager for a romantic evening, she ventured into the cave as darkness fell, lighting a campfire at the entrance, creating an ambience that warded off both mosquitoes and wild beasts. However, as she reclined upon the bed of hay, even with a few scattered garments atop, the prickliness was uncomfortable. Yet, Gu Changhe, like a wound-up toy, persisted in his advances, and the sensations were both delightful and overwhelming, rendering her unable to refuse. Jiao Jiao, let us come here often in the future. Gu Changhe, having tasted the sweetness of their escapade, understood why people spoke of the thrill of outdoor encounters. It was indeed exhilarating. Lin Jiao Jiao sat up, her voice laced with grievance. Look at me. Under the flickering firelight, Gu Changhe noticed the red marks adorning her skin, contrasting starkly with his unchanged complexion. He exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, you are far too delicate." His heart ached for her, yet he couldn't help but reproach. "Why didn't you say something earlier? I vow never to return to this wretched place again." Observing Gu Changhe's reaction brought Lin Jiao Jiao immense joy as she leaned against his shoulder, suggesting, "If we were to return, it wouldn't be a problem if we brought a large quilt." To which Gu Changhe responded with delight, embracing his plump wife with fervor. The sweet melodies of her laughter nearly overwhelmed him, and he struggled to maintain control, determined not to harm his beloved again, coming to an abrupt halt. Lin Jiao Jiao found Gu Changhe's restraint utterly endearing, wishing she could envelop him within her very being. Two individuals ventured to the riverbank for a bath, each occupying their respective side. One of them fancied the idea of indulging in a romantic bath together, which was utterly impossible. She desired instead to retreat to her space for a serene soak. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's resolute demeanor, Gu Chang, he found himself perplexed, having engaged in so much. Why should bathing pose a challenge? Lin Jiao Jiao entered her space, and the thought of washing up only to don her soiled attire filled her with an indescribable discomfort. Thus, she opted to cleanse her garments first. She then kindled a modest fire, mindful not to let it blaze too fiercely. Controlling the flames in her space was a simple task. Next, she crafted a rack to lay her clothes flat. Only then did she immerse herself in the grand bath barrel, relishing the refreshing sensation upon emerging and donning clean garments. However, the thought of Gu Changhe's damp attire prompted her to exit her space swiftly. Upon reaching the riverbank, she found Gu Changhe merrily washing in the water, even humming a tune. Just as she bent to retrieve her clothes, Gu Changhe exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, why are you stealing my clothes? We've already shared bed. You need not resort to such methods to see me bare. Why not join me for a bath instead?" His startled expression caught her off guard. Lin Jiao Jiao clutched her clothes, bewildered by the thoughts that occupied his mind. "I'm merely washing your clothes and will return directly to the cave once I'm done," she replied. As Lin Jiao Jiao contemplated Gu Changhe emerging from his bath, drenched, she retrieved a towel and placed it on the shore, securing it with a stone to prevent it from being blown away. Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe felt a warmth swell within him. How could his wife be so considerate? Once he finished bathing and ascended the shore, he dried himself with the towel Lin Jiao Jiao had left, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, as he strode toward the cave in his nakedness, a tinge of embarrassment washed over him. He glanced around, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching him, and hastily covered himself, retreating. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't resist laughing at the sight. In these deep woods, who else could possibly be watching? Gu Changhe chuckled awkwardly, only to notice a little green snake with its eyes darting around, fixating on him. He pointed at the creature, wary of its intentions. The little snake quickly coiled itself high up, seemingly unimpressed by the attention. Dressed in fresh clothes, Gu Changhe felt revitalized, as if he had acquired a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of his plump wife. Exhausted, both soon reclined and drifted into slumber. Lin Jiao Jiao was sleeping soundly when she heard a rustling sound. Wild boar, undoubtedly. She sprang upright, exhilarated at the thought of pork. Yet, before she could revel in her excitement, she noticed Gu Changhe's face turned a deep shade of blue, as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation, his eyes rolling back in his head. To her dismay, the culprit was none other than herself. Gu Changhe gasped for air, finally regaining consciousness. He had thought he was dreaming, trapped beneath an unyielding wall he could not push away. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his plump wife, and he felt utterly ineffectual. Lin Jiao Jiao swiftly fetched the water jug and replaced its contents with spring water. Relieved to see Gu Changhe's color improve, he, noticing her pale complexion from fright, hurriedly reassured her, "Wife, I am quite all right." "Quite all right?" she retorted. "You look like you're in dire straits. In the future, it would be best if you kept your distance while I sleep." Lin Jiao Jiao once again realized that her excess weight was excessive. Even during slumber, she nearly suffocated her partner. Gu Changhe, having finished his drink, felt considerably better. He hastily patted his chest to assure her that all was well, acknowledging that it was partly his fault. He had feared inadvertently jostling Lin Jiao Jiao and insisted on holding her close during the night, unaware that it would startle her. Lin Jiao Jiao preferred to maintain some space between them, but he stubbornly clung to her arm. Once they lay down, she couldn't shake the sensation of having an infant beside her. Chapter 48. A bountiful return the next day. As dawn broke gently, Lin Jiao Jiao awoke, her thoughts consumed by the events of the previous night, compelling her to hasten her weight-loss journey. With determined resolve, she vowed to control her appetite and increase her physical activity, refusing to believe that she could not shed the excess weight. She moved quietly, but just as she managed to extricate her arm from beneath the covers, Gu Changhe stirred awake. "Is it this early?" he remarked, glancing outside at the dim light. "It's better to rise early. Let's return home for breakfast." The meat they had procured was delectable, yet to indulge excessively would be a waste. After 2 hearty meals, they had enough provisions to last a month, and the very thought of it filled him with regret. Fortunately, such bounty had come easily. Lin Jiao Jiao did not object. Given her current stamina, undertaking any significant physical exertion would only lead to prolonged fatigue. Thus, returning for breakfast seemed the most prudent choice. They wasted no time. After completing their morning routines, they began to gather their belongings. 6 wild chickens and 4 plump rabbits remained. "Jiao Jiao, let us descend the mountain and deliver 1 wild chicken and 1 rabbit to mother. We shall each keep 1 for ourselves, and I will take the rest to the city to see if I can sell them," Gu Changhe proposed. Lin Jiao Jiao immediately shook her head. "We are not in need of money at the moment. Rather, we require food. In the future, purchasing meat will necessitate tickets, which is far from economical." Not in need of money? Gu Changhe pondered their modest possessions. While they were not destitute, wealth was a distant dream, and their home lacked many essentials that needed to be acquired piece by piece. Furthermore, consuming 4 wild chickens and 2 rabbits in a single day was unprecedented. They had not feasted so lavishly in years. Especially now, with the impending construction of their home, every coin was crucial. He endeavored to articulate this to Lin Jiao Jiao in detail. Still, Lin Jiao Jiao disagreed, questioning the value of the meat. Ultimately, she suggested they keep the remaining animals. "The old Lin family has many mouths to feed. Let us provide them with 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits, and the rest we shall keep in the yard to raise. Once they grow larger, we shall not have to worry about a lack of meat." With the intent to raise chickens and rabbits, they busied themselves on the descent. They gathered a plethora of wild vegetables and grasses, their baskets overflowing, with many items tied together with grass ropes. She even managed to store a considerable amount in her spatial realm, as there were plenty of hungry mouths to feed. Seizing an opportunity, she ventured into her spatial realm, her heart brimming with joy. The 5 wild chicken eggs left over from yesterday had been carefully placed in the space to prevent damage, and to her delight, 1 had hatched. However, her happiness was tinged with concern about the chick's survival. It would be ideal to have a hen around. This fragile little creature required careful nurturing, but fortunately, it could survive without food for a couple of days. She planned to feed it some egg yolk and a bit of soaked millet, knowing that although the diet was delicate, the quantity was small, and it should thrive in about 10 days to 2 weeks. Emerging from her spatial realm, she fortuitously discovered some mushrooms. Though not abundant, they were sufficient for 2 meals. To avoid damage, she placed them gently atop her basket. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's excitement as she collected the mushrooms, Gu Changhe chuckled. "What is so extraordinary about these? After the next rainfall, we can return. There will be plenty of mushrooms to gather." Suddenly realizing the inaccuracy of his statement, he added, "But, Jiao Jiao, this year has seen little rain." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, recalling that since her arrival, not a single drop had fallen. They say June weather is capricious, yet the past days have been remarkably sunny. Along the journey, they encountered few people, but upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a multitude approached them, among whom were the members of the old Lin family, with Wang Dahua leading the way. Upon spotting Lin Jiao Jiao, Wang Dahua hastened her steps. "You little girl, you've nearly given us a heart attack. Just as we were about to head to work, we heard you hadn't returned all night." Wang Dahua was so startled that she broke into a cold sweat. The path to the ancestral grave was not far. One could easily make several trips in a day. Indeed, the old man had been right. Just look at the two of them, clearly indulging in playful antics. Lin Jiao Jiao had made a spontaneous decision to spend the night on the mountain, and she was not accustomed to notifying anyone of her plans. It seemed she would have to change her ways now that she had family. Mom, spending a night outdoors in summer is quite enjoyable, Lin Jiao Jiao said, hesitating to use the term camping, fearing Wang Dahua might not understand. So she spoke plainly. Guchang had dared not meet anyone's gaze. How could she say such a thing? Wang Dahua firmly patted Lin Jiao Jiao's arm, admonishing her not to speak so freely. A glance at Gu Chang's expression revealed everything. These two children were far too immature. Old Master Lin, witnessing their demeanor, gasped, "Look at you both, nearly surrounded by wild vegetables and weeds. What on earth are you planting? What's it to you? You know my daughter's garden has no vegetables. Even if we were plant now, it wouldn't bear fruit in just a day or two. To avoid displeasing my family, we have no choice but to forage for wild greens." Lin Jiao Jiao, upon hearing her mother's words, lowered her head in embarrassment but still protested. "Mom, I didn't tea." Wang Dahua huffed in annoyance. She turned to pull Lin Jiao Jiao back, saying, "Jiao Jiao, don't mind your brother and sister-in-law. With me around, if anyone dares to give you a hard time, I'll send them packing." Lin Jiao Jiao immediately understood. It seemed there had been complaints regarding the vegetables she had taken the other day. Everyone had eagerly offered to help carry things, and she had not refused. Yet the basket remained on her back. She let go of her hands and wrapped her arms around Wang Dahua's, saying, "Mom, these wild vegetables are quite tender and flavorful. The older ones are for the chickens. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gathered so many. I'll save you some to taste later. I promise it won't disappoint. You little girl, always try to placate me. In just a few days, you've learned to share only good news," Wang Dahua said, her eyes reddening as she discreetly wiped away a tear. "Nothing compares to the vegetables from a proper garden." She sighed deeply, no matter how good her son was. He could not withstand the incessant nagging of his wife. As they walked, Lin Jiao Jiao consoled her. The Lin family resided at the foot of the mountain, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the courtyard. She placed a bundle of wild vegetables on the stone table and was about to remove the basket when Zheng Wanjun emerged from the house. "Little sister, what are you doing? If there are no vegetables, just say so." Zheng Wanjun was perplexed by Lin Jiao Jiao's change. She was not as straightforward as before and seemed to be putting on airs, attempting to sneak away with a large handful of wild greens. Lin Jiao Jiao offered a half-smile. "Sister-in-law, you needn't worry. I have no qualms with my own mother." Zheng Wanjun opened her mouth to retort, but was silenced by the fierce look on Wang Dahua's face, causing her to quickly shut her lips. Old Master Lin then approached and gave Lin Jiao Jiao a firm kick. Lin did not dare to evade and endure the blow, lamenting that not only was this extravagant daughter-in-law unable to bear a son, but she also incessantly drained his resources, proving utterly useless. "Oh, how vexing!" Wang Dahua, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's unusual silence, grew concerned. "Mother, I am fine," Lin Jiao Jiao reassured her as she continued to pick from her basket, retrieving 2 wild chickens and 2 hares, which she placed upon the stone table in the courtyard. "Oh, my dear Jiao Jiao, what are you doing?" Wang Dahua signaled, and old Master Lin swiftly instructed those behind him to shut the main gate. Chapter 49. Tumult. Everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. "My goodness, we are fortunate to have caught some wild chickens and rabbits. I've saved some mushrooms for you to taste," Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed. It was just enough for her family to enjoy a meal. "You silly girl, after all the effort you put into catching them, why would you give them away instead of keeping them for yourselves?" Wang Dahua remarked, casting a glance at Gu Changhe. "Jiao Jiao, you mustn't be so reckless. Now that you are married, if you continue to prioritize your family over your husband, even if he doesn't voice his discontent, it will inevitably lead to resentment over time. Mom, however you want to take them is fine. Why is it wrong for me to give them to you? Moreover, it was Changhe's suggestion," Lin Jiao Jiao replied, raising her voice towards Gu Changhe. "Isn't it you who wanted to bring these wild chickens and rabbits to our parents?" Gu Changhe nodded repeatedly, affirming that it was indeed his duty to honor his parents. "You all have the right intentions, which is enough. Quickly take them home for yourselves. It would be a waste to give them to us," Wang Dahua said, her heart swelling with delight. After all, her daughter, Fat Jiao, adored meat. Old Master Zheng quickly interjected, Yes, Changhe, you must take them back right away and consider selling them when you have a moment. The supply and marketing cooperative is buying. You just got married, and you need money for everything. Seeing this, Zheng Wanju was taken aback that her parents were rejecting the chickens and rabbits offered to them. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? This is a heartfelt gesture for my younger sister. If you refuse it, it will surely hurt her feelings. One tea it, little sister. As soon as Zheng Wanju finished speaking, a loud slap echoed through the air. Have you lost your mind? She gasped, covering her face. Her husband had never laid a hand on her before, especially not in front of Lin Jiao Jiao and her husband. This left her feeling utterly embarrassed. If you want to hit me, go home and do it. What are you making a scene for here? Just because my daughter has returned, do you despise her so? You ungrateful wretches. I bore you, nurtured you through thick and thin, and even arranged marriages for you. And this is how you repay us? Wang Dahua was genuinely furious. This wasteful daughter-in-law had given birth to one daughter after another. Had it been another family, they would have long been humbled, forever bowing their heads in labor. Yet here, she strutted about like a proud rooster, squawking incessantly. Mom. Lin felt a surge of frustration. He had already struck his wife, and yet it seemed it was not enough. What more did they expect from him? Guchong, he surveyed the chaotic scene, realizing that it was not only his family in disarray. He quickly pulled Lin Jiao Jiao towards the exit. Wang Dahua exchanged glances with Old Master Zheng. Old Master Zheng grasped a chicken, while Lin Mu held a rabbit, both attempting to return the offerings to Guchong. He swiftly evaded them. Lin Jiao Jiao hurriedly urged them, Please don't push and shove. Soon the entire village will know. Seizing the opportunity, she managed to extricate Guchong, and together they successfully left the courtyard. Wang Dahua watched Lin Jiao Jiao's retreating figure, her heart heavy with unspoken sentiments. You lament about me showing affection towards Jiao Jiao. Yet you, as her brothers, should understand the depths of my care for her. This unfortunate girl, in her youth, devoted herself to you all, even injuring her mind while trying to save me. Now that she is married, I can only provide her with a few vegetables, and I witness your expressions of disdain. Wang Dahua's heart grew heavier with each word, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mother, I truly have not spoken ill of anyone. Even if you were to uproot the entire garden, I would remain silent. Just consider Jiao Jiao's dowry. There is no other like it in the village. Have any of us brothers ever uttered a word of complaint? Lin squatted on the ground, helplessly cradling his head. Why could his parents not comprehend his plight? He toiled day and night, yet nothing seemed to suffice. Was it merely because he was the second son, or perhaps due to the absence of son of his own? Suddenly, Wang Dahua burst into laughter, startling everyone present. Wife, do not be disheartened. The children have grown, and they will do as they please. We can simply live our lives separately without enduring this distress. Lin Laoi, the patriarch, refrained from chastising his second son, realizing that such words indicated resentment towards them. He believed he was fair, having raised all his children with equal care, except for a slight favoritism towards his daughter. Yet, he never anticipated this outcome. Mother, father, shall we not return to work? It is growing late, and we risk losing our labor credits. Lin Mu was at a loss on how to console his parents. He thought it best to immerse himself in work, hoping to forget the discord, for he had grown accustomed to the constant quarrels. Yang Tsuaping could hardly bear to witness the scene, fearing that her husband might exacerbate the situation and further upset the elderly couple. Wang Dahua's expression stiffened upon hearing this. With a foolish eldest son, a troublesome second son, a third son who seemed to belong to another family, and a disappointing youngest son, how could she endure such a life? Lin Laoi, overwhelmed by the turn of events, found himself at a loss for words, finally conceding, Very well, let us hasten to our work. He then settled the chickens and rabbits in the backyard. With the adults off to work, the children quickly forgot the adult squabbles and gathered in the backyard to observe the rabbits. As Lin Jiao Jiao approached the entrance, she was halted by the voice of the neighbor, Old Lady Yang. From a Changha family, why have you been gone so long in the mountains? It is not far. Surely you haven't lost your way? Auntie, We were foraging for wild vegetables all night. It was unsafe to descend in the dark, so we found a cave to rest until dawn. We just came down, and these are freshly dug. Please do try some, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, handing her a small bundle of wild vegetables. Old Lady Yang felt a bit embarrassed, as if she were the one seeking vegetables, yet she accepted them. Please buy the offer. I have some squash from my own garden. I shall pick one for you later. Upon hearing about the squash, Lin Jiao Jiao felt fortunate indeed. She resolved to return the favor with a gift in kind. Thank you, Auntie, she replied, not wishing to decline, as such exchanges were the essence of neighborly relations. Indeed, Old Lady Yang was quite fond of the girl who smiled at her, for that chubby little face was simply delightful to behold. Just a mere pumpkin. Yet one glance at that face could make anyone burst in a bloom with joy. She immediately thought of Wang Xiaohong and hastily grabbed Lin Jiao Jiao, who was about to enter the courtyard. Startled by the sudden tug, Lin Jiao Jiao looked bewildered and asked, "What is it, Aunt?" Old Lady Yang glanced around and requested Lin Jiao Jiao to crouch down a bit, marveling at how tall the girl was. Lin Jiao Jiao shrugged, unable to bend down at all. Eventually, she took Old Lady Yang's hand, and they both sat on the stone at the entrance, making their conversation much more convenient. Chapter 50, A Whopping Revelation. Dear wife of Changhe, you surely are unaware, aren't you? Yesterday, the daughter-in-law of Chongqing fainted while at work. Old Yang glanced over at the Gu family, hoping this young bride remained at home and wouldn't be caught in a scandal. Fainting? Pregnant? Such tropes are often depicted in novels and dramas. Oh my, could it be that these two have already become entangled? What a sensational piece of news. Auntie, do tell. What happened? Why did she faint? Is she unwell? Lin Jiao Jiao inquired with great enthusiasm. Yang, infigurated by Lin Jiao Jiao es curiosity, began to narrate the tale with vivid detail. As Lin Jiao Jiao listened intently, it turned out that Wang Xiaohong had fainted from hunger while at work. The Wang family and the Gu family had crossed paths once again, resulting in the captain giving the elderly Gu couple a thorough scolding. Consequently, Wang Xiaohong took 3 days off to recuperate at home. Lin Jiao Jiao felt rather disheartened. Oh, so it was merely hunger-induced fainting. Yang, dissatisfied with Lin Jiao Jiao's reaction, remarked that fainting from hunger was hardly remarkable in these times of plenty. Nowadays, with the improvement in living conditions, no one should be fainting from hunger. There's relief grain for even the most impoverished. She mused that the girl must have a mind sharper than a bee's nest. Lin Jiao Jiao found it rather normal. Perhaps she had low blood sugar. After all, many individuals faint from skipping breakfast. Maybe she was in poor health, feeling weak. Yang shook her head, saying, "Dear wife of Changhe, why are you so sincere? Just look at how that girl stirred up trouble, putting the Gu family and the Wang family in the spotlight while she rests at home. If you believe this was unintentional, I wouldn't buy it for a moment." In recent days, they've been together, frequently discussing this matter. No one expected that the seemingly well-behaved girl would harbor such cunning thoughts. With this behavior, no family that marries her will find peace. Although old Gu's wife is not ideal, harshly treating her daughter-in-law upon her arrival, neglecting meals for 1 or 2 occasions is not unprecedented. If this continues, the household will descend into chaos, with the daughter-in-law soaring to the heavens. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Jiao Jiao pondered Yang's words, questioning when she had transformed into the obedient and kind-hearted daughter-in-law. At that moment, a head popped up over the wall, startling her. Why should she feel guilty? She hadn't committed any wrongdoing. Wang Xiaohong, what are you doing climbing our wall? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Xiaohong, aware of Lin Jiao Jiao's return, promptly climbed up the ladder. After waiting for quite some time, Lin Jiao Jiao had finally returned at a leisurely pace. What's with you? Mingling with the old women, she thought. Unfazed by the inquiry, Wang Xiaohong replied calmly, "Sister-in-law, I cannot cover for you at work. I'm unwell. The captain has instructed me to rest at home." Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled at this. "If you're feeling unwell, do take the time to recuperate. However, I never asked you to cover for me. Regardless, the work points will be deducted from both families, so it matters not who takes the job." Wang Xiaohong's expression immediately soured. Such words were harsh. If she were to acquire a reputation for being sickly, it would be disastrous. This hefty girl had surprisingly learned to be clever, no matter how one provoked her. She remained calm, leaving Lin Jiao Jiao appearing foolish instead. She was truly indignant and remarked, "Sister-in-law, after descending from the mountain, you received gifts from the neighbors, yet you do not even express gratitude towards our parents. This is quite inappropriate, you know? Are you really suggesting that I offer wild vegetables to my mother-in-law?" I recall her saying that she would use this to feed the chickens. If my mother-in-law learns of your encouragement, I cannot fathom how she would react, especially since you are her own daughter-in-law. Wang Xiaohong suddenly felt a wave of panic and quickly glanced outside the courtyard, realizing that she unexpectedly perceived her mother-in-law to be more amiable than her biological mother. This was far from her expectations. Before she married, her mother had warned her that being a stepchild would not be easy, and that she would likely endure hardships. Yet, this situation was entirely different. Moreover, Gu Changhe constantly wore a grim expression, which was rather intimidating, unlike Gu Changqing, who was genteel and polite. How had the tables turned so drastically? She racked her brain for a clever solution, but found that this stubborn individual suffered no consequences at all. Hastily descending from the ladder, she feared that if her mother-in-law caught her, there would be dire repercussions. Although her mother-in-law had said nothing today, her expression was darker than soot. Old Master Gu had just left for work when he felt the urge to relieve himself. He certainly would not allow anyone else to benefit from his bounty. He hurried back, but upon exiting the restroom, he heard his eldest son calling for him, presenting him with an oil paper package. Although no words were exchanged, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was his eldest son after all. The delectable roasted rabbit leg was too precious to eat himself, and it seemed to validate the old adage that a father and son bear no grudges overnight. A trip to the mountain had somehow made his son more dutiful towards him. He quickly concealed it in his bosom, and upon entering the front courtyard, he noticed his second daughter-in-law sneaking around. He swiftly returned to the house, secured the door, and began to feast. Wang Xiaohong sniffed intently, detecting the aroma of meat, and began to search for its source. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. "What are you doing?" Madame Gu was livid, suspecting that her second daughter-in-law was attempting to steal something. No wonder she resorted to such underhanded tactics while remaining in the house. Wang Xiaohong, focused on the scent, looked up and was taken aback, realizing that it was right beneath the window of the main room, causing her to retreat in fright. Mother, it's not what you think. I seem to have caught a whiff of meat." It was truly a sight to behold. How had the Gu family ended up with such a shameful character? For the sake of a morsel, they had become the laughingstock of the entire village, and now, even the meager meals were not enough. They aspired for meat. Dream on. Madame Gu would not be so easily confused again. Not only would she refuse to give her this extravagant daughter-in-law any meat, but she would also only provide watery gruel in the future, ensuring she would not starve. Old Master Gu hurriedly descended and closed all the windows. Madame Gu pushed against the door, but found it stubbornly shut. What was wrong with him? Hadn't everything been fine? Why was he preventing her from entering? Upon hearing her husband return, she inquired and learned that the neighbors had come back. Her frustration mounted. Just because the neighbors were back, he had abandoned his work and now seemed to be taking his anger out on her. As long as the neighbors were around, she was bound to receive nothing good. Unable to open the door, Madame Gu could only return to her work. However, upon catching sight of Wang Xiaohong in the yard, she erupted in exasperation, exclaiming, "Look at you, idling away your time. You neither work nor tend to your household duties. This is not a daughter-in-law, but rather an ancestor." Having already lost her dignity, she felt there was nothing left to fear. On her way to work, her tongue remained incessantly active, determined to ensure the entire village was aware of her disdain for laziness. Embarrassed, Wang Xiaohong hastily retreated indoors, even though it was she who had been wronged. Lin Jiao Jiao, having arranged the wild vegetables, was about to enter the kitchen to prepare a meal when she noticed Wang Dahua and Lin Lao Yizi standing at the entrance, their expressions fraught with concern. Chapter 51. No Indulgence. Mother, Father, what has happened to you? Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed upon seeing them panting and drenched in sweat. She quickly ushered them inside and poured each of them a bowl of spring water. Gu Changhe, who had been in the backyard crafting a cage for the rabbits, heard the commotion and rushed over. After drinking, Wang Dehua felt somewhat better, realizing that age was catching up with her. A mere few steps had left her breathless. "Did you go into the deep mountains?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao observed the grave expressions on her parents' faces and quickly interjected, "How could that be possible? Not only do I lack the courage for such an endeavor, but I also lack the stamina." Wang Dehua remained skeptical, as did Lin Laozi. Caught off guard by the commotion, Wang Dehua had not considered this possibility. Had it not been for the old man as reminder, they would not have rushed over in such a flurry. Lin Laozi, with a serious demeanor, turned to Gu Chonghe and urged, "You must speak the truth." Lin Jiao Jiao felt a sense of grievance and wondered why they doubted her words. Pouting unconsciously, she was unaware of her increasingly childish demeanor. Wang Dehua, noticing her distress, took her hand and offered comfort while glancing at Gu Chonghe. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Gu Chonghe inexplicably grew anxious. "Father, mother, we truly did not venture into the deep mountains. Although we did travel a bit further than usual, we did not even reach the outskirts of the deep mountains." Lin Jiao Jiao spread her hands wide. "See, you still do not believe me." Lin Laozi furrowed his brows, still unconvinced. "Chonghe, you must be honest. One cannot risk their life for a piece of meat. Should anything happen, it is far more serious than mere injury. One's life could be at stake. Jiao Jiao is still young and naive. You must not indulge in reckless behavior with her." Gu Chonghe, feeling the weight of suspicion, glanced at the aggrieved Lin Jiao Jiao and suddenly felt a sense of shared plight. In the past, when he spoke falsehoods, no one doubted him. Yet today, having spoken the truth, he was met with disbelief. He hastily defended himself. "I truly did not mislead you." In his fluster, he began to stutter, further arousing his parents' suspicions. "Look at you both. We've already told you, yet you still doubt us. We value our lives. How could we take such a risk?" Lin Laozi shook his head. "Others may not know, but I certainly do. This plump daughter of mine is known for her love of meat. She has once fallen from a tree for the sake of sparrow chick. What is there that is impossible?" Wang Dehua, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's discontent, quickly soothed her. "Our Jiao Jiao surely does not know where the deep mountains are. You also mentioned that we traveled too far, did you not? Let's not go there again, shall we?" Though initially displeased, Lin Jiao Jiao felt warmth in her heart from Wang Dehua as coaxing. She clung to her mother's arm and could not help but act a bit spoiled. "Mother, we really did not go." All right, you did not go." Wang Dehua quickly signaled to Lin Laozi. Lin Laozi shook his head in resignation, aware that they could not indulge her. Yet he dared not voice further objections. With patience, he advised, "Chonghe, you two must not wander so far in the future. It is impossible to prevent you from going to the mountains altogether. Whether for foraging wild vegetables or gathering mushrooms, we must make several trips each year." Upon observing the situation, Gu Chonghe remained skeptical. However, noticing the stern expression on the old man's face, he promptly reassured, "Father, you need not worry. We shall certainly refrain from venturing into the deep mountains, nor will we wander too far." Lin Laozi nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the boy's commendable attitude. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned against Wang Dehua's shoulder, silently contemplating her own desires. She did not share the same assurance. She yearned to explore the depths of the mountains, albeit not at present. Once her strength was restored and her physique improved, supplemented by the resources of her space and the company of Shaoqing, the wilderness would hold no terror for her. Wang Dehua gently patted Lin Jiao Jiao's back, saying, "Dear, you must be obedient." A sense of unease lingered, as she felt the girl was not fully absorbing her words. Quickly shifting the conversation, Lin Jiao Jiao asked, "Mother, have you taken leave again?" "No, Guandawari Plaid." Her pride evident as she spoke. "Absenteeism?" Lin Jiao Jiao tilted her head in inquiry. "Not at all. Your second sister-in-law is not feeling well. Every household keeps the younger ones at home while the older ones supervise. In her attempt to undermine me, she disregarded the scorching heat and took the fourth girl to work. It infuriated me. After your father reminded me, I didn't even request leave. I let them cover for us since we had already divided the tasks." Wang Dehua beamed with pride. relishing the fact that she no longer had to labor while still earning her share of work points. Those who dare to challenge me will find no success. Let us see if they dare to act up again. Mother, you are impressive, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, giving her mother a thumbs up, though she hesitated to suggest a separation of households. After all, the residents here seldom resorted to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. As Wang Dahua and Lin Jiao Jiao were about to depart, they heard Gu Changhe busy constructing a cage for the rabbits, intending to raise them. Wang Dahua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she hurried to the backyard to take a look. Although wild animals are notoriously difficult to domesticate, it was worth a try. Should they succeed, it would yield a continuous supply of chickens and rabbits. With a steady source of meat, her daughter would surely abandon reckless mountain ventures. Lin Jiao Jiao expressed his skepticism, yet offered no objections. If the rabbits faltered, they could simply be slaughtered instead. Seeing their interest piqued, Lin Jiao Jiao gathered a bundle of grass and a bunch of wild vegetables, explaining that these had been watered with spring water. Wild creatures are indeed hard to nurture and require an adjustment period, she cautioned, emphasizing the need for careful feeding. Be sure to provide the rabbits and chickens with boiled water, as even our large vat has been filled with spring water. Wang Dahua meticulously noted everything. She intended to personally tend to the chickens and rabbits. Should they adapt well, she would then delegate their care to others. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohong, having overheard the commotion, entered the house, but she had gleaned little from her eavesdropping. She noticed the others were laden with bundles, even collecting wild grasses and vegetables. She had not anticipated that the foolish pig's parents were equally opportunistic, rummaging through their daughter's home. Just yesterday, her mother had visited, ostensibly to check on her fainted daughter. Yet every utterance was a veiled warning to be more cautious. If she wished for a better life, she must ensure her brother flourished, all while bringing nothing in terms of sustenance. Now, observing the same behavior in others, she found a sense of balance in her heart, realizing that even the foolish pig, supported by her maternal family, would ultimately pay a price. Inside, Gu Jiao Jiao was growing increasingly anxious, pondering the peculiar behavior of his second daughter-in-law. He meandered around the yard, reluctant to return indoors. He wished to go to work, yet found himself unable to step outside. What could he expect, burdened by guilt? He feared his daughter-in-law might discover his clandestine indulgence within the house, leaving him utterly humiliated. To his astonishment, he caught the tantalizing scent of meat wafting from inside, reminiscent of a dog's keen sense of smell. Nevertheless, the aroma of the roasted rabbit leg was undeniably delectable. After much effort, he managed to coax his second daughter-in-law into the house, allowing him to swiftly escape from within. How could he create such a ruckus in his own home? Akin to a thief? Yet, upon reaching the field, the chatter of his companions dulled the allure of the rabbit leg. Chapter 52. Piercing a hole in the sky, old Gu, why are you taking so long? Those who don't know might think you've gone back for a meal. Who can say for sure? Haven't you heard that the eldest son has returned? He caught several wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain and even brought 2 to the old Lin family. Indeed, I heard he stumbled upon a rabbit hole. Otherwise, how could he have caught so many? He must have stumbled upon great fortune. Did he bring you a few? Old Gu's head was buzzing. This was his pride and joy, his eldest son. What a disappointment. Since marrying, he hardly recognizes his father anymore. He can hardly admit to having only a meager leg to offer, yet he has the gall to present it. The issue is that he proudly flaunts it. Yet, he turns around and gifts so many legs to his father-in-law. Doesn't he that slap him in the face? If they had stewed them at home, imagine how many meals they could have enjoyed. What a waste. At this rate, he'll spoil his wife to the heavens. The onlookers noticed old Gu's face darkening. Soon, someone unafraid of stirring the pot shouted, "Old Gu, you don't mean to say you didn't receive a single one from your own son, do you?" Old Gu shot an angry glare at him, wishing he could rip him apart. Just then, the oblivious old Gu's wife arrived, shouting and clamoring, "Old man, were you just back for the rabbits? How many did Chang'e bring us? Speak up." Old Gu flicked his sleeves and snapped, "Get lost." Then he turned to leave, abandoning his work. Let them deduct his points as they please. He felt as if he might explode from rage. "Old man, why are you taking it out on me? Surely your precious eldest son didn't bring you back even a single hair?" Old Gu's wife's legs were quicker than her mouth, and by the time she finished speaking, she had already caught up to him. If he hadn't brought back a single one, she would insist on coming over. This time they were in the right. After finishing her meal, Lin Jiao Jiao had intended to take a nap. However, she feared gaining weight if she slept right after eating. As she strolled in the courtyard, she noticed the commotion at the Gu family's entrance, where they stood outside, as if ready to devour someone whole. Dad? Lin Jiao Jiao felt embarrassed. They didn't even spare her a glance. This situation seemed serious. Gu Changhe, hearing the noise, rushed over from the backyard. He had just finished weaving a cage, and only upon Lin Jiao Jiao's reminder did he recall that the rabbits could bump into things. As they grew larger, that cage wouldn't contain them. He was still pondering how to care for them when he saw old Gu's dark countenance and his wife's unfriendly gaze, along with the idle onlookers who had abandoned their work to witness the spectacle. Gu Changhe hurried a few steps and positioned himself in front of Lin Jiao Jiao. Dad, what are you all doing? They say one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Even if you dislike me, you shouldn't bully my wife like this. Reflecting on how Lin Jiao Jiao was treated in the Gu household compared to how the Lin family treated him, he felt a burning shame. Old Gu was enraged at this pathetic display. He was exasperated, saying, "Go ahead and spoil her. If this continues, beware that your wife might roll the entire Gu family away." What a chaotic scene this was. Gu Changhe and Lin Jiao Jiao were both filled with questions, and upon exchanging a glance, they immediately understood that the troubles stemmed from the chickens and rabbits. Gu Changhe reverted to his former demeanor of keeping others at a distance, realizing that if one is too accommodating, they will inevitably be taken advantage of, a fate that seemed to befall the Gu family time and again. Father, you see, when it comes to sons marrying daughters-in-law, as the eldest son of the Gu family, why am I not granted a bridal price? I must amass it bit by bit myself. Is Gu Changqing endowed with extraordinary abilities? No, it's simply because he has his biological mother to support him. Something I lack. The old master Gu's expression darkened further. Changhe, can we let this matter go? I wish I could, he replied, but you have brought this upon yourselves. Gu Changhe spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Madame Gu grew anxious, fearing the conversation would turn to her, and quickly interjected. You all ventured into the mountains and stumbled upon a rabbit burrow, capturing wild chickens and bringing so many to the Lin family. Why then? Does your own father not even provide a single one? Is there a son like you? The more she spoke, the more convinced she felt of her righteousness, almost wishing to announce it to the entire village. Old Master Gu nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is the crux of the matter. Isn't it all the same? We just paid our respects to my biological mother and grandmother, sharing our experiences with them. Shortly thereafter, we discovered the rabbit burrow and caught the wild chickens. You tell me, is this a sign of heaven's favor upon me, or the blessings of my grandmother and mother? Why do you say everything? Old Master Gu could not help but glance skyward. Despite the sun shining brightly, he felt a chill. Madame Gu's complexion paled, yet the thought of the plump rabbit emboldened her to speak. You cannot be selfish. I care not, but what of your biological father? Why do you not offer him even a feather? If your grandmother were to find out, it would surely break her heart, for he is her own son. Gu Changhe, usually reticent, nodded in agreement. Precisely, which is why I took the chickens and rabbits to the Lin family. Although my father refuses to provide a bridal price, I cannot allow him to be ridiculed. At this juncture, Gu Changhe shifted the topic. Father, are the rabbit legs delicious? What rabbit legs? Old Master Gu panicked, hastily sealing his lips. If that rascal could clarify the situation, that would suffice. There was no need to delve into unrelated matters. Madame Gu immediately recalled the words of the second son's wife and pointed an accusatory finger at Old Master Gu. You dare to indulge in infidelity. Old Master Gu slapped his hand down. Infidelity? That was a tribute from my eldest son. That was no mere chicken leg. It was a grand rabbit leg. And you consumed it all yourself. Madame Gu could hardly believe the audacity of her husband, who spoke so brazenly of his indiscretions. Gu Changhe, observing the exchange, added fuel to the fire. Father, even if I were to present you with a rabbit, would you actually be able to savor it? Let us not even mention the rabbits. What about the chickens we keep at home? Are you able to enjoy their eggs daily? Where do you suppose all those eggs have gone? And I've only been married for a few days, yet the supply of eggs has never ceased. Seeing Gu Changhe reveling in his own triumph, old Master Gu felt an urge to chastise him. They were both fathers in their own right. Yet, how could their lives be so drastically different? Wang Xiaohong had just been feeling wronged, believing that her mother-in-law had unjustly accused her. However, upon hearing Gu Changhe's words, she was left utterly astounded, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Which family's younger generation would possess eggs, yet fail to present them to the elders, instead indulging themselves and audaciously speaking of it? The Gu family increasingly baffled her. Lin Jiao Jiao regarded Gu Changhe with growing admiration, as he effortlessly resolved the situation with just a few remarks. If it were any other family, bringing such items back to her natal home would surely lead to a tremendous uproar. At that moment, Tai Chue stumbled over, shouting, "It's bad, it's bad." Old Aunt. Chapter 53. Kneeling in supplication, Lin Jiao Jiao cradled Tai Tu in her arms, asking, "Why are you in such a rush?" Tai Tu, glancing nervously at the crowd, whispered close to Lin Jiao Jiao's ear, "Aunt, hurry. Grandma is very angry and wants to take away the rabbit." Suddenly, Lin Jiao Jiao comprehended why the news had spread so swiftly. "Changhe, I shall make a brief visit." "Go ahead. I shall watch over the house," Gu Changhe replied, contemplating that it would be better not to accompany her. It would be inconvenient for him to be present should any issues arise. "Watch over what house? Are you all wary of us?" Gu old lady retorted, glaring at Lin Jiao Jiao with her squinty eyes. Lin Jiao Jiao felt speechless. The words were clearly Gu Changhe's, yet they seemed directed solely at her. She bid farewell to Gu old master and departed with Tai Tu in her arms, just as Gu old lady was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Lamenting how this prodigal daughter-in-law disregarded her entirely, Gu Changhe interjected, "Father, I've been having a recurring dream these past few days. Grandma instructed you to keep an eye on the household grain. Did you not heed her?" Gu Changhe feigned confusion. "No, I did not." Gu old master shook his head. "How peculiar. If Grandma did not send her own son a dream, how could she convey it to me? Nonetheless, do be cautious. There is wisdom in heeding Grandma's words." "Very well, then. I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to work." As Gu old master was about to respond, the door was abruptly closed. This impudent youngster showed him no respect whatsoever, leaving him feeling disgraced as he retreated to the courtyard, the commotion having turned into a jest. He resolved to exercise restraint in the future. As a father, he ought not to be subjected to such indignities. However, he genuinely needed to heed old lady's dream. Reluctantly, Gu old lady followed back into the courtyard, tapping her fingers as she pondered how they might procure a rabbit. Seeing that there was nothing of interest, the crowd promptly returned to their labor, fully aware that unfinished tasks would result in deductions from their wages. After the uproar caused by the Gu family, the community deemed it entirely normal to assist the Lin family. After all, Lin Panya was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Her dowry should neither exceed nor fall short of that of the second daughter-in-law. Though 2 rabbits and 2 wild chickens seemed plentiful, they paled in comparison to the value of a dowry. Many harbored thoughts of visiting the ancestral graves, hoping that their ancestors might bless them with a catch or two. As Gu old lady entered the courtyard, Gu old master ordered the gate to be shut. "Speak. Where have the eggs gone?" "What eggs? We have but a few chickens, and they scarcely lay 2 eggs a day," Gu old lady replied, turning away nervously, unable to meet Gu old master's gaze. "It's all that wasteful neighbor of ours. Why must you bring that up? Do not feign ignorance. In days when we had more chickens, I could barely manage to eat an egg daily. A month with 2 servings was a rarity." Gu old master, reflecting on Gu Changhe's life, found himself envious of the young rascal, who indulged in eggs daily without sharing any with him. Do not listen to that foolish boy's ramblings. What do they know, just having wed? With their way of living, can they truly thrive? Tell me, which of the essentials can we forego? Firewood, rice, oil, or salt? In due course, there will be a shortage of this and a lack of that, so you should provide me with money. Old Madame Gu is not entirely unreasonable. A portion of the eggs was indeed exchanged for these necessities. Old Master Gu understands this logic as well. After all, if they ask him for money, He certainly will not part with it any further, and by the end of the year, not much will remain. Mother, I want to eat eggs every day. I aspire to live a life akin to that of Gu Chang'e. Why should there be such a disparity between brothers? Gu Changqing has returned long ago, but has chosen not to voice his thoughts. What are you making a fuss about? If you wish to live like him, then go ahead and do so. Old Madame Gu had finally managed to pacify her husband, only to find her son unhelpful and, in fact, undermining her efforts. I wonder why I was not sent over there when I was young. Gu Changqing said in frustration before storming off. Just look at this. See how well you've raised your son. Old Master Gu observed, noting the discontent displayed by each of them, whose life is led in such disarray. He pointed toward the front door. You all hurry to work and complete my share as well. If war points are deducted, then no one will eat tomorrow. Old Madame Gu felt a surge of anger, but was confronted with Old Master Gu's grim expression and dared not utter another word. Instead, she shot a glare at Wang Xiaohong. Are you still going to linger at home? Quickly go and join the others at work. I cannot manage this all alone. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaohong followed suit. Amidst all this turmoil, they had even dragged a person recovering at home into labor. Where could one seek justice in this situation? It was neither fair treatment nor a mere misunderstanding. As a daughter-in-law of the Gu family, how could such a vast disparity exist? Mother, the neighboring household's rabbits and wild chickens are nearly overrun, and even their hens outnumber ours. No wonder they feast on eggs daily. Wang Xiaohong had thought that marriage would bring her a better life, but she found it to be worse than before. The workload had increased, and the food was poorer. In the past, she would at least yield to her brother occasionally, but now even the chance to have an egg was scarce. Old Madame Gu glared at her oblivious daughter-in-law. This is all too evident. Yet what can be done? That scoundrel does not play by the rules and often brings the old man into the fray, and the old man eats this up. The villagers do not lend a hand. Instead, they label me as a wicked stepmother. What kind of stepmother is treated like this? It is utterly humiliating. Wang Xiaohong glared at her mother-in-law, feeling incensed. All she does is bully me. She has no strategies against the neighbors, relying solely on her status as an elder to take advantage of me. How can an elder act based on the whims of a junior? Lin Jiao Jiao asked. Who sent you to find me? It was second aunt, replied Taitu, scratching his head. What else did she say? He had forgotten. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at the boy, who was reluctant to be carried. But with his little short legs, when would he ever manage to move? She picked up Taitu and said, Be good. Let us hurry back. All right, let us go save the rabbits. Taitu complied, settling comfortably in Lin Jiao Jiao's embrace. From a distance, Lin Jiao Jiao could see a crowd gathered outside the Lin family home. This place was quite remote, and with it being working hours, the presence of so many people indicated a significant disturbance. Upon seeing Lin Jiao Jiao, everyone instinctively parted to make way. Before Lin Jiao Jiao could take 2 steps, her thighs were suddenly enveloped by a familiar embrace. It was none other than Zheng Wanju, kneeling at the entrance. Oh, dear sister, please forgive your second sister-in-law. My words merely slipped out unintentionally, I assure you. Zheng Wanju, finding herself in a predicament, had urged Taitu to seek out Lin Jiao Jiao, fearing that the young lad might have proven unreliable after such a long absence. To her surprise, he had indeed brought her back. Your second sister-in-law has something to say. I am merely a married daughter, and household matters are beyond my authority. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao's mind began to race. Before Tai Tu's arrival, she had thought it was merely a child's careless remark, something not worthy of concern. After all, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. However, when it comes to the words of an adult, the situation takes on a different gravity. Who could claim it was unintentional? Such rhetoric was far from convincing to her. Chapter 54. Surely you will bear a son for us. Zheng Wanjun felt utterly humiliated. Despite her earnest pleas, she received no consideration whatsoever. She had hoped that marriage would temper Lin Jiao Jiao's arrogance, but it seemed her demeanor remained unchanged. Lin Jiao Jiao, you cannot treat me this way, Zheng Wanjun exclaimed. I have been part of the Lin family for so many years, and I have crafted countless garments for you. Each piece has been sewn with care. Yet over a minor issue, you wish to have mother cast me out. Her words were abruptly silenced by the sound of 2 resounding slaps. Wang Dahua shook her hand, exclaiming, "You are truly spoiled. How dare you stir up trouble right beneath my nose? If I wish to expel you, it has nothing to do with my daughter. Who would want a daughter-in-law who cannot distinguish between what is right and wrong? Mother, please do not be angry. My sister-in-law has indeed helped me with my clothing. However, she has left all the household chores to you and my elder sister, causing you unnecessary hardship. And I truly feel remorseful about that," Lin Jiao Jiao said, glancing at Zheng Wanjun. "Sister-in-law, you must agree with me, right? Although I hardly wear new clothes throughout the year. Each piece takes you 10 days to a fortnight to make. It amounts to several months in a year where you do not attend to household duties. If this person were to behave decently, she would not resort to such underhanded tactics. After all, she genuinely had made new garments. Why must she drag herself into this mess? It was unreasonable for her to remain entirely unresponsive." Lin Jiao Jiao's words only deepened Zheng Wanjun's agony. A moment ago, there were a few voices supporting her, but now, all gazes turned towards her with disdain. "You knew all along, didn't you, little sister?" Yang, sweeping, approached and grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, a look of embarrassment on her face, realizing that her sister-in-law was fully aware of the situation. It was her own petty mindset that had misled her. "Of course I know, big sister. Although I was quite young when you first entered the family and later suffered an injury, you have always quietly cared for me. How could I possibly remain oblivious?" Lin Jiao Jiao continued, noticing the jealousy emanating from Wang Dahua, and quickly added, "Big sister is wonderful, but my mother is even better." This remark elicited laughter from both women, while Zheng Wanjun, left out in the cold, wore an expression that was far from pleasant. She was unaware of how ghastly her visage appeared. Zheng Wanjun felt a deep sense of frustration. After years of sewing for a thankless person, all her efforts seemed to be credited to someone else. Despite her simmering anger, she struggled to contain her wrath and grit her teeth as she said, "Little sister, regardless of the circumstances, I may not have earned recognition, but my hard work is undeniable." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "You're correct, sister-in-law. Every time you measure for my clothes, you always cut an extra large piece of fabric. Is that not a form of compensation for your labor?" "What? You are quite audacious," Wang Dahua said, poking Zheng Wanjun's forehead. She had assumed this person merely acted foolishly, never suspecting she would betray her own family. In Lin Jiao Jiao's recollections, Zheng Wanjun always seemed oblivious, failing to conceal her fabric cutting from her. However, the beautiful remnants left by Zheng Wanjun had never been seen on any of the three young girls. "Oh, I just remembered. Once, during a visit to my maternal home, I chanced upon Zheng Wanju's little niece donning a vibrant floral garment adorned with striking red blossoms, identical to the attire of Lin Pangya. Curiosity prompted me to inquire, and I was informed that it was procured from the local supply and marketing cooperative. In hindsight, I could only exclaim in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahua spat vehemently, a mouthful of saliva landing squarely on Zheng Wanju. That fabric was a precious piece brought back from the provincial capital by my family's third daughter-in-law. Such a fabric was utterly unattainable in the city. At the time, you deceived me, claiming that Jiao Jiao insisted on patching petals, necessitating the use of extra material. Little did I know you had clandestinely brought it back to your maternal home." Zheng Wanju was at a loss for words, unable to defend herself, as all avenues of explanation were effectively sealed. None from the old Zheng family had ever ventured to that provincial city. Yet, regardless of this, she firmly refused to concede, resolutely insisting, "Mother, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of others. The fabrics appear similar, but I truly acquired this from the city cooperative. I certainly wouldn't mistake it. For Lin Pangya's attire is unique in the entire village. How could I possibly be mistaken?" The individual, upon hearing this, became anxious, fearing they might be perceived as a gossiper. Wang Dahua, unable to contain her fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Wanju, berating her, "Take a good look at yourself. You have not provided the Lin family with a son and yet cause trouble incessantly, as if you thrive on chaos. Now, you dare to betray your own kind? With someone as inept as you, how could the Lin family possibly retain you? Be gone back to the old Zheng family." Seeing Wang Dahua's serious demeanor, Zheng Wanju quickly turned to her silent husband, Lin, pleading, "Dear husband, you cannot remain indifferent. If I leave the Lin family, what will become of our 3 daughters?" Stepmothers are rarely benevolent, as evidenced by Lin Jiao Jiao's situation. We cannot allow our daughters to tread the same path. She perceived that Lin Jiao Jiao was not merely feigning ignorance, but rather harbored ill intentions beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. Lin contemplated replacing this troublesome wife with one more capable of bearing sons, yet the thought of their 3 frail daughters softened his heart. The onlookers, filled with concern, began to intervene, suggesting various solutions. Yet they agreed that actions devoid of conscience were unacceptable. After all, as the old adage states, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Unable to restrain themselves, they began to counsel her. Lin, heir's wife, you ought to promptly apologize to your mother-in-law and focus on working hard rather than speaking too freely. Kneeling at the doorstep only serves to vex her. Indeed, considering the welfare of the children, could her mother-in-law truly cast her out? Was it not merely a matter of attitude? Yes, your mother-in-law may have a sharp tongue, but a heart of compassion. Furthermore, how can a daughter-in-law betray her own family? That is a grave transgression. Yao Xiao feared she might have stirred trouble with her earlier comments. Realizing her misstep, she signaled to the crowd to disperse, hoping to mend the situation. Once the crowd had departed, Wang Dahua bellowed, "Close the door." Zheng Wanju hurriedly entered the courtyard, fearful of being left outside. "Mother, please forgive me this time. I promise to work diligently and speak less in the future." Zheng Wanjun was in tears, truly fearing the prospect of being sent back. How could she possibly find a way to survive? Even if she returned to her maternal home now, she would not take anything with her. Not only would her brothers and sisters-in-law turn their backs on her, even her own mother would not offer her a smile. Wang Dahu looked towards Lin, noticing that the second son remained silent, leaving her perplexed about his thoughts. Zheng Wanjun, observing Wang Da's gaze on Lin, clung to the child's pant leg, pleading, "Dear father, my child, I'm still young. I assure you, I can bear you a son." Chapter 55, Is it wrong to desire a son? Can you even conceive one? Lin was filled with disbelief. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanju could no longer summon tears. She immediately lowered her head. For the past 2 years, there had been no signs of life in her womb, and her husband had lost interest in her, claiming it was a waste of effort. Lin shook his head in disdain and approached the silent old Master Lin. Generally, matters at home were dictated by Wang Dahua, but for significant issues, the approval of old Master Lin was essential. He knelt down and bowed 3 times with great force. "Father, have mercy on me and grant me a chance at life." "What are you doing, second son? Isn't it right for your mother to discipline her daughter-in-law? If there are no rules in the family, chaos will surely ensue." Old Master Lin never interjected when Wang Dahua reprimanded her daughter-in-law. Wang Dahua was instantly displeased. "Second son, you are not a child anymore. If you truly think my management is excessive, then take your wife and child and move out." No. Mother, you can manage as you wish. But why is my wife in such a state? Isn't it because we have no son, leaving us without hope?" Lin hastily explained, knowing he must not provoke Wang Dahua at this critical juncture. Wang Dahua was so enraged that she nearly laughed. "Listen to this. Old man, they're blamed for not having a son, and now they're dancing around in hysteria." Lin felt a burning shame on his face. It was one thing for outsiders to mock, but why did his own mother have to be so cruel? Yet, considering the ensuing events, he continued to plead desperately. "Father, mother, you know how it is. A man without a son is subject to ridicule, and in the future, there won't even be anyone to break a bowl for him." Old Master Lin felt a pang of sympathy. Gossip had already begun to circulate in the village. However, what could he do? He could only offer gentle encouragement. "Second son, you are still young. Do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps in a couple of years, you will have one." "Father, you say perhaps, but I have little confidence left. Please, have pity on me and grant me a son. I do not even require a big one. Just give me the little iron head from eldest brother's family." As soon as Lin finished speaking, Yang Tsuaping was so startled that she fell to the ground. Why is this being brought up again? When she had just given birth to Iron Head, her sister-in-law had mentioned wanting him, but if it were not for the resolute opposition of their mother-in-law, She would have fought tooth and nail to prevent it. Zheng Wanju, upon hearing this, was filled with hope. She hurried over and also bowed 3 times. Father, as the old saying goes, if we have iron head, perhaps we could bear many sons, and you would be blessed with a multitude of grandsons. She believed that her inability to bear a son was due to all the fortune being claimed by her sister-in-law. If she could just have iron head, her fortunes would turn, and she would be the one to continuously bear sons. Old Master Lin was tempted. He looked at Wang Dahua, and his meaning was clear. Wang Dahua scoffed, finding it amusing, wondering how one could conjure sons through such antics. Mother, if I have a son, what need do I have for such tricks? Certainly, let us embrace life with vigor. Regardless of your words, I shall comply with your wishes. Dear mother, please acquiesce. After all, my sister-in-law has borne numerous sons. What difference would one more make? To bear a son is certainly not a mistake, is it? Upon hearing this, Wang Dahua was instantly reminded of her youth. Why did they move to the foot of the mountain? It was because she had opposed the idea of giving up her second son for adoption, which led to her being cast out. Thankfully, her husband had followed her, and they established their home here. Mother, please have some water. Do not be angry, Lin Jiao Jiao urged, noticing Wang Dahua trembling with rage. Once Wang Dahua seemed to calm down, she continued, Sister-in-law, as a mother, how could you bear to part with your own flesh and blood? Your sister-in-law has always treated you well. How could you covet her son? Zheng Wanju couldn't help but roll her eyes, deeming such talk nonsensical. Little sister, Taitu is still a grandson of the Lin family. Even if he comes to me, he remains a grandson of the Lin family. What changes? If your sister-in-law feels slighted, I could offer a daughter in exchange. No, perhaps 2, 3 would suffice, wouldn't it? Lin chimed in eagerly, casting hopeful glances at Lin Mu. Lin Jiao Jiao stared in astonishment at the couple, marveling at their shamelessness, truly a family united in such audacity. Wang Dahua, utterly disheartened, could not find words as she pointed at Lin. This was the son she had fought so fiercely to protect. Lin Laoi understood the weight of Wang Dahua's feelings, but found it difficult to deny the second son. My dear, we are not splitting our family. We reside in the same courtyard. It is merely a matter of moving a room when sleeping. Just give a nod, he implored, unable to bear the thought of his second son being left behind. He sighed deeply before adding, Eldest, you understand your father's plight, do you not? Lin Mu nodded. Father, as the eldest son, I must consider what is best for our family. Although he felt reluctant, he turned to his wife, advising, You are the eldest daughter-in-law. Do not cause a scene. At this, Yang Tsuiping's mind buzzed. Her teeth clenched as she fought to remain composed. The room seemed to sway before her eyes, and she clung desperately to Wang Dahua's pant leg. Mother, please. I want Taitu. If you help me through this, I'll bear any burden you ask of me. Wang Dahua observed her eldest daughter-in-law, relieved that at least someone in this household had clarity. Otherwise, she would have lost all desire to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. If it must be done, then so be it. Mother Yang Tsuiping's anguished cry resonated painfully in Wang Dahua's head. What are you wailing about? Allow me to finish my words. She retorted. Sister-in-law, heed your mother's counsel. Zheng Wanju's face lit up with glee, clearly pleased that the patriarch had taken charge. Wang Dahua, choosing to ignore her, proclaimed, Second son, you fear there will be no one to carry on your legacy. I hereby declare that when I pass from this world, I will ensure that Taitu is adopted by you, securing your lineage. Indeed, that is splendid. Lin Laoi nearly clapped his hands in delight, recognizing this as a harmonious solution. Such was the way of the Gu family. Lin, however, felt a bit perplexed. Should he be glad that someone would take on a responsibility? Yet, why does it feel so unsettling within? Will he truly never have a son of his own? Yang Tsuiping, through her tears, managed to smile. Mother, I shall heed your words. From now on, I shall follow your guidance. How can that be? Zheng Wanjun vehemently shook her head, still hoping for a son. Besides, the child raised in one's household grows closest to them. Just look at Wang Dahua's robust physique. How long must he live? Perhaps when Taitu marries, that old woman will still be alive. Is this a place for your words? Upon hearing Wang Dahua's remark, Zheng Wanjun felt as if she had been struck mute, her entire being frozen in place. Chapter 56. The little cotton-padded jacket has a leak. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanjun was bewildered. Why had the conversation circled back? Yet, she continued to plead earnestly. Oh dear, have pity on me. As a daughter myself, look at Lin Jiao Jiao. Every time she visits her family, she returns with either wild chickens or rabbits, while I have not brought back a single thing. Even a piece of flowered cloth would suffice. Wang Dahua felt a pang in her heart. Why was she so upset? It was merely concern for this very issue. She promptly grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, realizing that with so many rabbits and wild chickens, the old goof family must be in an uproar. She could not allow her daughter to be put in a difficult position. Jiao Jiao, do take the rabbits and wild chickens back. Zheng Wanjun was dumbfounded. That was not her intention. If Lin Jiao Jiao could bring back so much, then not only should she not begrudge what she took, but she ought to bring back something for her maternal family as well. Mother, my sister has already brought them home. There is no reason to take anything back. With so many daughters, it is said that they will follow suit when they grow up and marry. Shouldn't they also send things back to their families? Second sister-in-law, your logic is truly peculiar. To be born as your daughter is quite unfortunate. Zheng Wanjun mistakenly believed that Lin Jiao Jiao concurred with her. Little did she know, she was being mocked. Sister, as women, we must understand one another. After all, it is not easy for a girl to marry into her husband's family. Do not worry. My dear, I would rather forego that morsel of meat than drink the blood of my daughter. Having said this, Wang Dahua no longer paid heed to Zheng Wanjun. She took Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and said, Dear, listen to your mother. Take them back. Mother, the old Gu family did not cause a stir. Changhe mentioned that the bride price given to you was too meager, which is why it was supplemented. Upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words, Zheng Wanjun immediately lowered her head. Too ashamed to look anyone in the eye. When she had married in, she had only the clothes on her back, patched and tattered, without even a bundle to carry, which had always left her feeling humiliated. Wang Dahua sighed with relief. My daughter is indeed blessed. Soon, she shall bear a robust son, and then we shall wait to enjoy our fortunes. However, Zheng Wanjun's eyes sparkled. Sister, I wish you a swift delivery of a healthy baby boy. Please do not end up like me, having borne several daughters in succession. I have heard from the elders that if one is blessed by someone who has not given birth to a son, it may hinder their own chances of having a son. Otherwise, at weddings, such people are not allowed to attend. Even if they are relatives, they must stand far away, not daring to approach. You wasteful creature, how dare you curse my daughter? Wang Dahua rushed forward, delivering a flurry of blows without restraint. Mother, I was merely speaking words of goodwill. Zheng Wanjun refused to concede, believing that as long as Lin Jiao Jiao did not bear a son, enduring a few slaps would be worth it. Mother, it is not worth getting angry over such a person. My Changhe does not mind, neither do I. Both sons and daughters are precious. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly intervened, as she did not wish to provoke Wang Dahua further. Zheng Wanjun, caught between laughter and tears, felt as though she had heard the grandest of jokes. Sister, you have just married. Your husband may cherish you now, but in a few years, if your belly does not bear a son, hard times will not be far off. As Wang Dahua spoke, her voice trailed off upon noticing Gu Changhe standing at the entrance. Her hand froze mid-motion, and she quickly adjusted her hair, feeling embarrassed as the new son-in-law caught sight of her. Zheng Wanjun, sensing her own humiliation, hastily sat up and asked, Brother-in-law, do you not wish for a son? However, Jiao Jiao surprisingly expressed her desire for a daughter. Zheng Wanjun couldn't fathom how there could be a man in this world who did not wish for a son. Gu Changhe, already in an awkward position, found himself at a loss for words, caught between leaving and staying. With everyone's gaze fixed upon him, he realized he could not remain silent. He reluctantly replied, As long as Jiao Jiao delivers safely, that is all that matters. Gu Changhe held no fondness for mischievous boys or crying girls alike. As soon as Gu Changhe finished speaking, applause erupted. Lin Jiao Jiao clapped her hands and declared, Look, this is my man. Her gaze upon Gu Changhe was filled with adoration, as if she wished to consume him whole. Hearing such unabashed words and meeting her fervent gaze made Gu Changhe feel an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide. Behind him, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated. He had heard enough of the marriage talk. It was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Wang Dahua gave Lin Jiao Jiao a firm nudge. While she was delighted for her daughter, the situation was becoming rather overwhelming. Just look at the way her daughter gazed at Gu Chang'e. It was as if she wanted to pin him down right then and there. It was truly a sight for sore eyes. Mother, what's wrong? Lin Jiao Jiao finally noticed the stunned expressions around her. What's the matter? This can't be said. Wang Dahua quickly put on a smile. Chang'e is here. Mean. You see, we have little experience in raising chickens and rabbits. You could take them home as companions for your family. Gu Chang'e quickly waved his hand. No. Mother, you should keep them. If they wither, we will eat them. If we manage to raise them and they have offspring, we will bring some back to you. That won't do. Wang Dahua shook her head vigorously. Taking these is already generous enough. If you take more, people in the village will surely gossip, and we will be overwhelmed by their scorn. Mother, please don't be so polite with us. I have never had a mother of my own. Allow me the chance to honor you along with Jiao Jiao, Gu Chang'e expressed, feeling a newfound affection for Lin Jiao Jiao's mother. Wang Dahua's eyes glistened with tears. This boy had suffered a great deal without a mother, and the old Gu family must have been harsh on him. Mother, you see, they say a son-in-law is like a son. Shouldn't he treat his in-laws this way? Zheng Wanjun's words were abruptly cut off by a fierce glare from Wang Dahua, causing her to clamp her mouth shut in fright. Gu Chang'e exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jiao Jiao, realizing he had indeed come at an inopportune moment. Since everything was clear now, it was best to leave. Lin Jiao Jiao understood immediately and said, Mother, we shall take our leave now. Then she leaned closer to Wang Dahua's ear and whispered, Mother, you must not bring the rabbit back. If you do, my future mother-in-law will have her way, and it will be endless from then on. You little rascal. Wang Dahua could hardly be oblivious to the fact that this girl was thinking of her own interests. Who would have thought that marriage could sharpen one's wits so remarkably? Jiao Jiao. Old Master Lin felt perplexed. Why was this daughter ignoring him? Gu Chang'e glanced around and then called out, Mom and Dad, we shall take our leave. As Lin Jiao Jiao was about to depart, she added, Father, if the need arises, would you consider adopting me out? What are you saying, child? Old Master Lin finally discerned the reason for the chilly atmosphere. Chapter 57. Do not disturb. Close the door. Wang Dahua shouted loudly. Lin Xiao sensed that the atmosphere was tense, but it was too late. Why had he returned so early today? He obediently closed the door and rushed into the house, muttering about needing to do his homework. The children hurried inside after him. Even little Taitu was scurrying along with his short legs to catch up with Lin Xiao. Lin Mu and Lin Lin remained composed, focusing on their inner thoughts. Yang Zuiping looked enviously at Wang Dahua, wondering when she could possess even half of her mother-in-law's prowess. She felt a sense of contentment. Zheng Wanjun suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, genuinely terrified. Anyone who witnessed it would feel a pang of sympathy. Even the dust around her was kicked up. Zheng Wanjun was truly frightened. If her mother-in-law decided to make a scene, she would rank second in the village for causing trouble, and no one would dare claim the top spot. She suddenly felt that having outsiders present wasn't so bad after all. Could Lin Jiao Jiao be doing this on purpose, pulling Gu Chang'e away? Wang Dahua sat down in a large chair, crossing her legs. The chair, once occupied by her daughter, was indeed comfortable. Second son, this is your wife. Whether she stays or goes is your decision, but the Lin family will not tolerate those with unclean hands. Mother, if this reputation spreads, how can I live? Are you trying to ruin me? Zheng Wanjun exclaimed in terror. And you still desire a good reputation? Where were you when you were up to mischief? With your petty thefts, how can you even compare to my daughter? Go to the East End and ask around. See if there's anyone in this village who doesn't know about your sneaky thievery at your maternal home. Zheng Wanjun shook her head in reluctance. Weren't all young wives like that? Why was it that in Wang Dahua's words, she became a rebellious figure? Mother, I beg you to help me. Chase her out of the Lin family. Lin Lin immediately knelt down, fearing that without a son, he would be ridiculed, and now, with a thieving wife, he would truly become the village's laughingstock. Second son, do not try to outsmart me. If you have cunning thoughts, take them outside. Do you not feel ashamed playing these games with your own mother? Wang Dahua's words made Lin Lin's head droop in despair. Why? Why does my own mother treat me this way? Other mothers protect their sons' reputations. When something goes wrong, they take the blame. Cough, cough, cough. The old man Lin coughed a few times, intending to remind Wang Dahua that punishment was sufficient. She need not send her back to her maternal home. Lin and Zheng Wanjun both looked gratefully at the old man Lin. Wang Dahua chuckled. What is wrong, old man? Have you enjoyed being the good guy? The old man Lin shot her an irritated glare. If one was to be angry, they should at least discern right from wrong. Lin realized that his father had become silent. He understood now. His father could no longer stand firm. Mother, please give Arya's mother another chance. If she dares to act this way again, you need not say a word. I will immediately expel her from the Lin family. Wang Dahua nodded. Well, your wife is your decision. However, the family's rules must not be discarded. Since your wife enjoys kneeling so much, you both might as well kneel beneath the ancestral tablet for an entire night. Starting tomorrow, aside from work, all household chores will fall upon you too. Moreover, your rations will be halved. Should you amend your incessant chatter and petty thievery, your allowances shall be restored next month. Oh dear, why must I be included in this? Am I no longer your beloved son? Lin feels as though his biological mother is akin to a stepmother. This relentless toil without adequate nourishment would exhaust even a titan. You are a married couple, thus you shall both bear the consequences. I have reiterated countless times that while chaos may ensue at home, unity is essential when facing the outside world. Is her incessant nagging merely trivial? Today she pilfered a piece of cloth. Tomorrow she might sell you off, and perhaps none of us will escape unscathed. Wang Dahua perceives that as she ages, her temper has softened, yet she dares to stir up trouble. Would she have dared to do so in the past? Lin casts a desperate glance at old Master Lin. He has committed no offense. Why should he be implicated? He also wishes to distance himself from this extravagant wife. Look at his elder brother's spouse. She has borne a string of sons. The third brother's wife not only gifted him a son, but also transformed him into a city dweller. Yet, he has ended up with such a... Old Master Lin gazes skyward. As long as she isn't cast out, that suffices. His wife must be allowed to vent her frustrations. Besides, neglecting the matter is no longer an option. The household is on the verge of chaos. Ultimately, one cannot outmatch the powerful. To avoid being expelled, Zheng Wanju must obediently kneel. Reluctantly, Lin follows suit, yet his resentment towards this extravagant wife simmers within him. On the journey back, Lin Jiao Jiao often recalls her declaration. Changhe, I wish to spend my life with you in this quaint village. Gu Changhe nods in agreement. Isn't that a redundant statement? He lacks the means to bring his plump wife to the city, let alone the city. Merely pondering the meager rations at home makes it difficult to even imagine a full meal. Lin Jiao Jiao's confession yields no response. She gazes at the unresponsive wooden figure before her. Forget it. What's the point of arguing with a piece of wood? When evening arrives, Lin Jiao Jiao, intent on losing weight, serve herself a mere bowl of porridge. Gu Changhe looks at the generous bowl of porridge and 2 large pancakes before him. But upon glancing at Lin Jiao Jiao's meager portion, his eyes well up. He is acutely aware that the household's grain supply is dwindling. Yet the realization that someone has reserved food for him stirs an overwhelming emotion within him. He feels as though his heart is filled to the brim. He could forego food entirely. Lin Jiao Jiao's confession evoked no ripple of change. However, how could a simple bowl of porridge and 2 pancakes elicit such profound emotion? Look, his trembling hands grasping his own. Changhe, tomorrow I will prepare porridge and pancakes for you again. Gu Changhe nods affirmatively. Very well, but we shall share them. Lin Jiao Jiao gazes at the pancake abruptly thrust in her hands, slightly bewildered, yet she responds, I want to lose weight, so I prefer not to eat dry food. Once I make a decision, I must see it through. Eat. If you refuse to eat, then I shan't eat either. This peculiar excuse is a first for Gu Changhe. His honest plump wife would never resort to deceit. Lin Jiao Jiao held a cake, inhaling the fragrant aroma of corn. She could hardly resist, deciding to indulge now and perhaps cut back later. With a hearty bite, she savored the taste. Gu Changhe observed Lin Jiao Jiao's voracious appetite, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Grain, whether for raising pigs, chickens, or rabbits, it is not a distant remedy for immediate needs. At present, the only option is to purchase grain at a negotiated price. The house can wait. Jiao Jiao, I'll head into the city tomorrow morning. If memory serves me right, tomorrow is the designated day for purchasing grain at a negotiated price. This opportunity arises only once a week, and if missed, we must wait another week. If there are no surplus grains at home, even my plump wife would hesitate to prepare a meal. It's wise to buy and stockpile them first. Chapter 58. A moment of pride upon hearing the prospect of heading to the city. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Changhe, take me with you. I haven't been there in ages. Gu Changhe chuckled, shaking his head. Before their marriage, he had often heard tales of the Lin family's plump daughter journeying to the city to procure her dowry, carrying back goods in large baskets. All right, since neither of us has to work, we might as well take a stroll. Lin Jiao Jiao beamed with satisfaction. Then let us also visit the major hospital. It could serve as a health check. It's a good way to silence the gossipers and prevent them from claiming we're trying to swindle anyone, especially since I'm quite overweight. It's wise to ensure there are no hidden issues. Is that really necessary? Gu Changhe protested, shaking his head repeatedly. We could simply say we went without actually having to see a doctor. Why waste money on something unnecessary? We could buy some meat with that money instead. But I've never visited a major hospital. Look at me. I don't even know if I have any underlying health issues. How will I know if I'm fit to have children? Lin Jiao Jiao pondered aloud, speaking her mind. Gu Changhe frowned immediately. Jiao Jiao, didn't you say that being heavier means being healthier and that childbirth would be easier? Did I say that? Lin Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, perplexed at her own words. With even the slightest knowledge, one ought not to make baseless claims. Gu Changhe, understanding her hesitation, concluded that she must have been trying to comfort herself. All right, let us go see a doctor, he acquiesced, determined to ask the physician pertinent questions, ensuring he would not be misled again. The following day, Lin Jiao Jiao arose early, anxious about the hospital visit and unsure of what examinations awaited her. So she skipped breakfast. Why are there so many rules of the hospital? You can't even eat before checkup? Gu Changhe, unfamiliar with the protocols of a major hospital, felt a twinge of anxiety. I've heard that if we eat beforehand, it might render our visit pointless. Lin Jiao Jiao admitted, equally uncertain. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement. That seems prudent. They left the courtyard and made their way to the village entrance, hoping to catch a ride on a passing donkey cart. They were candid with anyone who inquired about their destination, sharing their intentions openly. Before long, news of Gu Changhe and Lin Jiao Jiao's trip to the city for medical attention spread throughout the village. Upon hearing the news, Grandma Gu hastily returned home, her little legs moving swiftly. She burst into the east wing, breathless with excitement. A joyeuse occasion, a truly momentous event. Gu Changqing, just waking and stretching, retorted, what joyous occasion could there possibly be? Ever since I married, I haven't had a single good day, particularly with the labor I perform daily. It all counts for someone else's gain. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. What a stroke of misfortune it was to marry such a troublesome wife. I must tell you, the couple next door is in poor health and has gone to the city's major hospital. Grandma Gu's words ignited a spark of excitement in Gu Changqing. He eagerly grasped her arm, asking, really? They truly went to the major hospital? Then surely, they're doomed. Ha ha. Grandma Gu replied with a grin. Indeed, they are doomed. My dear son, you must put in more effort. Let us have the eldest grandson of the Gu family born soon, and everything will be in your favor then. Gu Changqing nodded vigorously, reassuring his mother, rest assured, I shall exert myself doubly and bear several more sons, to the envy of those over there, even if they beg me on their knees. I will not allow my sons to serve them. Indeed, you would not permit it. Just the thought of that scene made old Madame Gu burst into laughter like a blooming chrysanthemum. Outside, Wang Xiaohong trembled with delight upon hearing the news. I knew it. How could all the good fortune be monopolized by Lin Panyang? Now, this was splendid. Once she bore her chubby little one, she would stand before Lin Panyang, surely infuriating her. By then, not only eggs, but even the old hen would be willingly slaughtered and presented to her. Should Lin Panyang behave well, she might even reward her with a sip of soup. After all, who could resist her own kindness? Unable to contain herself, she caressed her belly, yearning for news. She could hardly wait. Having witnessed Lin Panyang bask in affection for so long, the The tables had now turned. Suddenly, a loud shout startled her. "What are you doing?" Old Master Gu glared at his second daughter-in-law, who was behaving mischievously, eavesdropping in the shadows. "Father, I was just about to enter the house when you startled me." Wang Xiaohong was genuinely frightened. Old Madame Lin emerged, her spirits high, and she regarded her daughter-in-law with newfound fondness. "Old man, it's bad news. Your eldest son's health is failing." "What nonsense is this? You've grown bold enough to curse us." Old Master Gu was already irritable. It was late, and the kitchen remained cold and unwelcoming. "Oh dear, haven't you heard? The couple next door has gone to the big hospital. Their health has declined, and they can no longer bear children." Old Madame Gu's voice was deliberately loud, intended for the entire village to hear. "What?" Initially skeptical, Old Master Gu recalled Dr. Zheng's words and was so shaken he could hardly stand, thankfully leaning against the wall for support. He glared at his troublesome wife, wishing he could strike her. However, with his eldest already suffering after effects and only one son remaining, the Gu family could not afford to become extinct under his watch. "Are you satisfied now?" He tossed this remark over his shoulder as he retreated to his room. Old Madame Gu, seeing her husband enter, couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "How about that? The eldest will still provide for my son." "Mother, do you think father will still think of the neighbors?" Gu Changqing asked anxiously. "Rest easy. Your father is most concerned with the Gu family lineage. As long as you bear a grandson swiftly, he will indulge you in everything." Old Madame Gu knew her husband well after so many years of sharing a bed. Gu Changqing was unable to contain his joy. He could finally hold his head high. "Mother, prepare some boiled eggs for me. I want to eat well from now on." He could hardly wait to bring Wang Xiaohong into the room. Upon hearing this, Old Madame Gu felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, her gaze brightened as she looked toward the neighbors. "Your elder brother and his wife are likely too flustered to gather any eggs. You must hurry over." "Indeed. Mother, this time you must not skimp. Boil a few for me and fry some more. I want to feast." Gu Changqing exclaimed before dashing toward the backyard, scaling the ladder to leap over. "Ah!" Upon hearing the call, Old Lady Gu was filled with urgency and quickly instructed Wang Xiaohong to scale the wall. "Changqing, what is the matter?" Wang Xiaohong exclaimed in concern as she saw Gu Changqing lying on the ground. "Why are you shouting? Are you afraid that others cannot hear you?" He probably jumped down too hastily and twisted his ankle. He attempted to rise, but once again fell to the ground. Gu Changqing gazed at his seemingly uninjured foot, growing increasingly anxious. "Mother, my foot does not hurt at all. Why can I not use it?" Chapter 59. Why is the discrepancy so vast? Old Lady Gu hastily pulled Wang Xiaohong down and, with trembling limbs, climbed up herself. "Changqing, how are you faring? Surely, that couple hasn't dug a pitfall for you. Those two wasteful individuals are truly heartless. No wonder their health has deteriorated. Even their own brother can't manage to collect a few eggs." Gu Changqing, overwhelmed with irritation, pondered the absurdity of it all. What do they wish for? Did they expect him to announce his misdeeds to the village? Within a day, the entire village would know he had climbed the wall to steal eggs. "Mother, could you lower your voice? Please check my foot. Why has it suddenly ceased to function? There's no swelling or anything unusual. It's quite baffling." At that moment, Old Lady Gu gasped, her heart skipping a beat. She shouted, "Son, quickly kneel and pray. Perhaps your deceased grandmother is causing this mischief." Her resentment towards her mother-in-law intensified. After all, this was her own grandson, and if blessings were to be bestowed, they should encompass him too. "Mother, do you think this courtyard is unclean?" Gu Changqing glanced around the little yard, feeling an eerie chill. Even the chickens wandering nearby seemed off. Without a second thought, he turned towards the main house and bowed 3 times, only to collapse in terror on the ground. Xiaoqing had been left by the master to guard the premises, watching over the chickens and rabbits. Transforming a fine-spirit snake into a mere watchdog was a feat only the master could achieve. It lay in the yard, feeling quite bored, when suddenly a fool jumped down and prostrated before it. Such grand gestures were unnecessary. Time would pass regardless. Gu Changqing surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling sensation creeping over him as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. Perhaps it was the livestock, he mused. Despite this thought, his entire body quaked with fear. Son, move. Why are you just staring blankly? Old Lady Gu was frantic. What was wrong with this foolish boy? Gu Changqing stretched his legs and promptly stood up. Mother, I'm fine now. Then hurry back. Old Lady Gu was already drenched in cold sweat. The neighboring area was definitely not a place for the living. Gu Changqing nodded vigorously and rushed to retrieve the ladder from the back wall. However, upon seeing the chickens, his grip tightened. They were so close. Surely catching a couple would be no trouble, and given his current plight, he deserved some recompense. With this thought, he proceeded to act. Setting up the ladder, he lunged for the nearest chicken, but missed and fell flat on his face. Son, have you been cursed? Why are you so lost? Come back at once. Old Lady Gu was beside herself with worry, even climbing onto the wall. Mother, I merely wish to grab a couple of chickens, but now my foot has betrayed me again. Gu Changqing regretted his decision. Why had he attempted to catch a chicken? Why did that particular chicken keep flitting before him? Oh dear son, what shall we do? Quickly kneel and continue your prayers. Old Lady Gu, having had her doubts moments ago, was now fully convinced that this courtyard was indeed cursed. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing immediately knelt and bowed his head. One direction was unresponsive, two directions, three. He grew anxious. Mother, why does nothing work? Show some sincerity. Make your bows resound louder. Madame Gu, feeling a pang of anxiety, dared not utter another curse, fearing the old hag might catch on. Gu Changqing had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Continuing his kowtowing, 1, 2, 3, he had lost count of how many times he had bowed. Eventually, his head grew numb, but his feet regained their feeling. He could not afford to delay any longer and scrambled up the wall with utmost speed. However, upon glancing at the ladder, he felt a surge of anger and kicked it, inadvertently damaging a patch of vegetables, which brought him a sense of satisfaction as he descended. Little did he anticipate that the ladder would suddenly topple backward, causing him to fall onto his back with a searing pain. Madame Gu and Wang Xiaohong were not spared either. All of them sprawled across the vegetable garden in disarray. Hearing the commotion, Master Gu rushed out and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? Look at this garden. You've ruined it." Gu Changqing, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Father, do you not see me? If I am injured, your line ends here." He was quite displeased. What a state he was in, yet his father was more concerned about the vegetables. How foolish you are, cursing even yourself. Master Gu thought, his head buzzing with frustration. Why was it that he could not be blessed with a single dependable son? After questioning for a while, without gaining any clarity, he decided it was best not to dwell on it and retreated indoors, hands clasped behind his back. Madame Gu, observing her husband's retreating figure, spat in disdain, deeming his reaction exaggerated. However, when she sat up and beheld the devastation of the garden, all grievances were forgotten, and she began to wail. This old hag is far too biased. All of us are descendants of the Gu family, yet we were never favored in life. And now we suffer even in death. Mother, what have you done to bring this calamity upon us? Gu Changqing regretted his impulsive kick, realizing it had only compounded his troubles. Wang Xiaohong, now comprehending the gravity of the situation, was drenched in cold sweat as she scrambled toward the front yard. My vegetables! You foolish son have trampled yet another row. Despite Madame Gu's cries, the reckless daughter-in-law did not pause, moving faster than a rabbit. Just as she was about to pursue, she found herself unable to rise, as if two unseen hands were gripping her feet, sending shivers down her spine. Gu Changqing quickly tested his own mobility. It worked. Yet, alas, the very foot he had kicked the ladder with was rendered useless. Little Qing, perched atop the wall, thought to herself that had she not been clever, a chicken would have met its demise under the falling debris. This time, the two fools would have to endure a longer penance. The Gu household was in chaos, while the Lin family remained eerily silent, not even the children uttering sound. The news of Lin Jiao Jiao and her husband visiting the hospital had undoubtedly reached the Lin household. Wang Dahua neither shouted nor complained, remaining in prayer before the ancestral tablets. When it was time to work, Yang Suaping remarked, "Sister-in-law, today we will take on mother's share of labor." Zheng Wanjun opened her mouth but dared not retort. This elder sister had become quite shrewd, delegating the work to her. Master Lin sighed and led everyone to their tasks, reflecting on the misfortunes of his eldest daughter, who had finally married only to suffer further afflictions. A lifetime devoid of offspring, with no reliance whatsoever. How does one continue to live? It is no wonder that the old woman feels this way. The girl does not utter a single word, causing herself to be the subject of contention. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao, who is being thought of, has successfully taken her seat on the donkey cart at the village entrance. In a bid to secure a spot for themselves, two individuals disembarked, leaving her no choice but to be forcibly ushered aboard. The fervent scene indeed evokes a sense of deep emotion. As for the wife of Chang'e, you need not concern yourself. Those two vigorous young men can simply pass by. Aunt Yao glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, lamenting the waste of her sturdy frame. Chapter 60. Am I afflicted with a grave illness? I am still quite young. Lin Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. She and Gu Chang'e were both of similar youthfulness, agile and sprightly, with only a single basket between them. Most importantly, they were newcomers to this situation. Alas, it is different. Indeed, dear wife of Chang'e, do not fret. If it truly becomes unbearable, one could simply adopt from Chang'e's younger brother's family, and it would amount to the same. Right, after all, we all share the surname Gu. As everyone exchanged words, they managed to alleviate the concerns of Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Chang'e. It was astonishing how quickly their minds had conjured such scenarios. Lin Jiao Jiao longed to assure them that they were fine, yet uttering those words would imply a visit to a major hospital, which would necessitate a considerable sum of money, potentially leading to accusations of deceit. Nevertheless, she clarified, we are not in such dire straits. It does not hinder childbirth. We merely need to go to a large hospital and ensure that the medicine my mother-in-law prescribed is properly eliminated. Yes, not so severe. Perhaps the doctors at the major hospital will indeed be able to cure you. The old woman, Yao, quickly interjected, casting knowing glances at the others. The young couple was already in a pitiable state. There was no need to rub salt into their wounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao sensed their lingering disbelief. If she chose not to further explain, she would let the truth speak for itself in due course. Just then, a clucking sound emanated from the basket, diverting everyone's attention. Chang'e's wife, are you off to sell chickens? Is it that the money for medical treatment is insufficient? Not at all. Auntie, this is for my third sister-in-law's family. They assisted me greatly during my wedding, providing various items, including the fabric for this very garment. My husband, Chang'e, wishes to express our gratitude. Gu Chang'e felt a bit sheepish upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words. Why did all the good fortune seem to be attributed to him? In truth, he had not given it much thought, realizing that he ought to be more attentive in the future. It is indeed time to pay a visit. Your third sister-in-law has contributed significantly. Mentioning Lin family's third daughter-in-law evoked considerable envy among the crowd. She was not only fair and virtuous, but also submissive to Wang Dahua, never uttering a word of discontent. Especially after her marriage, Lin's third son had taken on a formal role as a worker, thereby securing a steady supply of state provisions. However, some whispered that the Lin family sought to gain honor through their sons-in-law. Though it did not quite equate to a dowry marriage, it was close enough. As they resided with the in-laws who had no sons of their own, relying on Lin's third son for their old age. Lin Jiao Jiao, seated on the donkey cart, swayed for over an hour before reaching the city. She felt as though her backside were being jostled into pieces. Upon arriving at the hospital, the overwhelming blackness of the crowd was dizzying. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to register. But Gu Chang'e only secured a single appointment. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's dark expression, Gu Chang'e felt an unexpected sense of relief. He patiently reassured her, Jiao Jiao, there is nothing amiss with my health. I intend to save the money for your treatment. Lin Jiao Jiao, visibly displeased, countered, are you a doctor? How would you know so well? I am well aware of my own body, let alone your. Well, even if you say, it would immediately perk up. Is it effective? You know very well that it is unnecessary. Gu Chang'e believed that Lin Jiao Jiao was fine. Had it not been for the fear that complications might arise from childbirth, he would not have sought the services of a large hospital. It took Lin Jiao Jiao quite some time to grasp the essence of his words. It was no wonder that the villagers harbored such thoughts. Even Gu Chang'e himself felt that there was no need for a hospital visit if everything was indeed all right. Deciding against further debate, she merely observed Gu Chang'e, who appeared to be unconcerned. After waiting for quite a while to register, they finally completed the examination and sat on a bench awaiting the results. Lin Jiao Jiao took out a hard-boiled egg. Gu Changhe accepted the egg, which was surprisingly warm. Jiao Jiao, you mustn't be so foolish. In this sweltering heat, you might burn yourself. His honest wife often acted thoughtlessly when left to her own devices. Although Lin Jiao Jiao had placed the egg in her bag for safety, she had taken it out at the hospital, fearing it would be too hot. Now, the temperature was just right for consumption. I'm not foolish. Hurry and eat. I wrapped it up, she insisted. Amused, Gu Changhe shook his head and snatched the egg from her hand. I shall peel it for you. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile, acknowledging that her husband could be somewhat dense at times, but also quite considerate. They each devoured 2 eggs, finishing them with satisfaction. The rural folk lacked decorum. Observing a child nearby with an abundance of eggs, Lin Jiao Jiao noted the absence of any offers to share. She glanced over to see a frail old woman, her high cheekbones accentuating a harsh visage, cradling a snot-nosed little boy. You city dweller exhibit such refinement, she thought scornfully, as others stared intently at the couple consuming eggs. Who hasn't eaten eggs? Yet is this not a child? As an adult, how can you indulge while others go without? The old woman scrutinized the couple's attire, devoid of even a patch, and wondered if rural conditions were truly so favorable that they could afford to eat 2 eggs at once. Look, those children are even younger than yours. This comparison reveals just how lacking in manners you are. Are you merely here at the hospital to feast, standing around as if waiting for handouts? As Lin Jiao Jiao's words echoed, the old woman felt the gaze of the surrounding crowd shift toward her. She had indeed approached out of envy as she watched the foolish couple enjoying their eggs, but now, exposed, she felt her dignity crumble. She gave the child a shove, exclaiming, "Look at you insisting on eggs. When have I ever failed to cook you eggs at home, that you must come out here and embarrass us?" The little boy, already feeling wronged for not having an egg, screamed at the top of his lungs, "I want to eat eggs. I want to eat eggs." Just then, a nurse called out a name. Lin Jiao Jiao finally reached her turn. Rising, she declared, "Not far from here, there is a state-run restaurant, renowned for its delectable braised pork, far more fragrant than eggs. You should try your luck there. I'm certain you will succeed. You dare treat us like beggars." The old woman's eyes blazed with fury. Her method had always proven effective, yet here it had failed against this foolish girl. "Isn't that so?" Lin Jiao Jiao dismissed her, unwilling to let such a person delay her appointment. She sat before the doctor, feeling a flutter of nerves despite Gu Changhe's reassuring presence. Particularly, as the doctor scrutinized the chart, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He then turned his attention to Lin Jiao Jiao, taking her pulse for an unusually long time. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart raced, plagued by the fear that there might indeed be something amiss with her health, rendering even the spring water ineffective. Gu Chang, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, yet he feigned composure and inquired, "Doctor, is my wife's condition severe?" The doctor, noticing the couple's alarm, quickly reassured them, "No, not at all. I merely find it peculiar. All the indicators are normal, yet they do not align with such a corpulent physique." Chapter 61. The pursuit of wealth. Gu Changhe was consumed by thoughts of normalcy, oblivious to anything else. With a tone of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Doctor, does this mean my wife will be safe during childbirth?" The elderly physician quickly glanced at the chart, wondering if he had overlooked something. Lin Jiao Jiao interjected, "Doctor, we were married only a few days ago. What does the duration of marriage have to do with this?" The doctor replied, "Look at my wife's physique. She is quite robust. My stepmother administered some medication, and she endured it well. Therefore, childbirth should pose no problem." "Medication? What kind of medication?" The old doctor took Gu Changhe's words seriously. Feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment, Gu Changhe blushed and confessed, "It's the kind of drug used to induce estrus in animals." Absurd. Thankfully, nothing serious occurred. Otherwise, it could have been a grave matter. The doctor glanced once more at Gu Changhe's lower half. In a swift motion, Gu Changhe stepped behind Lin Jiao Jiao, insisting, I'm fine. Everything here is all right." The old doctor inquired further about the timeline. Given the passage of time, there should be no issues. However, if you notice anything unusual, do come back promptly. "Ah, must we return?" Gu Changhe thought the doctor's response echoed that of Dr. Zhong, feeling as though they had gone through all this for nothing, spending several coins unnecessarily. Indeed, it's hard to say. However, regarding childbirth, she hasn't conceived yet, making it impossible to assess the situation. Nevertheless, you may consider delivering at a hospital, which would be significantly safer. Right now, the most crucial matter is to manage her weight. The doctor elaborated on the various dangers associated with excessive obesity during pregnancy, emphasizing the importance of caution even when the indicators appeared normal. Once outside the hospital, Gu Changhe could hardly contain his excitement. Jiao Jiao, did you hear? You mustn't eat so much anymore. Let us save the money we would spend on bargaining for grain and use it for the hospital instead. This visit was not in vain. It not only alleviated the grain crisis, but also lifted a considerable weight off his heart. Yet, Lin Jiao Jiao felt an ominous premonition. Changhe, losing weight cannot be rushed. I didn't gain this weight in a day, and no matter how I try, it will take time to shed it. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement. Yes, but the doctor insisted we must control our intake. You also need to be active. In a few days, join me at work. That way, we can earn points and lose weight simultaneously. Lin Jiao Jiao acquiesced. All right, we can discuss it later. But let us hurry to eat. I'm absolutely famished. Eat? Did you not already have eggs? Gu Changhe thought it might be wise to skip a meal and eat upon returning in the afternoon. Aren't you hungry? Lin Jiao Jiao was at a loss for words. 2 eggs barely filled the gaps, only serving to make her stomach growl more audibly. Yes, but I can endure it. I've managed through worse hunger before. Gu Changhe began to persuade her again, but Lin Jiao Jiao grasped his hand firmly. Changhe, now that you're with me, I cannot allow you to go hungry. She tugged him towards the opposite side, where a bustling market awaited. Adjacent to the market was a noodle stall. Though it was not a grand restaurant, it would surely suffice to satiate their hunger. Gu Changhe felt quite pleased, yet the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Jiao Jiao, it should be the other way around. You are the one following me. I cannot allow you to go hungry. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded repeatedly. All right, who is following whom? The noodle stall owners were a couple. The wife busily attended to the customers, offering large bowls for 30 cents and small bowls for 20 cents, all without requiring ration tickets. Upon hearing that no ration tickets were needed, Lin Jiao Jiao was delighted, as her supply was already scant. With a grand gesture, she ordered 2 large bowls of noodles. Gu Changhe grew anxious. Jiao Jiao, 1 large and 1 small. Lin Jiao Jiao immediately shook her head. Let me have the large bowl. It wouldn't do for you to eat the small one. Gu Changhe opened his mouth, but remained silent, as Lin Jiao Jiao had already paid the vendor. The noodles were soon boiling in the pot. He truly wished to express that he wanted the large bowl for himself and the small one for Lin Jiao Jiao. After all, for someone aiming to shed weight, consuming such a quantity seemed wasteful. When the noodles were served, Lin Jiao Jiao beamed at the large bowl and promptly took a big mouthful, exclaiming, "These noodles are really chewy. Changhe, if you're still hungry, we can order more. This place is quite reasonable. Alas, I shall only have this bowl. Were it not for my diet, I would surely devour 2 large bowls." Gu Changhe disagreed, saying, reasonable? With the ration books, flour costs merely 20 cents a pound. Even at negotiated prices, it's still 30 cents. Although this large bowl is indeed substantial, one must add water to the noodles. And, considering the broth, just how much profit do you think they're making off us? The stall owner glanced around, relieved that there were few patrons. If it were mealtime, such comments could deter customers from returning. He quickly signaled to his wife. The wife approached with a smile. Since it's a slow day, I'll add an extra scoop for each of you. Gu Changhe watched as his bowl was filled again and quickly expressed his gratitude, though he mused that no amount could compare to the home-cooked value. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, found her eyes lighting up. Auntie, how much do you charge for setting up a stall in this market? $1 a day, quite expensive, came the reply. With your limited offerings, it's not worth it here. You should seek a busier spot to sell. If someone complains, just pack up and leave. Thank you, Auntie. Your noodles are plentiful, chewy, and delicious. They are worth the price. The wife's eyes crinkled with delight at Lin Jiao Jiao's praise. If they taste good, then eat a bit more. That extra scoop was truly generous. After finishing her noodles, Lin Jiao Jiao pulled Gu Changhe along to explore the farmer's market. Jiao Jiao, aren't we supposed to go to third brother's house? We should hurry. If we arrive too late, it will be inconvenient. You're right. After delivering the chicken to third brother, we can come back to browse. Lin Jiao Jiao contemplated what to do to earn some money. Although she would soon return to work, she couldn't afford to be idle during these days. More browsing? We should buy some grain and head back, Gu Changhe remarked, noting the sparkle in Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes, which made him feel a tad apprehensive. Having made the trip, they certainly intended to explore thoroughly. Lin Jiao Jiao chose not to divulge her plans, wishing to surprise Gu Changhe. The two made their way to the housing complex of the food factory. At this hour, third brother and third sister-in-law should be away, having taken over for their parents, who were at home caring for the children. Relying on her memory, she ascended to the second floor. This building features a spacious corridor where everyone prepares their meals, resulting in a somewhat narrow passage on either side. In certain areas, the abundance of items necessitates that she navigates sideways, continuing her journey to the far end. However, upon the doors opening, Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly glanced outside, confirming she had not erred. Eggs! The snotty little boy shouted, spewing words from his mouth, causing Lin Jiao Jiao to hastily retreat to the side. Ah, it is you. You foolish pig, how dare you come here? The old woman's bellow prompted numerous doors to swing open. Chapter 62. A narrow path for enemies. You've all lost your minds. Clean your mouths, will you? Are you here to beg at my third brother's house? Lin Jiao Jiao peered inside, puzzled by the unfamiliar faces. Could they be relatives of her sister-in-law? Upon hearing her words, the elderly woman quickly grasped the identity of the intruder. Her eyes narrowing into slits, she retorted, "You're the one begging. Not a single one of your family has any shame. Selling your son wasn't enough. Now you seek to encroach upon the Li family. Indeed, you vile creature. You're the one who bullied my mother. Hurry and fetch me a plate of braised meat. Then come back and kneel in apology. Otherwise, I swear, I will leave you with a face full of bruises," Lin Jiao Jiao declared fiercely. Gu Changhe, alarmed by her words, attempted to pull Lin Jiao Jiao away. But she stood her ground. "Jiao Jiao, let me handle this," he urged as he set down his backpack behind him. Lin Jiao Jiao assessed the elderly woman, then turned her gaze to the young man, who was only slightly older than herself. If the elder was immobile, she would surely target the younger. With a swift motion, she struck him squarely, leaving him reeling before he even had a chance to react. "How dare you hit someone? My son!" the elderly woman screamed, rushing to examine her son's injuries. Just as Gu Changhe was about to intervene, he froze mid-action, astonished by the prowess of his formidable wife. The speed of her attack was so swift that he barely registered the punch before the man crumpled to the ground. Positioning herself at the entrance, Lin Jiao Jiao raised her voice. "How can you people be so unreasonable, attempting to strike a frail woman like me? Who dares to harm my sister?" Hearing her cries, Lin's son rushed over without a second thought, disregarding the narrow corridor. Upon arrival, he saw the arrogant Li Laowu, and without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch. "Is it not enough to bully me? You dare to bully my sister as well?" Poor Li Laowu. He barely managed to utter a word before being struck, and as he struggled to rise, he was met with another blow. Now, stars danced before his eyes, rendering him incapable of standing. Third brother, Lin Jiao Jiao, meeting Lin's son for the first time, felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Though she believed she could handle two more attackers without injury, the sensation of being defended without cause was utterly delightful. Lin Sin's heart ached, feeling remorse that his little sister had to endure such treatment. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you lay a hand on my son? Get out of the Li family at once." The elderly woman seized the opportunity to expel them. "Aunt, this is our home," Li Hongxiao protested, her eyes glistening with tears, stepping protectively in front of Lin. "Senator, you insolent child. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? As a married woman, what right do you have to linger in your parental home?" The elderly woman looked down upon her disdainfully, disapproving of her marrying a rural man despite being from the city. "While we work at the food factory and reside in the factory's housing, you claim to support my parents, yet you drove my mother to the hospital. Even now, you remain unsatisfied. Today, you've come to the hospital again. Haven to you? Is it not your intention to take our jobs? Why do you cloak your intentions in such sweet words? Even if you pressure my parents, we shall never acquiesce. Although Li Hongxiao expressed her reluctance, the sight of her unconscious mother had already shaken her resolve. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. This was their family's sole means of survival. Why should they relinquish it without hesitation? Was it merely because she was a daughter? Old Master Li emerged from within, his voice laden with earnestness as he admonished, Hongxia, how have you become so inconsiderate? We are the eldest of the Li family. Your grandmother has stated that the possessions belonging to the Li family must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Do not be deceived by the notion that marrying someone from the countryside and naming your child Li makes them a true descendant of the Li lineage. If you genuinely care for your parents, you must promptly relinquish your work for your brothers, for they are the true heirs of the Li family. Madame Li, suppressing her anger, joined her husband in urging her. This child is so stubborn. Hongxia, unable to bear it any longer, burst into tears. Lin's son placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and urged her to gather their belongings, as their parents awaited them in the hospital. He leaned closer to Hongxia and whispered, "Take anything of value." With tears streaming down her face, Hongxia nodded and turned to collect her things. Yet, upon glancing at the predatory faces surrounding her, doubt crept in. Would they allow her to take anything? Lin Jiao Jiao quickly grasped the situation and forcefully ejected all those who had followed her into the house, assuring her sister-in-law, "Do not worry, I will keep watch outside." Hongxia was momentarily taken aback, having thought her sister-in-law was the domineering one at home, only to realize she was even more formidable outside. Without time for further contemplation, she hastily searched for a change of clothes and retrieved her hidden money and tickets. She then entered her mother's room, packing everything meticulously into 3 large bundles. Finally, she sought a large net bag to carry pots, basins, and thermoses, knowing that renting them at the hospital would incur additional costs. "Sister-in-law, are you moving out?" Lin Jiao Jiao disapproved of their retreat, fearing that if they surrendered their home to this large group, it would be nearly impossible to reclaim it later. It's a complicated situation," Hongxia lamented, feeling utterly helpless. "Little sister, let us speak outside," Lin's son suggested, weary of the turmoil that had not only disrupted their home, but had also spilled over into their workplace, causing him to miss several days of work and suffer a wage deduction. "You may leave, but you must leave everything behind. All of this belongs to the Li family," Madame Li declared, standing defiantly at the doorway. "Grandmother, there are still chickens in that basket," Hongxia pointed out. Instantly, Madame Li nodded in agreement. "Yes, that will serve to calm our nerves." Lin Jiao Jiao moved closer, removed the lid from the basket, revealing a wild chicken, which, when cooked, will be even more fragrant than braised meat. After lifting the basket, she handed it to Gu Changhe to carry. "Ugh!" Lin Jiao Jiao recoiled in disgust, narrowly avoiding a mess of snot and saliva. Madame Li shouted furiously, "I will report you to the police and have you all imprisoned. Go ahead, report us. When the time comes, I will claim your son has been harassing me, and with so many witnesses, it will be hard to deny. I am blind to your antics." Li Laowu shouted in frustration, "You wretched glutton! How can your heart be so dark?" Old Lady Li had no intention of visiting the police station, not even knowing which way the door swung. Now, after such a remark, she felt even more hesitant. "Continue your insults, and should I become displeased, I shall report you to the authorities." Lin Jiao Jiao's words silenced Old Lady Li immediately. If she were truly regarded as a rogue, not only would she risk a beating, but she might even lose her life, with no opportunity to seek justice. Chapter 63. The chicken is not as important as work. Old Master Li immediately exchanged glances with his wife, signaling her that this chubby girl was not one to be trifled with. Confronting her would serve no purpose. After all, how could a mere chicken be more significant than work? Madame Li ceased her attempts to wrestle with the chicken, yet her reluctance to part with certain items lingered, particularly the warm kettle, which she had coveted for quite some time. It appeared relatively new, and having it in her room would certainly enhance her status. "Red, why do you need all these old things? They belong to our household. If you need anything later, I shall send it to the hospital for you, Madame Li remarked, though her actions contradicted her words as she moved to seize the items. Li Hongxia, in a fluster, dodged her advances. Auntie, these are all my family's belongings. Madame Li shot her a piercing glare. So you do recognize me as your auntie? What are you all up to? Is this some sort of precaution against thieves? With us here, what do you have to fear? I'll have a word with your superior about how you treat your elders. Li Hongxia's face paled. She dreaded this kind of talk. Ah, invoking the elder card again, are we? I hear you have several sons. Does that mean my uncles and aunts can also help themselves to whatever they like? Old Master Li, not wishing to lose sight of the bigger picture, hastily intervened. All right, Hongxia, you all should head to the hospital. Your parents are waiting there. Why are you not in a hurry? Madame Li, fueled by her indignation, chimed in, TSK. How can one say that girls are not outwardly ambitious? Their hearts have already flown to the Lin family, and if we hadn't TCOM, this family would have been left with nothing. Lin Jiao Jiao, growing impatient, snapped back, sister-in-law, why waste your breath on them? They are merely distant relatives. They're guests here, and if they are unwelcome, they should leave immediately. Madame Li, enraged, shouted, You little girl, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? This is a matter for the old Li family, and you have no right to interfere. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded. I may not concern myself with your old Li family, but this is my third brother's home, and you shall not bully him. Very well, let thirdly come and drive me, your elder brother, away. I wonder if my parents in heaven would turn a blind eye to such disgrace? Old Master Li could no longer hold his tongue. It was impossible to expel them, for they occupied the house, and only by staying could they pressure them into relinquishing their work. Otherwise, they would be left without a home to return to or a job to pursue. They had little else to do, and it was a matter of endurance. Lin Jiao Jiao, seething with anger, exclaimed, Third brother, they are treating you like a doormat. Are you truly willing to hand over your work? I, for one, would never give it up, not even to a stranger. Lin's son felt humiliated. When had he ever endured such treatment? Yet, this was not his home. Deep down, he still perceived it as his father-in-law's house. How could he assert his authority here? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, recognizing that some matters only required a gentle reminder. Excessive words would bear no fruit. She took Gu Chang's hand and moved towards the exit. Lin's son grabbed his belongings and hurried after her, realizing his sister was upset. Li Hongxia quickly followed suit, fearing that if she delayed, she would be blocked from leaving, despite the money tucked safely in her pocket. However, if these matters cannot be resolved, they will ultimately lead to a point of no return. Mrs. Li attempted to intervene, but upon catching her husband's glance, she could only retract her hand. Mr. Li asserted sternly, They cannot hide away forever. Inevitably, they will return to plead for mercy. At that time, they will eagerly present their work to us. Mrs. Li chuckled and remarked, Indeed, my dear husband, you possess foresight. I believe that in the end, this house should not be given to them. Once our fifth son starts working, he can marry right here. Their sister-in-law has not even borne a son, so they are unworthy of residing in such a fine home. Mr. Li concurred, that works. Let them find a modest place to stay for the time being. Once my eldest son secures a house, he can swap that small dwelling with them. After all, I, as the elder brother, have a conscience. The fifth son felt invigorated. The beating he endured had not been in vain. Once he has a house and a job, he is certain he can win back Wang Xiuxiu. Lin's son rushed downstairs and finally caught up with Lin Jiao Jiao. Burdened with too many items, he could hardly navigate the hallway without dodging this way and that, and he barely had time to explain himself to the neighbors. Little sister, please do not hold a grudge against third brother. It is not that I disregard your wishes. It is simply that I lack authority in this household. You know, he sighed, recognizing that this was not his home. Otherwise, with his temperament, he could have easily driven people away, but this was his father-in-law's house, and he was obliged to comply. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, held a different view. Third brother, if you wish to live harmoniously with third sister-in-law, you must let go of these grievances. This is your home. Third sister-in-law is your wife, and you have 3 children together. You bear the responsibility to protect them. Observing Lin Sin's lack of confidence, she refrained from suggesting they move out. After all, the elderly couple relied on them for their livelihood, and now both the elderly and the children were living together. The thought of buying a larger house to accommodate the elderly was utterly impractical. Given their current economic situation, having 2 rooms was already commendable. Lin's son lowered his head. Had it been his former self, he would have found these individuals unworthy of his concern. Presently, he felt unable to assert himself. At times, he contemplated resigning from his job and leading a simpler life with his wife and children. Even if it meant hardship, at least he could hold his head high. Third brother has his own struggles. Little sister, what brings you here so suddenly? Upon closer inspection, Lin Sen's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Jiao Jiao, is that not Gu Changqing's elder brother? His mind was filled with questions. How did his sister end up with someone's brother? Would they not be the subject of gossip? You only just noticed? This is my husband. Lin Jiao Jiao explained in detail about Mrs. Gu's unexpected maneuver. We came to the hospital for a visit and decided to drop by to see you, also bringing a wild chicken for you. Gu Changha promptly removed his backpack and handed it to Lin's son, calling out, "Third brother." Lin's son nodded, his mind racing. He had never anticipated the Gu family would engage in such actions. However, Gu Changha seemed far more capable than Gu Changqing. At the very least, he was sturdier, unlike that pretty boy who was of little use. With this thought, Lin's son felt somewhat reassured. Li Hongxia rushed out, and upon hearing Lin Sen's words, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She had always been exceedingly cautious, never daring to be negligent with her in-laws. Yet after all these years and 3 children later, she still could not instill a sense of security in Lin. Senator Lin Jiao Jiao spotted Li Hongxia around the corner and called out, "Third sister-in-law, come here quickly. Where are the little ones? I haven't seen a single one." Li Hongxia hurriedly jogged over, explaining, "They are my aunt's house. We are preoccupied with the hospital and couldn't look after the children. My aunt heard and took them in." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded. "That's good to hear. Otherwise, the 3 children could stay with me in the village for a few days." Chapter 64. Suffering before sweetness, no need. "My little sister can't bear to be away from me," Li Hongxia hastily clarified, fearing that her sister-in-law might have other thoughts. "Then you should hurry to the hospital. I will accompany Changha to take a look as well. I brought a wild chicken. You can find a place to prepare it to nourish uncle and aunt." Lin Jiao Jiao said, shaking her head. Despite her attempt to remain silent, she could not help but remind them, "Listen, some people become more demanding the more you indulge them. Just because they are elders does not mean you should yield infinitely. Look at us. My late mother-in-law was also an elder, wasn't she? If we followed your approach, we would surely be bullied." Gu Changha tugged at Lin Jiao Jiao, prompting her to sigh and close her mouth. "All right, I won't nag anymore. What has happened to me? Am I suddenly turning into an old woman? Even I find myself somewhat bothersome." Li Hongxia smiled apologetically, noting that her younger sister suggested they should be more assertive, as doing so would help preserve their jobs. However, what about Lin's son? Could she maintain her position? The journey was marked by silence. Upon arriving at the hospital, the elderly couple had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. They were particularly astonished to see Lin Jiao Jiao, so much so that their mouths hung open in disbelief. They held no objections towards Gu Changha, having never met Gu Changqing and assuming he was just one person. Lin Jiao Jiao chose not to elaborate further. After a moment, Lin's mother finally spoke. "Jiao Jiao, your aunt has treated you well, hasn't she?" Her fondness for the girl was evident, especially since she was the cherished child of their family. They were particularly grateful that the in-laws had agreed to let their second daughter take the surname Li, and they were overwhelmed with appreciation. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, "Yes. Aunt and third sister have been quite good to me, which is why I brought this wild chicken to see you." "You are thoughtful," Lin's mother acknowledged with a nod. "I have a request, dear. Please don't mention this to your mother-in-law. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to protect Lin Sen's job." They had already devised a plan. If necessary, they would relinquish Hongxia's position, which would at least appease the elderly couple, who often invoked their parents' last wishes. However, this matter felt entirely disconnected. Lin Jiao Jiao was at a loss for words. Was it truly this complicated? She found it difficult to comprehend. "Aunt, I shouldn't meddle in your family's affairs, but if you could learn from my mother, that would be ideal. After all, one must be firm when the situation calls for it." Lin's mother smiled wryly. "Dear, you are still young. Not having a son in this life has been a grave error on my part. When she gave birth to Hongxia, she suffered complications, and before she had even completed her confinement, Her mother-in-law insisted she return to her natal home. Her husband, in defending her, angered his parents, and the three of them were expelled from the Li family in the dead of winter. With the help of her family, they found temporary work at a food factory. Éventuellement sécurer une permanente position. Her daughter married and bore children, and her grandson took the surname Li, which finally eased her heart. She had thought that the bitter days were behind her, only to discover. Lin's father held his head in shame, unable to lift his gaze. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at him and chose not to press further. Instead, she said, "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, I shan't mention this to my mother. Please take good care of yourselves, for health is indeed the foundation of any endeavor." After saying this, she prepared to leave. Motherly nodded in gratitude. This chubby girl had matured after marriage. She even thought to bring something over, yet they had failed to properly entertain her. Surely, the new son-in-law must have some opinions about it. Eventually, all she could say was, "Hongxiao, why don't you see them off?" Lin Jiao Jiao walked to the hospital entrance, but couldn't resist pulling Lin's son aside. "Third brother, don't be so hard on yourself. Now that we are family, we should work together. Have you forgotten what mother said?" After saying this, she took Gu Changha's hand and left. Once they had walked some distance, Gu Changha could not help but say, "Jiao Jiao, it seems you have a good relationship with your third brother." Lin Jiao Jiao looked at Gu Changha, wondering if their first meeting could evoke such a feeling. It was rather perplexing. Nevertheless, she replied, "We are indeed siblings, and they treat me quite well." Gu Changha advised, "Even so, you need not take everything to heart. Every family has its own struggles." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, "Yes, old man." Gu Changha felt his face flush at her words. "Jiao Jiao, why do you keep saying that? Is it forbidden to speak like this?" Lin Jiao Jiao was at a loss. Gu Changha solemnly nodded, perplexed as to why the same words from Lin Jiao Jiao stirred such thoughts. Lin Jiao Jiao chose to ignore him, her attention drawn to an elderly man repairing a bicycle next to a tricycle, which bore a sign indicating it was for sale. Gu Changha glanced at it, feeling as if a child had encountered candy, yet this was no sweet treat. A sense of apprehension washed over him. He wished to whisk Lin Jiao Jiao away immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Jiao Jiao asked, "Sir, how much is this tricycle?" The old man glanced at her and shook his head, indicating it wasn't for sale. "Hey, if you're not selling it, why have it displayed? Are you toying with people?" Lin Jiao Jiao's expression soured instantly. The old man, somewhat embarrassed, finally replied, "I can't sell it to you. You might be too heavy and damage it." This tricycle was like his child, and he had quite the attachment. Were it not for his son needing money urgently for a wedding, he would never part with it. Even if he did, he would seek a worthy buyer. Just looking at her, he feared she would crush the tires upon approach. Lin Jiao Jiao's expression froze. This was too much to bear. "Sir, I am not that heavy. I weigh just over 200 pounds. The old man shook his head. 201 is still over 200, and 299 is also over 200. I doubt your bicycle can handle such weight. No wonder it remains unsold here." Not deterred, Lin Jiao Jiao began circling the tricycle, pointing out flaws. This part was chipped, that section was bent, and the handlebars were asymmetrical. She managed to list a whole basket of defects. The old man was infuriated. "How dare you question my craftsmanship? Go ask around this street. Who doesn't he know of me? With this tricycle, you might as well buy a new one. Nothing compares to my work." Lin Jiao Jiao pouted. "You can keep boasting. If it's truly that remarkable, let me take it for a spin." The old man assessed Lin Jiao Jiao's weight and then glanced at the bicycle. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if you want to ride it once, go ahead. Just don't come back here sulking." Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled triumphantly and took off on the bike. Hey, don't let it get away from you." The old man, startled by her laughter, called out in a panic, "Don't worry, Grandpa. That is my husband's weight you're dealing with." With her remark, Lin Jiao Jiao eased the old man's worries, yet his heart raced with apprehension. Could it really burst the tire? Chapter 65. Securing it, young man. That's your plump wife. The old man glanced at Gu Changha, pondering how much grain it must take to nurture such a figure. "Indeed, don't worry, old sir. My wife wouldn't run off with your cart," Gu Changha remarked. However, before he could intervene, Lin Jiao Jiao had already taken off with the vehicle. "With you here, I have no worries. Besides, just look at that girl. She's blessed and wouldn't engage in such antics, he continued. Are you two planning to purchase a cart? Buying mine is far more economical than getting a new one. You could save 100 or 80. Gu Changhe shook his head. No, why buy that? It's utterly unnecessary in the village. A donkey cart suffices for trips to the city. Then what are you two doing? Sigh, just here to amuse an old man, he lamented, realizing he was merely being subjected to idle inquiries. Gu Changhe smiled awkwardly. I apologize, my wife acted on a whim. However, her taking a spin is beneficial. It allows her to test the sturdiness of your cart. He was at a loss for words. His chubby wife was delightful, but rather playful. Such an expensive item could easily be damaged. What would they do then? The old man quickly assured him, my cart is definitely reliable, but how much does your wife weigh? If she exceeds 300, we might have a problem. Old sir, I assure you, I am just over 200, not that heavy at all, Lin Jiao Jiao chimed in. But this cart seems quite good. If you offer a reasonable price, I will purchase it. After a brief ride, she returned just as the old man spoke. Do I look that heavy? I've stated it several times. Why won't you believe me? The old man shook his head. Girl, have you finished playing? Don't tease me. If you don't intend to buy, why inquire about the price? Who said I wouldn't buy it? Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the tricycle. It would make city trips so much easier. Donkey carts are slow and uncomfortable, and you can't always secure a seat. If we want to make money, we cannot waste time on the road. So this mode of transport is essential. That's what your husband said, the old man replied as he pulled the bicycle back. Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly realized the significance of the purchase and how she should have consulted Gu Changhe before making decisions on her own. Changhe, this tricycle is wonderful. Once we buy it, we will join the ranks of car owners. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changhe shook his head. Jiao Jiao, weren't you keen on exploring the market? Let us see if we can find something delicious to buy. Lin Jiao Jiao pulled Gu Changhe aside and said, Changhe, look, they're allowing stalls now. Gu Changhe nodded. He was well aware, as many villagers had come to sell their eggs. Lin Jiao Jiao continued, just think about how inconvenient it is for us to go to the city. If we had a tricycle, we could earn money no matter what we did there. It wouldn't take long to earn back the cost. Doing what? Selling eggs? We haven't saved a single one from our chickens, Gu Changhe replied. Besides, with just a few eggs, it's not worth spending so much on a cart. That would be foolish. Gu Changhe remained unconvinced. Selling eggs? What profit could that yield? Once we have a cart, we can go to the city anytime. Even wild vegetables can be turned into money. Otherwise, it's merely a daydream. How can I always rely on others to make way for me? If it were solely up to my two legs, I fear I wouldn't endure it. Gu Changhe shook his head. This vehicle must cost over 100, an exorbitant sum that would deplete funds meant for future hospital visits, childbirth, purchasing food, and building a home. The mere thought of it filled him with dread. Changhe, let us seize these few days of holiday to recoup that money. Otherwise, if we sell it, we will lose nothing, Lin Jiao Jiao pleaded. Were it not for the public setting, she would have held him close and showered him with affection, sparing her breath for persuasion. Perhaps that could work, Gu Changhe mused, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's fondness for the vehicle. He felt a twinge of desire. Selling it after sufficient use seemed reasonable. Of course, it's not as if we're discussing mere vegetables. This is a tricycle, unique in the entire village, making it easy to sell. Lin Jiao Jiao lamented their poverty, pondering why acquiring a tricycle necessitated such effort. Very well, let us inquire about the price. If it is too steep, we shall not purchase it. Gu Changhe relented, though the idea of earning back the cost of the tricycle in mere days seemed far-fetched. As long as they could make some money, selling it remained a viable option. Lin Jiao Jiao dashed over, Sir, how much for this tricycle? Please provide me with a reasonable price. The old man turned to Gu Changhe, who, with a resigned nod, signaled his agreement. The old man stifled a chuckle. He anticipated such indulgence towards a daughter-in-law. Initially, he hadn't intended to sell, yet the girl's persistence had softened his resolve. Young lady, I was asking 130 before, but I urgently need the money. If not, I wouldn't be parting with it. I'll reduce it by 10, making it 120. No further negotiations. A fixed price? That's not how transactions work. Lin Jiao Jiao, uncertain of the market, cautiously probed, is there truly no possibility of a lower price? The old man scrutinized her, hesitating before retrieving an air pump and a rusty lock from the corner. Dear girl, please, no more haggling. I'll include these 2 items. Though they're a bit old, they're functional. Just ensure you take care of this tricycle. With your weight, you might need the pump. Sir, you are so honest. Can one earn money by setting up stalls here? Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at her figure, acknowledging her ample physique, though she felt it unnecessary for him to keep reminding her. Ha, my dear, you've hit the nail on the head. No one on the street doubts my honesty. Rest assured, if any minor issues arise with the tricycle in the first year, like a flat tire, bring it back, and I'll repair it for free. The old man beamed with joy, eager to part with the pump and lock. Lin Jiao Jiao turned to Gu Changhe and winked. 120 was indeed a fair price, especially with the added perks. Gu Changhe felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had suspected the tricycle would be quite pricey, and indeed, it exceeded 100. He pulled Lin Jiao Jiao aside. After spending 120, we'll have barely over 100 left. He contemplated using the prospect of a house to sway her opinion. Changhe, let us buy it. As long as you heed my advice on this matter, I promise to follow your lead in all future endeavors. Isn't that fair? Gu Changhe opened his mouth, but could not utter a word of refusal. The soft, delicate voice that escaped her lips was utterly irresistible. All right, I shall heed your wishes this time, but do not be so willful in the future. Very well, I promise to comply next time. Lin Jiao Jiao replied with a cheerful smile. The old man reluctantly accepted the money, still feeling a pang of regret, and could not help but remind her, my dear, do take care while riding. Rest assured, with such an expensive bicycle, how could I possibly be careless? In our household, even if it does not rank first, it will certainly secure a place among the top 3. Chapter 66. Truly wonderful news. Upon hearing the good news, the old man felt utterly relieved. Excellent, excellent. The third one is indeed a success. Which family does not have at least a dozen members? Gu Changhe observed Lin Jiao Jiao carrying such a large sum of money and felt his mind go blank. He promised himself to remind her earnestly upon their return. Lin Jiao Jiao did not anticipate the complexities involved in purchasing a tricycle. The old man took them to obtain a bicycle license and re-register the vehicle, costing them 50 cents. After emerging from the vehicle management office, Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe proceeded to the market. Gu Changhe expressed his disinterest in browsing. He merely wished to keep an eye on the tricycle. Despite the lock in the vehicle license, he remained anxious, as it was their family's most valuable possession. Left with no choice, Lin Jiao Jiao eventually found a nearby bicycle parking lot, paying 5 cents for the privilege. While it may seem a trivial expense, Gu Changhe showed no signs of regret, handling the situation with ease. Changhe, this bicycle is here to serve us. If you keep guarding it, how shall we earn a living? Gu Changhe nodded, growing increasingly fond of the tricycle. He was determined to work hard, for selling it now would truly break his heart. Jiao Jiao, you are quite impressive, being able to ride a tricycle, he remarked, recalling that her third brother's family owned a bicycle, which they rode whenever they returned. It's easy to ride. 3 wheels are the most stable. With your long legs, you'll master it in no time. Jiao Jiao, there you go again. Gu Changhe chuckled, unsure how to respond, as everything seemed perfect in his wife's eyes. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at this stubborn man, recognizing that while he found everything commendable, he was burdened by too many rules and restrictions. Let us go, Changhe, and see what we can sell. It's efficient and potentially profitable. Gu Changhe was amused, replying, Jiao Jiao, one cannot make money as easily as you envision. Lin Jiao Jiao surveyed the expansive market, a large tent-like structure. Setting up a regular stall might work, but selling freshly made food could prove challenging. Gu Changhe remained skeptical. Jiao Jiao, I think we should sell outside. Regardless of what we sell, we need to give them $1. Can we truly earn that back? You have a point. Let us try near the factory's residential building. We won't be there for long anyway. Lin Jiao Jiao aimed not only to earn some quick money, but also to test the waters for the future. Jiao Jiao, do you have a plan? You're not actually considering selling wild vegetables, are you? That would fetch much at all. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded. I plan to make large pancakes. We need to find a pot. Do you know where we could get a large flat-bottom pan that uses firewood? Fearing Gu Changhe might not understand, she drew a sketch in the dirt with a stick. Gu Changhe contemplated and said, there is one. A friend of mine is a blacksmith. He usually repairs farm tools and occasionally crafts items for sale. They often gather scrap metal, so they should have plenty of materials. Let us go and give it a try. Lin Jiao Jiao noted the time, realizing they needed to act swiftly. Gu Changhe retrieved the tricycle, pleasantly surprised by their rapid progress. Jiao Jiao, I believe that nothing is as profitable as simply watching the bicycle. There are no costs involved, and money flows in effortlessly. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head with a smile, acknowledging that this was truly beyond their means. The village was not far away. She rode her tricycle and arrived in less than 20 minutes. Perhaps due to its proximity to the city, one could occasionally spot brick houses here, which appeared significantly more prosperous than their own village. Yang Tiefu was taken aback upon seeing Gu Changhe, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was aware that Gu Changhe was about to marry and had heard that his fiancée was quite attractive, yet upon seeing her, he realized that such a figure would be hard to find in their village, so plump that she could easily collapse a bed. His envy dissipated. It seemed that marrying a wife might be best delayed. Gu Changhe promptly positioned himself in front of Yang Tiefu, shielding Lin Jiao Jiao from his gaze. What was he staring at? His hefty fiancée? One should not covet a friend's wife. Did he not understand? Suddenly, Yang Tiefu felt that this man was rather unreliable. "Brother, your wife is truly formidable," he exclaimed, struggling to find the right words to compliment. "Indeed, your sister-in-law is quite remarkable. She could send you flying with a single punch." Gu Changhe's intent was clear. Keep a safe distance from Lin Jiao Jiao, lest one risk a beating. Yang Tiefu cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Changhe, feeling pity for his brother. It was unfortunate that his stepmother had arranged such a match. While a bit of plainness could be overlooked, the prospect of violence was troubling. A giant of a man like that could easily intimidate others. "Brother, if there is anything you need, just say the word. I will go to great lengths to assist you, no matter the challenge. We need to make a pot. See if you can manage it. Whatever the cost, please don't hide anything from me. Otherwise, I might reconsider working for your family." Upon hearing the mention of food preparation, Gu Changhe felt a surge of optimism. After all, his hefty wife was an excellent cook. Lin Jiao Jiao began sketching another design on the ground. Yang Tiefu hurriedly fetched his father and elder brother. Yang's father examined the proposal and remarked, "We can certainly make it, but our family has taken on a considerable workload repairing farm tools, which may take several days. Even after we finish, we will have to carve out time in the evenings to assist you." "Yes, Brother Changhe, but things will improve in the future. We will soon be implementing household production quotas, making work less strenuous." Yang Tiefu was filled with excitement at the prospect. Household production quotas? When is that set to begin? Lin Jiao Jiao's enthusiasm was palpable. If that were the case, their finances would surely flourish. News has finally arrived. "Jiao Jiao, don't get too carried away, even at the earliest. It will be next year. The fields are already planted for this year, and redistribution is not feasible." Despite Gu Changhe's words, he could hardly contain his own joy. "You all might not know yet, but our village has already held a meeting regarding this matter. Yours should be following suit soon." Yang Tiefu quickly recounted the details of their meeting, confirming that it was indeed set for next year, but the fields would be divided after the autumn harvest. Absolutely. Yang's father felt invigorated by the news, envisioning the prospect of owning land. Gu Changhe suddenly recognized that his wife possessed remarkable foresight. What an opportune time to purchase that tricycle. The pot they intended to make was certainly necessary. After conversing for a while longer, they returned to the topic of the pot. Yang's father calculated 20 yuan, materials and labor included. Come back in a week to collect it. He truly did not demand much. Yet blacksmithing is indeed a laborious task, and they ought to earn something for their efforts. Upon hearing the price, Gu Changhe felt it was quite reasonable. After all, purchasing a large iron pot elsewhere would cost the same, not to mention the hassle he perceived in interpreting the design. However, Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head and said, "Uncle, could you possibly combine some of the other tasks and prioritize ours? I will add 5 more yuan, along with a wild chicken. We are truly in a hurry. Please understand our plight." Chapter 67. The money must be spent seeing his father, still hesitating. The eldest son of the Yang family urged, "Father, let us take on this task. We can work through the night and rise early tomorrow. The simpler jobs can be assigned to my younger brother, and afternoon, we can tackle the other projects without delaying any of them. This is tangible money. while the work from the brigade is only credited in points. Moreover, the materials are readily available at no cost. We only need to invest some effort to significantly increase our income. How can we possibly refuse? How could Yang father remain unmoved? The family was in dire need of funds, and the eldest son was preparing to marry, with aspirations of opening a blacksmith shop come autumn. However, the sweltering heat and smoke were daunting, and he genuinely felt for his children. Very well, come by tomorrow at noon to collect the pot. He finally decided after much contemplation. Seeing the deal was struck, Lin Jiao Jiao quickly produced 10 yuan as a deposit. Sister-in-law, aren't you undermining me? Changhe is my brother. If my skills were sufficient, I would have done this for free. Now that I can't contribute physically, how can I accept a deposit? Tomorrow, if you find the work unsatisfactory, we can make adjustments until you are pleased. Yang Tiefu thought his father was asking for too much. It was merely a bit of labor, yet he sought both money and game. But he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that his elder brothers were the primary contributors. While he was merely lending a hand, he resolved to hone his skills so that next time when brother Changhe required something, he could craft it himself. Yang father's hand hovered in the air, exasperated by this frivolous son who made decisions recklessly. If such odd contrivances were rejected, where would they seek recourse? Gu Changhe hastily took the money and pressed it into Yang father's hand, stating, "Even among brothers, we must keep our accounts clear. Uncle, please accept this. As long as you deliver the pot well, we will certainly honor our word." Yang father nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Rest assured, the craftsmanship of the Yang family is impeccable." As Gu Changhe prepared to leave, Yang Tiefu quickly grasped his arm. "Brother, why the rush? It's a rare visit. Let us share a drink together." Gu Changhe shook his head in refusal. "I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to be as idle as you. After all, I have a wife to support. When I have the time, I shall invite you for a drink." Yang Tiefu felt a pang in his heart, but seeing his father and elder brother's stern expressions, he dared not protest further. Yang father bid farewell to Gu Changhe and noticed his eldest son still standing there, foolishly lingering. He mused that the boy truly needed to marry to mature. Observing Gu Changhe's usual carefree demeanor, he noted how, upon finding a spouse, he transformed entirely. With a playful tap on his head, he urged him now get back to work. Yang Tiefu was jolted back to reality. Was marrying truly so wonderful? Brother Changhe's chatter never ceased. Lin Jiao Jiao pulled Gu Changhe along, and soon they returned to the city. "A rickshaw is just fine. Look how little time it takes for a round trip," she declared triumphantly as she dismounted and patted the seat. Indeed, Gu Changhe increasingly admired her spirit and resolved to practice diligently himself. Lin Jiao Jiao intended to buy 2 jin of meat, but upon arriving at the meat stall, she found it completely out of stock. She felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps she should have come earlier to purchase this. Gu Changhe secretly rejoiced. "Jiao Jiao, let us hasten to buy some grain, lest we find ourselves without provisions." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, and the two hurried to the grain and oil shop, where they queued for a while. The grain book was required, and the attendant, weary from the day's work, seemed too exhausted to speak. "Comrade, we do not possess a grain book. We are purchasing everything at negotiated prices," Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, promptly retrieving her cloth bag and producing grain after grain, leaving the attendant astounded. "How much are you actually buying?" 20 pounds of millet, 200 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of cornmeal, and 20 pounds of soybean oil," she stated. Noticing the astonished gazes from those around her, she quickly added, "We have just returned to the city. This is all for the villagers." The attendant picked up an abacus, its clicks echoing sharply. "Millet is 2 dimes per pound. That totals 4 yuan for 20 pounds. Flour is 3 dimes per pound, which makes 60 yuan for 200 pounds. Cornmeal is 1 dime per pound, adding up to 20 yuan for 200 pounds. Soybean oil is 1 yuan per pound, amounting to 20 yuan for 20 pounds. Plus, for 8 bags, the deposit is 4 yuan, and for the oil barrel, it is 2 yuan. The total comes to 110 yuan. Lin Jiao Jiao winced at the thought of spending such a considerable sum. She was acutely aware of the expense. Yet, with only 1 sale per week, if she failed to procure enough, they would be out of stock in just 2 days. Gu Changhe was stunned by the total. Before they even set up their stall, they had already spent over 100 yuan on grain. As he loaded the grains onto the tricycle, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. If they failed to sell, all would be consumed and transformed into waste, rendering the entire endeavor futile. Sitting by the roadside, he gazed at the overflowing load. Jiao Jiao, have we bought too much? Not at all. It is merely grain, and it is suitable for our consumption as well. Her words nearly sent Gu Changhe into a panic, fearing she might be right. Lin Jiao Jiao stifled a laugh, reassuring him, do not worry. Once we start selling, you'll realize this is not nearly sufficient. But alas, this is all the money we have. She instructed Gu Changhe to keep watch while she went to procure soy sauce and vinegar. With each passing moment, their funds dwindled further, leaving them with just over 40 yuan. After paying for the pot tomorrow, she lamented, "Oh my, this pocket is cleaner than my face." Reflecting on the need to gather eggs upon returning, she found solace in the fact that eggs were inexpensive, 5 cents each, allowing for immediate collection. When Gu Changhe saw Lin Jiao Jiao returning, she appeared rather weary, indicating she might be feeling unwell. He held back his words, realizing that it was not entirely Lin Jiao Jiao's fault. She was naturally impulsive, and accommodating her whims could lead to complications. Lin Jiao Jiao was indeed fatigued, and her energy had waned. Considering her current state, it was a feat in itself that she had persevered thus far. On their way back, they took turns riding, pausing intermittently. Due to the heavy load, when one rode, the other had to walk. Fortunately, they encountered a donkey cart along the way, which granted them a lift for part of the journey. Otherwise, they would have struggled to reach the village before darkness fell. As Lin Jiao Jiao pedaled the tricycle, she spotted a familiar figure at the village entrance from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Wang Dahua. She quickened her pace and called out, "Mother." Wang Dahua could scarcely recognize her, astonished that the rider was her own daughter. "Jiao Jiao, what brings you here?" Wang Dahua glanced back. "Where is Changhe? Why have you returned alone? How did the medical appointment go?" A flurry of questions from Wang Dahua warmed Lin Jiao Jiao's heart. Lin Jiao Jiao surveyed her surroundings. Although there were few people around, she feared being overheard. She leaned closer to Wang Dahua and whispered, "Mom, we're both fine. The doctor assured us that there's nothing to worry about, though I do need to shed some weight. By the way, Changhe is just behind us. He isn't as swift on his 2 legs as we are on these 3 wheels. Take a look at this vehicle. It's our new purchase." Chapter 68. The sensation of the village. Wang Dahua's eyes widened with astonishment, her mind buzzing with disbelief. What had she just heard? Gu Changhe, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, how can you ride so fast? I specifically asked you to slow down. It's nearly dark. It's unsafe for a delicate woman like you." At this moment, he suddenly spotted Wang Dahua and called out, "Mom, am I truly a delicate woman? Once I unleash my fist, I doubt anyone can withstand it. If I encounter a petty thief, that thief would surely regret it. You needn't worry about me. Hurry and wipe your sweat. Look at you, drenched." Lin Jiao Jiao was indeed formidable. Although not as she once was, her current physique possessed considerable strength, and with her skills, even a group of individuals could not approach her. Gu Changhe grabbed the towel draped around his neck and wiped his brow, saying, "Jiao Jiao, there are always stronger individuals out there. The methods of evildoers are beyond your imagination. Don't forget, even the most capable can fall victim to drugs." Upon hearing the mention of drugs, Wang Dahua was jolted back to reality from her distracted thoughts, asking, "Jiao Jiao, are you truly all right?" Lin Jiao Jiao quickly shook her head. "Me perfectly fine. Just look at me. I'm in good shape." Gu Changhe managed to run such a long distance. "So what is there to worry about?" Gu Changhe immediately interjected, No, that's not it. The doctor said Jiao Jiao needs to lose weight. As long as she sheds some pounds, once she gets pregnant and goes to the hospital, there won't be any issues." "What kind of doctor are you seeing? After all the effort to cultivate such flesh, you want to shed it? That is a blessing. Moreover, what is this nonsense about going to the hospital? I've given birth to so many children at home without any problems." Wang Dahua's expression was one of disapproval, asserting that hospitals are for those who are gravely ill. Gu Changhe transformed into a knowledgeable advocate, reiterating what the doctor had conveyed as he explained to Wang Dahua. "Mom, having a child is a significant matter. What do you mean by walking through the gates of hell? Just going to the hospital can prevent all of that." Gu Changhe was resolute on this matter. He did not wish to lose Lin Jiao Jiao and certainly did not want their child to inherit his misfortunes. Wang Dahua appeared somewhat convinced. If going to the hospital ensured greater safety, and Gu Changhe was unperturbed by the expense, then perhaps it was acceptable. However, she gazed at her daughter as figure with some reluctance. After all the effort invested in nurturing her, how could it turn into a disadvantage? But if you're going to the hospital to give birth, how can you not save money? Look at all this stuff and that tricycle. You want to spend all your money, will you? Lin Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Mom, you have sharp eyes. My pockets are emptier than my face. You. What can I say about you? Wang Dahua gently tapped Lin Jiao Jiao's forehead before turning back to Gu Changhe. Jiao Jiao is quite thoughtless. Why didn't you rein her in? Life is long. How can you be so extravagant? Having spoiled Jiao Jiao, Gu Changhe had no one to guide him either. He realized he must pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, this young couple might very well find themselves in dire straits. Gu Changhe helplessly shook his head. It was astonishing that he could have restrained her. Time and again, he had been persuaded, and he had long found himself led along, even believing it was right. However, observing his mother-in-law's reaction, he acknowledged that they had indeed crossed the line. Alas, my visit to the hospital has resulted in an overwhelming stockpile of provisions, as if I intend to consume it all at once. The matriarch was taken aback, not only by the sheer volume of grain, but also by the fact that it comprised fine flour, with several bags to boot. It is indeed the consequence of your meddling. Had it not been for your interference, would my dear daughter require such sustenance to maintain her health? Now, with the necessity of giving birth in a hospital, the cost will escalate significantly. You suggest compensating me with mere trifles? In just a few utterances, Wang Dahua inadvertently revealed that Lin Jiao Jiao was still capable of bearing children, and crucially, that she intended to give birth in the city. Should the villagers discover this, they would undoubtedly label her as finicky, casting the blame upon those who have caused her distress. Yet, she would never admit that her daughter has been overindulged. If that were the case, she could easily justify her actions. However, her daughter now possesses yet another reason to be disparaged. How has this become our affair? If there is blame to be laid, it should rest upon her mother-in-law. Wang Mu's tone immediately softened. She had been severely burdened by her eldest daughter, while her daughter, having grown up, not only brings a bride price, but also contributes to her maternal family. This situation leaves her in dire straits. She can bear children, someone exclaimed. This was monumental news. They had been discussing it all day. Of course, not only could she give birth, but she could have a whole brood, albeit with the necessity of hospital care, which incurs expenses. Wang Dahua lifted her head, finally alleviating the pent-up frustration of the day, although it would require a considerable sum. As long as both families exert their efforts together, they would surely manage. Anything is preferable to the inability to bear children. What brought her the greatest solace, however, was that her son-in-law held no disdain. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu hurried home, determined to avoid further complications. Just consider the cost of that truckload of grain. Coupled with the expenses of hospital childbirth, it amounts to a staggering sum, a veritable bottomless pit. Good heavens, a truckload of grain? Wait, where did this three-wheeled cart come from? With a gasp, the onlookers turned their attention to the cart. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly explained, this three-wheeled cart belongs to my third brother. Knowing my frequent trips to the city for hospital visits, he kindly offered it for my use. Your third brother is quite commendable, they responded. The third son of the Lin family is thriving. Dahua, you are indeed fortunate. Look at how he treats his younger sister. One can only imagine how he will care for you. Prepare to enjoy a life of comfort. As the compliments poured in, Wang Dahua glanced anxiously at Gu Changhe. She understood her daughter's concerns. However, after finally acquiring the three-wheeled cart, it would be unwise to let the entire village know, as it would inadvertently elevate her family status. No man would tolerate such a situation. Lin Jiao Jiao observed the shift in mood and tugged at Gu Changhe's sleeve, giving him a wink, pondering if she had erred once more. Gu Changhe quickly pulled away, retreating several steps while shaking his head, bewildered by her desire to hold his hand in front of so many people. His plump wife, while endearing in many ways, was undeniably clingy, leaving him at a loss for how to manage the situation. Lin Jiao Jiao frowned, sensing his irritation. Was he genuinely upset? Gu Changhe observed Lin Jiao Jiao's round face contorted in dismay, and with a resigned sigh, he approached her to softly say, "Jiao Jiao, be good. We shall discuss it later." Lin Jiao Jiao blinked in astonishment, puzzled by her recent actions. A palpable generational gap. Indeed, an unmistakable divide. Wang Xiaohong stood behind, trembling with indignation, questioning why she was denied even a single day of tranquility. The prospect of childbirth seemed almost surreal, given the Lin family's doting nature. They would surely go to great lengths to ensure her swift passage to the hospital. Moreover, Gu Changhe, resembling a blind monster, exhibited fiery rage at the mere sight of that corpulent figure. Chapter 69. The intruder. Once Lin Jiao Jiao and her companions departed, she discreetly confided in Wang Dehua about their plan to venture into the city to sell food. Is that feasible? Wang Dehua expressed her doubts, yet simultaneously felt a wave of relief, realizing her daughter was not merely seeking a meal, but rather aiming to earn money. Now that street vending is permitted, I might as well give it a try. Who knows, I could become the first millionaire in our village. Lin Jiao Jiao's words brought a chuckle from Wang Dehua. My dear Jiao Jiao, you possess quite the imagination. I wouldn't dare to dream of such things. Wang Dehua shook her head in amusement. A fortune? How much would that require? If only she could recoup the money spent on grain, she would consider herself fortunate. Mother, just wait and see. Lin Jiao Jiao replied with unwavering confidence. Wang Dehua smiled and said, all right. Jiao Jiao, can you make pancakes? Let me teach you. It was not only Wang Dehua who found this amusing. Gu Changhe, who was nearby, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Mother, I can do it. I'm clever and love to eat. I'll pick it up in no time. Lin Jiao Jiao shot a glance at the still chuckling Gu Changhe and asked, Changhe, don't you think my cooking is delicious? Gu Changhe smiled and replied, absolutely, my wife makes the best food. Wang Dehua shook her head, bemused by the light-hearted banter. She reminded, Jiao Jiao, be sure to make only a little. If it doesn't sell, at least you won't waste it on yourself. Lin Jiao Jiao could only nod in agreement, hoping to reassure Wang Dehua. Wang Dehua chose not to linger and headed home. Her spirits, once heavy, were now lifted. Knowing her daughter could conceive made everything else seem trivial. As Lin Jiao Jiao watched Wang Dehua's retreating figure, her heart brimmed with warmth. The world felt so wonderful. Changhe's wife, you're back. I heard you're expecting. Not just your mother, but even I'm delighted to hear that. Yang Pozi observed the reluctance in Lin Jiao Jiao's gaze as she watched Wang Dehua. Realizing this daughter was truly cherished, she refrained from interrupting. Yet her curiosity compelled her to inquire. Aunt, we're doing quite well. Childbirth isn't an issue. It's the finances that are burdensome. Not only do we need to expel those toxins, but we also have to go to the hospital for the delivery. Otherwise, it could be perilous. Lin Jiao Jiao marveled at the speed of information dissemination, without anyone using a trumpet, even before they entered their home. News of their pregnancy and plans for a tricycle had spread throughout the village like wildfire. That's good to hear, though it's tough now. There will come a time when you'll persevere. Yang Pozi patted Lin Jiao Jiao's shoulder, adding, fortunately, you have your maternal family for support. Otherwise, with such a family-in-law, you'd be left with nothing but scraps. Just as old Master Gu was about to step out to inquire further, he overheard this conversation, leaving him flustered as he retreated back inside. What nonsense! If they can have a child, pigs might as well climb trees. Old Madame Gu was skeptical, believing the couple was merely saving face and unwilling to speak the truth. Yet, as time passed, this matter would undoubtedly unravel. Gu Changqing and Wang Xiaohong, upon hearing this, felt reassured. Lin Jiao Jiao entered the house and promptly pinned Gu Changhe against the wall with a playful wall slam. She has yet to flirt, yet she constantly claims to be charming. If it does not materialize into reality, wouldn't that be a disservice to herself? Changhe, do you cherish me? Gu Changhe suddenly felt as if he were floating. Such a delicate voice, coupled with those mischievous hands exploring his chest. Who could possibly withstand it? Lin Jiao Jiao abruptly froze. Her single utterance left her bewildered. Was this truly so easily ignited? She quickly withdrew from Gu Changhe, retreating a few steps. "Changhe, let us prepare for dinner," she said. Gu Changhe nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm famished. I feel hunger everywhere." Hearing his lament, Lin Jiao Jiao was momentarily at a loss. Xiaoqing tapped the window with her tail, clearly dissatisfied that these two had been so engrossed outside all day. The duo snapped back to reality and turned to face Xiaoqing, who eagerly took credit and recounted the intruder's escapade to Lin Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao Jiao dashed to the backyard and, upon seeing the chickens and rabbits unharmed, exhaled in relief. However, the latter lay awkwardly in the garden. "Xiaoqing, how did you guard the house?" she scolded. "You can see the mess." Xiaoqing, feeling wronged, replied, "Master, you instructed me to watch over the chickens and rabbits, and I have done so diligently." Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head in exasperation. "Xiaoqing, guarding entails overseeing every blade of grass and every twig in this household. Perhaps I was too hasty in my expectations. After all, you are but a snake, not a guard dog." Xiaoqing felt even more grieved. "Am I to be considered inferior to the large yellow dog in the yard? It merely barks all day. Master, grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall perform better than any dog. Not only would I deter thieves, but I wouldn't even permit a mere insect to enter." Gu Changhe, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao emerging, followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the disarray in the backyard, he glanced at the neighbor's property, feeling an unsettling dissonance. The intruders had come, wreaked havoc, yet left without stealing even a single chicken. It seemed rather peculiar. At this moment, he felt fortunate that Lin Jiao Jiao had carried the money with her. Better to spend it than allow it to be taken by their neighbors. "Jiao Jiao, fret not. These potato seedlings may be slightly damaged, but it is of no consequence. After all, the potatoes grow underground," Gu Changhe consoled her. However, he knew full well that there would inevitably be repercussions affecting the yield. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced toward the neighbor's domain, pondering the ramifications of swallowing her indignation. If they allowed this to go unchallenged, what further transgressions might ensue? Yet, even if they raised a fuss, the neighbors would likely lean on their status as elders, claiming it was merely an accident that the ladder fell. There seemed to be no recourse but to exercise greater caution. "Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, I will ensure they remember this lesson and dare not cause trouble again," Gu Changhe declared, climbing onto the wall, only to be left in stunned silence. "What is it, Changhe?" Lin Jiao Jiao queried. Gu Changhe hastily descended from the wall, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao, it's far worse on the other side. It seems their attempt to steal chickens has backfired." He cast a glance at the little snake, which resembled a playful monkey, pondering whether it was somehow involved. Lin Jiao Jiao followed his gaze to Xiaoqing and instantly grasped the situation, particularly after hearing of the mother and child who had knelt for an hour. She couldn't help but chuckle, though she refrained from sharing the humor with Gu Changhe, knowing it would be difficult to explain her communication with Xiaoqing. "Let us go. Changhe, dining is of utmost importance." Lin Jiao Jiao, seizing a moment when Gu Changhe was distracted, gently patted Xiaoqing's head and inquired, "What reward do you desire?" Delighted, Xiaoqing climbed onto Lin Jiao Jiao's arm, curling up contentedly. "Mistress, permit me to accompany you henceforth." Lin Jiao Jiao found the cool touch somewhat disconcerting. "With your exceptional guarding abilities, you ought to focus on safeguarding the home." Once again, the task of guarding, Xiaoqing replied, immediately deflated. Such monotony. However, upon recalling the large yellow dog, it declared, "I shall undoubtedly perform better than that canine." Chapter 70. The Grand Assembly. "Jiao Jiao, what are you up to?" Gu Changhe inquired as he gathered firewood, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao lost in thought. "I'm coming." Lin Jiao Jiao, realizing something was amiss, hurried towards the kitchen. "What are you planning to make?" Gu Changhe's mind drifted to the meals prepared by Lin Jiao Jiao, and his previously empty stomach seemed to grumble even more. "I just bought some soybean oil. I'm going to fry some youtiao," Lin Jiao Jiao replied, eager to experiment tonight, intending to retrieve the pot by noon tomorrow, not wishing to be idle in the afternoon. "Youtiao?" Gu Changhe shook his head vigorously. "Jiao Jiao, that's too oil-intensive. You should steam some defugeo instead. It's soft and delicious. Most importantly, cornmeal is inexpensive. Although white flour tastes delightful, the aftermath can be quite painful, which is an unpleasant experience. As Lin Jiao Jiao was about to respond, a loudspeaker blared, announcing the upcoming assembly. Well, if we want to cook, it seems we cannot, she sighed. Oh no, it seems we won't be able to eat. Gu Changhe patted his stomach, realizing their home was devoid of provisions, leaving him with no means to fill his belly. How can we not eat? One must sustain oneself. Lin Jiao Jiao took a basin, scooped a bowl of cornmeal, added half a bowl of flour, cracked 2 eggs, sprinkled in a pinch of salt, chopped scallions, and mixed it all with water until it formed a batter. Once the large pot was heated, she poured in a little oil and swiftly added a generous bowl of batter, creating a large pancake. Gu Changhe, taken aback, blinked in astonishment as the pancake swiftly landed on a plate. He tore off a piece, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious." He quickly offered another piece to Lin Jiao Jiao. "Wife, you must taste this. Shall we sell this in the city? It would surely be a hit. I'm making this simply because it's quick." Lin Jiao Jiao observed Gu Changhe's excitement and felt a flicker of doubt. The flavor was indeed delightful, yet selling this seemed rather unremarkable. Such a delectable pancake. And you're not considering selling it? What do you wish to sell instead? I assure you, this would fly off the shelves. You want something that is both effortless and profitable, and I believe this fits the bill. Gu Changhe's fervent endorsement made Lin Jiao Jiao waver. All right then, tomorrow I shall prepare this as well, and you can taste and choose. Gu Changhe nodded, his mouth already occupied as he quickly finished off the pancake. Lin Jiao Jiao was equally swift, measuring out the batter into the pot, and before long, the thin pancakes were all cooked. They devoured their meal with such speed that not a crumb was left behind. Once they finished, they grabbed a stool and made their way to the commune. The streets now almost deserted. Upon arriving at the threshing ground, they found the team leader observing which families had not yet arrived. "Wang Dahu, call your daughters over here. I've saved you a spot." Madame Gu sat slightly behind, pursing her lips as she cast a glance at them, muttering about how one ought to sit with their in-laws rather than cling to their parental home all the time. Old man Gu shot a glare at his wife, retorting, "Why don't you suggest saving a spot for yourself? Let the elders claim a place while the younger generation fears for their longevity." Just as Madame Gu finished speaking, Wang Dahe's voice erupted. "You old hag, spewing nonsense. You could save a seat for your own son. Why is it any different?" Wang Dahua wished to utter even harsher curses, yet she hesitated, knowing that such maledictions could tarnish her moral integrity, and she could not allow them to fall upon her children. Old Master Gu nudged old Madame Gu with his elbow, exasperated by her inability to remain calm for even a moment. The Lin family was utterly unyielding, showing no regard whatsoever. Old Madame Gu pinched Wang Xiaohong sharply, scolding her for being so idle and not realizing the space she was occupying, as if her husband could come to her aid. Wang Xiaohong opened her mouth, but upon encountering her mother-in-law's fierce gaze, she found herself unable to utter a single word. She did think that occupying space was far easier than laboring. Lin Jiao Jiao approached, sensing the charged atmosphere. With a smile, she settled beside Wang Dahua. "Mother, have they stirred up trouble again?" She sighed. "How did you end up with such a mother-in-law?" Wang Dahua glanced at Gu Changhe, choosing her words carefully. "It matters not, as long as Changhe treats me well." Lin Jiao Jiao turned to Gu Changhe, winking at him and giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Gu Changhe immediately straightened up, suppressing the urge to withdraw his hand, fearing his plump wife might resort to some dramatic gesture. The sensation of being pinned against the wall was not entirely unpleasant, yet the current setting was far from appropriate. Observing the deep flush on Gu Changhe's face, Lin Jiao Jiao decided against teasing him further and instead turned to greet others. Wang Dahua's lips curled into a smile at the sight of her daughter's joy, lifting her spirits as well, even if it felt somewhat unrestrained. "Jiao Jiao, why have you arrived so late?" she inquired. "We were so busy that we didn't even manage to eat dinner. Once I heard about the meeting, I hurriedly prepared a meal." Wang Dahua instantly thought of her daughter's dwindling finances and quickly rummaged through her pockets, discreetly slipping some money into Lin Jiao Jiao's hand. "Dear, do not waste it on frivolities. Ensure you buy something to eat. You must not go hungry, understand?" Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at the handful of coins, some 1 yuan, some mere dimes and cents. Her eyes welled with emotion, and she instinctively attempted to return the money. Wang Dahua glanced around nervously and pressed Lin Jiao Jiao's hand back down. You foolish girl, do you wish for the whole world to know? Lin Jiao Jiao paused, realizing further protest was futile. Mother, you are truly wonderful, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Of course, you are my beloved daughter, Wang Dahua replied, causing Lin Jiao Jiao to momentarily freeze, feeling as if she had stolen something precious. Zheng Wanjun, seated behind them, felt a surge of indignation. She pushed Lin, exclaiming, Look at your mother. Her favoritism is blatant. Lin shrugged off her arm. You best behave, for no one should provoke my sister. Otherwise, you'll surely incur my mother's wrath. He had no desire to be drawn into any more drama. Feeling utterly exhausted, Zheng Wanjun pouted but refrained from further protest. Yet her grip tightened as the baby in her arms began to wail. With no one else concerned for her or the child, she could only soothe the little one, feeling utterly frustrated by the indifference shown towards her plight. She was perplexed. Since her mother-in-law adored her daughter so much, why could she not extend a modicum of kindness towards her own daughter? Lin Jiao Jiao was drawn in by the captain's words. Indeed, the land was allocated directly to the households. This year's autumn harvest, like in years past, would still involve the distribution of grain. The crowd was electrified by this news. Although there were dissenting voices, they were swiftly drowned out. Wang Dahua grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and exclaimed, Jiao Jiao, just look at how fortunate you are. You have only just married, and we are already dividing the land. Wang Dahua's voice was quite loud, prompting many curious glances from those around. Even Lin Jiao Jiao found herself at a loss. Chapter 71. Speak honestly. Mother Lin Jiao Jiao tugged at Wang Dahua, feeling a bit shy under the intense gaze of those around them. Wang Dahua, fazit, replied. What's the matter? Am I wrong? Look at your little chubby hands. They're so tender. How can you manage farm work? Well, now that we have land to share, we can all lend a hand, and you won't have to do anything. Gu Changhe quickly interjected, Mother, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's no rush. I could take my time with the work. I have strength, so I shouldn't let you all tire yourselves out. Though Lin Jiao Jiao was reluctant to do farm work, she was even less inclined to burden others, especially as she wished to seize the opportunity to contribute in some way. Jiao Jiao, it's cooler to work in the morning or evening, Gu Changhe reasoned, believing it was a man's duty to labor outside. Old Master Lin chuckled, Jiao Jiao. We are tough and resilient. Working a bit more is nothing. The most important thing is that your brothers are slacking off. Zheng Wanju tugged at Lin, urging, Look, no matter how biased you are, you can't let this group exhaust themselves. Yang Chuiping promptly assured, Mother, rest easy. With Lin Mu and me around, we won't let our little sister wear herself out. Lin Mu nodded, I have plenty of strength. Lin, feeling exasperated, shrugged off Zheng Wanju, muttering that even eating dung was better than being left out of the action. They couldn't escape the work. So it was better to be proactive and observe how the elder brother and sister-in-law claimed their share of the labor before even starting. Meanwhile, his wife, instead of helping, seemed to hinder him. Mother, don't forget about me. I can help after school. Lin Xiao chimed in cheerfully. Grandma, I can help too. Tai Tu raised his little arm. Lin nearly spoke up but swallowed his words. What were these pesky kids meddling for? Gu Chang, he realized he needed to step up, or he would be outshone. The surrounding onlookers regarded the family as if they were fools. Yet no one dared to speak out. It was truly absurd that this daughter was so indulged, refusing to engage in labor while making such lofty claims. Wang Xiaoong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, And if you spoil Jiao Jiao so much, people will gossip. She is my daughter. I will cherish her as I please. If anyone dares to chatter, I will tear their mouths apart, Wang Dahua declared, hands on her hips, ready to defend her daughter. Wang Xiaohong, seeing the fierce demeanor, promptly fell silent, realizing the folly of underestimating good intentions. When the village began to speak, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Jiao Jiao felt tears welling in her eyes. Once autumn arrived and the harvest was complete, she intended to take her family into the city to set up a stall, determined to save up capital for whatever endeavors lay ahead. Wang Dahua patted Lin Jiao Jiao's chubby hand. In the past, such sentiments would have filled her with delight, but now, as a married woman, Her politeness felt somewhat uncomfortable. As they turned to head back, old Master Gu called Gu Changhe aside for a private conversation with his daughter. Jiao Jiao, if you're not accustomed to rough work, don't force yourself. It may be better to take advantage of your newlywed status and consider starting a family soon. A son will solidify your husband's devotion to you. Mother, I've only just married a few days ago. There's no hurry, she replied. Lin Jiao Jiao was suddenly urged to conceive, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Silly girl, the fresher the marriage, the more you must seize the opportunity. For it is during this time that the man is most invigorated, Wang Dehua remarked, giving her a knowing look before patting her shoulder and departing. As Lin Jiao Jiao entered the courtyard, her mind was still in a daze. Freshness? Could it be that she herself was experiencing it? Old Master Gu approached the entrance, still not having clarified matters with the young man. Changhe, speak honestly. Is everything all right with you? Of course. Gu Changhe replied succinctly, wishing he could cover himself, his gaze fixed on the ground. That's good. Since you're fine, in a year or so, I shall arrange for you to marry again. Do not be deceived by the size of her dowry. Her flaws are numerous. Not only is she unattractive, but childbirth would also necessitate a hospital visit. With that kind of money, how many wives could one marry? Gu Changhe looked at old Master Gu incredulously. Dad, what are you saying? It was my suggestion to go to the hospital for childbirth. Moreover, if you disapprove of our hospital visits, why don't you manage those around you and stop administering any concoctions? Old Master Gu, infuriated, glared at him. You foolish boy, this is all for your own good. Since it has already happened, I suggest you wait a year or so, then conveniently find an excuse to sweep this matter under the rug. What excuse should I find? Lin Jiao Jiao suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling old Master Gu. You. How could you eavesdrop on our conversation? Lin Jiao Jiao shrugged. I've been in the courtyard all along. She could have chosen to remain hidden to avoid the awkwardness, but she felt it necessary to confront the old man, ensuring that he understood the implications of his actions so that he would not later question her demeanor. Old Master Gu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Yet, as an elder, what was there to fear? He snorted and turned back into the courtyard, convinced she wouldn't cause much of a stir. Gu Chang, he felt uneasy. Regardless of the circumstances, this was his biological father, and he found himself caught in the middle, unsure of how to navigate the situation. After closing the door, he entered the house and said, Jiao Jiao, I truly did not mean it that way. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, I understand. However, I am a rather petty person, in the smallest of ways. If someone wrongs me once, I shall not grant them a second chance. Gu Chang, he felt a chill run down his spine. What did that mean? Was she genuinely angry with him? Seeing her silent, he helplessly shook his head. Indeed, marriage was not as simple as merely being together. As night fell, she went to wash up, only to remember afterward that she needed to prepare youtiao for the morning. To expedite the process, she went to knead the dough, but the heat made it challenging without a refrigerator, so she suspended it in the well for cooling. After finishing her tasks, she returned to bed, utterly exhausted from the day. Xiao Qing observed the two of them, noting how their earlier affection had soured after a brief outing. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. It glanced at the large wooden chest on the bed, deeming it a suitable spot. This would be its domain in the future. Seeing that Lin Jiao Jiao was upset, Gu Chang, he made a point to take a shower, knowing her fondness for cleanliness. And only then did he join her on the bed. Yet upon seeing Lin Jiao Jiao, he faltered, too timid to approach and embrace her plump arm. He stared at the ceiling, realizing that without holding her arm, sleep would elude him. He waited and waited until Lin Jiao Jiao finally drifted off to slumber. Only then did he cautiously draw near, wrapping his arms around her soft limb, but his eyelids swiftly began to betray him. Lin Jiao Jiao stirred slightly, yet she did not withdraw her arm. Xiao Qing buried her head within her body, finding the pair's awkwardness more uncomfortable to witness than their intimacy. In the middle of the night, Grandma Gu awoke, urgently needing to relieve herself, and as she climbed out of bed, she noticed the lingering sounds from her eldest son's room, realizing that this little minx was truly restless. Chapter 72. Uncertainty. Gu Changqing lay exhausted on the bed, saying, You need to show a bit of spirit. Do not squander the effort I put into this. Wang Xiaohong had long since succumbed to slumber. Gu Changqing gave her a nudge, she felt like a lifeless fish. How could it be that after such a short duration, things had grown increasingly lackluster? If only she were a bit more vivacious, perhaps the atmosphere wouldn't be so dreary. This thought brought Lin Jiao Jiao to mind, but the image of her plump figure made him shake his head. One would have to be unwell to find appeal in a pig. With this reflection, he found Wang Xiaohong somewhat more agreeable. The following day, Lin Jiao Jiao opened her eyes to see Gu Changhe grinning foolishly at her. She glanced at her own position and hurriedly adjusted her chubby limbs. "Did I not tell you? Keep your distance while sleeping." "Jiao Jiao, I am quite far." Gu Changhe replied, tilting his chin. "Look, I'm almost pressed against the wall." He had dreamt of a fire roasting him warmly, unable to escape it, only to awaken and realize it was his plump wife embracing him. Lin Jiao Jiao cleared her throat. "What time is it? Get up quickly. We have much to do today." She had thought her vigilance would rouse her the slightest sound, yet she had slept so soundly. Gu Changhe noticed her cheeks reddening, finally feeling a sense of triumph. "Jiao Jiao, you can't just take advantage and run away. You owe me a kiss, no, 3. As he leaned closer with a cheerful grin, Lin Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes but relented, leaning in for a peck on the lips, biting her lip as she did so. Gu Changhe chuckled with delight. He had been so worried the night before, fearing that Jiao Jiao might find him unlucky like others. Clearly, he had been overly anxious. His plump wife was incomparable to those others. "Why are you grinning like a fool? Hurry up and start the fire?" Lin Jiao Jiao chided, shaking her head at his silliness. They had shared such intimate moments, yet a few kisses left him foolishly happy. "All right," Gu Changhe exclaimed, springing up with newfound energy. Once Lin Jiao Jiao finished her morning routine, she brought out the dough they had prepared the night before and asked Gu Changhe to fetch 50 eggs from the village. He swiftly collected them from 2 households. Upon his return, Lin Jiao Jiao had already begun frying the dough sticks. After frying, they would make pancakes. This time the dough was made with more corn flour than white flour. Gu Changhe examined the pancake, noting it was similar yet distinct from yesterday's. The increased corn flour was complemented by an egg on top, along with dough sticks, cilantro, and scallions. "Jiao Jiao, does this even require comparison? You've added so many ingredients. Just these materials alone are incomparable to yesterday's," he said, taking a bite that was so delicious he felt he might swallow his tongue. Lin Jiao Jiao rolled one for herself and began to eat, saying, "Changhe, I'll make a few more to send to my mother for her to try." With his mouth full, Gu Changhe nodded vigorously. The large portion was quite filling and not only delicious but also satisfying. "Jiao Jiao, where did you learn all this?" Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes darted around. "It was quite simple, a pancake wrapped with vegetables, albeit I executed it with greater finesse. You must know I have a master who has traveled extensively and possesses a wealth of knowledge. I learned everything from him." Gu Changhe nodded in understanding, realizing that it indeed bore resemblance to the pancake with vegetables. "Exactly, this is called jianbing guozi, though our method differs slightly." After finishing her meal, Lin Jiao Jiao went on to roll more. She didn't prepare in excess, crafting 4 large pieces, breaking them in half to double the quantity, and carefully wrapping them in oiled paper before placing them in a basket. Gu Changhe, carrying the basket, also picked up a fried dough stick. Taking a bite that revealed an exceptionally crisp texture, it was delightful to eat it just like that. Old Master Gu, catching the enticing aroma in the courtyard, wondered what delectable dish was being prepared so early in the morning. Reflecting on last night, he hesitated to approach directly. Hearing commotion nearby, he hurried to the front gate and spotted Gu Changhe holding the basket, with a fried dough stick clamped between his teeth. He quickly extended his hand. No matter the situation with his daughter-in-law, she still had to consider her in-law's sentiments, striving to please him with her culinary efforts. "You little rascal, what do you think you're running off to?" His hand froze mid-air, but Gu Changhe was already retreating in the opposite direction. "Dad, I must deliver this hot food to my mother-in-law. After your complaints yesterday, bringing you some would be akin to slapping you in the face. No matter how thick-skinned one is, such an affront is unacceptable." Gu Changhe aimed to school his father, who perpetually lacked awareness. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything worthwhile. Old Master Gu was vexed. It was just a fried dough stick. If he didn't want it, so be it. But why shout as if he had committed a grave offense? He stormed back to the courtyard. What time is it? Still no sign of breakfast? Hurry up and finish, then get out to work. Don't let tardiness cost you work points. Old Madame Gu noticed the tension brewing next door, realizing her husband was venting his frustrations on them. However, seeing his grim visage, she dared not speak and hurried to the kitchen to urge them along. Upon entering, she was taken aback by her extravagant daughter-in-law, struggling to boil water as if she were in labor. Her frustration boiled over. What fate have I met? How did I end up with such a daughter-in-law? Look at the time. Others have already eaten, and you're just getting out of bed. How shameless can one be? Wang Xiaohong was too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. She wished she could hurry, but her body felt as though it were about to crumble. Old Madame Gu found herself unable to harbor resentment. Seeing her daughter-in-law in such a state, what toll must her elder son be bearing? She decided to check in the backyard to see how many eggs the hens had laid, planning to boil one to nourish him. Gu Changhe, carrying the basket with a light step, entered the main door and immediately spotted Wang Dahua. Mother, Jiao Jiao made these. You must try them. They are delicious. He whispered. They're meant for selling in the city. Keep an eye out. All right. Wang Dahua, initially prepared to refuse, quickly changed her tune. However, upon opening the basket, she exclaimed, What is this? Why so many? You can't keep doing this. It would be better to save them for sale. Consuming them all is such a waste. Mother, eat while they're hot. I must be off. Gu Changhe called out before preparing to leave. Oh, since you're here, do bring back some vegetables. There are a few persimmons in the garden that have ripened perfectly, and now is the ideal time to enjoy them. I shall also pick a few eggplants for you to take home to make a delightful sauce that pairs wonderfully with rice. Wang Dahua intercepted Ye Changhe, who had just been contemplating finishing up the picking and sending it over with his eldest son. By the way, I almost forgot. Jiao Jiao also needs some fermented soybean paste. Upon hearing about the sauce, Gu Changhe remembered. Very well, I shall prepare a jar for you. But you do consume it rather excessively. It is quite salty, and too much could irritate your throat. Just as Wang Dahua finished speaking, sounds of clattering and commotion emanated from the kitchen. Chapter 73. Still too small second. What is your wife up to again? If she dares to break anything of mine, I shall strip her of her skin. Wang Dahua bellowed. Lin rushed in from the backyard, darting straight into the kitchen. Zheng Wanjun, unable to contain herself, made a bit too much noise, not anticipating her mother-in-law's explosive wrath. Regardless of whether anyone was present, had she known, she would have refrained from acting impulsively. Are you simply gluttonous and have nothing better to do? Day after day, you fail to learn your lessons. Don't let this come back to haunt me. Lin seethed with frustration, questioning how he could have married such a troublesome wife. What is she good for? All she does is hinder progress. Can I be blamed for this? Just look at how your sister comes back every day to take things. When will it end? Zheng Wanjun had never witnessed such frequent visits to her family home. In such a short span, how many times had she returned? And each time, she left chaos in her wake. It's just a few persimmons. Lin felt overwhelmed, pondering why she could not grasp simple numbers. Having taken so much of her dowry, does she really need to plunder the garden for a few vegetables? This ruckus won't end well, especially with my brother-in-law watching. What do they think of us? Just a few persimmons, you say lightly. How many have you eaten? Zheng Wanjun had long desired to taste them, but on the day she picked one, her mother-in-law had remarked how she craved them, as if she would go to great lengths to keep track of how many would ripen each day. Feeling a pang of jealousy, Lin replied, Just keep a low profile. If you provoke my mother, what will become of the household chores? You will bear the burden alone. Do not drag me into this. Wang Dahua, having come to fetch a jar, overheard their exchange and nearly wished to pry open the heads of the couple to understand their myriad of thoughts. She only remembers her daughter returning for vegetables, but forgets the things her daughter brings back. With a basket in hand, she turned from the kitchen and called everyone from the yard. Eldest, second, hurry and see what your younger sister has prepared. She is thinking of you, and has brought a whole basket. However, some individuals simply stir up trouble. They only notice when I pick a few vegetables, completely oblivious to what my daughter has contributed. Such people do not deserve to partake in this. At this point, Wang Dahua turned to Gu Changhe and inquired, What is this? Jianbing Guizi. Gu Changhe quickly replied, Jianbing Guizi? This is no mere jianbing. It is a large pancake wrapped around an assortment of fillings, undoubtedly more delectable than the jianbing itself. Wang Dahua immediately recalled the vendor selling large pancakes, but, remembering the secret shared with her daughter, swallowed her words. Smells delightful. My daughter has married and has learned to cook. Just moments ago, Lin Laoi had regarded Gu Changhe favorably, but now, something felt amiss. Gu Changhe nodded with a smile. Jiao Jiao's cooking is exceptional, surpassing even the city's finest chefs. Zheng Wanjun burst into laughter upon hearing this. Eldest sister, do listen. Who is he speaking of? Our little sister cannot even light a fire. If she can manage to cook anything, I consider her impressive. She had initially thought Lin Jiao Jiao had returned, but was relieved to find only Gu Changhe present. Upon being called out, Yang Cuiping's face immediately displayed an unnatural expression. My younger sister-in-law is quite clever. She learns everything swiftly, Zheng Wanjun remarked, scoffing slightly. Such flattery is excessive, Gu Changhe interjected. I can cook, and even if I couldn't, it wouldn't be a hindrance. Skilled chefs always have several assistants by their side. Indeed, my eldest daughter is a natural-born master chef, Wang Dahua readily agreed. Cough, cough. Old Master Lin shot Wang Dahua a pointed glance. Enough of that boasting. We, as her parents, are well aware of her true abilities. Just as Wang Dahua was about to critique, she realized it would reflect poorly on her daughter if the food looked appealing but tasted mediocre. After a moment's hesitation, she plucked a piece to taste, then another, and soon found herself reaching for more. Old Master Lin, unable to bear it any longer, took one for himself. Savoring bite after bite. Changhe was indeed right, he acknowledged. Lin Xiao, observing the scene, felt anxious. Mom, Dad, why are you only focused on eating? Wang Dahua glanced at her daughter, quickly setting aside her own portion. After all, this was a special treat sent by her daughter, and it was only fitting that she enjoyed it. The others were merely guests, sampling the offerings. She grabbed a large plate and a knife, dividing the food into ample portions for the adults and smaller ones for the children. Zheng Wanjun extended her hand, but before she could even touch the food, 2 large red marks appeared on her hand. With tear-filled eyes, she looked toward Wang Dahua. Holding her chopsticks, Wang Dahua retorted, Have you no shame? Have you forgotten what you just said? My daughter brought a basket full of food, while I only offered you a few vegetable leaves. Who, pray tell? Is it a disadvantage here? Zheng Wanjun felt wronged. How could she have known that Gu Changhe would arrive with such a feast? This was so unlike Lin Jiao Jiao, who usually guarded her food fiercely. Suddenly, she became wary, wondering if there was an ulterior motive at play. Lin, about to assert his status as an adult and question why he was given a smaller portion, noticed Zheng Wanjun had yet to taste anything and wisely swallowed his words. Delicious, he thought, though he was perplexed by the ingredients that made it so exquisite, having had only a couple of bites. Why couldn't my little sister bring more? Gu Changhe, growing impatient, wondered when they would get to the main dish. He was still waiting for the sauce. Wang Dahua savored her last bite, relishing the moment, when she suddenly spotted Gu Changhe and slapped her thigh. Oh dear, how could I forget about you? Wait, don't rush. I'll fetch it for you. I knew it. There must be a reason for the food delivery, Zheng Wanjun muttered under her breath, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Wang Dahua emerged with a jar of sauce, her temper flaring at Zheng Wanjun's comment. You wasteful creature. You truly have no memory of past lessons. A whole basket of pastries is worth less than a jar of sauce. You're less sensible than a 3-year-old. Zheng Wanjun felt a rush of heat to her face, but remained undeterred, casting a scrutinizing gaze, wondering if there was any hidden stash. Ultimately, she uncovered nothing but vegetables and a jar of sauce. This shouldn't be the case, she thought. Young man, take care of your wife. Refrain from embarrassing yourself in public. Wang Dahua found it pointless to waste time on this fool. Gu Changhe merely exchanged pleasantries before preparing to leave. Lin Xiao dashed out, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, allow me to carry that for you. Mother, I shall skip dinner and head straight to school. Wang Dahua shot him a glare, as if to say, Who do you think is oblivious? Old Master Lin watched with envy, constrained by his seniority, unable to shamelessly partake in the meal like the youth. Tai Tu observed his tightly clenched hands, realizing he was still too young. Even if he could conceive of it, he was unable to act upon it. Chapter 74. The feeling of being well-fed, dear sister. I brought persimmons for you. Lin Jiao rushed inside, following the delightful aroma straight to the kitchen. Oh my! Even with exams approaching, you still find time to come visit me, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, her gaze fixated on the fried dough sticks, nearly drooling. Dear sister, with all this indulgence, will you still give me pocket money later? Lin Jiao teased, yet his hands were already earnestly grabbing a fried dough stick, devouring it eagerly. Look at how you eat. I shall prepare another pancake roll for you, Lin Jiao Jiao observed, immediately recognizing the gluttonous spark ignited within him. Lin Jiao nodded fervently, yes. Yes. You are the best sister. Jiao Jiao, I would like another one too. Gu Changhe had visited the Lin family and was so captivated by their appetizing meal that he found himself quite hungry. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled in agreement. Everyone relished their own culinary creations, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. The ready-made batter required only a heated pan. In no time, a pancake was sizzling away. Lin Jiao stood in awe, witnessing the pancake emerge, followed by the addition of vegetables and sauces, transforming into a delectable roll in his hands, feeling as though it was all a dream. Sister, when did you become so adept at cooking? It's like magic. I've always possessed this skill. It merely depends on my desire to do so, Lin Jiao Jiao replied. Noticing Lin Jiao's curiosity, she quickly added, your mouth won't be satisfied if you keep talking. Hurry up and finish, so you can go to school. If your grades suffer, don't blame me for being strict. Lin Jiao rolled his eyes. Sister, just prepare the money. He was confident in his abilities. Study hard. I am preparing for something too. This pancake roll, isn't just for eating. I plan to sell in the city. Lin Jiao was taken aback by her words. Rest assured, sister. In the future, I will succeed and earn money to buy you sweets and beautiful clothes. If brother-in-law bullies you, I will stand up for you. Changhe, here you go. Lin Jiao Jiao handed the freshly rolled pancake to Gu Changhe, winking at the stunned Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao no longer found the pancake appealing. Wasn't he brother-in-law just outside? When did he come in? He thought his sister could have at least given him a heads up. He wondered if Gu Changhe had said anything inappropriate. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, finding it amusing that he needed to be defended. Lin Jiao finished the last few bites and picked up his backpack, saying, brother-in-law, I'm off to school. Come by any time. Gu Changhe mumbled with his mouth full. Sure, brother-in-law. You're truly my dear brother-in-law. Lin Jiao felt a surge of embarrassment. How could brother-in-law be so kind, never holding anything against him? As long as he treated his sister well, Lin Jiao vowed to reciprocate that kindness in the future. What is up with this kid? Why is he acting so strange? Gu Changhe pondered, observing Lin Jiao's retreating figure, intrigued by his odd behavior. Lin Jiao Jiao had intended to tease the little rascal, but to her surprise, he seemed genuinely sensitive, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Speaking ill? Gu Changhe gradually widened his eyes, contemplating the possibility that this young man might be speaking ill of him. How could that be? He was unaware that this lad idolized him, often circling around him. He assumed Lin Jiao Jiao was merely jesting. Lin Jiao Jiao found it peculiar. She was a person of utmost sincerity, always speaking the truth, so why was he skeptical? After finishing his meal, Gu Changhe said, Jiao Jiao, I'll go fetch the pot myself today. You stay at home. I can ride the tricycle faster alone. Riding the tricycle was not particularly difficult. With a bit more practice, he would become even more adept. That won't do. I still need to fry some youtiao to bring to the city this afternoon. Lin Jiao Jiao had not prepared much. Only about 40 pieces just to test the waters. Gu Changhe was anxious but thought it over and replied, the new pot needs to be properly cleaned before it can be used. That's easy. I didn't buy any meat yesterday, so after I fetch the pot and clean it, I'll buy some fatty pork in the city. That should suffice. Jiao Jiao, you didn't buy the meat yesterday just for eating? Gu Changhe immediately felt he had been presumptuous, thinking Lin Jiao Jiao had just finished eating meat and was craving it again. Of course it was for eating. I bought 2 pounds of meat. Using a bit for the pot leaves plenty left for a meal. I still haven't had enough of the braised pork from last time. Lin Jiao Jiao thought, feeling a headache coming on. However, no matter how much she thought about dieting, it shouldn't interfere with eating. She could always eat a little less. Gu Changhe was at a loss for words. 2 pounds of meat. If this got out, his plump wife would surely become the most extravagant in the village. But what would it feel like to have enough meat? He was curious to find out. Jiao Jiao, just wait a little longer. Once I earn some money, I will definitely buy you 2 pounds of meat so you can indulge. For today, let's just buy 2 tails. We won't need much for the pot. At most 1 tail, which should satisfy your craving. Lin Jiao Jiao's lips twitched. 1 tail of meat? What was that? It was hardly worth eating. It would only whet her appetite further. All right, since we're going to try today, there is still much to prepare. First, I need to gather firewood. I'll go chop the firewood, Gu Chang had declared, rushing to the backyard. Seizing the opportunity while he was away, Lin Jiao Jiao slipped into the space. Oh dear, the growth rate of the same planted items in the space is markedly different, she noted. The bok choy, cilantro, and green onions were all ready to eat. She desperately needed these, as the garden would not yield any produce for some time. She gathered a large basket of vegetables, intending not to take them out immediately, but to mix them in when needed. While they consumed from the space, she could not take out too much, otherwise. Even Gu Changhe, with his obliviousness, would start to suspect. After finishing with the vegetables and watering the garden, she went to feed the chickens and rabbits. The newly hatched chicks were already ready for normal feeding and no longer required special care. They grew remarkably fast in the space. If things continued this way, she would soon enjoy a life of daily meat consumption. The mere thought of meat made her unconsciously touch her own body. She hurried over to scoop a ladle of spring water and drank it all down. This would strengthen her body and hopefully help shed some of the unhealthy fat. Xiao Qing lay upon the stone, having roamed outside for a considerable while, yet still felt most at ease within the confines of her space. Before exiting, Lin Jiao Jiao offered a reminder. Xiao Qing, do not lose yourself in there. You must remain vigilant of the outside, especially with the family next door. Rest assured, my master, I shall guard our home diligently, leaving no blade of grass or twig unattended. Xiao Qing had taken special care to observe De Huang, finding that watching over the household was quite simple. With Lin Jiao Jiao reassured, she stepped out of the space. She also prepared additional provisions for the chickens and rabbits. Knowing she would not return too early today, Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Chang, he set off to prepare separately, swiftly organizing everything needed for their trip to the city, loading it all onto the tricycle before embarking on their journey. Chapter 75. Delving into the pursuit of wealth, Lin Jiao Jiao rode along, while Gu Changhe found himself unable to ride at all. Seated behind, she caused the tricycle to lose its balance entirely, rendering it rather unstable. At long last, they arrived. Gu Changhe felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a grown man, he was being carried by a woman. Jiao Jiao, if only our village were this close to the city, he mused. This remark sparked a realization in Lin Jiao Jiao. Though the journey took less than an hour and was not particularly far, hauling so many items daily, especially with the addition of a pot, would render the little tricycle slow, and it might even require pushing at times. Let us retrieve the pot first, and then we can assess today's sales, she suggested. It will surely go well. It's so delicious it must sell, though the price is rather steep. I think 20 cents would be reasonable. At that price, we could still make 5 or 6 cents. Gu Changhe calculated the expenses, noting that the eggs would be the bulk of the cost, at 5 cents each. The oil sticks, pancakes, and the vegetables rolled inside would hardly add up to 10 cents, so each could indeed yield a profit of 5 cents. Today we brought 46 oil sticks. If they all sell, we could earn over 2 yuan. But if we follow my wife's suggestion of 30 cents each, that feels rather exploitative. Let us give it a try, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, envisioning a price of 30 cents each. When it comes to selling food, one must at least double the cost. Moreover, considering the effort we put into traveling this far, labor costs must be factored in. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they failed to sell, they would naturally have to lower the price. As they approached the Yang household, Yang Tiefu happened to emerge from within. Brother, sister-in-law, you arrived quite punctually. I was just about to head to the village entrance to greet you. The pot is ready. I've cleaned it thoroughly and even crafted a wooden lid with my own hands. Lin Jiao Jiao promptly expressed her gratitude, having momentarily overlooked this detail. Although a lid was unnecessary during cooking, it would be essential on the journey to keep dust at bay. Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe straightened his posture. feeling a sense of pride in his brother's thoughtfulness. Tiefu, once I earn some money, I shall treat you to a drink. Brother, no need for such formalities. My father praised you, saying you are a person of foresight. He mentioned that we are planning to open a blacksmith shop, and you have already taken the lead. We did not expect you to act so swiftly, even before land distribution. However, curiosity lingered. But we are eager to know how you managed to take leave. Yang Tiefu inquiret. Before he could finish, Yang's father interrupted him. You foolish boy, why would you speak of such matters? We could discuss it privately at home. What is wrong? Aren't you all curious? Yang Tiefu felt no remorse for his words. Gu Changhe gestured dismissively. Uncle, it's quite all right. It's nothing that cannot be shared. During our wedding, my stepmother mistakenly prepared some inappropriate items, which caused us a bit of trouble. The brigade granted us a few days off. We just returned from the hospital yesterday. How could this happen? Yang Tiefu was about to press further, but his father halted him. Just yesterday, he had envied those who could take leave. Today, he felt sympathy instead. The urgency to earn money might indeed have been for medical expenses. If they had been to the hospital, it must have been quite serious. Surely it wasn't tea poison. Was it? He pondered for a moment before saying, as for the payment for this pot, let us wait until you have earned some money. We are not in a hurry. Indeed, we are not in a rush, Yang Tiefu exclaimed joyfully, believing that his father had not become too engrossed in money matters after all. It seemed there was hope yet. That one tea do, Lin Jiao Jiao interjected, producing the remaining money and also extracting a chicken from her backpack. She had thoroughly inspected the items. Both the frying pan and the large iron bucket for the firewood beneath were precisely what she needed. It was the size that troubled her. Yang's father felt embarrassed, particularly upon seeing the wild chicken. His face flushed with shame. Uncle, we had an agreement. If you do not take it, we may not dare to come back next time, Gu Changhe remarked, noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's satisfaction with the pot, and he handed over both the money and the chicken. All right, whenever you need something in the future, just come by. I shall ensure you receive a fair price, Yang's father conceded without further hesitation. Lin Jiao Jiao surveyed the fully loaded tricycle. It would require one person to push while another held on from behind. Gu Changhe pushed it for quite a distance before he could not help but say, Jiao Jiao, with all these items, how will we manage tomorrow? Lin Jiao Jiao reflected for a moment and replied, let us see how today goes. If we make some profit, we can rent a room. That would solve everything. Gu Changhe shook his head at the notion of renting. They could only work for a few days, and any earnings would merely go towards rent, which seemed impractical. Besides, imposing upon the Yang family would create an obligation, and even less so upon the family of his wife's third brother, which would lead to chaos. Lin Jiao Jiao instructed Gu Changhe to stop the tricycle. They were now at the factory housing complex, with a bustling market nearby, and a large hospital further down the road. A rather decent location. Gu Changhe unloaded the pot, and Lin Jiao Jiao proceeded to buy some meat. Having not yet earned any money, she refrained from overindulging and purchased only half a pound. Once the fire was lit, Lin Jiao Jiao sliced 2 generous pieces of fatty meat, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing a crowd. What are you all doing? Someone inquired. We are selling food, absolutely affordable and delicious. We've just started the fire. Everyone can wait a moment. This is our first time here, and I will prepare some samples for you to taste. Regardless of whether you decide to buy or not, Lin Jiao Jiao announced, while she greased the bottom of the pan with the fatty meat. After several attempts to coat the pan, she began frying the pancakes. To her surprise, the first pancake turned out exceptionally well, more evenly cooked than those from her larger home pot. She spread out a large pancake, cracked an egg on top, spread it evenly, flipped it, added fried dough sticks and vegetables, brushed on some sauce, rolled it up, and then cut it into small pieces for everyone to sample. Even though the pieces were modest, there were only about 10, not everyone could taste them. How does it taste? Those who had not yet grabbed a piece eagerly asked. Strangely, no one responded. Could it be that they were unable to accept the flavor? Gu Changhe was filled with doubt. He decided to taste a piece first. Could it be that this dish was inferior to what he could prepare at home? However, Lin Jiao Jiao did not wait and continued to cook. These were pancakes filled with ingredients, priced at 30 cents each, and there were a total of 45 available, attracting a queue of eager buyers. Upon hearing the price, some individuals hesitated momentarily, but once they learned of the quantity, several quickly made their way to the front of the line. One person was the first to produce 30 cents and handed it to Gu Changhe, declaring, "My good fellow, I would like one large pancake, please. And I as well." Chapter 76. A windfall. Everyone took the initiative to pay, leaving Gu Changhe momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he beamed as he collected the money. "No need to rush. Everyone, come one by one. If you haven't tried it yet, rest assured to purchase. Just take a whiff of this aroma and inquire with those who have tasted it. I assure you, my wife's culinary skills are exceptional." Lin Jiao Jiao worked diligently, deftly serving one pancake after another, her speed remarkable. 45 pancakes vanished in less than an hour. The pace of sales eclipsed even the time spent on the road. "How can we make so few?" Those who missed out lamented, having inhaled the enticing fragrance yet grasping nothing. Even a mere taste would have sufficed. Gu Changhe counted the money, his smile wide enough to reveal his teeth. "Tomorrow, we shall return," he declared, eyeing the heap of goods with increasing concern. However early they had to rise, they had to make the effort. This was akin to picking up money. Anyone who didn't come would be foolish. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly urged Gu Changhe to move their belongings. The sum was trivial, a mere $13.50, yet he was filled with such exuberance. "Jiao Jiao, let us arrive before dawn tomorrow," he said, unable to contain his joy. It had taken so little time to sell out, and astonishingly, at 30 cents each. No one accused them of being unscrupulous. Lin Jiao Jiao immediately shook her head, questioning the need to rise so early. Besides, with the addition of frying dough sticks, they would hardly get any sleep that night. But think of the earnings. "Look, we've already made several dollars today." Gu Changhe was torn between concern for his wife and the money, his face scrunched in worry. "You know the importance of making money, so let us hasten our preparations. While the time is still early, let's see if we can rent a place, ideally one with a kitchen, so we can fry the dough sticks." Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe's eyes sparkled. His plump wife was truly clever. How had he not thought of it? Even if the rent were steep, today's earnings would suffice. And the potential for greater sales was undeniable. As he tidied up, he inquired with those nearby about available rental accommodations. "Brother, you've come to the right person. I know every nook around here. Hurry and pack up. I'll take you to see some places." "Thank you," Gu Changhe responded, packing away their items and heading off with Lin Jiao Jiao to view the properties. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but marvel at the warmth of people these days. They inspected 2 single-story houses and 1 apartment. The apartment required $6 a month for a single room with a kitchen in the hallway. Without hesitation, she dismissed it. The single-story houses were a bit farther away, but pushing their cart, they could reach them in 10 minutes. One was a small room for $3, sharing a kitchen with others. The other, a room and a half with a kitchen, cost $5 a month. Both required a minimum month's payment. Lin Jiao Jiao decisively opted for the one with a kitchen, and Gu Changhe nodded in agreement without a second thought. Sharing a kitchen while selling food was indeed too inconvenient. After paying the rent, Lin Jiao Jiao purchased a padlock. They moved all their belongings inside, secured the door, and wasted no time in heading back on their bicycle. To maximize their sales tomorrow, they needed to first procure some eggs. However, funds are indeed quite tight. Today, I managed to sell over 10 coins, yet the rent consumed 5 of them. Even if eggs were to be cheaper, they would still cost 5 cents each. For 400, that amounts to 20 coins. Though it may not sound like a significant sum, it represents a considerable amount for them. Why does it feel as if the more we struggle, the poorer we become? Changhe, when you return to the village shortly, please visit each household and inform them that we are collecting 400 eggs at 5 cents apiece. Lin Jiao Jiao calculated that after spending this 20 coins, she would have scarcely a few left. 400, such a large quantity. Gu Changhe wished to sell more, but the sheer number startled him. "Well, this is merely a day's supply. If we sell them all, we can collect more upon our return tonight." Lin Jiao Jiao also hoped to gather more, yet the lack of funds was a hindrance. One day, Gu Changhe pondered, selling 400 pancakes in a single day? How much profit would it yield? His plump wife certainly had bold aspirations. After some contemplation, he felt it unwise. "Jiao Jiao, I shall collect them from door to door myself. If we have everything delivered to our home, the neighbors will surely interfere." "Very well. Upon arriving home, Lin Jiao Jiao handed Gu Changhe the money, saying, "Once you finish collecting, it will be time for dinner. We have meat today." Gu Changhe nodded fervently. The mere mention of food invigorated him. Since marrying his wife, life had taken on a promising direction. Lin Jiao Jiao instructed Gu Changhe to take 2 baskets filled with hay and added, "Tell everyone that once you collect these, we won't need any more tomorrow." "What is that? We won't sell the remaining 400? Gu Changhe was perplexed. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. "No, it's too conspicuous to collect all in one village. Indeed, it would be feasible to gather in villages near the city." Gu Changhe could hardly fathom the sensation of collecting money. It felt almost surreal. If others were to discover this, many would undoubtedly become envious. "Changhe, why are you buying so many eggs? Aren't they sold for 5 cents each in the city as well?" Gu Changhe thought quickly. "We are short on medical funds. So I thought to gather some eggs, prepare them, and sell them. It might help supplement our medical expenses." Although he could not speak the full truth, he also could not fabricate nonsense. After all, they sold pancakes in the city, and one never knows when they might encounter someone from the village. "I see." The person refrained from further inquiry, and soon the word spread without much chatter. However, behind the scenes, the old Gu family received their share of scorn. Gu Changhe traversed half the village and finally managed to collect all the eggs. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. This home finally felt like a true home. "Jiao Jiao, I'm back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Lin Jiao Jiao had prepared a bowl of rice accompanied by minced meat and eggplant. Gu Changhe inhaled the fragrant aroma and hurried outside to wash his hands. Old Gu stood at the entrance, savoring the delightful scent and swallowing in anticipation. "Changhe, why have you collected eggs again? Isn't there enough from our own hens?" "Father, since you know I am collecting eggs, you should also understand my reasons," Gu Changhe replied, leaving old Gu momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had certainly heard of it, yet the old woman remarked that with so much money in hand, how could the young man possibly lack the means for medical treatment? Reflecting on this, he approached to inquire. Perhaps this lad could even summon him inside for a meal. "Long he, since you have no pressing issues, it would be a waste of money to visit the hospital. How much money do you have?" "I am well aware. That amount would suffice for even taking a new wife." "Someone like you?" Gu Changhe uttered merely 3 words. Yet they compelled the old master Gu to storm off in a huff. What sin had he committed? Were it not for the desire to ensure the lad had a sip of milk, would he have been in such a frantic rush to marry a widow? Chapter 77. No wonder the city dwellers live so well. Old Master Gu's vexation was palpable, clearly confirming what his wife had said. Ever since their eldest son's wife had entered the household, he had completely distanced himself from them, a stark contrast to how things used to be. Now that the rift had been laid bare, it would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. After all, a 3-legged toad is hard to find, but there are plenty of 2-legged women. Gu Changhe shook his head at the old man's retreating figure, wondering why he always brought up this matter. Was he truly intent on throwing caution to the wind? That would not bode well. A few instances might be excusable, but over time, even the most magnanimous Jiao Jiao would begin to keep score. After washing his hands, he entered the house. "Jiao Jiao, it seems we have a promising avenue for income now. Let us refrain from any further purchases and focus on moving first." Lin Jiao Jiao glanced outside, noting that more neighbors had arrived. However, since they were all from the same village, if things escalated, moving would not guarantee peace. Gu Changhe chuckled ruefully. "What if I suggested we sell boiled eggs? Would anyone believe that? Of course not. Yet many city dwellers sell eggs at the cinema and train stations. Selling 100 or so a day could yield a profit of a couple of yuan." Jiao Jiao had a sudden craving for eggs. "We should boil some soon. I remember there are some tea leaves in the space that we can utilize." Gu Changhe began calculating. Eggs cost 5 cents each, but once transformed into tea eggs, they could be sold for 10 cents. Adding in the cost of tea leaves and firewood was negligible. Earning a couple of yuan effortlessly each day made it clear why many aspired to urban life. Who would not relish the prospect of easy money? "Eat up. They will get cold soon," Lin Jiao Jiao reminded him. "All right, but do take it easy," Gu Changhe replied, noticing Jiao Jiao holding a small bowl. His mind immediately recalled the old doctor's words. I'm starving. Perhaps I should postpone any dieting until after this busy period. Lin Jiao Jiao also felt exasperated. How delightful it would be if one could lose weight without dieting. Gu Changhe sighed. Work is even more exhausting. He mixed the minced meat with eggplant into his rice, savoring a mouthful of its delightful flavor. Resisting such deliciousness would be torturous. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, was not merely fatigued. Her stomach had an impressive capacity, compounded by her utter lack of resistance to food. She felt her body taut and firm, yet she wondered if she had lost a bit of weight. Could that spring water truly be effective? Perhaps it was time to weigh herself again, although the scales in their village were somewhat unreliable. They had one, but it was locked away in the storeroom, only to be retrieved during the autumn harvest or when slaughtering pigs at year's end. After finishing his meal, Gu Changhe observed the empty bowls and plates. Jiao Jiao, I will take over the cooking from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao realized he was concerned for her well-being. Although she often took shortcuts in the space, completing tasks with her mind before emerging, she cherished the feeling of being cared for. Changhe, you are truly wonderful to me. Of course, you are my wife. I must treat you well. Gu Changhe could not help but smile at the thought of enjoying his own cooking, a stark contrast to what he had prepared before. It seemed passable then, but compared to Lin Jiao Jiao's culinary skills, it was akin to swine fodder. Do not claim a lack of appetite. Even Lin Jiao Jiao, despite her desire to eat, finds herself unable to indulge. After all, how discerning must one's palate be when one is such a proficient cook? Yet, amidst such sweet words, Lin Jiao Jiao perceives a hint of bitterness. She scarcely has time to ponder this when a loud knocking resounds at the front gate. Gu Changhe furrows his brow and hastens to open the door. Father, you seem to have mistaken the courtyard, he remarks. The elder Gu feels his face flush with embarrassment. Changhe, your grandmother has traveled a great distance. Please invite her in to sit. Indeed, Changhe, your grandmother and uncle heard of your marriage and have come to visit. The elder matriarch of the Gu family manages a forced smile, casting a disapproving glance at the impudent youth. Yes, Changhe has indeed made something of himself. Marrying a wife, she proclaims with a grin that resembles a blooming chrysanthemum as she squeezes her way inside. My mother is an only child. Where would I have a grandmother or uncle? Gu Changhe protests, attempting to block her with his arm, yet she insists on pushing through. Lin Jiao Jiao steps forward swiftly, positioning herself to completely obstruct the entrance. Are you foolish? Guests are guests, and we are all elders. The elder matriarch of the Jia family barks, hands on her hips. How can you say that? My mind was quite sharp until my mother-in-law meddled with me. Lin Jiao Jiao retorts, glancing at the elder Gu. ISNT that right, mother-in-law? The elder Gu, with her neck stiffened, responds, as the eldest daughter-in-law, you have already extorted us a considerable sum over trifles. Why do you continue to dwell on it? Being your stepson and daughter-in-law is exceedingly challenging. You question me, and when I remain silent, you scold me. Yet when I speak, you still rebuke me. What am I to do? Lin Jiao Jiao expresses her helplessness, standing firm at the entrance, determined that no one shall enter. Let the eldest daughter-in-law enter first. The elder Gu indicates impatiently, his meaning unmistakable. Father, I will heed our Changhe, Lin Jiao Jiao states, her gaze fixed on Gu Changhe, whose obedient demeanor causes a slight smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Father, if there is something to discuss, it can be done at your home. Gu Changhe asserts, shutting the door firmly. Lin Jiao Jiao produces a hefty lock and secures the door. The speed of her actions leaves everyone, including Gu Changhe, momentarily stunned. She had come prepared with the lock. Seeing the attention directed at her, Lin Jiao Jiao chuckles and explains, I had no choice. Last time, a thief broke into our home, so I prepared several locks. What are you all staring at? Don't you have matters to attend to? Gu Changhe's words prompt the elder Jia matriarch to seize upon the opportunity, shouting as if she has discovered a flaw. Look at this, daughters. This is the result of your indulgence. Even at this age, there is still a complete lack of manners. Do you not find it disgraceful how you treat your elders? I find it quite embarrassing. Instead of responding with anger, Gu Changhe merely laughs. Indeed, I am but a wild child, born of a mother without a father to guide me. The entire village knows this. As for manners, surviving to adulthood is quite the accomplishment in itself. Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Gu was choked by these words, for indeed, this was his own son, showing him no regard whatsoever. How could he face his mother-in-law after this? Daba quickly tugged at the elderly matriarch, signaling her discreetly. They were in need of assistance, and it was imperative not to provoke this couple. Granny Jia suppressed her anger. Although she refrained from saying anything further, she cast a fierce glare at her foolish daughter. One ought to be grateful for the existence of a stepson who allows him to live. Yet here she was, displaying an attitude as if she were a revered ancestor. It matters not where one speaks. Uncle merely came to witness Changha's marriage. Daba hastily interjected, wearing a smile and offering kind words. Chapter 78. A blind cat meets a dead rat. Gu Changha was disinclined to engage with the group of weasels. Jiao Jiao, remember this. I have but one mother, and there are no relatives left in her family. Those who come forward claiming kinship are nothing but deceivers. Yes, I understand. I have only one beloved mother-in-law. Lin Jiao Jiao replied with a smile, playing along. Their back-and-forth banter drove Jiao Jiao to the brink of exasperation. He had never encountered such audacity. As he entered the courtyard, he shot a glance at the foolish elder sister. Grandma Gu opened her mouth, realizing the predicament at hand. If they were to settle in the courtyard, given her daughter's capabilities, as long as these two squanderers opposed, they would remain indefinitely. In such a case, even the most formidable individual would have to plead for mercy. She tugged at Old Man Gu. Old man, perhaps you should say something. You are Changha's biological father, and your words carry more weight than mine. Initially reluctant to intervene, Old Man Gu was compelled to consider the situation upon learning that the eldest son of the old Jiao family had struck unforeseen fortune, securing a temporary position in the city. Although it was a fleeting role, he had secured an exceptional partner and was on the verge of marriage. The prospective mother-in-law had even promised to introduce Chongqing to a job, a far superior opportunity compared to the village accountant. A genuine iron rice bowl, indeed. Thus, the Gu family was poised for a transformation, and he would finally hold his head high, with Changha benefiting from the glow of this newfound fortune. As this thought crossed his mind, his confidence surged. Changha, you must quickly gather 200 yuan and bring forth the grains you purchased. Your uncle's brother is getting married. He has risen in stature and is set to wed the daughter of a prominent director. Old Man Gu, anxious that his eldest son might act foolishly, articulated his words with clarity and cast repeated glances, urging him to not spoil the opportunity. I have no money, no grains. If only you could lend me some. Gu Changha replied, too weary to argue, as he pulled Lin Jiao Jiao to his side. How can you be so short-sighted? Old Man Gu exclaimed, desperate to take Changha aside for a serious discussion. Dad, feel free to speak. I have nothing to conceal from my wife, Gu Changha insisted, resolutely remaining in his position despite his father's attempts to pull him away. Changha, I know you possess funds. You bought a large cart of grain last time. Consider it a loan to your father, and I shall repay you later. Old Man Gu had no choice but to lower his tone. Dad, I am but a pauper. Seek your loans elsewhere. By the way, I know not what benefits the old Jiao family has offered you, but this reminds me of that dream. Grandmother advised you to keep a watchful eye on the granary, lest it all be lost. Gu Changha had not anticipated that his fanciful remarks would strike true, as the old Jiao family indeed came to borrow grain. This was no mere borrowing. It was undoubtedly a case of borrow and not return. Old Man Gu felt a shiver run down his spine. While he could dismiss what his second son had said, this event had unfolded over several days. Observing her husband hesitating, Grandma Gu quickly pulled him aside. Old man, think carefully. I am not considering my family. This concerns Chongqing's future and the destiny of the Gu family. If we do not extend a helping hand, we may not only jeopardize our work prospects, but also hinder our familial connections. However, my mother remarked, before Mr. Gu could finish his statement, Mrs. Gu quickly interjected, Old man, even if Changha speaks without thought, you must consider this carefully. Throughout, the old lady has remained concerned about the eldest branch. Her intentions were never malicious. Mr. Gu's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered the possibility. His younger brother had always been overshadowed, regardless of his efforts. He could never measure up to his elder sibling. Even in the end, he insisted on linking his own eldest son to the elder branch. Jiao Jiao grasped the hand of the elderly matriarch. Mother, since the eldest sister and her family are facing difficulties, let us return. The elderly matriarch of the Jiao family concurred. Very well, my eldest grandson is quite accomplished. We can seek assistance elsewhere. Who would want to lend a hand? Lin Jiao Jiao, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. She had never encountered someone so brazen as to reverse the dynamics of seeking help. Mrs. Gu reprimanded, eldest daughter-in-law. Are you the one scheming behind our backs? You do not wish for our Chongqing to join the factory as a worker, hence you are obstructing us so fervently. You want us to part with our money and grain while allowing your own son to enter the city as a worker. You truly exemplify the archetype of a stepmother. Lin Jiao Jiao's words struck Mrs. Gu like a resounding slap. With gritted teeth, Mrs. Gu retorted, "See, am I speaking nonsense? This extravagant scoundrel cannot bear to see my son prosper." Mr. Gu's expression darkened. How could this old woman be so quick-tongued? Since the truth was out, he decided to cease hiding it. You have no place to speak here, eldest daughter-in-law. Oh, Lin Jiao Jiao responded, lifting her leg to depart. Hey, eldest daughter-in-law. The elders are still speaking. How can you just leave? Mrs. Gu finally seized the opportunity, intending to assert her authority as a matriarch, believing that no matter her egregiousness, her husband would no longer protect them. It was my father-in-law who permitted me to leave. Who truly holds the power here? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu was nearly overcome with rage, casting a glare at his wife, wishing to expel her from the scene to avoid further embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively. Just as Lin Jiao Jiao was about to exit, she was called back. Jiao Jiao, wait for me. Gu Changhe rushed after her. As he reached the doorway, he turned back and said, Father, do not harbor any intentions towards me. You are well aware of my character. Even if I were to dump that grain into the river, I would never retrieve it. Oh, the misfortune of our household. Mr. Gu cursed vehemently. Gu Changqing, incredulous, remarked, Elder brother, when I become a worker, do not expect me to come near you. Rest assured, heaven will not be blind to this, Gu Chang had declared, departing with his plump wife. Father, did you hear that? What does he mean by that? Gu Changqing seethed, clenching his fists. If only he had the opportunity to surpass that scoundrel, he would seize it. Look at this tyrant. You continue to indulge him. Had it been our esteemed Jia family, they would have swiftly resorted to breaking their legs. The venerable matriarch of the Jia clan struck her cane with a resounding clatter, wishing fervently to hurl it at those two rascals and shatter their skulls. Just as old Master Gu was about to speak, a voice emerged from beyond the wall. Father, do not blame me for not warning you. Be cautious lest you find yourself losing more than you gain. If you insist on disregarding my counsel and sacrifice the grain store of our household, do not come to me with your entire family in tow. I cannot possibly provide for so many. It would be better for you to take my life directly than to allow yourselves to starve. Gu Chang's voice rang out, echoing with an unmistakable intensity. Chapter 79. No one shall extract a grain of food from me. Old Master Gu's face instantly lost its composure, especially with outsiders present. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? Particularly concerning was how the villagers would interpret this. Observing the deepening scowl on her husband's visage, old Madame Gu unabashedly remarked, Look, this is your eldest son. With his antics, good fortunes turn to misfortune. Before long, everyone will be pointing fingers at your back. Coughing lightly, she continued, since you, as elders, are involved. The imperial soul technique, though formidable, does not reflect the true prowess of Wu Yun, whose strength is insufficient for its full manifestation. As his soul ignited, Wu Yun felt many of his memories blurring, as if they were vanishing entirely. It is only reasonable to say that one should not burden others with work while denying them sustenance. Orphan nodded in agreement. Lu Jinfeng smiled faintly. His right arm emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing forth the concealed Chaos Hunter, while simultaneously delivering a kick that pinned the opponent against the dragon scale pillar suspended in midair. Since the political commissar has matters to address, it is only natural that his affairs take precedence, cold Haoshuan stated expressionlessly. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yin reclined on his bed, half closing his eyes, listening to Tang Ningan's triumphant laughter, pondering how pleased Tang Ningen must be at that moment. A slight smirk crept onto his lips, and his mood lifted, though he truly could not bear to see Tang Ningen so self-satisfied and cheerful. Thus, Wang summoned the disdainful Yate. Although a necromancer, she comprehended the demonic tongue well enough to cast necromantic spells. The optional task was to deal with Kelly or Clint, but Clint was still in Dark City. Wang Feng glanced at the rusty pistol that lay on the table, and then at the dress of Hills, sensing a lead in Kelly's direction. Not far away, the colossal stone inscribed with the sacred land of the Dan sect collapsed in an instant, as if it had lost all vitality, vanishing amidst the clamor along with the sacred land itself. She had promised Mei Fei that she would care for Qing Wan to the best of her abilities. Yet she had not only failed to do so, but had instead been cared for by Qing Wan. The opponent struck without hesitation. However, upon ascending the high building, the surrounding pressure surged forth, forcing him to slow his pace. By the time he reached the second floor, the pressure intensified slightly. Yet, as a practitioner of the soul fusion realm, he could still endure it despite its magnitude. Lazaha had arrived in day with great hope, only to find it all in ruins. A dog? You're squabbling with a dog? Even if you're competing with a dog, running 50 or 60 meters should suffice, right? The traffic officer merely observed. Yu Weilian gazed vacantly at the sky, but upon hearing a sound, she turned her gaze. The moment she realized it was Yu Weiyan, anger flashed across her previously expressionless face. Before the Zheng family compound faced destruction, returning home with specialties was not an issue, but now, all was lost. Yu Weiyan swiftly retrieved the human skin mask resembling a lily from his bosom and donned it upon his visage. He then nimbly descended from the tree and circled around to the rear of the farmhouse, climbing adeptly onto the rooftop. Yi Binghen's arm quivered slightly, as if she were unaccustomed to the pretense of linking arms. Yet ultimately, she did not resist. Her voice possessed an inherent authority, and her eyes, perpetually imbued with a trace of mirth, now bore a hint of mockery. Ling Luo sighed inwardly, yet could do naught but halt in place. With a decisive clatter, the three men discarded their wallets, one stepping forward awkwardly, attempting a smile as if to utter something. The Flying Thunder God technique is a closely guarded secret of the Hidden Leaf Village, exceedingly challenging to master. Abito was caught entirely off guard, for otherwise he would not have been so easily overwhelmed. Chapter 80. Infuriated beyond measure, old Master Gu gazed at the imposing lock, and the more he stared, the more it seemed to pierce his very soul. In a fit of rage, he seized a stone and struck it with force. A piercing scream reverberated in the air. "Oh dear!" exclaimed Madame Gu and Gu Chongqing, both rendered speechless by the sight. Old Master Gu collapsed onto his knees, the hard ground beneath him unforgiving. They all winced at the thought of the pain surging through his knees. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and help me back up." Old Master Gu, drenched in sweat from the pain, found himself unable to rise. He could hear commotion from the neighboring courtyard. He had already endured enough humiliation, but he could not bear to lose face. Madame Gu and Gu Chongqing, upon hearing his plea, did not approach him. Instead, they retreated into the courtyard, peering out cautiously. "Can't you understand? Come out and assist me." Old Master Gu dared not raise his voice, instead resorting to a hushed but urgent call. "Old man, it seems the spirit of the old matriarch has manifested. We wouldn't dare approach you. You ought to beseech her, for she is your own mother," they replied. "Indeed, father, if you sincerely pay your respects and bow a few times, it may suffice. Grandmother must be furious at your intrusion to pilfer." As Gu Chongqing's words faded, onlookers who had rushed out upon hearing the scream turned their astonished gazes toward old Master Gu, their mouths agape in disbelief. Stealing? No wonder that young couple claimed a thief had entered and locked up the house. Old Master Gu was seething with rage, feeling as though smoke would pour from his ears. How could he have fathered such a wayward son? The thought of fainting crossed his mind, and an unbearable anxiety clawed at his insides. Yet, he feigned composure, asserting, "What nonsense you speak. This is my eldest son's home. I have the right to enter as I please." But before he could finish, he collapsed straight to the ground, his head striking with a resounding thud. cried old Yang. Now I understand. Old Master Gu must have sent the household provisions away, and now he seeks to pilfer from his eldest son, intending to starve this couple out. The old matriarch, unable to bear it, has made her presence known. Just as Gu Changqing was about to step forward, he hesitated, realizing the old matriarch's wrath was fearsome enough to spare no one, including her own son. He dared not approach any closer. Madame Gu, frightened, dropped to her knees, pleading, "I assure you, it was not my instigation. Your own son sought to enter and take the grain. I bear no blame. If vengeance is to be sought, please do not come after me." Hearing this, Gu Changqing also knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. "Grandmother, you are my true grandmother. Please do not seek me out. I am your own grandson." At this point, tears streamed down his cheeks, his sorrow palpable. Old Master Gu, consumed by rage, wished he could strangle these two squanderers. Yet he found himself immobilized, yearning to unleash a torrent of curses, but the agonizing throb in his forehead stifled him, rendering him mute as cold sweat trickled down his body. The gathering crowd instinctively stepped back, their hairs standing on end, an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. It seemed as though they had silently agreed to retreat, each returning to their homes. Old Master Gu, who had once felt humiliated, now found himself wishing that they would remain. With only a handful of them left, his heart raced anxiously. Madame Gu and Gu Changqing continued to bow incessantly. Unable to restrain himself, he too knelt down to pay his respects. Lin Jiao Jiao hurried into the city, having only sipped a bit of water before commencing the frying of dough sticks. Gu Changhe watched with a pang of sympathy. He felt utterly useless, unable to assist in rolling out the flatbreads. Suddenly, he thought to himself, "Jiao Jiao, for the next batch, let me try with fewer sticks. If I master this, I could take over the task of frying dough sticks in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but shower him with a few affectionate pecks. Gu Changhe quickly glanced towards the door and windows. "Oh, Jiao Jiao, you're quite something," he thought, and leaned in to plant a couple of kisses on her. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Jiao Jiao, keep an eye on the pot. We can indulge in kisses later," Gu Changhe said, feeling somewhat bashful as he turned his head away. "Hee hee, haha, soon enough I'll have my fill of kisses," Lin Jiao Jiao teased, although her gaze remained fixed on the pot, for the large batch of dough sticks demanded meticulous attention. Gu Changhe hurriedly rushed to the door, tugging it shut and securing the windows, hoping that such precautions would muffle their voices from the outside. As the next batch was prepared, despite having added only a few sticks to the pot, Gu Changhe inadvertently allowed the heat to become too fierce. "Alas, what a pity," he lamented. "No witties. They are indeed completely burnt. We can salvage them in the next batch without hindering our meal," Lin Jiao Jiao encouraged. Since he wished to help, she thought it essential that he not be disheartened at the first sign of trouble. Gu Changhe felt a swell of contentment, indeed, with his plump wife. No matter the task, everything seemed manageable. That was quite a number of dough sticks. Had it been himself, he would have certainly complained. After they finished frying, Lin Jiao Jiao cut the slightly charred dough sticks into segments, simmering them in half a pot of soup along with 2 poached eggs, and they enjoyed the meal heartily. As they stepped outside, ready to commence their work, they noticed a few individuals wandering about the courtyard. A child, around 7 or 8 years old, could not contain his curiosity and exclaimed, "It smells amazing. Uncle, Annie, what are you making?" A woman quickly tugged at the child, slightly embarrassed, and said, "This child has quite the appetite. Are you setting up a stall? Will you be selling the food you just prepared? We would like to buy some." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded, explaining, "We only have semi-finished products right now. However, the fire has died down, making it inconvenient to continue cooking. We will set up a stall at the crossroads ahead. If you wish to eat, you are most welcome to come and support us. Each pancake roll is 30 cents. It's a small venture, so I can't offer you discounts, but I can add extra ingredients." "That sounds fair. A little extra love would be wonderful. Running a stall is no easy task, unlike us who receive a salary every month guaranteed rain or shine." The people in the courtyard chimed in, urging the child to accompany them. As Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe pushed their tricycle, a few little followers trailed behind. Upon reaching their location, they discovered that others were already waiting. "See, I told you they would come. I knew it," she said, feeling triumphant. "Do you not recognize who I am? I am renowned for my knack for gathering information. It is I who assisted in finding their rented accommodations. Ah, it is you. What a delightful coincidence. Gu Changhe greeted him with a smile. Indeed, I too feel that we are fated to cross paths, especially considering that delectable pastry you sell. It is absolutely delightful. I intend to purchase two to take home for my family to enjoy. The information gatherer was elated. Had he not recognized him, his efforts would have been in vain. What do you mean by purchasing? You have rendered us a tremendous service. Allow me to gift you 2 pastries as a token of our gratitude. Gu Changhe refused to accept any payment. Chapter 81. The Thoughts of Lin Lao San. Who have I become? Bao Dating handed over 60 cents to Gu Changhe, saying, Buddy, just let me know if you need anything. I am quite familiar with this area. Lin Jiao Jiao paused in her pancake making, glanced up, and then resumed her task. Now, she typically cooked 10 or 20 pancakes at a time before rolling them up, which expedited the process. Gu Changhe did not refuse any longer. There were many people queuing up for him to collect money. Once he finished, he had collected over 50 orders. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao busily working, he thought he would practice rolling pancakes when he returned home to improve his speed. He had not anticipated such a booming sale. Some individuals, having never tasted the pancakes, were drawn by the crowd and joined in, inadvertently aiding their cause. Lin Jiao Jiao fried 206 deep-fried dough sticks. At this rate, she could certainly sell out by morning and easily manage another 200 by noon. Her goal of 400 was within reach, and there would be no need to work late into the night. Just the thought of it invigorated her, and her hands moved even faster. Little sister, it really is you. Lin's son, noticing the queue, approached for a closer look. He was surprised to find Lin Jiao Jiao standing in front of the large pot. When had she become so capable? Had she encountered some difficulties that led her to set up a stall here? Third brother, I'm busy. I'll talk to you later, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, her hands never ceasing their work. She had stopped allowing Gu Changhe to collect money as there were not enough dough sticks left. Gu Changhe greeted Lin's son with a smile before continuing to clear the pot, removing the firewood. With the warm weather, the pot would take a while to cool down. Lin's son remained quiet, standing patiently to the side. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, and watching the patrons enjoy the food made his mouth water. Once Lin Jiao Jiao finished her tasks, she found a moment to speak with Lin's senator third brother. I didn't expect to see you here. Everything is sold out now, but I'll save a few for you at noon. Come and pick them up to share with sister-in-law. Little sister, why are you out here selling? Are you in urgent need of money? Just let third brother know. I can help, Lin's son said, reaching for his wallet. No. We have money. We just want to earn a little more. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly waved her hands. While she was not averse to money, she preferred to earn it herself. Gu Changhe handed the bag filled with money to Lin's son, lowering his voice to say, Third brother, we've made quite a bit already just this morning. So much, just from these rolled pancakes? Lin San's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Surely, this amounted to several dozen yuan. He immediately began to recall what ingredients had been used. Little sister, you must be making at least 10 or 8 yuan by the end of the month. How much would that be? He dared not let his imagination wander further. This place is crowded. Let us talk as we walk back. Lin Jiao Jiao noted that the pot had cooled sufficiently and could be lifted with some assistance. Yes, let's south go to my place. Third brother, you should come and see. You still have a house here? Lin's son could hardly believe his ears. When had it become so easy to get by in the city? Yesterday, I rented a small room to store some belongings, as we do not reside there. In a few days, we must return to work, and so we cannot come back. Upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words, Lin's son was utterly astonished, left speechless. Renting a place merely to store items for a few days. Only his younger sister could conceive of such a notion. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he entered the room and immediately inquired, Dear sister, the money you earn goes towards rent and purchasing these items. Surely little remains? He contemplated asking why she didn't store the items at his place, but the thought of his own disordered home silenced him. Even if I toil, I cannot do much, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, glancing at Gu Changhe's pouch of money. Gu Changhe promptly poured the coins onto the table and began counting. 61 yuan and 80 cents. He could not help but laugh heartily, knowing there would be a considerable amount, yet he was taken aback by the sum. What must the cost be? Lin Sin's voice trembled, realizing they could sell so much in a single morning. His desire to taste the rolled pancakes intensified. Half is sufficient. Lin Jiao Jiao's light words left Lin Sun in disbelief. Sitting on the floor. Over 30 yuan in one morning. It nearly equals my monthly salary. How much could it be by the end of the day? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. We are just beginning to sell. The locals are eager for something fresh, hence the rapid sales. Over time, as others follow suit, the pace will undoubtedly slow. If we can earn this much in a day, it adds up to several hundred by the month's end, surpassing my annual salary. Lin Sin's interest grew with every word. However, he could not compete with his sister in business. What could he possibly sell? Why couldn't he think of something? Alas, they only had 5 days of holiday left. Gu Changhe mused that in 4 days, they would have to return to work and the opportunity would be lost. Earning dozens in the morning and again at noon would accumulate to several hundred over the days. Indeed, his plump wife had spoken wisely. They had truly earned back the money for the bicycle. But we cannot sell indefinitely. Why don't you venture into the city? Though there may be no work, it is surely more profitable than that. Lin Sun felt a pang of regret for Lin Jiao Jiao, possessing such talent, yet choosing to remain in the small village. Lin Jiao Jiao immediately shook her head, saying, "Third brother, we are going to divide the land. Once we possess it, we can plant whenever we wish." Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, recognizing that land is fundamental. Lin Sun, however, shook his head. It is challenging. Farming is no easy task. You will tire from the daily early rises to rush here. Over time, who can endure that? Being tired is not an issue. I have plenty of strength. Gu Changhe asserted, gazing at the substantial sum of money. With that motivation, he could persevere. Besides, hard work does not kill. Lin Jiao Jiao added, "You are correct, third brother. At that time, we shall cease this endeavor and seek another occupation that is both time-efficient and profitable." "My sister? That would be a waste," Lin Sun remarked, glancing at Gu Changhe, wondering if he too would act impulsively like his sister. He had thought his sister had matured after marriage, yet she still seemed so capricious, chasing after fleeting whims. Gu Changhe replied without hesitation, "I will heed Jiao Jiao's words." Previously, he might have harbored doubts, even perceiving such claims as mere bravado, utterly implausible. However, the bicycle not only proved to be a profitable venture, but also had unexpected advantages. From that point onward, he resolved to follow his wife's guidance, confident that it would lead him to success. "What a shame to waste this wrap," Lin Sun exclaimed, his eyes suddenly sparkling. "Sister, could you possibly make one for me to try?" Gu Changhe could hardly bear to look. How had his brother suddenly regressed to the innocence of a 3-year-old, openly craving a snack? They had agreed on lunch, yet he could hardly wait. Chapter 82. Money is never-ending. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Third brother, are you truly considering it?" "Indeed, I'm rather tempted. If you choose not to pursue it, perhaps you could enlighten me," Lin Sun confessed, mustering the courage to speak his mind. Third brother, you are a worker. Do not be deceived by the allure of small businesses. They offer fleeting gains. While your position is secure and guaranteed, supported by the state," she advised, "you are unaware of how envious the villagers are of you. They have likely shed buckets of bitter tears over it." Gu Changhe's dramatic reactions startled Lin Jiao Jiao, rendering her a bit flustered. However, upon reflection, she began to comprehend. Is it because of third sister-in-law's relatives? If so, I must oppose it. Your concessions will surely embolden them to encroach further. Once you begin to profit from your ventures, their envy will provoke them to trouble you. At that point, will you have to pay to restore your peace? Indeed, we must not yield. Such a wonderful job should not be relinquished to them. If I were in your position, I would rather let it slip away than hand it over without recompense. Gu Changhe, who had learned the harsh lessons of life from a young age, understood that naivety could lead to ruin. Initially, Lin Sun was skeptical, but the more he pondered, the more sense it made. Was he not willingly exposing his vulnerabilities? His intended venture was not merely any trade, but one concerning sustenance, an area most susceptible to disruption. Little sister, I am genuinely inclined to pursue this. Even without that family involved, I truly wish to earn money. Third brother, you must wield your former skills. Even if someone attempts to take a bite out of your profits, ensure they cannot succeed, and let their teeth break upon your defenses. In Lin Jiao Jiao's memory, Lin's son had always been the most obstinate, renowned throughout the village. Yet, after years in the factory, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. Lin's son stammered, at a loss for words. Always remember, third sister-in-law is family. As long as you act with integrity, these matters will be trivial. Guchang he nodded vigorously at Lin Jiao Jiao's words. Third brother, your wife is indeed family. Just as Jiao Jiao and I share an unbreakable bond. Once he uttered those words, he noticed Lin Jiao Jiao's gaze fixed on him, filled with curiosity. Unable to restrain himself, he scratched his head. Jiao Jiao, did I say something wrong? Indeed, your insight is remarkable. How fortunate I am to have such discerning vision, Lin Jiao Jiao teased, winking at Gu Changhe. If not for the presence of others, she would have undoubtedly showered him with affection. Gu Changhe quickly averted his gaze, feeling as though her eyes might draw him in. Cough, cough, cough. Lin's son suddenly felt a pang of fullness. Yet, his sister's boldness remained unyielding. She was perceptive, forgetting how the two had come together. With a smile, Lin Jiao Jiao said, Third brother, I will go prepare some fried dough sticks, and then wrap a few for you to take home. As for how to make them, you must think it through. However, it is quite easy to learn. If you truly wish to pursue this, come help me in the next few days. Very well. I shall return and discuss it with third sister-in-law. Lin's son mused that this couple seemed to navigate their relationship with more flair than his own long-standing marriage. The old crone indeed got one thing right, particularly when he saw that the one frying the youtiao was Gu Changhe. He felt all the more convinced that Lin Jiao Jiao had made the right choice in marriage. Gu Changhe inspected the youtiao he had fried, each batch better than the last, and wore a proud expression. Third brother, look at this. I'm a born chef. This morning, I messed up the frying. But now every batch is perfect. He believed that if it weren't for Lin Jiao Jiao, he would have been utterly disheartened by the morning's failures. You're a novice. It is hard to tell, Linson remarked as he took a bite of the fluffy, crispy youtiao, finding it even tastier than what he had eaten outside. If his brother-in-law could learn so quickly, then surely he could not be far behind. Sister, it won't take long, he said, glancing at Gu Changhe, his confidence soaring. Previously, he had regarded frying youtiao as the most challenging task, while making pancakes seemed trivial in comparison. Gu Changhe, initially proud, felt his spirits dampen. This person actually thought he was better than himself. If it weren't for Jiao Jiao's third brother, he would have relished the opportunity to compete. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, explaining that mastering the frying required skill, but the most crucial aspect was kneading the dough. She raised the dough in her hand, stretched it, and placed it into the pot. Both men were taken aback. Is that so? Then I fear I might not be able to learn. Perhaps I should return home to consult your third sister-in-law, Lin-san said, quickly retreating. He truly was not adept at kneading dough. Gu Changhe suddenly felt his own achievements were not as significant as he had thought. He felt like a mere assistant and decided to stick to his tasks. Jiao Jiao, you must be tired from kneading the dough. Later tonight, let me give you a good massage, he offered, determined to learn how to knead properly. All right. Lin Jiao Jiao was naturally strong, and with her daily intake of spring water, these tasks were hardly laborious for her. However, upon hearing Gu Changhe's words, she smiled and readily agreed. Lin's son instinctively shrank back, wishing he could become invisible. Ah, newlyweds are truly different, he mused. Lin Jiao Jiao waited until all the youtiao were done before she began kneading the dough for pancakes. Instead of using a frying pan, she opted for a large pot at home. Lin's son devoured an entire pancake, finding it incredibly delicious. Initially intending to take just a few bites, he found himself unable to stop and unwittingly consumed it all. Yet his sister had rolled up 4 large pancakes. Jiao Jiao, this is too much. He genuinely felt embarrassed. With the dough and eggs, each pancake sold for 30 cents, and he realized he had just lost over $1. If you don't let everyone enjoy it, how will you convince them? You can't be stubborn and make all the decisions on your own. No matter how eager you are to earn money, there is always time ahead. As Lin Jiao Jiao spoke, she wrapped the 4 jianbing guozi in oil paper and placed them into a basket. Well, little sister, since you got married, you seem to have turned into my elder sister. Lin Sun hesitated to say she had turned into an old woman, fearing it might upset her, and changed his words at the last moment. Lin Jiao Jiao placed the basket into Lin Sun's arms, teasing, "Aren't you done yet?" "No, how could I dare?" Lin Sun said as he ran off, clutching the basket. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, amused, and turned to find Gu Changhe staring at her intently. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" "Jiao Jiao, I cherish your nagging." Upon uttering those words, Gu Changhe felt a rush of warmth flood his face. Lin Jiao Jiao playfully pinched his cheeks, tugging them to the sides. "Oh, you naughty one, daring to tease me. Aren't you afraid I might take action right here?" "Ah, Jiao Jiao." Gu Changhe anxiously glanced out the window, acutely aware of the many families residing in the courtyard, especially in broad daylight. Lin Jiao Jiao, observing his flustered demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I'm just teasing you. When we return, I shall make it up to you. Do not be disheartened." Unable to endure any longer, Gu Changhe promptly silenced her incessant chatter with a kiss. Chapter 83. The burden of reputation. Lin Jiao Jiao counted, totaling 206 fried dough sticks. Yet only 201 eggs remained. Hee, there's still several left. We are in for a treat. "Jiao Jiao, I will prepare some for you tonight," Gu Changhe declared. Having earned a bit of money, he was determined not to deprive his palate. The fried dough sticks would be especially delectable in the morning. If they could be made that delicious at such high temperatures, surely the fresh dough sticks would be no challenge. He looked forward to showcasing his culinary skills that evening for his wife to savor. "Eating in the morning and again at night? Aren't you tired of it?" Lin Jiao Jiao remarked while tidying up, feeling a bit rushed without a clock to guide her. Gu Changhe laughed heartily. "Jiao Jiao, these are made from white flour and require so much oil. I could never grow weary of them." "All right, enough jesting. We must hurry, or we'll miss the mealtime, and no matter how delicious, it won't sell well if we're late," he added. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced up at the sky, the sun blazing down, making even the slightest movement feel unbearably hot. She went inside to fetch 2 straw hats, which would provide some relief. Gu Changhe took one of the hats, saying, "It's not late. Can't you see that everyone in the yard has just finished work?" Despite his words, his actions quickened. With the heat rising, if they failed to sell their goods, it would be a waste. Just as Lin Jiao Jiao set up the stall, a large crowd began to approach. Workers from the stove factory were finishing their shifts. Their early arrival was indeed fortuitous. It seemed they would close up shop earlier today. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement. "Jiao Jiao, since marrying you, my luck has been impeccable." Observing the crowd, he mused that these were not just people, but rather a stream of coins rushing toward him. He needed to hasten his pace to gather them. Without waiting for the crowd to arrive, Lin Jiao Jiao began frying, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Those with rumbling stomachs could hardly resist the delightful scent. Many quickened their steps and gathered around, inquiring about the food. Before Gu Changhe could speak, those who had already tasted it began to sing its praises. Gu Changhe collected the money and checked the fire. He had intended to imitate the technique of rolling large pancakes, but Lin Jiao Jiao insisted that his money-handling hands were now unclean and without a convenient way to wash them. He could not touch the food. Alas, all he could do was let his wife bear the burden alone. Lin Jiao Jiao fried over 20 pieces before starting to roll them up, ensuring that the customers did not have to wait too long. Being midday, many patrons bought in pairs, while others indulged on the spot. Watching them enjoy their meal filled Lin Jiao Jiao with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, just then, a loud and unexpected voice broke through the ambience. "Oh my heavens, are you trying to rob us? Look at these thin pancakes, not even as thick as my finger. You expect us to pay 30 cents just for a mere roll? Have you lost your minds?" Lin Jiao Jiao turned to see an elderly woman, hands on her hips, shouting. Gu Changhe was about to confront her, but Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. In their small business, engaging in disputes was to be avoided at all costs. She would not escalate matters unless absolutely necessary. "Behold, my friends, these deep-fried dough sticks are crafted from fine flour. Purchasing merely one would cost you 5 or 6 cents, and yet it pales in comparison to the size of mine. As for the pancakes, they too are made with white flour, each adorned with an egg, which adds to the expense, not to mention the abundant vegetables rolled within." Initially, Gu Changhe felt a twinge of guilt, But upon hearing this, he realized that 3 cents was hardly exorbitant, especially considering the simplicity of the noodles, which also commanded a price of 3 cents. Furthermore, how hard his plump wife worked to prepare them. With indignation, he remarked, "If you have ever bought grain, you should know that aside from staple food, everything else is negotiable, and the prices can be exorbitant. The flour and oil alone cost a pretty penny. We are merely earning a meager living." After speaking, Gu Changhe glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao's rosy cheeks. It was evident that she toiled tremendously. Indeed, when calculated, 3 cents no longer seemed so steep. "Exactly, Mrs. Zhang. If you find it expensive, then simply refrain from purchasing. I find this quite delectable and truly worth the price. I share your sentiment. After all, my mother could never replicate this flavor for 3 cents. The discourse among the crowd caused Mrs. Zhang's countenance to darken instantly. These simpletons were utterly oblivious. If only they could unite and negotiate, perhaps they could lower the prices by a cent or even 5 cents. Unwilling to concede, she insisted, "It is indeed costly. If I were to set up a stall here, I would sell each portion for merely 2 cents. No, 1.5 would suffice. One must not be excessively greedy." Before Mrs. Zhang could finish her thought, a man emerged from the crowd, disregarding the queue, and pulled her away. "Mother, what are you doing? I earn quite a decent sum each month. Why bother haggling over mere cents with these street vendors?" He had no desire to step forward, yet many from his workplace were present. The thought of his mother setting up a stall or even quibbling over such trifles was a matter of personal pride. Yes, I simply cannot abide these unscrupulous vendors who exploit others. However, they deserve to suffer. Such ill-natured individuals should be condemned to a lifetime of selling their wares. While she spoke thus, her heart ached profoundly. A few cents here and there were not insignificant. Without such calculations, how could she save to see her son married? Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled, shaking her head. "Then I wish you well in working at the factory until the very end, until you are laid off." "Jiao Jiao, I regret making you endure such hardships." Gu Changhe was pulled back by Lin Jiao Jiao, yet his heart felt heavy. "What hardships? I find great joy in sharing this venture with you." Lin Jiao Jiao resumed her tasks, and surprisingly, the commotion from the old lady had drawn a larger crowd. In a remarkable turn, they sold out entirely, with the line now filled with eager patrons awaiting their pancakes. Gu Changhe's hands grew weary from counting the money. Lin Jiao Jiao's demeanor had already dispelled any lingering discontent. "Young man, you have married a wonderful wife, unafraid of the elements, willing to endure hardship alongside you. This is a blessing you have earned through many lifetimes." An elderly man, having received his pancake, patted Gu Changhe on the shoulder, speaking words that resonated with his own heart, for he himself had not been so fortunate. Gu Changhe chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the wisest decision my stepmother ever made was to arrange for me to marry my plump wife. All the hardships of the past now seemed trivial." The old man's steps faltered for a moment. Although he wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, he felt a pang of sorrow at the words. Indeed, fate does not always favor a single soul. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart was instantly filled with emotion. As their gazes met, the tenderness in their eyes was unmistakable to him. "My Jianbing Guozi." A man could not help but interject, wondering why he suddenly felt the urge to marry. Lin Jiao Jiao offered an awkward smile and hurriedly resumed her work. Gu Changhe immediately began to gather his belongings, not daring to lift his head. Thankfully, there was no need to collect payment. The fire had been extinguished. Chapter 84. The iron rice bowl cannot be abandoned upon Lin Sen's arrival. He immediately observed the elderly woman causing trouble. He nearly succumbed to his rage and confronted her, but fortunately, Li Hongxia restrained him. Otherwise, he would have disrupted his sister's business and allowed the old woman to prevail. Li Hongxia pulled Lin's son aside, remarking on the challenges of setting up a stall, noting that trouble had already found them within a single day. Engaging in small-scale commerce was not only looked down upon, but also prone to disruption, making it unsustainable in the long run. She held little faith in its viability. Lin's son, however, disagreed, asserting that earning a few hundred a month was no small feat. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. Li Hongxia, suppiresin, had frustration, advised him, "Lin's son, heed my counsel. Who sets up stalls these days? They are mostly individuals who cannot make ends meet. We, on the other hand, have stable jobs that shield us from the elements, providing a steady income each month, something many would envy. Why would you jeopardize that? Her confidence stemmed from her employment. Years ago, when someone introduced her to a potential partner, they had only met once before he unexpectedly passed away. People remarked on her resilience. But such occurrences had diminished her prospects for marriage, and any potential suitor seemed less than desirable. Moreover, her parents hoped to find a suitable match to care for them in their old age. Although Lin's son was not in the same situation, his mother-in-law had promised that her second son would bear the surname Li before marriage. Without her job, the Lin family would never have consented, and Lin's son would certainly not have wed her. At times, she worried that her job might be taken from her by her uncle's family. Would Lin's son still choose to share his life with her then? Do you also look down on those who engage in small businesses? Lin's son inquired. Reflecting on Lin Jiao Jiao's forbearance, he lamented how much his sister had matured. In the past, they would have fought over such matters. Go ask those around you. Who truly respects them? We are unlike our sister. They come from the countryside and do not reside here. Thus they do not mind their reputation. But we are different. Our home is here. Our children will attend school here, and we have numerous neighbors watching us. She couldn't fathom what was wrong with him, as if he were under some spell, fixated on pursuing a small business. What compelled her sister-in-law to suddenly set up a stall and drag her brother into it? Was it not enough that they were not favored? Look at yourself. If I were to set up a stall, you would probably avoid me, embarrassed by my presence. Lin's son felt a pang of discomfort as he thought of his sister and brother-in-law. He found himself envious. They had only recently married. Yet when he looked at his own situation, he realized that after so many years, his wife could not empathize with his struggles. Who understood? Working in a factory felt far less fulfilling than life in the village, especially now that opportunities were presenting themselves. Why should he not take a chance? Lin's son, that's not my intention. I merely believe that since we have stable jobs, why should we rush into something that invites disdain? Li Hongxia felt utterly constrained by her thoughts. Was there anything wrong with her perspective? Their jobs represented an iron rice bowl, a legacy to be passed down through generations. How could they forsake it for a mere pittance? Furthermore, today's earnings could not guarantee tomorrow's stability. Who knew when they might be prohibited for setting up stalls? In that case, they would be left to face the harsh winds of uncertainty. Lin's son gritted his teeth and said, "Let us do it this way. You attend to your work while I manage my stall. Isn't your uncle keen on this job? Then let him take it. At the very least, it can fetch 1,000 or 2,000, and that money can be reserved for my parents' retirement." He had long since grown weary of this job, and the incessant rumors in the factory had become unbearable. Whispers circulated that he had sold himself to the Li family, and as a man, he could hardly endure such humiliation. Furthermore, the entire clan would come to create disturbances, preventing him from even performing his duties, which had already drawn complaints from the factory leadership. Lin's son, my parents will handle this, she insisted. Even if they wish to cause a ruckus, they can do so for a lifetime. As long as we remain steadfast, they will eventually relent. We are merely sacrificing a temporary salary. No matter the circumstances, we will endure. Li Hongxia suddenly felt an overwhelming urgency to preserve this job. Otherwise, her standing within the family would be jeopardized. Lin's son shook his head, asserting that even if they ceased their disturbances, he no longer wished to remain. Given the opportunity to earn more, why should he continue to toil in this manner? Moreover, he was eager to prove himself through his own efforts. Not to mention, relying on his in-laws made him feel lacking in confidence before his children. Li Hongxia's voice quivered with emotion, struggling to comprehend his mindset. Why can't you think of yourself, or consider our family? If not for your own sake, at least for our son, you cannot proceed in this manner. Lin's son, you must wait until the children are grown and our son is ready to take over before I will not stand in your way. By then, you can enjoy a life of ease at home. Lin's son chuckled, realizing he was preserving this job for his son, yet he felt an inexplicable sadness. After all you have said, it seems you disdain my humble stall. Lin's son, why have you suddenly changed? Li Hongxia's tone rose, startling herself. Quickly, she adjusted her demeanor. Aren't we living well? Once our two sons are grown and secure in their jobs, many would envy our situation. She implored, hoping Lin's son would reconsider. Things were fine before. Why the sudden shift? She glanced towards Lin Jiao Jiao, questioning if her years of forbearance towards her in-laws had been in vain. Lin's son exhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration. How about this? Let my father keep my job for now. In a few years, when the children have grown, you can do as you please. Lin Sen. Li Hongxia could no longer contain herself. Her outcry attracted numerous curious glances, particularly from Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe, who were not far off. Ashamed, she could hardly lift her head. As Lin Jiao Jiao and Gu Changhe finished their stall and began their return, they spotted Lin's son and Li Hongxia. Initially intending to greet them, they hesitated upon witnessing the argument, opting to circumvent them, but were still noticed. Third brother, third sister-in-law, they called out as they approached. Lin Sen nodded. My little sister has grown up and become sensible. Observing the current situation, he believed his sister handled it admirably. Not only did she avoid causing a scene, but it also attracted more customers. He mused that even if he were in her position, he would have found it difficult to manage as well. He ought to learn more from his younger sister, for it is unwise to frequently display displeasure towards others. The loss incurred from minor disputes is hardly worth the cost. Li Hongxia quickly grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and implored, Dear sister, you must help me persuade him. Only a fool would abandon employment to set up a stall. Surely, the younger sister would align with her perspective. In the past, wherever the younger sister went, she would boast about her elder brother's job, genuinely taking pride in it. She even contemplated the idea of taking up a position for herself. Had it not been for her quick wit to dismiss the notion by claiming the work was excessively demanding, she might have succumbed to that temptation. Chapter 85. The reluctance to live in resentment. Lin Jiao Jiao found the words jarring, and the smile on her face vanished. Sister-in-law, I recall you mentioning how arduous it is to work every day, earning barely anything. You were indeed correct. After just 2 days of setting up my stall, not only do I find it effortless, but I also earn considerably more. It is certainly far superior to being a laborer. But how did I become the fool? Li Hongxia's face turned pale instantly. The last time she met Lin Jiao Jiao, she sensed a change in her demeanor. Had Lin Jiao Jiao been feigning ignorance all along, merely to deceive her into providing favors? The thought of having been played for years gnawed at her insides, particularly upon seeing the pot on the tricycle. She experienced a moment of clarity. It appeared that Lin Jiao Jiao had instigated Lin's son to set up a stall for this proverbial iron rice bowl. Even that wild chicken was not given away for free. She realized that her sister-in-law had never been genuinely benevolent. She had merely been lying in wait. Even her elder uncle was but a fade. Once Lin's son decided to run a stall, the job would undoubtedly fall into Lin Jiao Jiao's hands. What a well-crafted scheme. She turned her gaze to Lin's son. You would forsake your dignity just to secure a job for your sister, disregarding the feelings of me and the children. To you, we are truly insignificant. Not just Li Hongxia's words, but her sardonic expression ignited Lin Sen's fury, which he could no longer suppress. You treat my sister like a simpleton, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet here you are, playing the villain and casting blame upon my younger sister. Neither of you should involve me in this. Li Hongxia, your job does not interest me. Should I hear such words again, do not blame me for severing ties. Upon saying this, Lin Jiao Jiao turned to leave in a huff, but Lin's son seized her arm. Younger sister, it is my fault for not managing your sister-in-law properly, causing you distress. Lin's son was genuinely worried that Lin Jiao Jiao might think he shared the same sentiments. He had not anticipated that his wife would be so aggressive today, daring to speak her mind. Lin's son let go. Lin Jiao Jiao believed that maintaining good relations warranted effort. She would support her brothers, but if they did not reciprocate, she would not pursue them. After all, she had no intention of pressing her warm face against a cold backside. Little sister, Lin's son felt a surge of panic. His younger sister had never expressed her anger towards him like this before. Li Hongxia, feeling stifled, had reddened eyes. This display of temper was clearly intended to force her to relinquish her job. Lin Jiao Jiao, do not overstep your bounds. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your sister-in-law. Even if you take this to our mother-in-law, I will not surrender my position. Since you refuse to acknowledge her as a sister-in-law, Lin Jiao Jiao, in turn, would not regard her as a sister. The past grievances could be dismissed as if they had been fed to the dogs. The neighbors were indeed right. She had grown overly ambitious, even attempting to usurp her job. Instead of becoming enraged, Lin Jiao Jiao merely laughed. What makes you so eager to be my sister-in-law? You believe that by assuming that role, you can cast blame upon me? Let me be clear. Even if you offered me that pitiful job for free, I would not accept it. You may keep it for your own purposes. Lin Jiao Jiao advanced step by step, while Li Hongxia retreated until unable to withstand any longer. She found herself seated on the ground. Lin Jiao Jiao chose to ignore her, realizing that sometimes the most biting dogs do not bark. Lin Sin's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing that he had been swept away by the allure of urban life, causing his family to endure suffering alongside him. Work, work, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Li Hongxia, if you cherish work so dearly, then embrace it. I shall return to the village and till the land. He could no longer endure the humiliation of being pointed at and whispered about. Li Hongxia, noticing the judgmental gazes around her, disregarded her own embarrassment and shouted, Lin Jiao Jiao, is this what you desire? To threaten my marriage for the sake of work? I assure you, abandon this futile hope. I will never relinquish my job to you. Her words ignited murmurs among the onlookers. Hey, you can't do this. A voice called out. It's not yours. You mustn't act against your conscience. Another chimed in. As the old saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Indeed, it's rather unprincipled of you, echoed another. Lin Sin hastily interjected. No, it's not like that. Do you all truly believe that, as an outsider, I can dictate matters between my brother and sister-in-law? Who among you could achieve that? Moreover, if it weren't for my fraternal affection, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Lin Jiao Jiao turned to Li Hongxia and said, right? You merely think our market stalls are shameful, so, from now on, just avoid us when you see us. And as for your marital issues, keep me out of them. If you have time to stir trouble, perhaps you should focus on your own husband. Li Hongxia was left speechless, covering her face as she fled, feeling as though it implied she was incapable of managing her own affairs. Let us go. Lin Jiao Jiao offered no expression to Lin Sun, addressing only Gu Changhe. She truly struggled with social dynamics. It felt like chaos had erupted in no time. She was not as adept as the original owner of her identity, who had been cherished by the family to the point where no one dared utter a word against her. And what of her? Gu Changhe felt a pang in his heart upon witnessing Lin Jiao Jiao's dejection. He turned to Lin Sun and declared, whoever dares to bully my wife will face my wrath. He raised his fist, signaling that this was merely a warning. Next time, he would strike. Little sister, this is all my fault, Lin Sun murmured, gazing at Lin Jiao Jiao's retreating figure but hesitating to pursue her. The crowd gradually dispersed, engaging in hushed discussions. The more I listen, the more confused I become. The chubby girl has a point. How can a married woman influence matters of her natal family? Even if she wished to, it would be impossible. If she were a son, perhaps it would be different. But I've seen plenty of sisters hand over work to their brothers. Reversing the roles is rare. Perhaps that sister-in-law is envious of the earnings from their stall and seeks to claim a share for herself. Yes, that is possible. It's truly embarrassing for us who work in proper jobs, earning such a salary, yet competing with a street vendor over trifles. Personally, I think that sister-in-law is ashamed of the stalls and wants to sever ties, creating a rift so they no longer have to interact. The listener's eyes brightened with this insight. Lin Sun faintly heard these words, and his heart jolted. Li Hongxia's words incessantly echoed in his mind. Embarrassment, embarrassment. Setting up a stall would bring shame to her and the children. Yet, what disgrace is there in setting up a stall? Is it not merely earning a living through one's own labor? Had there been a pathway to the city through street vending in the past, he would undoubtedly have chosen that over the path of marriage. That shortcut is far from easy. Now, he could no longer learn to make pancakes, and he felt too ashamed to face Lin Jiao Jiao. However, he would not surrender. He needed to ponder what he could do instead. Regardless of the hardships he might endure, he could no longer bear to live in such a stifled manner. Chapter 86. Do not be too greedy as Li Hongxia ran. She gradually slowed her pace, but even as she approached a turn, Lin Sun had yet to catch up with her. She collapsed against a nearby tree, weeping inconsolably. Over the years, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to her in-laws, investing both money and effort. Yet Lin's son treated her in such a manner. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why? Why was it that after so many years of diligent service and bearing children for the Lin family, she found herself treated with less regard than a mere outsider? Cousin, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Is it Lin's son? I shall avenge you, Zheng Daong exclaimed, his fists clenched, ready to take action. No, it's nothing, Li Hongxiao replied, realizing he was the nephew of her aunt by marriage. In her haste, she grasped his arm, only to quickly withdraw and take a few steps back. Zheng Daong smirked. Rexia, you are not one to lie. Just look at your flushed face. Lin's son has bullied you to this extent, and you still speak on his behalf. That scoundrel has a terrible reputation. Yet he puts on such a show in front of you and your uncle and aunt. You've all been deceived by him. The more Li Hongxiao listened, the more suffocated she felt. Others might offer her comfort, but Lin's son exhibited no regard for their marital bond. However, this person before her was a relative of her aunt, and she had grown wary of her uncle's family. She found it difficult to trust him. Moreover, this man's wife had tragically passed away during childbirth last year. Speaking with him on the street could easily be misconstrued. Realizing this, she quickly clarified, no, Lin's son truly has not wronged me. I was merely momentarily blinded. I'm fine now. She turned to leave, but her arm was seized, prompting her to exclaim, let go of me. Zheng Daong immediately released her grip and offered a handkerchief. Sister Rexia, you truly are something else. Even now, you refuse to speak the truth. I shall not press further, but you should wipe your face. You are turning into a little calico cat. At his words, Li Hongxia's lips trembled. How could he speak so gently? Especially when she saw the pristine handkerchief. It was a stark contrast to the rough men of the countryside. No, don't dirty your handkerchief. I could just wash my face when I get home. She didn't even dare to wipe her face with her sleeve. Lin's son had led her astray. She had once prided herself on being clean. Zheng Daong took her hand and pressed the handkerchief in her palm. Just use it. It is merely a handkerchief. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Hongxia gazed at his elegant silhouette, particularly striking under the sunlight. His shirt, so white it was almost blinding. He was indeed a stark contrast to her aunt. What are you staring at? Lin's son asked, looking ahead, seeing nothing amiss. Are you waiting for me here? Nothing at all. What can one see on the street? Li Hongxiao retorted, gripping the handkerchief tightly, fearful of Lin's son discovering it. Are you out of your mind? Always playing the victim. When did I ever say I would give my sister a job? Your baseless accusations are one thing. But now I simply ask you, what have you been up to that is so shameful? You are utterly unreasonable. Do you think that by saying this, I would actually give a job to your sister? That is out of the question. Li Hongxiao finished speaking and left with a flick of her sleeve. Lin's son observed her fleeing figure with a furrowed brow, increasingly perplexed by her behavior. Gu Changhe gazed at his wife's despondent expression and felt a twinge of concern. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Jiao Jiao managed a faint smile. Let us hurry. Although it seems early, we still need to go to Taishu village to collect eggs. With Chiefu around, the villagers will surely be willing to sell to us. Besides, they sell them for 5 cents each in the city, so it saves them a trip, which they will appreciate. Noticing Lin Jiao Jiao's forced smile, Gu Changhe refrained from probing further. After all, they were her in-laws, and reconciliation would not come swiftly. Perhaps keeping busy would help her forget. Yes, that makes sense. On our way back, we can check other villages to see if we can gather more. We have money now, and as long as we collect what we need for these few days, even if we have leftover eggs, we can consume them ourselves. Lin Jiao Jiao was unconcerned about spoilage. If necessary, she could store them away, as food was never excessive. Upon hearing this, Gu Changhe's eyes sparkled. Jiao Jiao, then let us collect more. We could even sell some in the afternoon. This is a golden opportunity. Every bit counts. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. You mustn't be too greedy. How many people could there possibly be in a small county? Even if we sell these, they appreciate the freshness, but over time, who would keep buying? If we gather too much, it might affect the current demand. After all, scarcity is what makes it desirable. Is that so? Gu Changhe was somewhat skeptical, but chose to trust Lin Jiao Jiao. The heat of the day was intense, and if the eggs went bad, it would be a wasted effort. All right, we can look for another opportunity later. He could not deny that he had become somewhat addicted to this newfound profit. Earning points in the brigade no longer satisfied him. Lin Jiao Jiao observed Gu Chang's eagerness for profit and thought him quite endearing, but she feigned a stern expression. "You've discovered a way to make money, yet you're unconcerned about tiring me out." "Ah, Jiao Jiao." Gu Chang's smile froze in place. Indeed, in such heat, standing by the large pot to fry and roll would surely lead to heat stroke after a while. "Jiao Jiao, you must teach me, since I can learn to fry those sticks. This should be no challenge." Seeing his anxious demeanor filled her heart with sweetness and sparked a teasing thought. "Well, if I tire, it's easily remedied." Gu Changha perked up. "Jiao Jiao, tell me, I will do anything I can." Lin Jiao Jiao leaned closer and whispered, "When we get home, let me indulge a little on the bed to relieve my fatigue." With that, she quickly stepped away, aware that even the slightest closeness could attract unwanted attention. Gu Changha's face turned crimson, leaving him speechless. Yet he silently vowed that when night fell, he would make his wife plead for mercy. Noticing his bashful demeanor, Lin Jiao Jiao decided against further teasing and urged, "Let us move quickly. It will be dark soon." Gu Changha opened his mouth, glanced around, and hesitated to speak further. I fear what words might escape from the lips of the plump daughter-in-law. However, upon beholding her smiling visage, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Lin Jiao Jiao returned the items, and the two of them made their way directly to Iron Tree Village. Upon entering the village, before they even reached Old Yang's home, they encountered a large crowd, clamoring and causing a blockade on the road. Curiosity piqued, they decided to join the throng. The monotony of the day had become unbearable. In that moment, she found herself empathizing with the crowd, understanding why, at the slightest hint of commotion, everyone would abandon their tasks to investigate. Chapter 87. Can this bargain be seized? Gu Changha nodded, contemplating the situation. Not going was also not an option, as it would require an extensive detour. He found it perplexing that despite earning such a substantial sum today, he did not feel the joy of seeing his wife. Yet, the exuberance he displayed resembled that of someone who had stumbled upon a fortune. Lin Jiao Jiao, possessing considerable strength, maneuvered her way through, pushing and shoving until she reached the front with remarkable agility. "This is swine fever. Your household can no longer conceal it. You must hasten to bury them over the mountain. Otherwise, if the entire village's pigs become infected, can you bear that responsibility? Indeed, old Wang, you must not lose your conscience. To protect a few piglets, you stand here with your eyes wide open, uttering falsehoods." Old Wang's eyes reddened with urgency. "I am not deceiving anyone. The veterinarian has already come to assess them. He merely stated that the heat was excessive and suggested boiling some herbs. Perhaps in a few days, they would recover." "How can you speak with such a lack of integrity?" "That veterinarian stated it was uncertain." "What does uncertainty imply?" "Precisely that." "Yes, it is evident that your family has threatened the veterinarian, compelling him to speak in such a roundabout manner." "Exactly. No household is inexperienced in pig farming. It is improbable for 4 to fall ill simultaneously without it being swine fever. A discerning person can see that at once." Old Lady Wang was already paralyzed with fear. Those 4 piglets had cost her 100 yuan and had been nurtured for 2 months. If they were indeed buried, what a financial loss it would entail. In truth, she had quickly regretted acquiring the pigs. Their insatiable appetite had become a burden, and the piglets were particularly delicate. Merely feeding them pig feed was insufficient. Who could afford such abundant provisions? Even corn bran was a precious commodity. She had withheld from feeding them generously, never anticipating such an outcome. Old Wang, hunched over, pleaded earnestly, "Rest assured, I've already spread wood ash around the pig pen. I will not let the piglets roam free. I promise not to implicate anyone else." Old Lady Wang nodded vigorously. "My pigs are merely undernourished, which is why they fell ill. I can certainly feed them more grain this time. Please, spare them. We cannot allow rumors to lead to their slaughter." "But how can that be? We live right next door. What if our pigs contract the disease?" The threat of swine fever was severe. Even bringing the piglets onto the bed would not halt its rapid spread. Surrounding individuals nodded repeatedly. These pigs represented the family's hope, allowing for not the slightest error. Old Wang Air was acutely aware that the numerous pigs were intended to secure brides for himself and his third brother. Should this venture fail, it would take years to recover. Perhaps even in the distant future, marriage would be out of the question. He stood before the crowd, blocking their entry into the yard. "Dear uncles and aunts, we are all from the same village. Please do not trouble us. This is 4 pigs we are discussing. Grant us a few more days. If it comes to that, we can sell them instead. To bury them like this would be tantamount to a death sentence. Old Wang heir, your conscience must have been fed to the dogs. Swine fever is no trivial matter. It demands proper disposal. You dare to risk the community? But is not the case." Wang Laojiao explained with a heavy heart, but his words were drowned out by the chorus of criticism from the crowd. It felt as though he had committed some heinous act, with everyone surrounding him, pointing fingers in judgment. "May I take a look?" Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled at the mention of pigs. She had already inquired and learned that the season for catching piglets was in April and May. It was far past that time now. Each pig was a treasure to their family, too precious to part with. Raising them until the new year meant money in their pockets. It would be unwise to pay a high price. "Who are you? An outsider from another village?" Someone, noticing a stranger, immediately posed a question. Yang Tiefu was watching the commotion from a distance, and, upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words, hurried over. "Brother, sister-in-law," he said, glancing at the crowd before leaning in to whisper, "This could truly be swine fever. You must not wade into these murky waters. My mother insists we should keep our distance, otherwise it could affect our own pigs." Despite his concern, he dared not step into the courtyard for a closer look. Gu Chang'e nodded, aware of the severity of swine fever. "Jiao Jiao, I understand your desire to raise pigs. However, such sickly animals are not suitable for rearing. If you were to bring one home, it would surely result in a loss. Did you not see how the neighbors are reacting? This is no ordinary illness. Perhaps, as some say, it is merely a minor ailment. If we care for them properly, they might survive," Lin Jiao Jiao countered, emboldened by the assurance of her spring water. Old Lady Wang, with keen ears, rushed over. "Yes. Our pigs are simply too hot and underfed. I assure you, I am not misleading you. If you take them home and care for them, they will thrive." Old man Wang joined in. "If you truly wish to raise them. These 4 piglets were caught for 100 yuan, and now you can take them all for free." Old Lady Wang nodded vigorously, realizing that, although they had tended to them for so long without compensation, it was better than losing everything. As long as they preserved the money, they could catch more next year, and their lives would gradually improve. Otherwise, she dare not think of the alternative. Wang Laojiao, filled with excitement, urged, "Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, do take a look inside. I promise I am not deceiving you. The high-ranking officials have said that these piglets are too young to be fed like we do, especially in this heat. With proper care, they might recover in a few days." Lin Jiao Jiao was further swayed by his words and tugged at Gu Chang'e's sleeve. Gu Chang'e, unable to resist her pleading gaze, relented. "All right, let us take a look, but if it seems unwise, we shall leave." He believed that standing from a distance to observe should pose no problem. Yang Tiefu urgently grabbed Gu Chang'e's arm. "Brother, you cannot go. My mother warned against it." Gu Chang'e, scratching his ear, found the urgency in Yang Tiefu's voice quite jarring. "Do not worry. I am merely accompanying my wife for a distant glance." He noted Lin Jiao Jiao's resolute expression. Even if he chose not to enter, she would venture in alone. An elderly man, visibly agitated, approached with a trembling cane. "Young man, this is no trivial matter. Your desire for a bargain may lead to significant misfortune, and it could even jeopardize your village." "Indeed, young man. Which village do you hail from?" "Indeed, young ones, heed this counsel." Gu Chang'e found his foot frozen in place. "Jiao Jiao, shall we not capture pigs next year? Why are you all in such a rush?" "I merely wish to take a glance. I have not yet declared my intention to purchase." Lin Jiao Jiao gazed at these earnest villagers, feeling a twinge of emotion. Though she harbored a desire to take advantage, she was taken aback by how each unfamiliar face seemed to be considering her well-being. "Very well, let us observe from a distance." Gu Chang'e, with no other option, reluctantly agreed. "Young man, you have indulged your wife too much." With each word, he tenderly struck at Lin Jiao Jiao's heart, sweetening it with his affection. Chapter 88. Lingering regret. As Lin Jiao Jiao stepped into the small courtyard, she couldn't help but feel the weight of her situation. In the corner behind the house lay 4 piglets, side by side. The yard was cramped, and the pig pen was even more so. Once these pigs grew, it would barely accommodate two, let alone four. The housing situation in Taishu village seemed far more constrained than in her own village, and this courtyard felt smaller than hers. Lin had a considerable understanding of swine fever. It is indeed a highly contagious disease, but it solely affects pigs. The four piglets appeared lethargic, with their feed still untouched. They were hardly large enough to sustain themselves on mere pig fodder, especially while suffering from illness. How could they thrive on just this diet? As she approached to examine them, she felt a slight warmth emanating from their bodies. However, given the sweltering heat and their huddled together, that might be a contributing factor. Upon closer inspection, there were no signs of constipation, diarrhea, or vomiting. Most likely, this was not swine fever. Even if it were, she remained unperturbed, confident that early symptoms could be remedied with a bit of spring water. Having assessed the piglets and their environment, she felt a surge of optimism regarding their welfare. An elderly man entered to take a look as well, though he kept his distance. Unable to suppress his concern, he remarked, "These piglets have been raised for 2 months, yet they remain so small. What else could it be if not swine fever? It is said that this disease stunts growth. Indeed, they seemed quite listless, hardly resembling healthy pigs. They appeared disinterested in food, which was disheartening. Others who entered couldn't help but murmur their worries. Look at Wang Laotu. Even he has lost faith. Why won't these piglets even lift their eyelids? Could have worsened? What shall we do?" Wang Laodai couldn't hold back her tears. These piglets were the family's hope for recovery. Surely, next year, they would not raise so many again, perhaps just 1 or 2, for greed invites calamity. Observing their anxious expressions, Lin quickly interjected, "Uncle and Aunt, I believe this doesn't resemble swine fever, but these piglets are indeed too small and frail." Gu Changha promptly tugged at Lin Jiao Jiao's sleeve, exchanging glances, questioning if it truly wasn't the case. Lin nodded affirmatively, indicating it did not appear so. Hearing this, Gu Changha's heart sank. Not resembling and is not were two entirely different matters. In a brief moment, clarity struck him. Though Jiao Jiao possessed some knowledge about pigs, it could not surpass his own understanding. After all, if she knew everything, wouldn't she be akin to a celestial being descended to Earth? Yes, indeed, it truly doesn't resemble it, he concurred, echoing the thoughts of Gao Gizi. Wang Laotu's face brightened with a smile, yet as he glanced at the 4 piglets, his joy waned. Even if it were not swine fever, the way they were being raised, they likely wouldn't survive much longer. She wished to feed them more, yet resources were scarce. The year was exceptionally hot, which would surely yield a poor harvest, and their rations would be diminished. Merely surviving the winter was a challenge. There were no excesses to spare for the pigs, especially with so many to care for. "You are kind-hearted, my dear girl. No wonder you are so blessed." Regardless of whether this couple can make a purchase, there are those who believe that these few pigs have a chance of survival. Moreover, they have yet to seize the opportunity to negotiate a lower price. Otherwise, if offered at a bargain, would they not have to sell? Lin Jiao Jiao's expression froze. "Very well, let us consider the plumpness of the pigs as a sign of fortune. Auntie, although your pigs may not look particularly fine, with proper care and a few more days of observation, they might just pull through. Will you still sell them?" "Of course." Old Wang interjected before his wife could respond. "There are 4 in total, and we cannot afford to take any risks. Even if it is not swine fever, raising delicate piglets can be a precarious endeavor. If not managed well, we could lose them, and that would be disastrous. In any case, we shall not raise so many in the future. One must not be overly ambitious when resources are limited." Old Lady Wang nodded repeatedly, stating, "It's still 100 for 4. If you want them all, you can take them away. We can also sell them separately at 25 apiece. To be honest, I am truly frightened of raising pigs now. I feel faint at the mere sight of them." Her words were a candid reflection of her fears. It would take at least a year or so to recover from this ordeal. Particularly with young pigs, they require meticulous care. And sick piglets are even more challenging to manage. Lin Jiao Jiao pulled Gu Changha aside for a discussion and ultimately decided to purchase 3, leaving 1 for them. She reasoned that even if their grain supply was dwindling, keeping 1 pig was still feasible. Gu Changha could not muster a smile. They had sold for over 100, made a profit of more than 60, only to spend 75 in an instant. Raising these pigs might yield something in the end, but if not, what would they do? Alas, it seems they have worked hard for naught. After Lin Jiao Jiao settled the payment, Gu Changhe carried all 3 piglets onto the tricycle. Before departing, Lin Jiao Jiao discreetly poured a bit of spring water into the feed and water troughs. Not long after they had left, someone shouted that one piglet had opened its eyes and was searching for food. Old Lady Wang beamed with delight. Could it be that fate had intervened to prevent them from raising too many? Nevertheless, having just one was quite satisfactory. Although they had sold the 3 at the original price without making a profit, at least they had not incurred a loss. Contentment was key. She hurried inside and poured the soaked rice bran into the trough, sufficient for 4 pigs, but with only one left, it would definitely have enough to eat. A crowd gathered, curious about the scene. Oh dear, that could have been perilous. If it had been buried, it would have been a waste. Indeed, within such a short span, the pig had recovered. The onlookers murmured in anxiety, filled with trepidation. Old Lady Wang nodded with a smile, believing it was the fortune of that plump girl that had brought them luck. In these times, to grow so stout was indeed a significant blessing. Wang Laoya, standing nearby, lamented, "Mother, we just sold 3. It truly feels like a shame." Old Wang, taking up his pipe, firmly rapped his ungrateful son on the head. "You are too greedy. If we had not let go of them, this one would not have survived either. Now that we have lost nothing, you should count your blessings. If you dare to complain further, I may just take this pig back, and you will have cause to weep." Wang Laoer did not dare to argue further, though it was true that 4 pigs were beyond their means. Upon leaving the Wang household, Lin Jiao Jiao found herself sneezing repeatedly. Could it be that someone was cursing her? "Jiao Jiao, can you not withstand this foul odor? On our way back to the village, there's a small river where we can wash them." Gu Changhe, aware of his wife's penchant for cleanliness, was taken aback by how immaculate everything had become. It seems he would have to handle the pigs, grooming himself in the future. A splendid idea indeed. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile, realizing she could have thought of it earlier. Before returning to the village, they could clean the pigs thoroughly and discreetly provide them with some water, preventing the villagers from noticing the sickly pigs, thus avoiding unnecessary gossip and trouble. Brother Changhe, these pigs are truly not afflicted by swine fever. You have made a wise purchase, Yang Tiefu exclaimed, breathless from his hurried chase. Chapter 89. The sweet tongue of the plump daughter-in-law. That is not a trivial matter. Can we purchase piglets afflicted with swine fever? Gu Changhe disdainfully cast a glance at the 3 filthy piglets, barely lifting his eyelids. Were it not for their labored breathing, he might have assumed they were lifeless. Yang Tiefu, eyeing the 3 large baskets, found his words lodged in his throat. This situation was not as it seemed. "Brother, the piglets from old Wang's family have recovered. With a little water, I reckon these piglets could bounce back as well." He couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort. "All right, I nearly forgot the main business." Gu Changhe, unwilling to delay, especially with a few burdens in the cart, felt the urgency to return home swiftly. He produced 20 yuan. "Tiefu, help me collect 400 eggs at 5 cents each. I'll come by tomorrow morning to pick them up. Rest assured, I will handle it splendidly," Yang Tiefu promised, thumping his chest. "Thank you, brother. And don't forget to add extra hay to the large basket," Gu Changhe reminded him as he prepared to leave. "Fear not, brother, none will be broken," Yang Tiefu replied with a wave of his hand, elated. It was delightful that Brother Changhe still regarded him as a comrade, despite having earned some money from him. Lin Jiao Jiao, listening to the exchange, remarked, "Your brother's truly a warm-hearted person. If he hadn't chased after us, we would have forgotten. Indeed, my judgment is quite astute. I assent it." Gu Changhe beamed with pride, confident in his ability to discern character. Lin Jiao Jiao was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly recalled something and quickly retorted, "Not particularly. Your taste in choosing a wife leaves much to be desired." Haha, well, that was selected by my grandmother," Gu Changhe replied, almost offending himself, though he held back his thoughts on how few times they had actually met. Yet, it was evident that he could not discern such artifice. It had not been a fleeting encounter. Who could possibly believe that? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, dismissing the notion. "My dear wife, you are indeed the one destined for me. Hence, I had never regarded that other person with any seriousness, Gu Changha quipped, seeking to elicit a smile from Lin Jiao Jiao. Though he spoke a fundamental truth. They were meant to be together. Lin Jiao Jiao burst into laughter. You passed this time. She was pleased that Gu Changha refrained from mentioning Wang Xiaohong's name. Yet, why was she so concerned about such matters? What's wrong? Gu Changha observed Lin Jiao Jiao, suddenly lost in thought. Nothing, come on up. It's not practical to keep pushing like this. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, casting aside her distractions. Alas, you will have to pull me along now. Gu Changha ceased pushing and took a seat at the back, accompanying the three little piglets. Once I lose weight, it will be your turn to pull me. Lin Jiao Jiao mounted the tricycle and pedaled vigorously, quickly propelling them forward. All right, when you slim down, I want to crush the cart, and I will pull you every day. Gu Changha raised his voice intentionally, concerned that she might not hear him. Lin Jiao Jiao, hearing the grit in his tone, noticed a pothole ahead. She deliberately ran the back wheel into the pit, creating a loud thud, and upon hearing a shout from behind, her spirits soared. Jiao Jiao, do be sure to stop at the next pothole. Don't damage the cart. Gu Changha, startled, quickly lowered his head to check, nearly losing his wits. Why is she so delicate? Although Lin Jiao Jiao expressed such sentiments, she refrained from riding further into the pit, as this was indeed the most expensive item in their household. Riding to the stream nearby, she instructed, Changha, you go to the village ahead to collect eggs, while I bathe the piglets here. This way, we won't delay each other. Can you manage alone? There are 3 of them. Gu Changha questioned with evident doubt. Of course I can. These little rascals are as docile as dead pigs. I'll just place the big basket by the river and give them a quick rinse. She replied confidently. Gu Changha hastily interjected. No, Jiao Jiao, please don't jinx it. Suppressing a laugh, Lin Jiao Jiao reassured him. It won't come true. I have a keen eye for people, and I have an even sharper instinct for pigs. By the time you return with the eggs, the pigs will be back to their lively selves. Scratching his head, Gu Changha felt something was amiss. Yet with Lin Jiao Jiao urging him, he had no time to ponder. So he rode his tricycle towards the village. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers, and promptly retrieved a large wooden basin from her space. She filled the basin with water and took turns pouring it over the 3 little pigs. Their eyes widened in surprise, and they licked the water eagerly from their lips, then proceeded to groom themselves, displaying a cheerful demeanor that belied any signs of illness. Once she finished bathing the piglets, she tipped the basket over, filling the basin with a small amount of water and placing it down. The 3 little pigs eagerly drank to their heart's content. After ensuring they were well hydrated, she returned them to the basket, where they basked in the sun, rejuvenated. As the sun began to set, casting a gentle warmth, Lin Jiao Jiao lay leisurely on the grass, waiting patiently for Gu Changha's return. She nearly dozed off when he finally arrived. Ah, these 3 little piglets have truly revived, Gu Changha exclaimed, watching them energetically attempt to climb out of the basket, his excitement causing him to leap with joy. What are you shouting about? You startled me. Lin Jiao Jiao, momentarily roused from her slumber, admonished him. I told you, these piglets were overheated and needed a bath by the river. With the sun less intense now, the temperature has dropped, she explained. Wonderful. I knew listening to my wife was the right choice. Gu Changha gazed at the piglets as if they were 3 plump treasures, meat, money, and sustenance. Lin Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Dashing, have you forgotten what you promised? To let me into the yard without restrictions, let alone purchasing them? From now on, wherever my wife points, I shall not stray. Gu Changha conceded wholeheartedly, realizing that if he had acted solely on his own, they would not have these 3 pigs for the new year. Noticing his elation, Lin Jiao Jiao adopted a serious tone. Do not forget what I mentioned earlier. What? Gu Changha felt a wave of tension as he observed her smile fade. I intend to raise a pig for my mother. You haven't forgotten, have you? I was not speaking lightly. Lin Jiao Jiao had initially considered buying all 4, but after assessing the situation, she decided to leave one behind. What else could it be? Without you, we wouldn't have these 3 pigs at all. Heeding your every word, I assure you, my intentions are sincere. As Gu Changha glanced around, noticing the absence of onlookers, he could not resist taking his wife's chubby hand in his own. Lin Jiao Jiao gazed at Gu Changhe as the setting sun cast its golden hues, illuminating not only the sky but also the water surface and Gu Changhe himself, transforming everything into a resplendent gold. Unable to contain her emotions, she pulled him closer and kissed him passionately. Gu Changhe's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, they were outdoors. Yet, the sweetness of his wife's lips left him with no choice but to surrender to the moment. Chapter 90. The Spectacle of Idleness, Old Wang. What are you doing sitting here? When Aunt Qian emerged to fetch water, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the leisurely figure. How could it be that someone who has not yet married off their son-in-law appears more relaxed than herself? After finishing the meal, while idly seeking shade, what is there to occupy your time? Those who have already married off their daughters-in-law should hardly need to fetch water themselves. Madame Wang had been waiting for quite some time. Why hadn't Lin Jiao Jiao returned yet? She had witnessed quite the spectacle that morning and was eager to share the news with that plump girl. Surely, her condition had nothing to do with that medicine. After all, residing in an unclean house would not bode well for anyone's health. Aunt Qian raised her chin proudly, her face beaming. You know very well that my daughter-in-law is expecting, don't you? Madame Wang spat out a sunflower seed shell, her expression one of disdain. Is that all? Just because she is pregnant? Who hasn't been pregnant? It is a natural occurrence. And who doesn't endure the labor until the end? Your daughter-in-law is simply being overly dramatic. Beware she doesn't become a burden, turning the tables on you in the end. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian began to feel a hint of concern. This was the eldest daughter-in-law after all. If she did not establish proper decorum, how could she guide the younger generations? Nevertheless, she concealed her worry and retorted immediately. Regardless, my eldest son married his wife early, unlike some who still aspire to attend high school, believing themselves to be literary prodigies. All they do is squander money. No matter how much they flounder, they will still return to farming. It would be far better to marry off their daughters, ensuring they have children. Just as Madame Wang was about to raise her voice in anger, she spotted Lin Jiao Jiao returning on a tricycle. Disinterested in the conversation, she hurried over. Jiao Jiao, stop right there. Your aunt has something important to tell you. What is it, aunt? Lin Jiao Jiao halted. Gu Changhe leaped off the tricycle. Jiao Jiao, the road ahead is quite bumpy. I shall push it myself. Lin Jiao Jiao vacated her seat. Madame Wang observed the pair. How they acted as if she were invisible. Such a lack of upbringing. Just as she was about to reprimand them, her attention was drawn to the 3 piglets in the cart, and she exclaimed, Where on earth did you find the money to buy piglets? Is selling eggs that lucrative? Don't we have money? Lin Jiao Jiao countered. Madame Wang was immediately taken aback, her face reddening with embarrassment. This girl not only had money, but it also seemed to come from her family. Looking at the 3 piglets, one of them appeared to resemble their own. Jiao Jiao, you still have the mind to purchase piglets? You ought to hurry back and check on your in-laws. They are all ill on the calm. Perhaps you should sell the piglets to gather some funds for their treatment. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao's attention shifted to Gu Changhe. No matter how unreliable he might be, he wouldn't joke about something so serious. Perhaps they truly were unwell. What illness? Is it conjunctivitis? Have they devoured all the household grain and now wish to feign illness to solicit money from me? Besides, even if they were genuinely ill, it shouldn't fall to me, a mere neighbor. Their own son is raising pigs after all, and selling them would suffice for their treatment. Gu Changhe mused. This was merely the old man playing tricks, a ploy he had employed more than once. I truly have no intention of meddling. Your house is simply in disarray. Today your father intended to visit your home to fetch some grain, but before he could even step inside, his legs gave way. Subsequently, one after another, including your younger brother, they all succumbed to illness. Wang Mu watched in astonishment. Today, only her eldest daughter went to work. Was this girl not thinking clearly? Why did she not seek an excuse to take a day off? What was the point of toiling alone with such fervor? She had never demonstrated such capability at home. Chapter 91. Unconventional tactics. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao comprehended the implications immediately. Transporting grain? What notion? Once such a practice takes root, everyone will follow suit, and relatives from across the way will indiscriminately come knocking on doors to claim grain. Our village will be in utter uproar. How could that possibly be acceptable? After all, Old Gu is the biological father of Chang'e. Wang Mu, noticing the unsavory glares from the onlookers, quickly retorted, "Indeed, what about my uncle and aunt?" Lin Jiao Jiao's words drained the color from Wang Mu's face. She had given birth to a daughter first, and after years of estrangement, her mother-in-law had often expressed disdain, treating her with little kindness. It took considerable effort to persuade her husband to share resources, and only after the birth of their son, who became the village accountant, did their fortunes begin to improve. Life had previously been arduous, with her mother-in-law frequently coming to claim belongings. The implication was clear: if she couldn't bear a son, why keep such items? However, once she did give birth to a son, her mother-in-law continued to take without hesitation, justifying it by saying that with so few sons born, aiding relatives was expected. It was blatant favoritism with no bounds. Fortunately, her eldest son was promising, and she had assured her mother-in-law that once he entered high school and became a worker, he would bring honor to the Wang family. Otherwise, her in-laws would not have been so lenient. Having pondered this, she quickly changed her stance. The old Gu family is rather unreasonable. Once a son is shared, how can they simply come and take things? Moreover, since Chang'e has been adopted out, it merely serves as a connection between relatives. To pick locks in such a manner would be tantamount to theft. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled slyly and remarked, "Indeed, Annie." Seeing Lin Jiao Jiao's smug expression, Wang Mu felt a surge of discontent. She disdainfully replied, "Jiao Jiao, having such in-laws is certainly a blemish on your reputation." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded. "I suppose I can tolerate it. After all, she is merely my stepmother now, and we have been adopted out. But my sister Xiaohong is in a different situation, isn't that right, Annie?" Wang Mu's expression immediately soured, yet this girl was relentless. "But I am confident you wouldn't mind, considering Xiaohong is quite like that herself, correct?" Lin Jiao Jiao reveled in Wang Mu's reaction, knowing that no matter how vexed she became, she could not retaliate against her. "Jiao Jiao, we should hurry back. The piglets are squealing from hunger," Gu Chang'e remarked, feeling uplifted by the lively sounds of the piglets, recognizing that their cries indicated they were healthy. Even at this juncture, he remained concerned for the piglets. After all, despite any grievances, he was still their father, and regardless of his faults, he was genuinely unwell. Wang Mu's sentiments found resonance among those nearby. "Chang'e, you should return home promptly. If necessary, go to the mountains to pay your respects and beseech the old lady to spare your father." Some could no longer contain their advice. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e was reminded of the previous incident involving a thief. Could it be that serpent? He felt an inkling of understanding. "Andy, if that were the case, I, as a younger generation, would have little place to comment, for it is a mother correcting her own son." After Gu Chang'e uttered those words, he summoned Lin Jiao Jiao and departed, pushing a tricycle ahead. The onlookers continued to murmur among themselves. Chang'e's remarks held merit. Old Gu was becoming increasingly outrageous. If this trend persisted, the village's moral fabric would deteriorate, and the daughters of respectable families would be disinclined to marry into our community. Wang Mu gazed at the couple's retreating figures, filled with indignation. Why did they not adhere to the norms of reason? Chapter 92. Is she really my mother? Why are you back again? Hurry up and keep watch. If they manage to slip away, you can forget about dinner, scolded the elderly matriarch, her anger directed at her extravagant daughter-in-law. Once perceived as a capable woman, she had now become a mere shadow of her former self upon entering the house. Her instructions were clear. As long as they detained the visitors at the gate, despite any reluctance from the couple, they would have to provide tribute in the form of poultry and fine grains. Otherwise, the entire village's disdain could drown them. However, if they allowed the visitors to escape, those two wastrels would likely feign death inside the house, refusing to open the door no matter the circumstances. Most concerning was the eerie aura surrounding the courtyard. No one dared to intrude upon it. Even a few knocks sent shivers down their spines. "Mother, it's so late. They should have returned by now. My cousin lives in the city, and my sister must have gone to his place. Didn't she just bring wild chickens?" With her possessive nature, she wouldn't leave without getting her fill, Wang Xiaohong lamented after a long day's work, returning home to find no meal prepared. How long would she have to wait? Hunger had begun to distort her vision. The elderly matriarch approached her with sudden vigor. With your cousin and sister calling out so affectionately, which side are you truly on? Are you deliberately siding with the neighbors? Hearing this, Gu Chongqing stormed in, rage igniting within him. He kicked out, "You wastrel! How dare you accuse me of infidelity?" Wang Xiaohong felt a sharp pain across her back from the blow. Before she could process what had happened, another kick sent her sprawling to the ground in bewilderment. "Chongqing, what are you saying? Such words could spell my doom. Mother, please clarify. How do these matters connect? Get out now. If you can't handle such a trivial task, no one will believe your claims of disinterest in the neighbors." The matriarch commanded. Observing her son's demeanor, her spirits lifted, and she found herself looking more favorably upon Wang Xiaohong. She had previously feared that her son, now married, might forget his own mother. Once the neighbors slaughtered their chickens, judging by the behavior of this extravagant daughter-in-law, there was no chance she would receive a chicken wing. Perhaps a mere chicken, but as a reward, since she appeared so pitiable. Truly, she was a rare find among mothers-in-law in the surrounding villages. Wang Xiaohong glanced at the dimming sky, scrambling to her feet. If she couldn't shed this accusation, her future would be bleak. Moreover, her mother-in-law had promised that once the neighbors slaughtered the chickens, she would get the wings for herself. The thought of those two plump wings invigorated her. Gu Chongqing shook his head at the sight of her scrambling figure, lamenting his choice in such an unrefined wife. Shaking his head, he rubbed his hollow stomach and said, "Mother, hurry and prepare something to eat. I am on the brink of starvation." "What to eat? Anything now would be a waste. The neighbors will soon bring over the fine grains. I'll prepare chicken soup and steamed white buns for you," the matriarch replied. Hearing his mother-esque words, Gu Chongqing could barely contain his salivation, yet he insisted, "Mother, that takes time. At least boil me a couple of eggs to tide me over." The elderly matriarch, feeling compassion for her son, sighed deeply. "Just hold on a little longer, my dear. For the sake of your work, Mother took all the eggs to your grandmother. Today, the hen seems to be quite peculiar, laying not a single egg. Thus, there's nothing to cook. Not even one egg remains." Gu Chongqing pondered over his duties and suppressed the words he wished to express. Let's hope this time it is not mere self-deception. Otherwise, he might begin to doubt whether she is indeed his own mother. Chapter 93. A pain like a needle prick. Wang Xiaohong, dizzy from hunger, found herself besieged by visions of chicken wings fluttering before her eyes, stretching her neck in desperation to catch a glimpse of the portly figure in the distance. It appeared as if a large, plump chicken was approaching her, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. "Cousin, oh no. Hee, sister-in-law, you have finally returned." Lin Jiao Jiao, noticing her exuberance, immediately felt alarmed. She swiftly evaded Wang Xiaohong and shoved her aside. Caught off guard, Wang Xiaohong stumbled against the earthen wall, tasting the dirt. "Sister-in-law." She glared at Lin Jiao Jiao, feeling resentful. She had already corrected herself in time. So why was this person still so ungracious? "Speak from aside without getting physical. Don't you know I value cleanliness?" Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from her clothes. Fuming, Wang Xiaohong clenched her teeth, wishing she could leap forward and tear Lin Jiao Jiao to shreds. What a pretender. While others might be oblivious, she knew the truth all too well. Her cousin merely feigned cleanliness, neglecting to wash her neck while appearing well-groomed on the surface. Even her clothes, though seemingly pristine, were horrendously filthy, with snot wiped in unseen places. Despite her grievances, she suppressed them and forced a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, Mom and Dad are unwell and couldn't go to work today. They haven't even eaten a bite. What should we do? What to do? Before you were married, who didn't say you were clever? If there are matters you are unaware of, how could I possibly know?" Wang Xiaohong's expression shifted, sensing an underlying meaning in the words. Feeling slightly apprehensive, she steeled herself and continued, "Sister-in-law, Dad simply wishes to taste your cooking. Otherwise, he finds no flavor in anything. Besides, you're the eldest sister-in-law." "Oh, so now I'm the eldest sister-in-law and not just someone in another room? Does this mean we will inherit the family estate?" Lin Jiao Jiao's tone dripped with sarcasm. "And working in the city, how could that be possible?" Without allowing Lin Jiao Jiao to finish, Wang Xiaohong interjected, "What foolish thoughts does this dim-witted pig entertain? Just to prepare a meal, she dreams of employment? No way." With that, She turned on her heel to leave. As she reached the entrance, she looked back and said, "Cousin, no wonder you all desperately try to stop us. It seems you too covet that job, but you can only watch as we head to the city. Rest assured, I possess a kind heart and shall return to visit you often." With that proclamation, she strutted back into the courtyard like a victorious rooster, chest puffed out and head held high. Old Madame Gu, overhearing the exchange outside, felt an urge to rush out but was restrained by Gu Changqing. "You mustn't indulge this wasteful creature," pushing away the meat that is almost within reach. Gu Changqing shook his head. "Mother, you heard it. They too are eyeing the job. We have already informed them of Dad's illness, and the whole village is aware. If they don't come, they will face dire consequences, and good days in the village will be a thing of the past. It would be too lenient on them." Old Madame Gu lamented the chicken that had slipped through her fingers, feeling a pang akin to a needle prick. How could this be? Before long, they will hasten to deliver here. However, by that time, their reputation will have already been tarnished irreparably, no matter how they attempt to make amends. The collective disdain of the villagers will be enough to obliterate them. Gu Changqing gazed confidently at the neighboring house, finally poised to revel in his triumph. Old Madame Gu chuckled, affirming her son's cleverness. Wang Xiaohong anticipated a lengthy reprimand, yet to her surprise, her mother-in-law did not scold her at all, instead directing her to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chapter 94. Disdain from the daughter-in-law. Lin Jiao Jiao was already quite hungry, and upon returning home, she was eager to prepare a meal. Gu Changhe quickly interjected, "Jiao Jiao, I've already made some youtiao. Please take a bowl over to my father." Deep down, he was aware that the situation there was likely a ruse, yet he couldn't resist the urge to check it out. Perhaps only by witnessing it for himself could he find closure. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao Jiao immediately came up with an idea, exclaiming, "Let me handle it. If we're going to deliver something, it should be presentable." Gu Changhe hesitated for a moment, saying, "Jiao Jiao, there's no need for that. You might spoil my father's appetite." His wife's heart was still too tender. Without his watchful eye, they would be left with nothing but scraps. "Don't worry, it won't be a problem. We're not slaughtering chickens or rabbits here. What I make will be suitable for a patient, and even if others see it, they'll know we put in our best effort." Lin Jiao Jiao was determined to act swiftly, avoiding any prolonged efforts that would feel like a dull knife, cutting meat endlessly. She scooped a generous bowl of cornmeal and scalded it with boiling water, ensuring that the resulting dough would be soft, sticky, and not prone to cracking. Then she took 2 large bowls of white flour and combined them into a large dough. This combination was both delicious and visually appealing. "Jiao Jiao, are you good steam buns? What about the leftover youtiao? If it spoils in this heat, it will be such a waste." Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. "No, I'm going to make dumplings." Gu Changhe exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, you really don't need to. It's not a festive occasion to be making dumplings. Don't tire yourself out. Even if you want to, we don't have any filling. There isn't even a scrap of meat left at home. Once we get through these busy days, we could buy 2 pounds of fatty meat, make a batch of dumplings, and stew a pot for you to enjoy. Dumplings should be filled with fatty meat. Using only cabbage would be a waste of this dough. Besides, times have changed. We've earned quite a bit now. And it's time to treat my lovely wife well." Lin Jiao Jiao retrieved the leftover youtiao, waving it in the air. "Why is there no filling? Isn't this ready-made?" Gu Changhe expressed his skepticism. "Can this really serve as dumpling filling? We can't waste the dumpling wrappers. They contain a good amount of flour. Just wait and see. I guarantee that once you taste it, you won't be able to put your chopsticks down." Lin Jiao Jiao chopped the youtiao into small pieces, added several green peppers, mixed in some seasonings, and the filling was ready. The dough had rested sufficiently by now. Gu Changhe took a glance and decided not to say anything further. After all, it was food, and it wouldn't go to waste. If his plump wife wanted to indulge in her culinary endeavors, so be it. Rolling up his non-existent sleeves, he said, "Jiao Jiao, I'll roll out the wrappers." "Great." Lin Jiao Jiao replied cheerfully. Gu Changhe was determined to impress, but it had been years since he last rolled out dumpling wrappers, and his hands were not cooperating. The more he tried to make them round, the more they twisted and turned. He frequently glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, fearful of her disapproval. "This is good. They're getting better with each attempt. Look at this one. It's much improved from the first. It's even better than my younger brother S. He can't even roll out dumpling wrappers. Lin Jiao Jiao appreciated that Gu Changhe was willing to step into the kitchen. That alone was an improvement over many others. Gu Changhe felt a bit bashful from the praise and resolved to practice more. In the future, he would take on more household responsibilities. Lin Jiao Jiao gazed at the adorable Gu Changhe, unable to resist the temptation to dip her hand in flour and poke it onto his face. Gu Changhe immediately retaliated. Once, twice, enveloped in the delightful laughter of his plump wife, his joy dissipated upon witnessing the floury mess. Jiao Jiao, please don't. Chapter 95A plate of dumplings. Lin Jiao Jiao's hand froze midair. What are you shouting about? If the neighbors hear you, they might think I'm forcing you. Gu Changhe couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. His plump wife spoke with more boldness than many men. He urged, Jiao Jiao, hurry and wrap them up, or the dough will dry out. Not a chance. At my speed, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't dry out. Lin Jiao Jiao ceased her decorative pinching and instead swiftly crafted dumplings one after another. Gu Changhe watched in amazement as she took a dumpling skin, placed the filling in the center, folded the edges, and expertly pinched it shut, creating a plump dumpling. Left and right, her pace was dizzying. Before long, the cover was nearly full. Gu Changhe dared not delay any longer and quickly rolled out the dumpling skins. Strangely, he found that he no longer focused on making them round, but rather they became increasingly circular and effortless. Once Lin Jiao Jiao finished wrapping the dumplings, she took the opportunity while Gu Changhe boiled water to converse with Xiaoqing for a while before moving on to cook the dumplings. When the dumplings were ready, she ladled a plateful into a basket and set the rest aside on the table to cool. She suggested they visit next door first, planning to return for their meal later. As they stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered Old Lady Yang. Lin Jiao Jiao greeted her with a smile. Annie, out for a stroll? Yes, where are you two headed? Old Lady Yang's smile faded considerably. Despite any grievances with the Gu family, she recognized them as elders and felt that it was only right for the younger generation to check in on them, especially since they were unwell. Annie, I heard my father-in-law is ill and has little appetite, so we specially made dumplings, Lin Jiao Jiao explained, opening the basket to show Old Lady Yang. Upon seeing the dumplings, Old Lady Yang erupted in anger. The daughter-in-law of the Chongqing family is utterly disgraceful, spreading rumors throughout the village that you neglect your in-laws. And just earlier, she was here making a fuss. Feeling wronged, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, Auntie, that's so unfair. We returned and immediately started making dumplings without a moment's pause. Just look at the steam. It's clear we didn't tea-dawdle at all. Old Lady Yang nodded, acknowledging that even the villagers understood the couple had returned quite late. The conscience of the Gu family has been eaten by dogs. They made dumplings, something reserved for the new year, while they conspired behind your backs. Poor Chang's wife. You walked in only to be schemed against, and now have been unfairly labeled as unfilial. Rest assured, our eyes are wide open. We will not let them succeed. At this moment, many people gathered outside to enjoy the cool air, and upon hearing the conversation, they all came over, expressing their support one after another. Lin Jiao Jiao thanked them with a smile before turning to head next door. Old Master Gu had consumed a bowl of corn porridge so thin that it could reflect an image. Though he hadn't eaten enough, he was filled with indignation. When he saw Gu Changhe and his wife enter, his mood soured even further. What is this? Are you here to see if I'm dead or alive? Father, what do you mean by that? We haven't tea rested for a moment since we got home. Changhe was worried about you and had me make dumplings, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, bringing out the plate and casually transferring the contents from another dish onto it. Old Master Gu widened his eyes in disbelief and rubbed them, astonished at the sight of dumplings. Just as Gu Changhe was about to take them away, I suggested we should reconsider. Let us take the dumplings back. We wouldn't want them discarded right after our departure. Old Master Gu hastily swatted Gu Changhe's hand away, cradling the plate protectively in his embrace before scolding. What nonsense are you spouting? Wasting food is a crime. These are dumplings. Even if one's head were kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't be thrown away. Gu Changhe shook his head, pulling Lin Jiao Jiao away with him. Look at his spirit. He shouted louder than anyone else. If he is sick, then there are no good people left in our village. Old Master Gu, infuriated, nearly hurled the plate. Lifting it high before the sight of those plump dumplings made him forcefully restrain himself. Fine, I'll one-tea hold it against him. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, intending to savor one. Old man, you can't eat alone. This is a whole plate. Let us share it, Gu old lady exclaimed, astonished, as she snapped back to reality upon seeing the dumplings. This is my eldest son's filial offering to me. What right do you have to partake? Upon seeing the quantity, old Master Gu's mood soured as well. Changhai is foolish. Why didn't he take more? Just over 10 dumplings. How will that suffice for sharing? Gu old lady scoffed. Well, you can have them all. After all, that glutton has no good intentions. I can't believe she suddenly decided to make a plate of dumplings. If there is no ulterior motive, I'll chop off my head and let you sit on it. Wang Xiaohong, swallowing nervously, chimed in, Dad, my cousin is sharper than a needle. Everyone in the village knows that. She and T expected Lin Jiao Jiao to actually make dumplings. Had she known, she wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Now outsiders were likely gossiping about her. That cousin is too foolish. She made dumplings without asking for help. If she had come to me, I could have kept an eye on things and perhaps enjoyed a whole plate myself. Old Master Gu felt a jolt at her words, and the dumpling he had picked up fell back into the plate. He muttered to himself, this spendthrift daughter-in-law wouldn't have poisoned them, would she? Even if I wanted to send her back, she shouldn't resort to such malice. After all, who would want someone in poor health? Poison Gu old lady couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth. Dad, they wouldn't try to poison us to take our jobs, would they? I wasn't blind. My sister-in-law really wants to work. Wang Xiaohong's face turned pale. She and anticipated Lin Jiao Jiao could be so wicked. Gu Changqing entered just in time to hear this, and felt his legs soften in fear. Thankfully, he steadied himself against the wall. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen. Dad, you can't protect her any longer. Gu old lady raised the plate, ready to smash it on the ground. Gu Changqing quickly intervened. No, don't smash it. If you do, there will be no evidence left. Gu old lady's eyes flickered. Now she had the upper hand. She remembered how she was cheated out of many items and money for just a little poison. This time, she would reclaim everything with interest. Old Master Gu shook his head incessantly, incredulous. Surely not. Changhai is my own flesh and blood. Father, Xiaohong is not speaking in jest. Both mother and I heard in the courtyard. They are indeed discussing work over there. In truth, if one wishes to ascertain whether there is any toxicity, it is quite simple. I shall lead the large yellow dog over to that courtyard, and a mere test will reveal the truth. However, should you wish to protect that side, I cannot acquiesce. Gu Changqing stated his intentions clearly. He would not allow anyone, not even his own brother or father, to usurp his secure position. As he made his way out, he turned at the threshold to add, Mother, keep a vigilant eye on that plate of dumplings. They are the key evidence. Chapter 96. What a malicious scheme. Gu Changqing exerted little effort in bringing over the large yellow dog. Upon hearing that he was to be fed, the dog eagerly handed over the leash. Upon returning home, he could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up a dumpling and tossed it onto the floor. The large yellow dog, spotting the dumpling, swiftly devoured it. It then fixed its gaze on the remaining plate. Despite its incessant whimpering, the humans remained unmoved, truly a bunch of fools. Isn't this absurd? You all are just causing a ruckus for nothing, wasting a perfectly good dumpling. Though the old gentleman voiced this sentiment, he found himself unable to pick up his chopsticks. The old lady was utterly disheartened. Her initial remark had been made in passing. Yet, after uttering those words, she secretly hoped that something had indeed been tampered with in the dumplings, providing her a chance to reclaim her standing, shedding the label of the wicked stepmother, and perhaps even laying claim to a substantial sum. However, the dog, having finished its meal, wagged its tail vigorously, showing no sign of distress. Though drool was pooling on the floor, Gu Changqing remained undeterred, convinced that something sinister lay ahead. One dumpling is insufficient. Let us try feeding another. Yes, if the dog reacted immediately, the next person would dare not partake. The old lady nodded in agreement. When it came to malice, none could rival those two vile creatures. They sought the demise of her entire family. Just as the old gentleman grasped his chopsticks, his hand trembled, causing them to fall to the ground. He tossed a dumpling onto the floor, his heart racing. Only after witnessing the dog consume it without incident did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the old lady was not ready to concede. She grabbed 3 more dumplings and hurled them onto the floor. Hidden nearby, Xiaoqing was utterly perplexed, waiting for her master to take action. Should these people consume the dumplings and then complain, they might as well kneel on the ground for half the night, eating bones. So they would think twice before demanding food or drink again. But what was happening? Why were all the dumplings being fed to this foolish dog? The old gentleman's heart ached. He quickly clutched the remaining dumplings to his chest. Fine, let those dumplings be for you. These remaining ones are mine. Father, if you're not afraid that those dumplings are poisoned, then you should eat them, Gu Chongqing said, disappointment settling upon him as he sat on the stool. Could it truly be that the neighbors had such benevolence in preparing dumplings? There shouldn't have been any poison at all. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman trembled with rage. Clutching the dumplings, he was torn between eating and not eating, and just as he hesitated, a sight unfolded before him that left him petrified. Everyone turned to see the large yellow dog lying on its back, struggling in apparent agony. Ah, kill! The old lady screamed in terror. Gu Chongqing quickly covered her mouth. Mother, stay calm. I shall go ring the alarm at the brigade. The old lady nodded fervently, shocked that the vile creature was so ruthless, truly intent on their demise. She had almost consumed that dumpling herself. She glanced at Wang Xiaohong and Gu Ling, both frozen in fear. In this critical moment, it was up to her own son. Regaining a bit of composure, she snatched the plate of dumplings and cradled it to her chest. This was crucial. Old man, I told you that creature was malevolent, born to bring death. Not only did she take the life of her own mother, but she also caused the demise of the elderly lady, leaving the main family without any descendants. Now, she harbors malicious intentions towards our family. Yet, you all remain blind, incessantly accusing me of being wicked. Have you ever witnessed a malevolent stepmother who allows her stepson to act with such impunity? The old master Gu trembled in fear, feeling as though he had 1 foot in the realm of the dead. Chapter 97, Unveiling Your True Faces. Gu Changhe, having finished his dumplings, wore a look of utter contentment. Jiao Jiao, you must be a celestial being descended to earth. Otherwise, how could you conjure such flavors? Even if one were to use fried dough sticks as filling, it wouldn't occur to anyone. If only such a plump fairy truly existed. Lin Jiao Jiao, having devoured 2 large plates of dumplings, felt a twinge of regret. With this appetite, when would she ever shed those excess pounds? If only gaining weight meant enhancing one's health, that would be splendid. Gu Changhe, deflated like a punctured ball, immediately lost his exuberance. He had relished the meal, completely casting aside the notion of dieting. Come, let us take a stroll in the courtyard. Lin Jiao Jiao, however, remained preoccupied, glancing towards the neighboring house. I wonder why Xiaoqing hasn't returned yet. There hasn't been a peep from next door. Could it be that she has finally learned to behave? She had only heard tales of the situation before. She had yet to witness it with her own eyes. Jiao Jiao, let me take you for a walk at the foot of the mountain. Gu Changhe immediately stood up, reasoning that since they had already eaten, it would be prudent to digest the food as well. No, it's too late, Lin Jiao Jiao replied, her mind elsewhere as she kept looking towards the neighbor's place. Jiao Jiao, I truly feel remorseful. With the way my father treated you, you still worry about his well-being. Gu Changhe glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, feeling a pang of discomfort. With that old man's booming voice, he hardly seemed ill. Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled lightly. Changhe, I am not a virtuous person. She paused, then added, neither am I truly wicked. You. Gu Changhe shook his head in amusement. At that moment, the sound of gongs echoed from outside. Jiao Jiao, it seems something significant has occurred. Let's go take a look. Lin Jiao Jiao frowned. It must be a coincidence. It hardly warrants such commotion. Nevertheless, she quickened her pace and dashed outside. Hey, where do you think you're going? Wang Xiaohong brandished a large stick for courage, but even then, her voice quivered with fear. After all, they were facing a murderer. Who wouldn't be terrified? Yet, there was no choice, as the old woman had pushed herself to the forefront. Oh, who do we have here? Wang Xiaohong, has a donkey kicked your head, that you dare speak to me in such a manner? Lin Jiao Jiao, snatched the slender stick, effortlessly snapping it in two before casting it aside. Wang Xiaohong, frightened, recoiled and hid behind the old matriarch. Feigning calm, the old lady asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Old lady, what is all this commotion about?" Lin Jiao Jiao inquired, though her eyes were already scanning the surroundings. Where had Xiaoqing run off to? Gu Changhe noticed the elderly patriarch standing at the back, his gaze ominous. Puzzled, he asked, "Father, were the dumplings to your liking?" Upon hearing this, the old man's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. You ungrateful wretch. He had clung to the last vestiges of hope, only to find that his son was the first to voice the question. There was nothing left to misunderstand. Not only was he aware, but perhaps he had even instigated it, wanting to take his father's life just to enter the city. "Look at you all. You clearly have no desire for our dumplings, so return them to me." Gu Changhe felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He never expected his father to regard him with favor, but surely there was no need for such animosity. "Brother, you're truly calculating." Upon discovering that the matter had been exposed, there arose a desire to reclaim the evidence. When old lady Gu beheld Gu Changqing, it was as though she had encountered a savior, particularly with a multitude of followers in tow, including the captain of the guard. With her hands on her hips, she bellowed, "None of you shall escape. Today, in front of the entire village, I shall unveil your true colors." Chapter 98. No cleansing in a yellow river. With a wave of her hand, old lady Gu summoned Gu Ling, who hurried over, lifting a basket before her. As old lady Gu removed the cloth covering it, a somewhat meager plate of dumplings was revealed. What a letdown. Old Gu, even if your family indulges in dumplings, you needn't summon everyone with such fanfare. However, these dumplings were crafted by the daughter-in-law of Changhe. How can you flaunt them so shamelessly after treating her poorly? Old Gu, are you actually inviting everyone to partake in them? Laughter erupted at this remark. What are you laughing at? If I were to offer them to you, would you dare accept? Do you know what kind of poison might be in these dumplings? Upon hearing old lady Gu's words, the previously lively crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the plate of dumplings. Poison? Mother-in-law, do you think we are like you? Though Lin Jiao Jiao spoke defiantly, a flicker of anxiety crept into her heart. She needed to maintain her composure. Surely this old woman wouldn't poison them herself, would she? Old lady Gu held her head high, radiating satisfaction. Hot poison. This could cost all of our lives. A murmur of shock swept through the crowd. Gu Changhe clenched his fists, realizing that this old witch intended to frame them. Should that happen, even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't cleanse their names. They had been careless. Henceforth, it would be better to bear the stigma of filial impiety than to lose even a hair. Father, do you comprehend the severity of this situation? If this accusation stands, what heinous crime shall we bear? It wouldn't merely be a matter of slander. Imprisonment could very well be in our future. Unfilial child, how can you remain so obstinate? How can I plead for you? Plead for what? This is a charge of murder. Old lady Gu's shriek startled everyone present. It dawned on her that if these two were taken away, they would no longer be an eyesore to her. Besides, all that was in the yard belonged to her family. It was far better than compensating them with trifling amounts. Words must not be carelessly uttered. Old Sir Gu, you cannot allow your wife to cause such a ruckus. Upon hearing that lives were at stake, the village chief hastily interjected. Chief, you must not show favoritism. If you do, we shall take this matter to the commune. Old lady Gu raised the plate of dumplings, presenting them as evidence. Old Sir Gu sighed, Chief, what glory is there in being poisoned by one's own son? I narrowly escaped death, and this ungrateful child shows no remorse. My heart is heavy with sorrow. Gu Changqing straightened his back, speaking earnestly. Everyone, if you do not believe me, come see for yourselves in the yard. The big yellow dog ate the dumplings and collapsed. It should be lifeless now, lying in the yard. My dear yellow dog is gone. With this exclamation, the crowd surged into the yard. However, what greeted their eyes was a lively big yellow dog, bounding about energetically as if chasing something, more animated than ever. Ah, how is this dog alive? Old lady Gu's eyes nearly bulged from her head as she pointed accusingly at Lin Jiao Jiao. Was it you? Did you switch the dog? Lin Jiao Jiao burst into laughter. Dear mother-in-law, you truly overestimate my abilities. How I wish I possessed such talents." As she uttered these words, she leaned closer to the elderly matriarch and whispered, "I shall replace you first. You. At last, you confess your desire for my demise." Slap, slap, slap. Before the elderly lady could finish her sentence, she was met with several resounding slaps. Chapter 99. The Lin family must not be overlooked, you old rascal. Do you think I, Wang Dahua, am a pushover? If you wish to bully my daughter, you must first contend with me. Wang Dahua truly looks down upon this family. Even a drumbeat would necessitate a detour around their doorstep. In such a dismal state, they dare to concoct schemes of deceit. Lin Jiao Jiao hurriedly rushed over to mediate. "Mother, please do not strike my mother-in-law. Regardless of her malice, she is still my elder. Even if she threatens our lives with a knife, we must present our necks willingly. Otherwise, her blatant disrespect would render us pariahs in the entire village." Upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words, the onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Just as they were about to intervene, they all withdrew their hands. Old Lady Gu was so incensed that she nearly spat blood. Just as she was about to subdue Wang Dahua, she was firmly grasped by Lin Jiao Jiao, rendering her immobile and subject to the onslaught of blows. "You waste of space. The Gu family is truly cursed to have married you." With a series of resounding slaps, Wang Dahua pushed Old Lady Gu to the ground, straddling her and delivering fierce strikes, all the while proclaiming her dissatisfaction. "Quickly intervene," the captain shouted, but before he could finish, he was pushed out of the crowd. Wang Dahua, amidst her assault, yelled, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and join me in this. They've dared to invade our doorstep. If you don't retaliate, they will surely take advantage of you in the future." With Wang Dahua's command, the Lin family surged forward, turning the scene into utter chaos. Even Old Master Gu found himself toppled by Old Master Lin. Yang Cuiping swiftly pinned Wang Xiaohong to the ground. Zheng Wanjun, unwilling to be outdone, charged toward the most delicate figure in the crowd. Gu Ling startled. Gu Ling dropped her basket and fled indoors. Zheng Wanjun, a moment too late, found herself trapped outside, relentlessly pounding on the door. The elder has decreed that a wild chicken be slaughtered to reward those who perform well. If I fail to impress, not only will I miss out on the meat, but I shall also be burdened with the household chores, and my rations will be halved. This time, she could not afford to be at a disadvantage. However, the door remained shut. In frustration, she turned to strike Wang Xiaohong. Wang Xiaohong winced in pain. "What are you doing? We are related by blood. Why is it always me that you target?" Tears streamed down her face, feeling unjustly treated. She hadn't savored a morsel of meat, nor a sip of broth. Yet she found herself on the receiving end of violence. "Stop! Stop! Do you all wish to be penalized? Quickly, pull them apart." The captain shouted as he wrestled with Old Master Gu. After a long day of labor, they deserved some peace in the evening. The Gu family should not have been granted any leniency. Sensing a favorable moment to retreat, Wang Dahua dusted herself off. "Captain, you cannot blame us. My daughter is such a dutiful girl. Everyone can attest to that. But if this disgrace falls upon us, not only will our reputation be tarnished, but we may also find ourselves imprisoned. Old Master Gu, do speak up. This young couple kindly prepared dumplings for you. What role are you playing in this drama?" Upon hearing these words, the captain immediately redirected his focus. As for the Lin family, their actions were somewhat understandable. I am uncertain of the circumstances, yet that dog, having consumed the dumpling, clearly suffered dire consequences. Old Master Gu sat listlessly on the ground, still in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, the dumpling, if that dog were to recover, we could attempt other remedies, for that dumpling must surely be toxic. Without a moment's hesitation, old Madame Gu disregarded her own pain and hurried to search for the dumpling. "Evidence. This is irrefutable evidence," she murmured softly. Gu Changqing struggled to his feet, limping as he sought the dumpling. However, the basket was now in the hands of several children, one of whom clutched the last dumpling, bringing it to his mouth. In a frenzy, he raced over, fiercely prying the child's hand open. "The dumpling. Return it to me at once." The young boy wailed in agony. Grandmother Yang rushed forward to protect her eldest grandson. "Gu Changqing, have you lost your mind? To treat a child so cruelly over a mere dumpling. Why are you so oblivious? That dumpling is poisonous. I am trying to save his life." Gu Changqing cradled the dumpling as if it were a precious treasure. It must be toxic. It simply must be. Grandmother Yang approached and spat. Even now, you refuse to admit the truth. You claim the dog perished after consuming the dumpling. Yet these children have eaten them all and remain unscathed. Do you think everyone shares your foolishness? She truly misjudged him. He appeared refined, yet was utterly nonsensical. Let me examine it. Dr. Zheng stepped forward, brandishing an old silver hairpin. He prodded the dumpling and declared, "This dumpling is not poisonous. As for that large yellow dog, I have just examined it, and it shows no signs of poisoning. Cover up. You are all complicit in this." Gu Changqing shook his head, refusing to believe the dumpling was harmless. These individuals were undoubtedly aligned with the old Lin family. Suddenly, the large yellow dog appeared and gobbled up the dumpling. The captain, shaking his head in resignation, said, "Look, not only the dog but also the children. Having eaten the dumplings, they remain perfectly fine. What more do you wish to argue about? Now the evidence is gone. Our words carry no weight." Gu Changqing, now fully aware, could not concede. He pushed through the crowd, feigning an inability to bear the situation, and fled outside. "Oh, my poor son." Old Madame Gu could not stop him and collapsed on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She resolved to remember each person present, and, once Gu Changqing succeeded, she would settle the score with each and every one of them. "Captain, you must stand up for us. The old Lin family has gone too far. If we allow them to continue unchecked, they will bully whomever they please in the future." Old Master Gu, racked with pain, found it unbearable to remain silent. He must take a significant bite out of the old Lin family, as they were in dire need of provisions. He watched Gu Changqing's retreating figure, shaking his head. This young man had lost face and endured humiliation. How could he let such a rare opportunity slip away? Indeed, we cannot let the old Lin family off the hook. Upon hearing her husband's words, old Madame Gu's eyes immediately gleamed with determination. "Old mother, you are usually so astute. How can you be so foolish now? You accuse that dumpling of containing rat poison. This is slander. If you continue to pressure my family, they may very well report you to the authorities, and I cannot prevent that." Upon hearing these words, Wang Dahua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jiao Jiao, questioning if such a transgression truly existed. Lin Jiao Jiao tugged at Wang Dahua's sleeve, asserting that it was impossible to hold the old Gu family accountable. However, she had devised a plan to extricate herself from their clutches. Wang Dahua felt a tinge of disappointment, yet upon reflection, she realized she had already vented her frustrations. Settling the score could wait. The priority was to deflect blame. A crime? How could there even be a crime? Old Master Gu found it incomprehensible. Chapter 100. The biological father becomes the second uncle. Do not heed her nonsensical prattle. I have lived for so long and never heard of a mere few words being enough to condemn someone. As the matriarch spoke, she exchanged knowing glances with the old gentleman. We must not be easily deceived. If this turns out to be a wild goose chase, the consequences would be dire. Cough, cough. Changhe, you truly have forgotten your roots. Even now, when your own father has been wronged, you do not come to my aid? The old gentleman's eyes darted, realizing he must appeal to his eldest son for support. Second uncle, I am equally dumbfounded. To be wrongfully accused like this is a miracle that my spirit remains intact. Changhe replied, genuinely shaken by the recent events. What did you just call me? The old gentleman rubbed his ears, convinced he had misheard. Huh, what else could it be? Your own eldest son no longer recognizes you as his biological father, the matriarch remarked, a glint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Second uncle, since I have been adopted, it seems inappropriate to call you father. Moreover, you do not wish to acknowledge me as your son, and I believe this arrangement suits us both well, sparing us from convoluted schemes to imprison us. Changhe felt a chill in his heart, but found solace in the notion that he was no longer alone. He had a wife and family now. Lin Jiao Jiao grasped Changhe's hand, aware that despite his bravado, his hand trembled. Jiao Jiao, I am grateful to have you, Changhe said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, relieved that fate had not entirely closed its doors on him. The old gentleman, observing the couple, was seething with indignation. His wife was indeed correct. Ever since the eldest daughter-in-law entered their home, there had been no peace, leading to financial ruin and his son as estrangement. Changhe, you are foolish. Do you think I am wronging you? My heart aches more than yours, he lamented. That dog devoured the dumplings, sprawled out in a most alarming manner. Utterly immobilized, it was quite a sight. At that moment, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The dog's reaction was eerily reminiscent of his own earlier experiences. Might it be that the matriarch was up to something? What was her intent? Ha, 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 Changhe laughed until tears streamed down his face. What are you laughing at? The old gentleman's eyes burned with fury. I prepared dumplings for you, yet you fed them to the dog first. Is that not amusing? Changhe genuinely could not grasp the reasoning behind his father's actions, yet the incident had pierced his heart deeply. Lin Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes, now red-rimmed, and said, Mother-in-law, no, second aunt, second uncle, from now on, I shall not deliver any food to you. My heart is still racing with fear. If you, second aunt, were to concoct something as you did last time, Changhe and I would be forever stained, unable to clear our names. Changhe's grip on Lin Jiao Jiao's hand tightened, trembling with resolve. Jiao Jiao, no deliveries, absolutely none. Even if your heart softens, I shall not agree. Even if it means bearing the shame of being unfilial. I cannot allow you to be imprisoned. What deliveries? You are separated by a room. The eyes of the entire village are sharp as snow. Who dares to spread rumors? I shall be the first to object, protested old lady Yang. Wang Dahua patted Lin Jiao Jiao's shoulder, encouraging her. Dear daughter, you must heed your husband's words. Do not sacrifice yourself on the altar of public opinion for the sake of reputation. Indeed, sister, as long as you summon that indomitable spirit of yours, no one can bully you, replied Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao believed that while Lin Jiao Jiao ought to protect her interests from outsiders, she could afford to be a tad more lenient with her own kin. The world has indeed taken a turn for the worse, lamented old Master Gu, displaying a look of disappointment. Captain, you must see this. If young wives begin to emulate such behavior, there will be no one to keep the elders in check, and our village will gain notoriety. Old Lady Gu doubted that the captain would remain indifferent, even if he did. There were too many elderly folks in the village to allow the younger generation to run amok. The captain turned to Gu Changhe, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. There is no parent without affection. Regardless, children must prioritize filial piety. Gu Changhe, fully aware of the implications, immediately stepped forward to express his stance. Captain, our family is different from others. I am acting in accordance with my grandmother's wishes. Rest assured, we are the main branch. Should the second branch's children be unfilial, my second uncle will not be neglected, and we of the main branch will not remain passive. Bah, who is unfilial? My eldest son is the most dutiful. Once my eldest son achieves success, do not come seeking favors. Old Lady Gu pulled at old Master Gu, exclaiming, Old man, they no longer want you. Why do you cling on so desperately? Let him go. From now on, my eldest son will be the firstborn, and our family will not have to bear the shame of this unfilial child. Longhe, you must think this through. If you continue to stir up trouble like this, once Chongqing is successful, it will be impossible for you to reap any benefits, old Master Gu urged, his voice laden with concern. This wayward son, blinded by his wife, could not even see such a simple truth. Gu Changhe dismissed the remark, addressing the captain, we wish to relocate. Could you allocate us a plot of land at the foot of the mountain? After the autumn harvest, we will build a house and move there. The declaration astonished everyone, and the Lin family members were left with mixed thoughts. The captain was about to respond, but old Master Gu preempted him. What? I do not agree. Even if you do not recognize me as your biological father, you cannot forget your roots. This is the ancestral home of the Gu family. He longed to chastise this reckless son, knowing it was undoubtedly his wife's influence behind such a decision. The Lin family resided nearby, while others would distance themselves. He boldly approached. Old Lady Gu tugged old Master Gu aside, exclaiming, Old man, why are you being foolish again? This is a tremendous opportunity. Chongqing is marrying, and we are to have a grandson. We must reclaim the ancestral home. This way, our family will not only have more space, but the old lady will also surely bless us. Old Master Gu's eyes brightened at the prospect of inheriting the ancestral home. determined to let the matriarch see that the grandson she valued had forsaken her. In the end, the Gu family would rely on him to bring honor to their lineage. Wang Xiaohong approached and overheard, promptly reminding, "Mother, Chongqing is about to go to the city to work. They are all set to venture into the city to seek a life of comfort. What need do they have for that dilapidated house? Moreover, it is far from clean. You fail to comprehend. This is a matter of dignity, something that cannot simply be discarded. Mrs. Gu has lived for the better part of her life, and she is determined to uphold her pride. Not only does she wish to showcase this to the villagers, but she also desires to demonstrate to the old matriarch that the Gu family, in the end, is still governed by their own decisions." Old Mr. Gu shakes his head, acknowledging that the second daughter-in-law is rather unremarkable. Regardless of the circumstances, can that really be discarded? Chapter 101. Silent Fury Captain. Did you see that? This young couple is finding every possible way to escape. If that is the case, let them be. Our family has certainly added to its numbers. It is high time we were allocated some land for our residence. This courtyard belongs to the old Gu family. It should be directly assigned to us. Elder Gu has made up his mind and won't bother to dissuade this prodigal. It is best to secure the old residence first. Indeed, this is the ancestral home of the Gu family, and no one else dares to claim it. Madame Gu, upon seeing the neighbors, nearly wishes to tear down the wall immediately. Madame Yang opened her mouth, but had nothing to say. It is truly a pity. If the wall were removed, her family would not be so cramped. Alas, that courtyard is not exactly clean. Otherwise, she would have fought for even half of it. You all are quite something, remarked the captain, shaking his head. No wonder Gu Changhe insisted on moving. They kindly offered dumplings, and yet it led to such a debacle. So what? It's not as if we drove them away, retorted Madame Gu, curling her lip. Though she had done nothing, she was often accused of being malicious. Regarding today's incident, she had never chased away those two spendthrifts. They had chosen to leave on their own. Who could she blame? The captain sighed. Very well. You have made your decision, so I shall not interfere. Changhe, whenever you go to the brigade, I will designate a plot for you, but it is all vacant land, and you must build your own house. Gu Changhe nodded in agreement, a weight lifting from his heart. He would wait until he and Lin Jiao Jiao went to the foot of the mountain to explore properly. The captain waved his hand, urging everyone to disperse quickly. That would not do. The old Lin family would end up exploiting us. They must be penalized for their labor, and in addition, they need to work for us for 10 days. Besides compensating us for medical expenses, they should also provide us with food and slaughter 2 chickens to make amends. Madame Gu was skeptical. They were merely making empty threats, and could they really be imprisoned? Wang Dahua, hands on her hips, scolded loudly, "Pa, you're dreaming. Ask everyone. Don't you think it's unfair to take that beating? I'll tell you, if you dare to cause any more trouble, I'll make sure to give you another beating whenever I see you." This time, the mother-in-law had become an aunt, and she was even more unrestrained in her actions, especially since her son-in-law stood firmly on the side of his wife. The girl truly had a knack. In such a short time, she had captured her husband as heart. "Captain, you must speak fairly. Why is it that I am penalized for a mere sprinkle of medicine, while they engage in open brawls without consequence? If this continues, I will have no choice but to report you to the commune." The more Madame Gu spoke, the more frustrated she became, feeling as if she had suffered a great injustice. Elder Gu stepped back, thinking that if his wife could indeed secure the land, it would be splendid. Otherwise, if a crime were established, he hoped to remain uninvolved. After all, even if the dumplings were poisoned, it was his wife who first suggested it. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. In saying that, he felt like a victim himself. Second aunt, has Gu Chongqing ever secured a job as a worker? Madame Gu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Jiao Jiao's question. What does that have to do with my eldest son's employment? Of course it does. Do you think just anyone can enter the factory? Such individuals, characterized by their unscrupulous behavior, deceit towards others, and their propensity to extort money, creating chaos within their households, are certainly unwelcome. Lin Jiao Jiao is well aware of the village's regulations. Those who initiate conflict indeed face repercussions. Merely losing work points is a mild consequence. One cannot escape the burden of medical expenses. Yet, She harbors no intention of parting with a single cent for that cause. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? In response to Lin Jiao Jiao's earnest demeanor, old Lady Gu could not suppress her skepticism. If you don't believe me, so be it. Lin Jiao Jiao replied with a shrug, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Old Master Gu suddenly recollected a pertinent matter and promptly pulled old Lady Gu aside. Stop this ruckus. Do not let trivial matters jeopardize Changqing's employment. Do you not recall how the eldest son of the old Zheng family intended to enlist? Yet the investigation by several officials was thwarted due to a brawl, resulting in the failure of his enlistment? Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Old Lady Gu gasped, her forehead damp with cold sweat. She cast a furious glance at the old Lin family, gnashing her teeth in anger, feeling quite wronged. Forget it. We adults must rise above this. Old Master Gu spoke with grandiosity, yet he privately plotted his revenge. Once Changqing commences work, he would ensure retribution. Not only the old Lin family, but even the captain would not escape unscathed. Next time you bully my daughter, I shall knock your teeth out. Wang Dahua held old Master Gu in disdain, previously perceiving him as refined, only to realize he was utterly lacking in responsibility. Abandoning the elderly couple, he fled on his own. Fortunately, his daughter escaped that inferno. If he were to succeed in becoming a worker, he might as well write his name in reverse. Old Master Gu shook his head, muttering about the shrewishness of the entire family. Come, let us hasten indoors. Although old Lady Gu was aggrieved, she swallowed her pride for the sake of her son's stable job. She lifted her chin, refusing to stoop to the level of these rural folk. Old Lady Yang patted Lin Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Child, others are preparing to join the factory, yet you plan to relocate to the foot of the mountain and reconstruct your home. Why squander such unnecessary money? Lin Jiao Jiao raised her voice, Aunt. My second aunt's family has never been reliable. Old Master Gu halted abruptly at the doorway. Old Lady Gu grasped a broom, poised to swing it, but froze midair at the sight of Wang Dahua, who bore an ominous expression. Her fear was not for herself, but for her son. Go on. You all hurry and leave. I must close the gate. Do you wish to stay for the new year? Wang Dahua snorted and then exited the courtyard alongside Lin Jiao Jiao. The crowd dispersed. Mom, are you all leaving now? Why not come in and sit for a while? Lin Jiao Jiao previously felt unaffected by such occurrences, yet today she realized she could manage due to the backing she received. No, it's too late. Once you select a suitable location, let your brothers assist in building your house. Wang Dahua declined, troubled by the financial implications of her daughter's move. How could her daughter's funds suffice? All right, Lin Jiao Jiao readily agreed, planning to gather more assistance for a swifter construction. However, she would ensure fair compensation, as even her brothers deserved proper remuneration. After all, one must account for family and business dealings. After sending off the Lin family, she returned to the courtyard. Zheng Wanju followed closely behind, filled with indignation, yet unable to voice her feelings. How could they allow themselves to be taken advantage of, relying on their maternal family to build a house? Truly a remarkable tale throughout the ages. Upon entering the room, old Master Gu promptly shut the door, casting a silent gaze upon the old matriarch. The tension made Madame Gu uneasy, prompting her to inquire, "What troubles you now?" Old Master Gu, with an impassive expression, replied, "You should visit your family tomorrow. If any mistakes arise, do not expect to return." Ah, then I shall take Gu Ling with me for a visit. Chapter 102. What is the son of the factory manager taking her back for? It's not enough that you've wasted half a day. Now you want to bring 2 people along. What is the matter? Old Master Gu's heart was heavy with concern. If the grain and money were truly lost, how could they continue to live? Was he at all for the sake of this family? Lingzi was no longer a child, and my younger brother was no longer the same as before. Now that he had a way forward, if he could find a suitable match in the city for Lingzi, wouldn't it be better than her lingering in this small village? At that time, they might even help support Changqing. Old Madame Gu was well aware of her husband's sudden outburst. However, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't abandon the situation. Whether Changqing could secure a stable job or whether she could finally hold her head high depended on this very moment. Old Master Gu's expression softened a bit. Indeed, this was a viable path. However, there was no need to rush. Once Changqing started working, They could look for someone suitable for her later. The immediate priority was still their son's job. The elder son was unreliable, and they could only pin their hopes on the younger one now. Old Madame Gu sighed. I'm not just thinking about Chongqing's job. If we could climb a bit higher, who knows, he might even become a factory manager. Once our elder son and daughter succeed, not only will they be able to walk proudly in the village, but when they return home, everyone will look up to them. She wouldn't have to feel embarrassed bringing back meager gifts anymore. When old Master Gu heard the mention of a position of authority, he couldn't help but smile. Lingzi seemed destined for good fortune. With the sun blazing down, it might be best to keep her from working today. He straightened up a little. If they had a son who was a factory manager, he would have no regrets in this life. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, ha ha ha, vexing. In the future, we will rely on Chongqing, yet you always listen to the neighbor's slander, treating my family as a menace. Why don't you go out and ask, which family has such good fortune and thinks of marrying off their daughter? It's all because I have helped out so much that my brother would leave such a great opportunity for us. Old Master Gu nodded with a smile. If Chongqing became a factory manager, wouldn't people line up at their doors seeking favors? The thought made him unable to stop smiling. Then tomorrow, don't go empty-handed. We still have half a bottle of white wine at home. Take it with you. For the sake of a better future, it's worth it. Half a bottle? Give me some money. I'll buy a full bottle of white wine and a couple of boxes of pastries. Old Madame Gu didn't want to return carrying just half a bottle of wine, only to be met with disdain. Old Master Gu's smile froze. Old Madame Gu quickly added, aren't we doing this for the future? Once our son and daughter succeed, not just one bottle of wine, even 10 bottles wouldn't be a worry, would it? Old Master Gu felt a pang in his heart at the thought. But imagining the future with people lining up to offer him gifts made him grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Old Madame Gu smiled, glancing next door, where the other family was full of pride. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Gu Ling. What are you doing here? You startled me. Old Madame Gu patted her chest, her heart racing. Mom, can I really marry into the city? Gu Ling clung to old Madame Gu's arm, jumping with joy. Lower your voice. As a young lady, you should be more modest. Old Lady Gu chuckled as she cast a knowing glance at Gu Ling. It was wise of her not to burden her daughter with such menial tasks. She certainly bore the air of a city dweller and was bound to find a suitable match. Gu Ling, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and shyly called out, Mother. Chapter 103. This man has gone astray. Madame Gu led Gu Ling into the room. Say, my dear, let me show you what to wear tomorrow. Mother, I hardly have any decent clothes, Gu Ling replied, tugging at the hem of her garment, wishing that Lin Jiao Jiao were her real sister-in-law. She had so many clothes that just one of her pieces could easily ruin 2 of Gu Ling's. Madame Gu glanced up and noticed Wang Xiaohong lurking at the kitchen door, and an idea struck her. Xiaohong, please find that red floral dress for your sister to wear. What? Wang Xiaohong exclaimed in disbelief. That is my only new dress. She had worn it only once on her wedding day and again on her return visit home, and had been too reluctant to wear it since, though she often took it out to admire. What of it? It is merely a dress. Let your sister wear it. It won't fall apart. Madame Gu insisted. Once your sister marries well, you will benefit from it too. Madame Gu's discontent with her daughter-in-law grew. She used to be so clever, but now she seemed so unyielding. Shouldn't she have the initiative to offer the dress without being prompted? Recalling the previous conversation, Wang Xiaohong gritted her teeth and refrained from arguing. She turned back into the room to fetch the dress, which was still pristine and hadn't even been washed yet. Carrying the dress outside, she cautioned Xiaoling, please be careful with it. Do not damage it. Please, it's just a dress, Gu Ling scoffed, snatching it away to prevent Wang Xiaohong from having second thoughts, and hurried back to her room. Once Lingzi achieved success, she will buy you 10 dresses, Madame Gu remarked. Now, go see where Chongqing has wandered off to. It's concerning that your husband is not home and you're not worried. Madame Gu shook her head, lamenting that she always had to worry about everything. Wang Xiaohong quickly complied and stepped outside. Once Chongqing becomes a high-ranking official, everyone will have to look to her for guidance. As she reached the front door, she encountered Lin Jiao Jiao coming out to fetch water. Oh, I thought it was someone else. What is this? Aren't you the one who never does any work? Now, you're doing the heavy chores? Wang Xiaohong brushed off her dress, realizing that the novelty had worn off. Men were all the same. What's wrong? Even from across the room, I am still your sister-in-law. Why are you behaving so disrespectfully? Lin Jiao Jiao was perplexed by this girl. She was usually so meek in front of others, yet turned into a combative rooster when confronting her. Jiao Jiao, why are you fetching water by yourself again? Didn't I say to leave it there after washing? I would take care of it. Gu Chong He's voice carried out before he even appeared. It's nothing. Just a basin of water. I have plenty of strength, Lin Jiao Jiao called back. She frequently bathed in her own space, and the outside water was not easy to manage. She could only do this while Gu Chong he was away. Otherwise, suspicions would arise over the delay. Wang Xiaohong's eyes glistened with tears. Cousin, you are my sister. Why are you all conspiring to bully me? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head at Wang Xiaohong's retreating figure, bewildered by the unfolding drama. What's the matter, Jiao Jiao? Gu Chong he asked as he stepped outside, glancing into the distance. Lin Jiao Jiao turned back and, upon entering the room, remarked, It's nothing really. It's just that Wang Xiaohong always seems to look at me with disdain. Does she still have feelings for you? What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chong he swiftly pressed her against the wall, silencing her with a firm hand over her slightly parted lips. Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This man had certainly developed a mischievous side. Chapter 104. A provocation. As time swiftly passed, the holiday was nearing its end. In the morning, after finishing her market stall, Lin Jiao Jiao returned to her small abode and began counting her earnings. Gu Chang'e remarked, Jiao Jiao, how time flies. We've earned quite a sum, yet I still find it insufficient. We already have several hundred, which in the past would have seemed like a dream. Now, however, I yearn for more. Human nature is truly insatiable, and I am no exception. This amount is merely a pittance, barely enough to construct a proper house. Lin Jiao Jiao had inquired about the prices of bricks and cement, realizing that to build a few sturdy brick houses would require substantial funds. She decided to shelve that ambition for now, prioritizing their immediate needs. Food and sustenance were of utmost importance. You certainly have grand aspirations, Gu Chang'e chuckled, shaking his head. We can't spend all our savings. Without money in hand, one feels insecure. What's the matter? In the future, I will surely build several rooms. For now, I will focus on constructing the annex, ensuring it does not occupy the space intended for the main house, which must be reserved for the proper brick structure. Lin Jiao Jiao had already mapped out her plans. First, she would erect 2 earthen houses, and once they earned enough, she would complete the main and side houses. Jiao Jiao, you've lost weight, haven't you? You seem to have shed several pounds, Gu Chang has said, taking her hand. A plump wife is wonderful, but she does tend to spend extravagantly. You truly have a knack for emptying your pockets. Lin Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Why are you suddenly mentioning this? She quickly retorted. I haven't merely lost a little. I've shed over 20 pounds. Don't you remember? Just yesterday, I weighed myself, and I'm now below 240 pounds. Elated, she had cooked a chicken the night before and purchased 2 pounds of meat that morning, now soaking in cold water. Over 20. Gu Chang'e continued, his hand moving to Lin Jiao Jiao's abdomen. Perhaps we already have our child here. We mustn't squander this money. It needs to be saved. Ha! Lin Jiao Jiao laughed. Rest assured, I will set aside funds. Besides, even if I were to become pregnant, it would still be quite a while before the baby arrives. We have time to save up. She gazed at Gu Chang'e, her eyes brimming with affection. Such a simple man, yet his heart and eyes were filled solely with her. How could she not cherish him? Jiao Jiao. Gu Chang'e shyly lowered his head, feeling as if her gaze could envelop him entirely. Just as the two basked in each other's affection, an abrupt voice broke the tranquility. Oh my goodness, I didn't see anything. Aunt Yang barged in, surprised to find the couple in such an intimate moment. What newlywed scene, clinging to each other in broad daylight. Auntie, you're here. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly glanced at the table, relieved that the money had been tucked away. Aunt Yang then remembered her purpose, hastily stating, I just wanted to ask when you plan to remove the distiller's grains you left outside. You two keep bringing it in, and my husband keeps asking for more drink. We'll take it away today. We won't be handling it for a while, Lin Jiao Jiao replied. I apologize if it has caused any inconvenience. Lin Jiao Jiao truly did not take it to heart, primarily because she rather enjoyed the scent. However, Not everyone shared her sentiment. The aroma was not unpleasant, yet it inevitably stirred a thirst in the men who caught a whiff. Aunt Yang found herself in a predicament. She could not constantly fetch drinks for them, so she decided to inquire instead. As she approached the door, she turned back, wishing to remind them to restrain themselves during the day. Yet, with a man nearby, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head, her hands fidgeting as though she were engaged in some clandestine activity within the confines of her home. Gu Changhe, observing that others had departed, returned to the matter at hand. Jiao Jiao, do not digress. If you wish to spend that money, it is permissible, but only a small portion. Otherwise, you should bury the bulk of it. Bury it? Aren't you afraid the rats will gnaw it away? She retorted. Rest assured, I will keep it safe. Even if I plan to build a grand house, that is not for now. Lin Jiao Jiao would never recklessly hide her hard-earned money. There was no safer place for it than in her storage space. Gu Changhe opened his mouth, but chose not to pursue the topic further, knowing that if he demanded the money back to guard himself, Jiao Jiao would surely be displeased. Although she often appeared cheerful and unperturbed, the money she had secured was something he could never uncover. It was so well hidden that she would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with it. All right, we must hasten our preparations. Let us finish selling early, so we may return home to stew some meat, Lin Jiao Jiao said as she hurried to knead the dough. Very well, Gu Chang, he replied eagerly, as making money was indeed a serious matter that could not be delayed. Once they were prepared, they pushed the tricycle over, arriving earlier than usual, while the factory workers were still at work. Lin Jiao Jiao did not wait. She ignited the fire and began cooking. Unlike the initial days when her goods sold swiftly, they still garnered considerable attention. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting a gathering of customers. Though the crowd remained sparse before noon, as the factory workers finished their shifts, the number of patrons increased. While Lin Jiao Jiao was preoccupied, an adversary approached. Oh my, who do we have here? Have you run out of food and come to set up a stall in the city? Old Lady Li observed with drooling anticipation. Yet she restrained herself. This foolish pig was truly ridiculous. It sufficed to sell pancakes and perhaps brush a few eggs. But how could she let them pile up like that? What a wasteful display. Ah, so you wish to come to me? Lin Jiao Jiao mused, glancing at the large basin which still held 30 or so pancakes, rendering her unhurried. Who wants them? Old Lady Li barked, hands on her hips, astonished that the girl dared to be defiant, seemingly unafraid of having her stall overturned. Lin Jiao Jiao quickly turned away, shielding herself from the spittle, then wrapped the pancakes neatly and covered the pan. Even her basin of dough and oil sticks were cloaked with a cloth. Taking her time, she remarked, Look at you, drooling all the way from 2 miles away. You are clearly here to beg for something. If you had a better attitude, perhaps, out of respect for my brother, I might have rolled one for you, but given your current demeanor, I'd rather not. Old Lady Li was taken aback. How could this insufferable pig be so unafraid? Just look at the basin, still brimming with dozens of pancakes, each selling for several dimes. What a fortune that could be. In this sweltering heat, if they went unsold, they would spoil. She narrowed her eyes, wondering if the girl was intent on driving her mad. Everyone behold, this is a heartless villain. A mere thin pancake roll costs several dimes. She lifted her head to gaze at Lin Jiao Jiao, asserting that not only would today's stall not be set up, but tomorrow's would also be unattainable, leaving one to beg for their own sustenance. Not only must she provide for herself, but half of the money earned from sales would also need to be shared with her. Lin Jiao Jiao cast her eyes into the distance, where Baodating approached with several companions. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's calm demeanor, Old Lady Li felt increasingly uncertain. Why did this person not adhere to the expected norms? Chapter 105. Another 100 earn my apologies, everyone. We have encountered some disturbances today, so we shall close early. We will not be operating tomorrow either. However, I have imparted my skills to this lovely lady, and I warmly invite you all to support her in the future. As Lin Jiao Jiao approached the crowd, she began to introduce the new vendor. Yesterday, she had casually mentioned to the pancake seller that she was seeking someone to learn the craft. To her surprise, he had long desired to do so and had instructed his wife to practice for several days. It was no wonder he frequented the stall for pancakes. She charged him 100 yuan to ensure he could adequately teach others. The pancake seller often came to purchase pancakes, aware of their lucrative nature, and had inquired about the costs involved, which prompted him to commit without hesitation. After all, learning from a master traditionally took a considerable amount of time, and attempting it at home often resulted in a subpar product, risking the loss of numerous customers. While 100 yuan was no small sum, the prospect of mastering the skill quickly promised a return on investment through hard work. Familiar with the area, he needed no introduction from Lin Jiao Jiao to attract customers. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for her assistance. Good sir, madam, uncle, aunt, brother, sister, everyone in this neighborhood should know me. I pride myself on my integrity in my endeavors. Tomorrow, I will be selling pancakes here, and I hope you will all come and support me. Well then, you quietly learned a skill. Pray tell, how much did it cost you? An elderly gentleman inquired, pulling the pancake seller aside to ask in hushed tones. Not much. It was a gesture of kindness from my brother and sister-in-law, wishing to help me out. I, too, seek to earn a living and provide for my family. So I hope you will look kindly upon my small business in the future, the pancake seller replied, having accustomed himself to temporary work. He found it difficult to secure a permanent position, and the earnings were meager. Dear girl, are you not working tomorrow? There are still so many pancakes left. Why not sell them? Could you roll me a couple more? Yes, I would like to as well. Some patrons, initially planning to return the following day, were taken aback by the news and exchanged glances with the pancake seller and his wife, wondering if the newly acquired skill was reliable enough. They decided to purchase today instead. 1, 2, many eager onlookers suddenly emerged, clamoring to buy. Hey, don't push. Old Lady Li is almost squished flat. It took her considerable effort to squeeze back in, someone exclaimed. Look here, isn't there a disturbance? Lin Jiao Jiao is teaching her apprentice and needs materials, which are conveniently available here, another remarked. What is the matter with you, old lady? Move along and don't hinder us from buying pancakes, someone retorted, clearly annoyed. Humph. I am this girl's elder. And you all, how can you pass on your family skills to outsiders? You should all step aside, old Lady Li shouted, her voice carrying across the crowd. The pancake seller grew anxious and quickly turned to Guchong, he, and Lin Jiao Jiao for support. If they were indeed her elders, he found himself at a loss. Their agreement had only been verbal, and he had not even made a deposit. Should this venture fall through, it would be quite troublesome. Who are you related to? I don't recognize you. Changhe, do you know her? Gu Changhe shook his head upon hearing Lin Jiao Jiao's words, claiming ignorance of her identity, stating that there were no such elders in his family. Lady Li, her face flushed with anger, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Jiao Jiao and exclaimed, How could you possibly not recognize me? I am your third brother's wife's aunt, your third sister-in-law's elder relative. Our connection is genuine and unblemished. Now that you mention it, you do seem familiar. Aren't you the one I encountered at the hospital, desperately seeking eggs? Yes, that's you. I later saw you at my third sister-in-law's home as well. It turns out you were a relative with quite the convoluted connection. Feeling reassured, Gu Changhe mused about the complexity of their relationship. No matter how many twists and turns there are, I'm still an elder. Lady Li, hands on her hips and head held high, sought to assert her dominance over the gathering. By the way, I recall now. That day, your third sister-in-law caused quite a scene, insisting that your third brother should not learn a trade, deeming it beneath their dignity, claiming they had secure jobs. Just look at that haughty attitude. It rivals that of this old lady. Indeed, the onlookers began to murmur in agreement, recognizing the shared disposition. Lady Li's eyes sparkled with cunning as she processed this new information. No wonder Hongxia urged her to come here, mentioning the free crepes with eggs. It was clear she had ulterior motives from the outset. Though setting up a stall may seem undignified, the unambitious ones had succeeded in bringing work to the forefront. Ideally, Li Hongxia would join in, doubling their efforts to earn substantial income. After all, it's better when siblings work together. Why would you teach such valuable skills to outsiders? Instead, share your knowledge with your third brother and sister-in-law. There is no shame in selling street food. I'll persuade them to abandon their meager earnings and strive for greater prosperity alongside you. Lady Li's demeanor softened, her face blooming with joy akin to a chrysanthemum. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled in response. As an outsider married into the family, I ought not to meddle in the affairs of my brothers and sisters. I advise you to refrain from involving yourself as well. Regardless, I'm still their elder, their aunt. They must heed my words, so wait and see." With that, Lady Li hastily turned on her short legs and dashed back. Lin Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback by her speed. She had sprinted away in an instant. However, this proved fortuitous, for it allowed her to focus on selling the remaining crepes. Before long, they were sold out, and they hurried back with their cart. In their rented room, they instructed the young couple from the Bao family. It was true that Bao Datong was indeed straightforward and, due to his warm-hearted nature, had earned himself that nickname. Lady Li, breathless and panting, finally sank to the ground. Zheng Daong rushed over, concerned. "Aunt, what is the matter?" "Daong, your brother has secured a job," Lady Li exclaimed, her smile wide enough to obscure her eyes. She recounted how Lin Lao San had begun selling street food, thereby providing work for her son. "Aunt, why aren't you considering me? I am your own nephew." Zheng Daong recalled seeing Li Hongxia, her tear-streaked face flushed, igniting a yearning within him. If he could win her affection, he would not only gain a wife, but also a job. In the past, you missed your chance. But now securing employment is exceedingly difficult. There's a position for every applicant. Mrs. Li sighed deeply, lamenting that if securing employment were a simple task, she would not have resorted to seeking assistance from Li Hongxia and her spouse. "Aunt, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight," she implored. "Before us lies an opportunity. All I require is a helping hand from you. In the future, should any matters arise in your household, I assure you that my father and I will be among the first to offer our support." In recent days, Zheng Daong had been lingering around, yet he had been unable to find an opportunity. At this juncture, a mediator was essential, and his aunt was the most suitable candidate for the role. Chapter 106. An embarrassing situation. Old Lady Li chuckled awkwardly. Her concern for Li Hongxia and her partner's employment stemmed from their status as her elders. Most crucially, Li Hongxia had no brothers, and the old woman's last wishes were clearly stated. However, should she consider giving the job to her nephew? Even if she had the audacity to ask, it was unlikely he would receive it. "Aunt, do not forget your surname is Zheng," remarked Zheng Daong, his expression immediately darkening. In the past, he had proclaimed his own significance, but when it came to pivotal moments, he found himself relying on others. "Daong, it's not that your aunt is unwilling to assist, but how can I help you? Even if I were to speak up, your uncle wouldn't be inclined to act." Old Lady Li explained, her face full of concern. "What's the issue? Doesn't my brother need a job to marry? Li Hongxia has 2 positions, after all. If you could help me secure one for him, that would be mutually beneficial," Zheng Daong mused, envisioning a delightful scenario where his wife would remain home to care for their child instead of working. "What?" Old Lady Li exclaimed in horror, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around to ensure no one had overheard her. "Daong, what do you mean? You can't possibly have feelings for Li Hongxia. What is appealing about that long-faced woman? Besides, she already has a man and a child. This simply cannot happen." "Aunt, please lower your voice," Zheng Daong replied, arms crossed and casting his gaze skyward. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Hongxia was indeed beneath him. Yet, her employment status was a significant draw. "I desire a secure job. I no longer wish to drift aimlessly through life." Old Lady Li blinked, acknowledging that the greatest asset of that long-faced woman was her employment. "Daong, it's not that your aunt doesn't want to help you, but Li Hongxia's little girl is still nursing. The couple is quite content, so you must let go of that idea. Once your brother starts working, I will have him search for a suitable position for you in the factory." "Ha, Aunt, what are you thinking? If I cannot win over Li Hongxia, how will my brother secure his job? Do you know what I witnessed that day?" Li Hongxia fiercely opposed the idea of her partner setting up a stall, and she would never consent to relinquish her job for you. Zheng Daong dismissed her concerns. Those young women have their eyes set on steady employment, and they expect substantial dowries. Marrying a wife costs a fortune. No matter how exceptional I am, I have 2 dependents at home. I would rather not take on the burden of a widow. Li Hongxia is rather appealing. She is young and employed, and the more I ponder, the more suitable she seems. Old Lady Li furrowed her brow. They had been arguing for quite some time, yet his brother-in-law remained noncommittal. Despite Li Hongxia's quiet demeanor, she was indeed a formidable opponent. This was becoming increasingly complicated, If they continued to delay, Zheng Daiyong's own marriage prospects might wither away. Seeing old lady Li's expression, Zheng Daiyong felt a flicker of hope in his heart, though he masked it with a neutral face. He grasped old lady Li's hand and declared, "Li Hongxia has feelings for me. She blushes whenever she sees me and even holds my hand." Madame Li widened her eyes in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. To her astonishment, she discovered that Li Hongxia had shamelessly been courting someone behind her own husband's back. With a heavy heart, she implored, "Daiyong, this is unacceptable. When choosing a wife, one must select a woman of virtue. Otherwise, how can you live in peace?" Zheng Daiyong shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "What does it matter? Once she enters my home, everything is subject to my authority. If she dares to utter nonsense, my fists are not idle." It dawned on Madame Li that her nephew was indeed the undisputed ruler in his household, managing his wife with an iron fist. Should she ever show dissatisfaction, it would result in a flurry of blows, regardless of her condition. Upon reflection, this seemed rather unjust. Furthermore, despite his shortcomings, Li Hongxia's partner was still the father of her child. After much contemplation, she shook her head and said, "Daiyong, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Aunt, you cannot stop me. Once a woman has set her heart on someone, it is a different story. With just a subtle beckon, she will come running. When that time comes, the job will be out of your hands." Zheng Daiyong's expression hardened, as he believed that firmness was the only approach left. Madame Li halted her steps, pondering how this reckless girl dared to pursue her own nephew. Since she showed no regard for propriety, she must not blame others for her fate. "Daiyong, tell me how I can assist you." Zheng Daiyong smiled and leaned closer to whisper in Madame Li's ear. She nodded in agreement. If it were to unfold thus, she could hardly be held accountable. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao had finally imparted her knowledge and, after bidding farewell to her guest, sat down at the table to count her earnings. Gu Changhe observed her delight, increasingly perplexed. "Jiao Jiao, this is a golden hen that lays eggs." In the past, a mere 100 yuan would have thrilled him, but after experiencing the delights of the pancakes, his perspective had shifted. He had earned several hundreds in just a few days. Although Jiao Jiao often reassured him that soon the streets would be filled with similar vendors, he believed her skill was unique and worthy of inheritance. "Well, if we wish to continue, we can simply relocate to another street to sell," Lin Jiao Jiao suggested. However, Gu Changhe could not share her enthusiasm. "Sell what? You sold the pan. They offered 40 yuan, and we spent days on this. Why not sell? Even if we decide to sell pancakes in the future, we can always make a new pan. We could improve it and create something even better." Lin Jiao Jiao spoke a hard truth. There were numerous improvements to be made after several days of use. "All right, this city is vast," Gu Changhe sighed. "Once the autumn harvest concludes, I must craft a fine pan and set up a stall. I have not yet had my fill of such profitable days." "Very well. You tidy up at home while I go out for a stroll and buy some supplies," Lin Jiao Jiao said, raising the money in her hand and beaming with joy. Gu Changhe immediately sensed an ominous premonition and hurriedly said, "Jiao Jiao, it is getting rather late. We should return home soon." Lin Jiao Jiao swiftly waved her hand, insisting, No. You have worked so hard these past few days. I must treat you properly. There is no need to spend unnecessarily." Gu Changhe silently gazed at Lin Jiao Jiao's lips, and the implication was unmistakable. With a playful kiss blown in his direction, Lin Jiao Jiao turned and dashed outside. "You stay at home obediently. I have heard of a place selling flawed fabric that does not require cloth tickets. I shall procure a piece to personally craft you a suit." Chapter 107. Unreasonable. Gu Changhe's face flushed crimson as he hesitated on how to respond, when his plump wife vanished without a trace. His mind was consumed with thoughts of acquiring new garments, and he pondered the significance of a gentle kiss and a playful puff of air from her lips. Surely, it must mean she holds him in high regard. This thought lightened his spirits, causing his movements to become more agile, and he couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. As for the question of how much money his wife might spend, he cast aside all concerns, banishing them to the far reaches of his mind. Lin Jiao Jiao had no intention of purchasing flawed fabric. Instead, she discovered an assortment of materials within her space, carefully selecting those suitable for the present occasion. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to showcase them. She also busied herself exploring the department store. Since acquiring fabric would incur no expense, she resolved to spend her funds on delectable treats instead, which she could store in her space for occasional indulgence. The pastries, sweets, and white liquor all had negotiable prices, particularly the liquor, which came with 2 price points. Paying without tickets would cost more, thus allowing her to purchase as she pleased. As Lin Jiao Jiao continued her shopping, she found herself exceeding her budget. The money seemed to vanish with alarming speed. A few coins here and there, and before she knew it, she had spent 100 yuan, which was not aligned with her fabric budget. She envisioned Gu Changhe's frugal demeanor and wondered if she might be subjected to a metaphorical dismemberment for her spending spree. Lost in her reverie, a jubilant shout broke her concentration. "Young lady!" Lin Jiao Jiao looked up to find a middle-aged woman gazing at her with delight. How could someone of such age still refer to her as young lady? She glanced at her own hands, which, along with her face, appeared quite youthful. She opened her mouth to respond, but instead of auntie, she opted for sister, asking, "Is there something you need?" "Young lady, that red checkered fabric is truly vibrant. You want to wear it. So why not pass it on to me? My daughter is getting married, and I'm currently preparing her dowry." Lin Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow, glancing at the fabric cradled in her arms. When had she intended to part with it? It was indeed meant for her, as she had recently wed, and the color was perfectly fitting for her. However, a clever idea struck her. "Sister, you truly have an eye for quality. Just look at how bright the color of this fabric is. We don't have anything like it locally. This was brought from the capital, and it's quite expensive." As she spoke, Lin Jiao Jiao unfurled the fabric, showcasing its many virtues. The current dyeing techniques could not compare to this. The striking checkered pattern radiated brilliance without being gaudy. She had selected it from a pile of sheets and hadn't thought much of it at the time. But now, with her own praises, she increasingly believed that this fabric would make a stunning top or shirt. Feng Qinfang's eyes nearly glued to the fabric. She had initially found it appealing, but upon closer inspection, it was simply exquisite. She envisioned her daughter wearing it, undoubtedly the most beautiful bride. As she approached, she finally noticed the plump young woman's face. "Oh dear, why do you call me sister? Do I really appear that youthful?" Suppressing her laughter, Lin Jiao Jiao chose not to reveal her ruse and responded, "Sister, you look remarkably young, certainly not a day over 30, despite being in your 40s. Speak more kind words, and one might sell the fabric at a premium price." She thought this delightfully, yet the other party's expression was far from pleasant. "But I'm only 35. Feng Qinfang felt an urge to unleash her frustration, but restrained herself. All for the sake of this fabric. Lin Jiao Jiao blinked her eyes, sighing. She had once been the ultimate conversation ender, never adept at flattery. And yet here she was in a new world, unchanged. However, she found it impossible to falsely claim that the other looked merely in their 20s. Dryly, she remarked, "You don't look old at all, not one bit." This age she spoke of was not unfounded. After all, she had a daughter about to marry, so it was only reasonable to assume she was in her 40s. Yet, she forgot that nowadays people marry early. Feng Qinfang forced a smile. "Chubby girl, can you spare some of this fabric for Annie? I certainly want to shortchange you. How about I add a few extra dollars?" This was indeed a treasure from the capital, one she could not afford to overlook. She had initially intended to add just a few dimes, but it had to be a few dollars instead. After all, who would travel such a distance only to quibble over mere cents? Lin Jiao Jiao considered the current price of garments, made a rough calculation, and raised 3 fingers, stating 30 yuan. "What? How can you ask for such an outrageous price? This is merely fabric. It cannot be that expensive." Feng Qinfang's voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. Even if it was fabric from the capital, it was not gold-plated. Lin Jiao Jiao did not feel her price was excessive. She advanced the fabric, saying, "Look at the texture. And this color, have you ever seen anything like it before? This is truly a fine product. You get what you pay for. Most importantly, look at the size. You could easily make a coat and a shirt from it." Feng Qinfang felt the fabric and was loath to let it go. The sensation was indeed different. Upon inspecting the size, she realized it could indeed yield 2 garments. The remaining fabric might even suffice for a child's outfit. She calculated the costs again. Even if she selected quality fabric, it would still set her back 20 yuan. With that in mind, it didn't seem so exorbitant after all. After all, this was brought from the capital. It couldn't possibly be priced the same as local offerings. Chubby girl, we can't settle on a fixed price. How about 25 yuan? Feng Qinfang grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's plump hand, hoping to gain some favor. Having just claimed she was older, she was not truly upset. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. No, that would be a loss for me. I might as well keep it to make clothes myself. If it weren't for my interest in other items and wanting to gather some money, I wouldn't let it go at this price. Feng Qinfang couldn't negotiate further. She resolutely handed over 30 yuan and cradled the fabric to her chest. Lin Jiao Jiao was astonished by such good fortune. The fabric she had inadvertently produced had been sold, perfectly filling her needs. She joyfully made her way to the entrance, no longer daring to wander aimlessly. Sister-in-law, what are you looking at? Oh, isn't that Lin the Chubby? Yang Pingjin, who had come with Feng Qinfang, had just now found her after a prolonged search. Big sister, you know her? Look at how beautiful this fabric is. I just bought it from her after much effort, Feng Qinfang said, showcasing the fabric to Yang Pingjin. Such a splendid item. She wished to display it to everyone she encountered. You must be aware of the situation in our courtyard, particularly concerning the daughter-in-law from the old Li family, Lin Lao San's younger sister. The fabric here is remarkably dense, and the color is exquisite. It must have cost a considerable sum. Indeed, this piece of cloth is 30 yuan. Feng Qinfang lamented the price with a twinge of regret. You truly are extravagant. Yang Pingjin shook her head, noting that earning a good income makes all the difference. Such expensive material can be purchased at whim. However, one must wonder where this Lin fatty girl acquired it. It surely must have been her elder brother's doing. No wonder the household is always in turmoil. With such lavish expenditures, which daughter-in-law would find contentment? Chapter 108. Utterly frustrated before Yang Pingjin could even step into her home, she learned of a brawl at the old Li household. Residing directly above them, the disturbances from their abode rendered her own home far from tranquil. Rather than retreating upstairs, she made her way to the old Li's, where a crowd had gathered at the entrance, obstructing any passage. Li Hongxia, disregarding her dignity, implored the onlookers, please, help me settle this. Do you think my life is easy? My in-laws are impoverished to the point of destitution. I have tolerated their demands for assistance, but now they expect me to provide meals as well. Li Hongxiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is demanding meals from you? Stop casting blame upon my family. I can return the job you so eagerly seek, sparing us from this incessant bickering. Lin's son retorted, his voice trembling with indignation. For days, Li Hongxia had worn a sullen expression, as if he owed her an exorbitant debt. He had remained silent about the matter of her stall, yet she persisted in creating discord. See, you've admitted it. You are always ready to relinquish your responsibilities. One job isn't sufficient. Now you wish to hand over mine as well, all for your sister's sake. To sway my heart, you even took me to witness her stall. But where were the customers? They were all hired. You conspired with your sister to deceive me, he accused. Li Hongxia felt a deep sorrow. Throughout these days, she had endured in hopes that Lin's son would offer her some comforting words, and she would be inclined to compromise. Little did she know, he had no intention of resolving their issues. Had it not been for her aunt's visit, she would still be oblivious to the truth. Linson glanced at old Mrs. Li and then chuckled. You trust everyone but me. Old Mrs. Li, feeling the weight of his gaze, stiffened and retorted. I am not fabricating anything. That business does not belong to Lin Jiao Jiao. She merely paid to play pretend. If you do not believe me, go see for yourself tomorrow. It will surely be someone else running it. What? Not only are the customers fake, but the business itself is a sham? Linson, what else do you have to say? If you do not provide me with an explanation, I cannot continue living like this. Li Hongxia cried out in despair, lamenting her unfortunate fate of being entangled with such an ineffectual man. Lin's son felt as though he could never clear his name. Fine. If you wish to abandon this life, just say so. Why engage in such convoluted arguments? Enraged, he began to gather his belongings, having grown weary of this pitiful existence. Lin's son, heed your aunt's advice. Apologize to your wife. No matter how you prioritize your sister, you cannot forsake your wife and children. This is the person you are meant to spend your life with. I have not. Before Lin Sun could finish, Yang Pingjin interjected, I may not know much, but you took that fine fabric to your sister, allowing her to sell it for a mere 30 yuan. No household would tolerate such an act. What? You acquired more fabric? The last piece you procured from the provincial city, you insisted was unsuitable for me, claiming it was only fit for young girls. And you took it back. I said nothing then, but now you sneakily take more to her. Li Hongxia collapsed to the ground, her voice breaking as she cried out, I can't endure this any longer. This life is truly unbearable. Madame Li's lips curled upwards, as if to say that whenever one felt sleepy, a pillow would be presented. It truly echoed the old adage, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Yang Pingjin felt a twinge of regret, wondering if she had been too candid. She hurriedly retreated, mumbling, this is not my fault. I truly did not speak in jest. Lin Sun glanced at Li Hongxia, then at the crowd. He had long grown weary of their gazes. Don't just leave yourself. Take your children with you, shouted old Madame Li, hands on her hips. Li Hongxia anxiously tugged at old Madame Li's sleeve, for the children were still so young. She never intended to drive anyone away. Every time, they would wander for a few laps and then return. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on. Are you foolish? Those children are so little. How can a grown man manage them alone? Only by doing so can we compel him to abandon those bad habits. Old Madame Li stifled a laugh. She could not allow her nephew to bear the burden of labor. It was imperative to send these dependents away. Upon hearing this, Li Hongxia's eyes sparkled. She realized that she had been too soft-hearted in the past. Otherwise, those bad habits would have been rectified long ago. Yes, take the children away. They are all your kin. If you, a grown man, cannot support the children, can you still call yourself a man? As she spoke, she felt her words were somewhat harsh. Yet, meeting Lin Sun's icy gaze, she gritted her teeth and stood firm. Very well, do not regret it, Lin Sun declared, tossing aside a large bundle, wrapping the children's belongings, and slinging it over his shoulder. He then picked up one child in each arm, urging the eldest son to follow. Lin Xingli wailed loudly, while Li Wanglin struggled in Lin Sun's embrace. Even Wu Ye began to cry. Go on, all of you leave. Not a single one shall remain. Li Hongxia was utterly infuriated. Even at this juncture, he refused to acknowledge his mistakes and continued to speak harshly. She resolved not to relent any further. Otherwise, the old Lin family would face ruin. Auntie is right. I must be resolute and give Lin's son a proper lesson. If he does not experience some hardship, he will continue to behave like a spoiled grandpa, utterly oblivious to his position. The children were startled into silence by her outburst, each sniffling softly. The surrounding onlookers began to intercede. Lin Sun, just take a step back. Hongxia has done much to support your family, but it cannot be excessive. Indeed, how can you place the burden of work on your sister? She was initially skeptical, yet a piece of fabric sold for 30. How much fabric would that be? Lin Sun has truly overstepped. They cautioned that if this indulgence continued, he would soon be rolling out all the family belongings. I told you, yet you refuse to believe me. My sister does not desire this job. Even I do not covet it. Who wants such work? Surely everyone knows. As Lin Sun spoke, he glanced at old Madame Li, the implication unmistakable. Old Madame Li had caused quite a stir, and the neighbors could not have been unaware. Young Lin, do not take offense. Regardless of the commotion, it is a matter for the old Li family. An elderly woman earnestly advised. The contents of this pot can be stirred about. However, Lin is still the surname of the Lin family. Lin's son smiled and shook his head, uttering not a word. As he led the children out, as he walked a considerable distance away, Li Hongxia's voice echoed behind him. Uncle and aunt, I am truly feeling frustrated. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to my in-laws, yet in the end, I have reaped no rewards. My sister-in-law, however, dares to demand a job, while Lin's son seems utterly befuddled, pouring all his efforts into this matter. The more Li Hongxia spoke, the more tears streamed down her face. While my aunt is perpetually preoccupied with this job, my own parents remain impotent, opting only to hide away. My husband proves to be of no support, undermining me instead. Chapter 109. Deceptive Maneuvers. Gu Changhe gazed in astonishment at Lin Jiao Jiao, who was laden with packages. Oh my plump wife, what have you done? Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled softly and quickly produced a bottle of Maodai. Look what I brought for you. They say this is the finest liquor. I will prepare a sumptuous meal, and you can indulge in a delightful drink. She had often heard Gu Changhe lamenting that even frying an egg warranted a couple of drinks. Gu Changhe nearly stumbled in disbelief. This is for me? Such exquisite liquor. If I were to drink it, it would be a sheer waste. Fine treasures are certainly meant to be savored by oneself. Lin Jiao Jiao then unveiled a bottle of daku, exclaiming, "This is perfect for guests." She continued to retrieve 2 more bottles of Maodai and 2 bottles of daku, stating, "When we return, I will send a bottle to my father as well. As for these 2 bottles, they are entrusted to you." After much contemplation, Lin Jiao Jiao decided to purchase an extra bottle. Whether Gu Changhe chose to share with the neighbor was no longer her concern. Gu Changhe was lost in thought, calculating the expense of such fine wines. When he heard her words, his heart fluttered. His wife's kindness was boundless, even in the old man's current state. She had not overlooked him. However, these wines could not be sent over. Even if they were, they would not find their way into the old man's stomach, but rather expand their appetites. "Jiao Jiao, you are truly wonderful." Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh, realizing that there was no problem that 2 bottles of wine could not resolve. She boldly brought forth an array of items: Changbai cakes, peach crisps, egg cakes, red sausage, canned peaches, white sugar, brown sugar, fruit candies, and even a pound of white rabbit milk candies. Gu Changhe's eyes nearly popped out. "Jiao Jiao, have you brought the supply store home with you?" "But wait, there's more." Lin Jiao Jiao produced a large stack of fabric, leaving Gu Changhe in a state of shock, coughing in disbelief. "Jiao Jiao, why on earth did you buy so much fabric?" "I understand now. We are not venturing into this business, are we?" Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled at a suggestion. "Changhe, that is an excellent idea. However, all of this is for our personal use. This is a tablecloth, this is a curtain, these are sheets and duvet covers, and this fabric is for making your clothes. And this one is for mine. Aren't they lovely?" She then revealed a smaller stack intended for Wang Dahua and her companions. Her dowry was quite substantial, and the bedding had indeed required considerable effort from her family. Now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wished to express her gratitude. Gu Changhe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiao Jiao, you Haven Tea spent all our money, have you?" "Not all. These barely cost 100 yuan. We can earn that back in a single day." Lin Jiao Jiao rejoiced at her quick thinking, having made a profit of 30 yuan. This way, Gu Changhe wouldn't fret over spending, and she could enjoy some peace. Can we truly acquire so many items? Gu Changhe was filled with incredulity. "You think it's reasonable, don't you? I had a stroke of luck today. When the server saw me buying the liquor, she pulled me aside and startled me at first. It turned out she had a coupon, so all this liquor was very inexpensive." Gu Changhe shook his head at Lin Jiao Jiao's account. Is there truly such kindness in the world? Lin Jiao Jiao remained unconvinced. After all, nothing comes without a price. The money I saved was merely returned to the other party in part. Yet, noticing my intent to purchase fabric, she led me to select from the materials handled internally, where many items were flawless, albeit in limited quantities and thus being sold off. Gu Changhe nodded in understanding. It made sense, for, after all, one does not rise early without the promise of profit. Observing these goods, he recognized that although he had spent a fair sum, the joy of purchasing something that would delight his plump wife was indeed worthwhile. Lin Jiao Jiao fabricated a narrative, successfully navigating this hurdle. Proudly lifting her chin, she remarked, "Changhe, I've been so busy these days that I scarcely have time to wander about. If I find some time, no time at all. We must work every day. And even when not working, we must set up our stall. There is absolutely no time." Gu Changhe interjected, eager to steer the conversation back. It was indeed better to remain busy. When would his wife mature? He pinched Lin Jiao Jiao's chubby cheek, marveling at how much weight she had lost in such a short span. If she continued to slim down this way, perhaps they could welcome a child sooner rather than later. Once they had a child, life would surely become more settled. It seemed he would need to exert himself more in the evenings. Lin Jiao Jiao leaned in and gave him a smacking kiss, laughing as she said, "This is all you're doing. You brought me close to kiss you. Gu Changhe glanced out the window, leisurely responding. I'll take you home so you can kiss to your heart's content. He felt a tinge of embarrassment at this point. Quickly diverting the subject, he urged, let us hasten to pack our things. We must return before dark. All right, but remember you promised. Make sure to wash up thoroughly this evening, so I may indulge. Lin Jiao Jiao teased, pinching Gu Changhe's face, pleased to see him blush further before striding out. Gu Changhe was left blushing fiercely. He finally understood why Lin Jiao Jiao was so fond of bathing. As Lin Jiao Jiao placed a bundle of items onto the tricycle, she noticed him lost in thought and decided to fetch some wine. Gu Changhe hurriedly seized the wine bottle, insisting, allow me to handle this. He grabbed a large basket and filled it with hay. This is even more delicate than eggs, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked, handing him several pieces of fabric. Place these underneath. They are superior to hay. Gu Changhe accepted the fabric and wrapped it in oil paper, carefully placing it at the bottom and sides of the basket. This was far more valuable than mere eggs. Throughout the journey, he guarded this large basket with vigilance, fearing any mishap would cause him great distress. He positioned the basket in the center of the tricycle, flanking it with 2 bags of wine dregs to shield it from harm. Lin Jiao Jiao checked the house before locking the door. The lease had not yet expired, and she had no intention of relinquishing it prematurely, as it might be needed any day. Changhe, hop on. I shall take you home now. With a strong push, she propelled herself forward, finding the ride much more comfortable than bouncing in the back. Gu Changhe sat at the rear, head held high, occasionally greeting passers-by. No longer shy, he embraced the fact that this was his wife. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He conserved his energy for the evening ahead, feeling a warm flush creep across his face at the thought. Lin Jiao Jiao rode her bicycle and, not long after leaving the county town, she spotted several familiar figures ahead. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find Lin's son resting by the roadside with 3 children. Third brother, are you heading back to the village? She inquired, noticing that the scene resembled a young bride throwing a tantrum, taking her children back to her maternal home. Upon noticing Lin Jiao Jiao, Lin's son wished he could vanish into the ground. He had been hesitating by the roadside, uncertain of where to go. Returning to the village felt too humiliating to him. Chapter 110. My surname is Li. Have you closed up shop? After much contemplation, Lin's son finally uttered, my surname is Li. Have you closed up shop? Lin Jiao Jiao nodded in affirmation, saying, yes, we have closed up shop. You two should head back to the village and get in the car. Could it be that this couple was embroiled in a quarrel over their market stall? Gu Changhe perceived the tension but refrained from probing further. He called out, third brother, come up with the child. The journey back is still quite long. Lin Xingli tugged at Li Wang Lin, swiftly retreating behind Lin's senator today. Their mother was quite fierce, their father even fiercer, and their aunt the fiercest of all. Lin Jiao Jiao produced 2 pieces of fruit candy. Lin Xingli was of the same age as Xiao Tai Tu, while Li Wang Lin was a year younger than them. For such young children, there was no problem that candy could not solve. Here, Annie has candy, she beckoned. Upon sighting the candy, Li Wang Lin broke free from Lin Xingli's grasp and sprinted towards Lin Jiao Jiao. He snatched the candy and, in a flash, tore off the wrapper and popped it into his mouth, a look of fierce determination on his face, as if fearing it might be taken from him. Lin Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback by his speed. Waving the other piece of candy, she called out, Xingli, come over for some candy. Lin Xingli, hiding behind Lin's son, peeked out, blinking his eyes, hesitant to move. Aunt, give it to me. I'll eat it for him. Li Wang Lin extended his hand. How can you eat for him? Lin Jiao Jiao retracted her hand. My surname is Li. It should be given to me. Li Wang Lin pouted his little lips, looking decidedly self-assured. The bystanders fell silent upon hearing this proclamation. Lin Sin's heart trembled. He had previously overlooked such statements. The older child had not thought much of it, but hearing it now from his younger son sounded exceedingly jarring. Wang Lin, candy belongs to whoever it is given to. It cannot be substituted. Lin Xingli shook his head, asserting, I'm the eldest. I won't eat. Li Wang Lin, feeling aggrieved, pouted and shouted defiantly, my name is Li Wang. I want to go home. This house will be mine from now on. If you make me unhappy, I'll drive you all away. Lin Jiao Jiao gaped in astonishment. Such words hardly seemed fitting for a 3-year-old. His eloquence was surprising, but the weight of his words was alarming. If Wang Dehua were to hear this, she would undoubtedly chase him away with a stick. Third brother, do not hesitate. Take the child home quickly. If this continues... Lin Jiao Jiao's voice trailed off. I want to go home. I want to go home. Li Lin sat on the ground, shouting, yet his eyes remained fixed on the candy. Lin Jiao Jiao tucked the candy away, then produced a large white rabbit milk candy, unwrapping it before waving it enticingly in front of Li Lin, only to place it in Lin Li's mouth. And I want it. I am the youngest. Li Lin's tears began to fall freely. Not only was he the youngest, but he also bore the surname Li. Why was he not given the candy? Auntie is so mean. Because my surname is Lin. Lin Jiao Jiao mimicked Li Lin's stance, crossing her hands on her hips. Upon hearing this, Li Lin momentarily forgot his tears, rendered speechless, standing there with his mouth agape. Watching Lin Li enjoy the candy he had previously always eaten while his brother looked on. Lin Li swallowed hard, savoring the exquisite taste of the candy, nearly swallowing his tongue in the process. Suddenly, he felt that his aunt was not as fierce as before. Lin's son had always believed that a child's biological mother would treat her offspring with kindness, so he had paid little attention to these nuances. Previously, he considered the child to be well-behaved and sensible. But now, he gazed up at the sky, gritted his teeth, and decided to return to the village. With that exclamation, all his pent-up frustrations were released. Indeed, it was time to go home and rest. Lin Jiao Jiao was not one to offer advice. She observed the tearful Waya, wondering what was troubling the child, who seemed to be crying incessantly. Could it be hunger? It certainly seemed so. Lin's son wished to find something for the child to eat, but recalling that his large bundle contained only clothes, he hesitated. He suddenly felt utterly useless. Was it his inadequacy that led to such disdain? Lin Jiao Jiao took the child into her arms. Do not cry. Your aunt will get you something tasty, she said as she walked towards a tricycle. The child, just a year old, stopped crying as she pulled out a piece of egg cake and offered it to Waya, who clutched it with both hands and began to nibble delicately. Li Lin watched enviously, his mouth watering, as he eagerly approached. Aunt, I'm also my father's son. You haven't had a meal, have you? Just as Lin Jiao Jiao's words fell, not only did these two children's stomachs rumble, but so did Lin's sins. She decided not to scold the child further and handed over the remaining half-piece to Li Lin. Then she retrieved another whole piece for Lin Li. Lin Li accepted the egg cake, murmuring, "Thank you, Aunt." Lin Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded, delighted at how quickly they had grown closer, all thanks to the allure of sweets. Li Lin stole a glance, too timid to say a word. Gu Changhe, from the large basket behind, produced an oiled paper bundle. The jianbing guozi was a product of his culinary practice, yet it was still enjoyable. Third brother, have this to tide you over, he offered. Lin's son did not refuse. He took a big bite and mumbled, "Sister-in-law, forgive my clumsiness." Gu Changhe shook his head. No worries, every family has its own struggles. Not everyone is as fortunate as I am to have a good wife. Such blessings are destined. Third brother, you should try to be more open-minded. Lin's son choked on the jianbing guozi, coughing and hiccuping. Gu Changhe hurriedly moved the water jug away, as it was reserved for him and his plump wife. Even Lin Jiao Jiao's brother was not exempt. Lin's son, pointing at Gu Changhe, was so exasperated that he could barely articulate his thoughts, lamenting his earlier impression of the man. Gu Changhe chuckled awkwardly, quickly rummaging through the basket for a bowl and pouring water from a small white bucket. Third brother, drink up. My Jiao Jiao is particular about cleanliness. Only I'm allowed to touch this water jug. Listening to Gu Changhe's explanation, Linson couldn't help but notice his smug expression, which was quite irksome. Changhe, in the future, just say the first half of your sentences, he advised. Why? Gu Changhe was puzzled, unsure how one should speak in half sentences. What did I just say? Regardless of what you say, I don't mind since we are family, but if you speak like this outside, you might offend someone, Lin's son patiently elucidated. I'm not worried, Gu Changhe replied nonchalantly. He gazed at Lin Jiao Jiao with a smile, sensing that his wife rather enjoyed his words. However, he was bound to face repercussions. Lin's son spoke through gritted teeth, biting into a savory pancake as if he were gnawing at Gu Changhe instead. Why was this person so incapable of understanding? Alas, what was wrong with him? Why did everything seem to go awry? Upon witnessing Lin San's fierce demeanor, Gu Changhe immediately sealed his lips, contemplating how his fists were quite formidable. Yet what could he do? This man was Jiao Jiao's elder brother, still in a fit of anger. It was prudent to exercise restraint. He preferred not to provoke him and become a mere outlet for his frustrations. Li Wanglin wished for another piece of egg cake, but was so intimidated by Lin San that he suppressed his words. Chapter 111. The Lin family under observation. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at the children, recognizing their youthful innocence. She broke off a piece of cake made with eggs and handed each of them half. "Auntie," Li Wanglin called out with a beaming smile. He suddenly felt that his aunt was not as unattractive as his mother had claimed. Now, he found her quite agreeable. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head with amusement. "If you behave yourself, Annie will treat you to more delicious food, but if you continue to act stubbornly, I won't give you anything at all." Li Wanglin nodded vigorously, puffing out his cheeks. Little Lin Xingli mirrored his enthusiasm with a nod of his own. Their mother had mentioned that Auntie cherished food above all. The fact that she shared such delightful treats with him and his brother must mean that she liked them, perhaps even more than the food itself. "Now that we're full, let us get in the car," Lin Jiao Jiao said, handing the children over to Lin San before mounting her bicycle. "Little sister, can you manage?" He glanced at himself and Gu Changhe, two grown men being pulled by a woman. What a sight. "Third brother wants you to ride. Can you handle it?" Lin San looked at Lin Jiao Jiao, who remained silent. "That little sister weighs almost as much as two people. Even if I could manage, I'd be worried about bursting a tire." After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Changhe, why don't you hold on to Wuya? I'll just walk back. Perhaps I'll catch a passing vehicle." Gu Changhe quickly stepped back. "I can't hold a child. I'd rather walk." "Hurry up. Let us not dawdle. We need to return before dark." Lin Jiao Jiao waved her hand, ushering everyone onto the vehicle. "Last time, I moved several hundred pounds of goods. Although today's load is substantial, it isn't excessively heavy." As Lin Jiao Jiao pedaled swiftly into the village, she spotted Lin Xiao in the distance, waving frantically. Sister, why are you back so late? Is everything all right?" Lin Jiao Jiao felt a surge of anxiety. "Haha, good news." Lin Xiao's words faltered. "Third brother," he called, peering back and noticing. "You brought the kids back yourself." Lin Sun nodded awkwardly, unsure how to explain the journey. "Let us discuss it when we get home." Lin Jiao Jiao handed the bicycle over to Gu Changhe, finding it easier to push through the village than ride. "Sister, you should take the things home first. Mother has killed a chicken and asked me to summon you for dinner." Lin Xiao nearly forgot the important matter. "Meat." Li Wanglin clapped his hands joyfully, drooling in anticipation. "You too. Help yourselves," Lin Xiao encouraged, pinching each of their cheeks. "Uncle, hold me," Li Wanglin pouted, suddenly feeling that visiting grandmother's house was quite delightful. Lin Xiao looked at the small legs and lifted him up. "Xingli, keep up. Let's hurry back for dinner." Lin Xingli bobbed his head and dashed ahead. Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, lifting Lin Xingli and placing him onto the tricycle. "Auntie." Lin Xingli felt sweeter than if he had eaten candy. Who is this? Wang Mu thought she must be seeing things. After a long gaze, she still couldn't spot the third brother's wife. Behold this scene. Could it be that they have been driven back? The matter of being a son-in-law is indeed not as simple as it seems. "Aunt, I have returned to take a look." Lin Sun tugged at the corners of his stiff mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Hey, Wang Mu chuckled, saying, "I understand and understands." Before these individuals could wander far, she dashed into the neighbor's yard. In an instant, news spread that Lin's son and the children had been sent back to the village. When Lin Jiao Jiao finished delivering her items and arrived at the old Lin family's home, it was already surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Wang Dehua appeared utterly bewildered. She initially thought someone was gossiping, but upon seeing Lin's son, she was so startled that she nearly lost her footing. "Sanair, what on earth is happening?" Coughing, old Master Lin signaled to Wang Dehua. This was not a matter to be discussed in public. He quickly urged, "All right, since you're back, come inside and rest." Yes, whatever it is, we can discuss it indoors." Wang Dehua also regained her composure. "Sister-in-law, why isn't your eldest worker back on a bicycle?" Look at him, burdened with a heavy load and carrying such a small child. How'd he end up in such a plight? Where's your third daughter-in-law? You always say she is the most filial. Why hasn't she come back to check on you? Everyone turned their gaze towards the infant. Such a young child cannot be away from its mother. Could it be that this has been accurately guessed? Lin's son, with a stiff resolve, replied, the mother of the child had some matters to attend to, so I brought the children back first. All right. Everyone has worked all day. You all must be tired. Quickly disperse. Don't crowd around my home. Wang Dehua urged, shooing the onlookers away. Once Lin's son carried the child into the courtyard, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. How swift the news travels. No one even used a trumpet to announce it. How could it spread so rapidly? Lin Jiao Jiao speculated who might have been the source. Yet even with that knowledge, the speed was astonishing. Before she could catch her breath, Wang Dehua inquired, Jiao Jiao, what is actually happening? You must tell your mother. Lin Jiao Jiao blinked her large eyes. Mother, you may be mistaken in your inquiry. Wang Dehua shook her head in exasperation. With your third brother-esque character, one couldn't extract even a whisper from him. What could he possibly say? He has changed considerably. Once the sweetest of tongues, now he remains silent and withdrawn. Who knows what has come over him? Lin's son lowered his head, wishing he could bury it in the ground. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at him, realizing Wang Dehua had indeed hit the nail on the head. Mother, I truly do not know. I encountered them on the road. Really? Wang Dehua expressed skepticism. Her daughter was always running to the city. Could this matter evade her knowledge? I suspect it pertains to the youngest sister. Zheng Wanju's remark drew the attention of all present, causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. Why are you all staring at me? This is quite evident. No household can endure the constant disturbances of someone arriving daily, consuming and taking without restraint. Regardless of how much she tried to convince herself, she remained unconvinced that Lin Jiao Jiao could withstand hardship, especially in the sweltering heat selling eggs. If they were hiding out causing a ruckus at the third daughter-in-law's house, that would be more believable. Previously, she had thought the brother-in-law was a sensible individual. After all, having lost his mother at a young age, he ought to be more understanding than others. Yet, observing that he is unfilial even to his own father, how could he possibly improve? It is hardly surprising that following Lin Jiao Jiao into the city leads to such chaos. You, who seem to thrive on discord, do you truly forget your own identity after a few hearty meals? Do not claim that my daughter did not attend. Even if she did visit her brother's house for a few meals, what of it? Shall we assume that, in the future when I'm no longer around, you, as the sister-in-law, would deny my daughter even entry into the door? Wang Dehua, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of expletives, her voice rising to a pitch that drew the attention of all nearby. From that moment on, Lin Jiao Jiao found herself unjustly burdened with an unflattering reputation. Chapter 112. The caring little cotton-padded jacket. Why am I being dragged into this again? Lin Jiao Jiao felt utterly speechless. She pulled the large basket closer to herself, feigning nonchalance as she lifted the cover, quietly gathering the fabric intended for her second and third sisters-in-law. There was no helping it. She was rather calculating. Indeed, it wasn't Jiao Jiao's fault. Her younger sister hadn't visited her in days. On the one occasion she did come, she brought a chicken, yet they hadn't even had the chance to offer her a single bite. Mother, we had some matters to attend to. I will elaborate later. Lin's son would not allow Lin Jiao Jiao to take the blame. He promptly stepped forward to clarify. Zheng Wanju nodded. Whatever the third brother said was the truth. As for the younger sister's demeanor, it was unnecessary for me to elaborate. Everyone in the village was already aware. The third sister-in-law had often lamented to me, yet now she too seemed hesitant to speak. Today, however, with the chicken stewed, it would truly provoke the mother-in-law's wrath, and that would be quite unwise. Lin Jiao Jiao smiled softly. Her second sister-in-law truly understood her. She stealthily reached into the basket again, placing a sizable chunk of meat into her space. Then, she exchanged it for a few leftover fried dough sticks. One must always carry provisions for meals, and she had indeed brought some. Lin nudged Zheng Wanjun, exclaiming, with Mom and Dad here, why are you speaking such candid truths? Second brother, I finally understand why second sister-in-law is so confident. It turns out she has someone backing her. Jiao Jiao, how are you speaking to your second brother? The old man Lin shot Lin Jiao Jiao a warning glance. In the absence of their parents, should anything arise, they would all rely on their older brother. If she offended her sister-in-law, who would support her then? Lin Jiao Jiao reached into the basket once more. After some thought, she decided not to take both bottles of liquor, leaving one bottle of strong liquor behind for the new year. Was my daughter said, "You all can speak nonsense, but you want to allow my daughter to speak the truth." Wang Dahua was displeased. This second daughter-in-law was clearly stirring trouble. The second son was still cunning, while the old man was as discerning as ever. Yet they continued to bicker endlessly. Old man Lin shook his head, wondering why this woman was so oblivious to her own behavior. If this continued, unrest would surely ensue, and peace in the household would be a distant dream. "Sister, what are you holding that large basket for?" Lin Xiao observed Lin Jiao Jiao as shifty eyes, feeling that she was concealing some grand surprise. "Your eyes are quite sharp. Come over and take a look. I bought you some fabric. It's enough to make you a new outfit." Lin Jiao Jiao pulled out a piece of light blue fabric, made of pure cotton and particularly thin, perfect for a shirt. "For me?" Lin Xiao clutched the fabric tightly, glancing at Lin Jiao Jiao, realizing that since getting married, she truly had taken on the role of an elder sister. Zheng Wanjun was captivated by the large basket, unable to avert her gaze. "You only bought for your younger brother? What about for mom and dad?" "Of course I bought for them." Lin Jiao Jiao opened the large basket and revealed the fabric. "Mother, this is for you to make clothes. This one is for my father." "Sister-in-law, this checkered fabric immediately struck me as suitable for you. And this one can be used for my older brother to make a pair of trousers. Third brother, you also have a share. These two pieces are for the little boys and girls." Lin Mu chuckled innocently. Who could dare claim that his younger sister was thoughtless? After all, she was simply concerned for her elder brother. Indeed, their mother was right. There is no such thing as giving without receiving in return. Lin's son took the fabric, inquiring, "Sister, where did you procure so much cloth?" He suddenly recalled what their neighbor had said and could not help but ask. "I met someone while setting up a stall with Changhe in the city. She introduced us to this supplier. Just look at these fabrics. Aren't they splendid? Only insiders have a chance to buy such quality." Lin Jiao Jiao explained vaguely, successfully deceiving Lin's senator. He nodded, knowing well that his sister had money. Selling those rolled pancakes was quite lucrative. However, quality fabric was not something one could easily acquire unless they had the right connections. Observing his sister's extravagant display, he silently vowed to earn money as well. Wealth affords one confidence. "Jiao Jiao, you foolish girl. Even if you earn money, you need to save some. Have you forgotten that you need to go to the hospital to have a baby?" Wang Dahua lamented, wishing she could snatch the fabric from these people's hands. The foolish girl was too reckless. With so much fabric, she must have spent all the money she earned, perhaps even jeopardizing their family savings. "Mom, I can only buy this because I encountered the opportunity. Besides, I'm saving up for hospital expenses. Once things settle down, I'll take you with me to the city to set up a stall, and you'll see that it can be quite profitable," Lin Jiao Jiao replied. But Wang Dahua did not believe a word. Lin's son quickly interjected, "Sister, setting up stalls is indeed very profitable. I'm tempted to try it myself. Why are you meddling in this? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You have a good job. Why are you even considering this?" Wang Dahua shot Lin son a glare. Sister, wait. Have you forgotten about me and your second brother? What about us?" Zheng Wanjun exclaimed anxiously, eager to snatch the basket for a closer look. "Of course not. ISNT at you and my second brother, who know me best. If someone like me were to buy for you, you wouldn't dare accept it, lest you think I'm trying to curry favor," Lin Jiao Jiao said, her expression innocently defiant, leaving Zheng Wanjun feeling flustered. Lin shook his head. This foolish wife had implicated him yet again. "Sister, when you were little, you were closest to your second brother. I even helped you climb trees to gather bird eggs. Have you forgotten?" Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Second brother. Don't forget, I have suffered an injury to my head." Lin Mu patted Lin on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Second brother, don't take it to heart. Sister is still just a child. If you continue to behave well, she will surely treat you kindly." "What's wrong with me? What have I done wrong?" Lin felt utterly vexed. Why did his sister treat him this way, just because he was the second child. Zheng Wanjun sighed enviously. Sister, now that you are married, you ought to be more sensible. There are customs in this village. When dining at someone's home, one ought to bring food along, even if it's your family. You cannot behave like this. It would only invite gossip about you and your husband. Lin Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. What you say is true, second sister-in-law. With one hand, she produced a packet of fried dough sticks, and with the other, she held a bottle of liquor. See, I've brought these with me. Zheng Wanjun was about to remark on the few remaining fried dough sticks. However, in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Before her stood a bottle of high-quality liquor, a spirit that surely cost several coins. What a splendid sight to behold! Old Master Lin hurried forward, his delight radiating as he grinned from ear to ear. Ah, my dear daughter, you truly are your father's cherished little treasure, he exclaimed. Who could say that a daughter is not worth the affection? He was eager to showcase this bottle of liquor to everyone, proclaiming, "This is my daughter. Can she be compared to others?" Lin Jiao Jiao's hands itched with excitement, for a single bottle of fine liquor had brought such joy to her father. Chapter 113. A display of skill. Zheng Wanjun, seething with anger, instinctively tightened her grip. The child in her arms, Sia, began to wail. With a quick glance, she remarked, "Mother, it's unbearably hot. This child is likely suffering from heat stroke. I shall take her inside to rest, and I want TB much help with dinner tonight." She discreetly signaled Lin. Since they were receiving no benefits, why should they exert themselves? They might as well wait for a ready meal. Lin understood immediately. Oh dear, my stomach aches terribly. Perhaps I've eaten something ill-prepared. I'll retreat indoors to recuperate. I must restore my health quickly to avoid hindering work tomorrow. Today, I find myself unable to muster the energy for household chores. Since third brother has returned, let him shoulder more of the burden. Just as Lin San was about to speak, his intent to assist was thwarted by a fierce glare from Wang Dahua, causing him to shrink back in trepidation. All right, you two young ones, hurry inside and rest. Let your elder sister-in-law prepare some nourishing congee for you. If you're not feeling better, fret not. I shall request a leave for both of you tomorrow. Mother Lin felt a surge of excitement, being so prioritized for the first time. It seemed she ought to fall ill more often. Mother, it's beyond my control. The child is frail. Thus, she expressed gratitude to her sister-in-law. Yang Tsuaping nodded, glancing at Wang Dahua, sensing something peculiar about her demeanor. Wang Dahua, unperturbed, cheerfully instructed eldest daughter-in-law, take a small pinch of cornmeal and prepare a bowl of porridge for them. Do not overdo it, for that could be detrimental. Have you not seen their illness? Those unwell must not overindulge. If they become overly full, it could lead to misfortune. Should they still be unwell tomorrow, let them continue to rest at home with this. Daring to challenge me, you are still Navi. If I do not turn your faces green with this, I am not Wang Dahua. Mother, are you truly my own? I am unwell. Why deny me good food? Why not serve me normal meals? Lin felt a chilling wave wash over her. The contrast of emotions was rather exhilarating. It is precisely because I am your mother that I treat you thus. Otherwise, I would have struck you long ago. The smile faded from Wang Dahua's face. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin, rendering her speechless with unease. Zheng Wanjun, feeling the weight of scrutiny, lowered her head in shame. She had not contributed a son to the Lin family, yet she was not afforded the same privileges as her sister-in-law. She recalled how, where her sister-in-law gave birth, the matriarch had slaughtered a hen on the same day. Lin Jiao Jiao, clinging to Wang Dao's arm, cooed, "Mother, do not be angry. I will soon demonstrate my skills and prepare a fried egg for you. Indeed, my dear daughter is quite filial." Wang Dahua's frozen visage instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. She turned to the cupboard to retrieve some eggs, contemplating the multitude of guests. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to take 6. The little ones could hardly consume much, so perhaps I shall prepare a bowl of steamed egg cake. It would be unfair for the 4th child to merely watch. With her resolve hardened, she selected 2 more. It has been rather peculiar of late, as the hens have been laying eggs more frequently than before. Otherwise, we could hardly sustain such consumption. She handed the basket of eggs to Lin Jiao Jiao, offering her instructions. Then she addressed Yang Tsuaping, saying, "Eldest daughter-in-law, please keep a watchful eye We must not waste these precious eggs. My culinary skills are exceptional. Mother, do you not recall the flatbreads I made that earned us money? Lin Jiao Jiao declared, eager to showcase her prowess. She had already mastered the art of tending the fire and was quite adept even with a large pot. Wang Da nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, my daughter's skills are commendable. Shouldn't you ask your sister-in-law to assist you with the fire? Mother, please keep an eye on the fifth child while I go chop some firewood. Lin's son did not wish to dine for free, having come without provisions. He felt compelled to contribute. Eldest sister, second sister, please look after our younger sister. Wang Dahua instructed before turning her gaze to Lin. Senator Lin's son suddenly felt uneasy. You go inside. Wang Dahua was determined not to let him escape without a proper explanation. Seeking help, Lin's son glanced at Lin Jiao Jiao, who returned his look with a sympathetic expression. She carried the eggs to the kitchen. Aunt, allow me to assist you, Li Wang exclaimed, undeterred by the presence of chicken droppings in the yard, abandoning thoughts of returning home. All he desired was to cheer up his aunt for the chance to indulge in more food. Tai Tu, take them to the backyard to play. Lin Jiao Jiao was not keen on having this little shadow around. What if he got burned? Tai Tu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Aunt, I will take care of them. With a flourish of his small hand, he declared, come, I will lead you to play with the rabbits in the backyard. Upon hearing about the rabbits, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly followed Tai Tu. Yang Tsuaping returned the fabric to the room and hurried over to assist. Little sister, you rest. I shall help you beat the eggs. Fearing Lin Jiao Jiao's displeasure, she quickly added, even the best chefs have their sous chefs. Sister-in-law, just help me chop a scallion. Lin Jiao Jiao, recognizing her genuine desire to help, assigned her a simple task, for there was no need to beat the eggs separately. Excellent. Yang Tsuaping's eyes sparkled with joy. She felt that her sister-in-law's attitude had softened since her marriage. Previously, she would often lament her clumsiness, claiming she could not sew as well as her second sister-in-law. She had only been allowed to assist with bedding, never permitted to touch the edges of garments. Yet, Lin Jiao Jiao was not merely frying eggs. Although 6 may seem ample, it would scarcely suffice for each person to have a bite. She sliced the youtiao into small segments, cracked the 6 eggs into the mixture, and added seasonings and scallions. Stirring them together, the fire beneath the large pot could not be too fierce. She poured the well-beaten eggs into the pan, stirring them with care. The eggs enveloped the crispy youtiao, and if one were not paying close attention, they might easily mistake it for solely eggs, resulting in 2 generous plates filled to the brim. Yang Tsuaping found herself captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. The aroma was utterly delightful. Her sister-in-law truly possessed a clever knack for cooking. This dish of scrambled eggs was no mere serving for one. It was ample enough to satisfy the entire family. Lin Jiao Jiao picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a piece, urging her sister-in-law to taste. She noticed the way others' eyes sparkled with delight, realizing her culinary skills had indeed flourished. Such a simple dish of scrambled eggs had managed to evoke such insatiable cravings. Chapter 114. An unbridgeable generation gap. Yang Tsuaping, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, inadvertently opened her mouth, the aroma of eggs enveloping her senses, only then realizing her actions. How can an adult indulge in such behavior? Li Wanglin, suppressing his lips, fixated his gaze on Yang Tsuaping's mouth, thinking that if his aunt were to indulge, he might just let it slide. A sudden exclamation from Li Wanglin startled Yang Tsuaping, causing her to bite her tongue. Her face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. What indulgence? I merely wish for your aunt to savor the flavor. What do you, a mere child, comprehend? Lin Jiao Jiao quickly came to Yang Tsuaping's rescue. Aunt, I want to taste it too. Behind her, 1, 2, several little heads turned their attention to Lin Jiao Jiao. Go and call Grandma for dinner at the table. You can taste your heart's content. Lin Jiao Jiao urged the children to disperse. I'll check on the pot. The chicken should be nearly done. Yang Tsuaping managed an awkward smile and hurried to inspect another large pot, which had been cooking for some time. Li Wanglin rushed over, determined that if there were to be indulgence, he should be included. Yang Tsuaping felt her hands tremble under his unwavering gaze, her dignity thoroughly compromised. Yet, she couldn't help but smirk. Her younger sister was indeed a natural chef. After years in the kitchen, She had never managed to produce eggs so delicious. As Yang Zuping lifted the lid of the large pot, it was not just Li Wanglin who was captivated. The other children were equally drawn in, their mouths watering at the enticing aroma. "Why aren't you all calling Grandma for dinner?" The children seemed oblivious to Lin Jiao Jiao's words, their eyes glued to the pot. Only Gangdan managed to turn his head. "Aunt, Grandma is quite upset." Lin Xiao peeked in from the kitchen. "Elder sister, you should take on the responsibility of calling Mom for dinner." He too was eager to eat, yet dared not provoke Wang Dahua, who was in a foul mood. Gangdan incessantly nodded his head, internally pleading, "I want meat, I want eggs, and please go call her." Lin Jiao Jiao nodded. "All right, you all set the table." The children leaped with joy. Stepping into the courtyard, Lin Jiao Jiao found Zheng Wanjun and Lin Lin watering the garden. "Second brother, you can't water in the same spot." Lin Lin glanced down, realizing the hen tea moved for quite some time, and offered an awkward smile. "Couldn't tea little sister pretend she didn't tea see?" Zheng Wanjun, entirely unfazed by being caught, was lost in her chaotic thoughts. The third brother and the others had indeed been sent back, and now their home had a few more mouths to feed. How much grain would that consume? "Lin Jiao Jiao, you've brought calamity upon our family." She tossed aside the watering can, abandoning her task, and retreated indoors. Lin Jiao Jiao shrugged. What did it matter to her? Why was she being blamed for everything? Realizing the situation, Lin Lin straightened his posture and spoke. "Little sister, you stop right there. Just return to your room. It's almost time for dinner anyway. If you're capable, stay hidden in there forever." Lin Jiao Jiao, uninterested in his lecture, turned and strode toward the main house. Lin Lin opened his mouth, but chose to say nothing further. If Wang Dahua were to hear this, she would undoubtedly reprimand me without a second thought. Lin's son cradled his head and implored, "Mother, I truly wish to escape this life. Just this once, please grant me liberation." "What nonsense are you uttering?" Wang Dahua retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "Do you think life is merely a game? Given your second sister-in-law's behavior, I have refrained from sending her back to her mother's house. Why must you all create such chaos? You are living a good life, and yet seem determined to ruin it." Though she spoke with anger, her heart was filled with disdain for the third daughter-in-law. Each time they returned, she forbade the girl from doing anything, fearing that this foolish girl would bring distress to her son and spoil him with bad habits. "San, heed your father's words and return home promptly tomorrow. Do not let your temper jeopardize your job," Lin's father admonished, believing his son to be foolish. What is the big deal about a quarrel between spouses? You could simply avoid each other at work. How can you bring the children back with you? "I no longer want this job. Let someone else take it," Lin's son stubbornly retorted, unwilling to yield. Although his pockets were empty, he resolved to fill them with his own efforts. Enraged, Lin's father kicked him, exclaiming, "You wasteful child! Do you know how envious the entire village is of your employment? What is wrong with your wife? She has all her limbs intact. Why can't you be content?" Wang Dahua crossed her legs and insisted, "San, you must not falter. She is already under your roof. If she disobeys, you must discipline her." Running home with the children demonstrates no strength. Upon noticing Lin Jiao Jiao, she beckoned, "Jiao Jiao, come over and persuade your third brother. I should have listened to you earlier. You often warn me that your third sister-in-law is unworthy. I prevented you from visiting her, and in doing so, I only encouraged her bad temper." Her frustration grew, and she regretted her actions deeply. She resolved to confront her daughter-in-law sternly upon returning, infuriated by the chaos that had erupted at the factory. Lin Jiao Jiao glanced at Wang Dahua, then at Lin's son, unsure of how to intervene, as a generational gap loomed between them. Bowing her head, she finally spoke, "Mother, let us heed San's wishes. After all, only he knows how these shoes fit his feet." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Dahua questioned. "How could shoes be uncomfortable if one is wearing them? Even if they do not fit perfectly, one can make them fit." Lin Jiao Jiao struggled to keep up with this line of reasoning. "What if the shoes are too small?" She countered, "That would create a hole. Yet one cannot simply discard them." Wang Dahua, recognizing the logic in her words, pondered but remained unconvinced. What family does not have its quarrels? If one were to separate at the first sign of dissatisfaction, how could we possibly manage with so many children? Lin Jiao Jiao shook her head, reflecting on the undeniable generational divide. "Mother, please spare me. My toes are crushed, yet they have not broken through. Lin's son had reached his limit. The subtle emotional torment inflicted upon him was far more painful than a physical beating. You spineless coward. If your wife disobeys, you ought to discipline her. Someone as timid as you does not deserve the Lin surname. Lin's father kicked him once more in frustration. Lin's son was knocked down to the ground, and he looked up at Lin Jiao Jiao with a pleading gaze. Observing the pitiful expression on Lin Sen's face, Lin Jiao Jiao reluctantly spoke. Mother, if I were to live with you, would you allow Gu Changhe to strike or insult me? Of course not, she asserted. I would confront him. Suddenly, Wang Dahua seized Lin Jiao Jiao's hand and urged, Jiao Jiao, quickly tell mother, has Changhe been bullying you? The old patriarch of the Lin family shook his head, bemused by how this woman, when it came to her eldest daughter, seemed to lose her wits entirely, unable to discern right from wrong. Mother, you see, my third brother. Before Lin Jiao Jiao could finish her sentence, the old patriarch interjected, Impossible, there is no way we will live with you. Chapter 115, Forever a Child Indeed. You have a son and do not expect me, Lin Jiao Jiao remarked with a hint of acidity. She herself was taken aback by her own words. What had come over her? Wang Dahua grasped Lin Jiao Jiao's hand, feeling a surge of joy in her heart at this moment. Her daughter had not been unworthy of her affection after all. Patiently, she explained, Jiao Jiao, it is not a matter of being together. Even if you wish it, we cannot compel it. If you were to truly live together, not only would we face societal scrutiny, but you too, especially Gu Changhe with his steadfast nature. At this point, she noticed her third son, and her heart swelled with compassion. Lin's son timely lifted his head and called out, Mom. Ah, my dear third son, you have endured much these past years, Wang Dahua said, tears glistening in her eyes. It seemed her daughter's words had struck a chord. What is there to complain about? We have no worries for food or drink. Compared to the hunger we faced in our youth, this is but a trifle. Old Master Lin interjected, adamantly insisting that they must not allow this woman to lead them astray. Once a woman is married, she ought to heed her husband's words. It is merely a matter of our third son being too meek. If he were just a bit more assertive, the Li family would not dare to speak out against him. Wang Dahua shot Old Master Lin a glare, as if to say it was he who was being looked down upon. She turned to Lin's son, speaking earnestly, My son, I understand your struggles. But after all these years, cannot you persevere a bit longer? A marriage is a bond forged over generations. How can one simply walk away? Stay at home for a while longer, just to cool off that ungrateful wife of yours. If her attitude does not change, then we shall consider other options, shall we? Old Master Lin held his tongue, recognizing that a woman who had already borne several children would not likely create a significant upheaval. A few days of separation would surely instill some fear in her. Before long, she would be begging Lin's son to return. Lin's son, seeing the sense in this, agreed to wait until he and Li Hongxia had both calmed down. All right, Mom, I will heed your advice. With matters settled, they hurried out for a meal, for everyone awaited their arrival. Lin Jiao Jiao, observing Old Master Lin and Lin's son heading out, seized Wang Dahua's arm. What is it now? Wang Dahua inquired, puzzled. Lin Jiao Jiao retrieved a large basket placed by the door. These are some treats I bought for you. Changbai cakes, peach crisps, and this incredibly soft egg cake, along with some savory red sausage. Do not share them all. Keep some for yourself and indulge a bit. You silly girl, even if you've earned some money, you must not squander it so. You cannot keep diverting resources to your maternal family. Gu Changhe will certainly have his opinions on that. This must not continue. Your mother is growing older, and every morsel is a waste. Take care of your health, and that will bring me joy. Wang Dahua gently caressed Lin Jiao Jiao's now slender face, pondering how hard-earned this money was and how exhausted she must feel. Mom, Changhe also appreciates my bringing you things. He has lacked affection since childhood and longs for more family. Unconsciously, Lin Jiao Jiao nestled into Wang Dahua's warm embrace, wishing to return to the innocence of childhood, to grow up slowly and savor the experience. You, my dear, are becoming more childlike by the day, Wang Dahua said, lightly patting Lin Jiao Jiao. Such a wonderful son-in-law deserves to be cherished. To neglect him would be utterly unjust. Moreover, even for the sake of my dear daughter, to prevent her from feeling caught in the middle, I must treat this son-in-law with greater kindness. Mother, my elder sister is already quite grown. Why do you still hold her so closely? Looking at you both, anyone unaware would think my sister has married someone of great distance. Lin Xiao was quite flustered, but upon entering, she was left dumbfounded. Seeing them so clingy after meeting daily was a surprise. Lin Jiao Jiao chuckled, feeling a bit bashful, yet her tongue remained sharp. You little rascal, what do you know? No matter how old I get, I will always be a child in my mother's eyes. Indeed, my daughter will forever be a child. Wang Dahua laughed joyfully, taking Lin Jiao Jiao out for a meal. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiao watched from behind, shaking her head, and swiftly pursued them. If she lagged even a moment, she would miss out on the good food. Upon exiting, Wang Dahua was met with 2 large plates of eggs and nearly had her eyes pop out. My dear daughter, why have you cooked so many eggs? You didn't bring them from home, did you? She distinctly remembered her daughter hadn't entered the house to gather anything. Aren't I impressive? I made this many from just 6 eggs. Lin Jiao Jiao beamed with pride. Setting aside the taste, the sheer quantity was enough to astonish everyone present. Are there really 6? Wang Dahua said, incredulous. Yang Tsuaping nodded excitedly. Mother, it truly is 6. I was watching closely. My sister-in-law is incredible. 6 eggs can yield 2 large plates. I must learn to do the same. Is it really 6? How much water must you have added? Wang Dahua asked, half in disbelief. If that were the case, wouldn't it just become a pot of egg soup? Yang Tsuaping nodded vigorously. Mother, I've learned. In the future, whether it's steamed buns or corn cakes, it should be possible to replicate this. Primarily, deep-fried dough sticks consume too much oil, even if my mother-in-law is generous. It pains me to watch. Wang Dahua's smile was uncontainable. Come now, you all are being overly dramatic. You haven't even taken a bite yet. Lin Jiao Jiao was radiant, having astonished everyone with her culinary skills. If she were to prepare a grand feast, it would surely leave them in awe. Huh, with such quantity, you are indeed remarkable, Wang Dahua said, cheerfully giving a thumbs up. Her spirits were high as she divided the chicken. Once they tasted the scrambled eggs, they discovered it contained deep-fried dough sticks. Remarkably, it was even tastier than if it were just eggs. She marveled at her daughter's cleverness. What brilliant ideas had filled her mind. And the flavor, truly a born chef. Her singular daughter proved to be more useful than a multitude of daughters. Old Master Lin brought out his cherished liquor, declaring it inappropriate to indulge in such hearty fare without a drink. He poured a small cup for both his son and son-in-law. Father, don't you like the wine I bought for you? Why not drink it? Lin Jiao Jiao frowned slightly, recalling how he had previously enjoyed it. Such fine wine cannot be consumed casually, Old Master Lin replied, shaking his head. Such good wine should be reserved for special occasions or after the new year. Lin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Even a bottle of Daku required such a sense of ceremony. She wondered how her grandfather would react when she brought out the mitai. Her anticipation was palpable. Zheng Wanjun waited anxiously inside, glancing back and forth. It seemed there had been some commotion outside. Do you think Lin Mu and the others would forget to call us for dinner? She asked. Not a chance, Lin replied, shaking her head. Even if Wang Dahua were to neglect inviting us, Grandfather Lin would certainly send someone to fetch us. After all, there are guests present, and my father values his reputation immensely. Zheng Wanjun gently patted the crying Sia in her arms, lamenting that her milk had long since dried up. If it weren't for the occasional desire to have an egg, she would have given up on nursing the girl altogether. Chapter 116. A burden is a burden indeed. No. We cannot simply wait idly, Zheng Wanjun declared, restless and unable to remain seated. She stood up and pulled Lin along as they headed outside. Lin, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow. However, upon reaching the kitchen door, both were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Oh dear, who might that be? 2 bedridden souls have risen, Wang Dahua exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful of egg. No need to portion this out. Everyone can indulge freely. This feeling is truly delightful. Yet, upon seeing the 2 individuals, her irritation reignited. It was astonishing that despite her previous statements, they still chose to retreat indoors. Mother, we have tended to the garden, Zheng Wanjun accused, bewildered by her mother-in-law's audacity. It baffled her how a few individuals without provisions could remain inside, consuming and enjoying leisure while disregarding those who labored tirelessly. Indeed, we have even watered the area inside the house. Had Wang Dahua not noticed the joy of others partaking in the meal, she might have been tempted to strike the two with her chopsticks and rouse them from their complacency. Zheng Wanjun tugged at Lin Lin with fervor. Lin Lin, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "Mother, we truly did tend to the garden. It was little sister who feared our presence might disrupt your conversation, which is why we returned indoors. What concern is that of mine? I merely reminded you not to water the patch directly beneath the window. Perhaps it is I who am being overzealous. From now on, I shall refrain from interfering in matters concerning you," Lin Jiao Jiao declared, uninterested in further engagement with the pair. She resolved to continue treating them with disdain. Wang Dahua shot a glare at the couple. She had once thought the second child was clever, but now realized he was rather dim-witted. Even when caught in a lie, he stubbornly persisted. How can one lack any semblance of shame? She mused. Coughing lightly, old Master Lin, surrounded by food and drink, seemed to have forgotten the young man. Otherwise, he would have surely called out to him, gesturing for him to take a seat. Zheng Wanjun hurried to fetch a stool, and upon sitting down, she observed the group of ungrateful individuals settled before her. This daughter, still immature, was already lacking in consideration. A burden is indeed a burden. Arya wished she could bury her head in her bowl, feeling too intimidated to speak. Grandmother had repeatedly insisted on avoiding the confines of the room, yet her parents still. Sanya had long since lost herself in the feast, her head bowed, eyes closed in bliss. This was a meal far superior to that of the New Year celebrations. In particular, the eggs were plentiful, with no division. Those who ate quickly could indulge even more. Old Master Li signaled to Wang Dahua, cautioning her against causing a scene at the dining table. Wang Dahua brought over the meat dish, offering the last two pieces to Lin Lin and Zheng Wanjun, each receiving one. It seemed they were owed nothing, hiding away like lords while others toiled. With tears welling in her eyes,